The Don Tang located to the south of Izhou, extends for over 100,000 miles, its spine reaching towards the heavens and the earth. More than 100 peaks soar skyward, while countless tributaries remain beyond measure. Cascading waterfalls and steep cliffs abound, with deep chasms and towering precipices scattered amongst the lofty mountains. This sacred land is often a haven for celestial beings, and it is here that the foremost cultivation sect of Izhou, the Yuhua sect, is situated. Filong Peak stands as one of the 9 principal summits of the Yuhua sect. Its summit boasts a wondrous formation, perpetually shrouded in mist, radiating a brilliant azure light that, when viewed from afar, resembles a celestial dragon poised to ascend into the sky. Thus, it is aptly named Filong. On the southern edge of sheer cliff, 2 solitary mounds of earth mark the resting place of the former master of Filong Peak, Chu Changtian, and his wife. Chu Yin kneels before the graves, his youthful visage tinged with a sense of melancholy. Yet his eyes reflect an ancient wisdom point. 2 crudely fashioned wooden tombstones stand before him, solemn in their presence. Father, the grave of Chu Changtian. Mother, the grave of Wang Qingru. The inscriptions are deeply etched into the wood, faint traces of dried blood still visible. These graves were established by Chu Yin 3 years prior, a testament to the pain of loss he has come to intimately understand. The first cultivation genius of Filong Peak, one of the 10 gifted disciples of the Yuhua sect? A chilling smile graces Chu Yan's lips, as the accolades that once surrounded him have now faded, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, reduced to feigning madness to survive. Father, mother, I am an unfilial son. His resolute features are marred by guilt. For 3 years, in pursuit of vengeance for his parents, Chu Yin has endured humiliation and hardship, dedicating himself to arduous training. Yet, with his spiritual roots shattered, the glory of his past seems irretrievable. 3 months remain until June 15th, the date of the sect's internal assessment held every 5 years. Disciples who fail to reach the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage will be expelled from the sect, unable to claim the identity of a Yuhua sect disciple as they traverse the world. The Qi refinement stage is the first threshold for aspiring cultivators, comprising 13 levels, each divided into 3 phases. The 13th level signifies completion. Chu Yin, however, has not even reached the 3rd level. Since the calamity 3 years ago, his cultivation has crumbled, and despite 3 years of relentless effort, he remains stranded at the 1st level. Once celebrated as the pride of Filong Peak, the sole son of the esteemed Chu Changtian, he now faces expulsion and irony too bitter to bear. I will not yield until the final moment. His steadfast visage reflects unwavering determination. The trials of the past 3 years have matured him, and at merely 16, his intellect rivals that of an adult. Suddenly the tombstones tremble as the ground beneath him quakes violently. Boom! Boom! Dark clouds gather ominously over it. Thunder crackles, and the earth begins to shake violently. Dust storms swirl as fissures spiderweb across the ground. Chu Changshan's grave lies precariously at the edge of the cliff, and the earth beneath Chu Yin fractures. He has no time to react as he, along with his parents' graves, plummets into the abyss. Father, mother, is this your will? Should there be a next life, I shall avenge you. As Chu Yin descends rapidly, a profound sense of unwillingness fills his eyes. At that moment, the sky seems to tear open, revealing a void from which fierce winds surge. Bang! Boomed out, a black beam of light shoots forth from the rift, striking Chu Yin with tremendous force. His eyes widen in shock as he loses consciousness. The beam's momentum carrying him directly into the earth, sending debris flying and creating a 10-meter-wide hemispherical crater point. 3 days later, the death of a so-called waste who perished by lightning has circulated throughout Filong Peak. Although the life of such an inconsequential individual would typically go unnoticed, the fact that it was Chu Yin, once a prodigious talent and the son of the former master, elicits murmurs of lamentation. Filong Peak, a graveyard. The graveyard lies on the western edge of Filong Peak, a desolate area where inconsequential disciples are carelessly buried. Small mounds, the landscape, Representing the resting places of these unfortunate souls, two young men clad in gray linen carry a battered corpse into the graveyard. One, with a sullen expression, grumbles, "Daniel, why is it always us brothers who have to do this? Just thinking about stepping on the arms and legs of some poor fellow beneath our feet makes my skin crawl." The youth named Daniel's face darkens. "Be grateful at least we're still breathing. Countless unfortunate souls have perished under Elder Zhao's torment. Dogsheng, remember, we're merely Elder Zhao's dogs. Don't ever think of yourself as a person, or death will find you soon enough." Hearing this, Li Dogsheng's expression shifts. "But brother, just a few days ago, Chu Yin still had some breath left." Smack! Chen Daniu slaps Li Dogsheng across the face, growling, "You fool, remember what Elder Zhao said it was a dead man, and we bury dead men. How could a dead man have breath? You know Elder Zhao's methods. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Li Dogsheng cradles his swollen face and nods. The two of them carelessly toss the corpse into a pit. Thump, thump, in the distance, a small mound inexplicably quakes, while countless pale blue lights converge upon it. "Brother, this mound is causing a disturbance in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There must be treasures within." Li Dogsheng's face lights up with ecstasy at the sight. "Isn't that where we buried Chu Yin yesterday? We searched it thoroughly. He had nothing good on him." Chen Daniu replies, puzzled. "Perhaps we overlooked something." "Stop pondering. Brother, let's dig it up quickly before others arrive and take our share." "All right." Fortune favors the bold, and given that the waste Chu Yin is already dead, Chen Daniu nods in agreement. Each pulls out a black iron shovel from their storage bags, their designated tools for digging graves. They proceed cautiously, fearing they might damage any potential treasures. Moments later, the mound is unearthed, revealing a corpse of a youthful figure. Pale blue lights continue to gather from the sky, all entering the crown of the corpse. Could it be he concealed treasures within his mouth when he died? Will pry open his mouth to see what treasures he held. Chen Daniu discards his shovel and retrieves a dagger, lunging towards the corpse. However, the next moment, a chilling sensation envelopes him. The corpse suddenly opens its eyes, seizing Chen Daniu's wrist with a powerful grip. Feeling the overwhelming strength binding his wrist, fear floods Chen Daniu's heart. Chu Yin had been barely breathing. How could he still be alive after 3 days in this cursed place? Moreover, this wastes strength. Before he can finish his thought, a cold voice whispers in his ear, "Die." Chu Yan's left hand is enveloped in pale, blue spiritual energy, and in an instant, it plunges into Chen Daniu's heart, blood splattering as the speed is so swift that Chen Daniu has no chance to react. Spiritual energy. How can it be? Chen Daniu's eyes brim with disbelief before they dim entirely, casting Chen Daniu's lifeless body aside. Chu Yin strides toward the now paralyzed Li Dogsheng, who is trembling on the ground. Don't come near. It was Elder Zhao's orders to bury you. It wasn't me. Not me." Li Dogsheng had always been timid, and at this moment, he regarded Chu Yin as a specter. As he watched Chu Yin approach step by step, fear compelled him to retreat, leaving him in a state of dampness below. With a resounding thud, a fist enveloped in a pale blue glow shattered his throat. "Heaven will not forsake me." As Chu Yin felt the ethereal pale blue energy swirling within his dantian, the icy demeanor he had maintained for 3 years finally gave way to a hint of smile. For 3 days, Chu Yan's consciousness had been hazy, yet he distinctly sensed his body rapidly healing, with an influx of celestial spiritual energy converging upon him. Overwhelmed with joy, he activated the Xian Zhong Shui Ju, and, at the critical moment, he finally advanced to the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. Of course, Chu Yin had overheard their conversation. Both individuals were merely at the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. Although Chu Yin too was at this initial layer, his physical strength equated to that of a practitioner at the 3rd layer, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate both adversaries. At last, he could cultivate. He had once again stepped into the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, what astonished Chu Yin even further was the sight of a somewhat damaged azure cauldron floating in his dantian. What could this be? As dusk descended, a cluster of small thatched cottages on the western side of Flying Dragon Peak served as the dwelling for all the miscellaneous disciples. These so-called miscellaneous disciples were those of the lowest cultivation level, tasked with various menial duties. At this moment, a multitude of weary disciples, having toiled throughout the day, trudged toward their humble abodes. Suddenly, a somewhat emaciated figure caught their attention, and the next moment, chaos erupted. Was that Chu Yan? What? Surely, I must be imagining things. Is that fellow a ghost or a human? The crowd rubbed their eyes, many of whom had witnessed Chu Yan's lifeless chart form just days prior. Amidst their astonished gazes, Chu Yan entered his cottage. Locking the door behind him, he eagerly turned his focus inward to his dantian, where a faint blue, ethereal energy hovered, accompanied by a damaged azure cauldron beneath it. The cauldron, with its 3 legs, was missing one ear, its surface intricately inscribed with complex runes, marred by numerous fine cracks, some areas uneven. What could this cauldron be? Was that mysterious black beam the cause of its existence? Surviving against all odds and regaining his spiritual roots, he thought of his parents, believing they must have blessed him from the heavens. He vowed he would not let them down. With resolute determination, Chu Yan was confident that now, having restored his roots, he could ascend to the pinnacle once more. Relying on his innate talent. Bang! The door was abruptly kicked open by a hefty foot. You. A rotund figure squeezed clumsily through the doorway, his body quivering with every movement, tiny eyes wide with astonishment, a large hand pointing at Chu Yan. Unable to utter a word beyond the initial "you." Did you forget how to knock? Chu Yan remarked coolly, his voice laced with authority. The miscellaneous disciples, possessing exceedingly poor aptitude, primarily remained at the first layer of qi refinement, with few reaching the second. Wang Xiong was among the latter. With his brute strength and second-layer cultivation, he dominated the miscellaneous disciples, many of whom had suffered under his bullying. Chu Yan was no exception, often targeted by Wang Xiong due to his previous status as a prodigious disciple. Each beating Wang Xiong administered brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. Today, having been roused from slumber by a loud commotion, Wang Xiong emerged to find a throng of miscellaneous disciples gathered outside Chu Yan's cottage, whispering of his resurrection and return as a ghost. Skeptical at first, Wang Xiong's disbelief turned to shock upon seeing Chu Yan. Yet, as Chu Yan spoke, Wang Xiong's astonishment morphed into arrogance. "Oh, so you're not dead. You little brat, playing tricks in broad daylight. Perhaps you need a lesson." Seeing Chu Yan's shadow and hearing his voice, Wang Xiong dismissed any notion of Chu Yan being a ghost, since he was not a ghost. What was there to fear? Wang Xiong, feeling humiliated by his previous panic, swung his fist at Chu Yan. Overestimating himself, Chu Yan let out a cold snort, delivering a straightforward punch without any embellishments. Crack! Their fists collided, the sound of shattering bone echoing in the air. This fool is truly deluded. Challenging Wang Xiong in a fistfight. Could it be that Chu Yan has been struck by lightning, leaving him daft? The onlookers could only assume that Chu Yan had broken his hand. However, the next scene left them utterly speechless. "Ah, you broke my hand. I will kill you." Wang Xiong howled in agony, cradling his injured limb. "Get out of my way." Chu Yan had no time for his wailing. With a swift kick, he struck Wang Xiong in the abdomen. A crowd of miscellaneous disciples continued to converge outside, only to hear a pained scream, followed by the sight of Wang Xiong's massive form flying from the cottage. Boom! Wang Xiong's corpulent body crashed heavily to the ground, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd toward the cottage entrance. To their astonishment, Chu Yan emerged, his expression as calm as a still pond, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Who would have thought Chu Yan was truly alive? He can cultivate again. Yet he remains at the first layer of qi refinement. Just like us, and he defeated Wang Xiong. How is that possible? Hearing the murmurs around him, Chu Yan's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze icy. Those miscellaneous disciples, meeting his eyes, felt a chill envelop them, rendering them speechless. "You little brat, today I shall flay you alive." Wang Xiong, blood trickling from his mouth, snarled as he rose from the ground, his fists, large as cooking pots, enveloped in a layer of ochre light. In the next moment, a luminous spike formed from the yellow light materialized before him. This was Wang Xiong's trump card, a low-tier 1 pattern spell, Earth Spike. He had discerned that Chu Yan was at the first layer of qi refinement, and although he was uncertain why Chu Yan's physical strength was so formidable, he was convinced that his second-layer spell would be insurmountable. Chu Yan remained silent. Today was the perfect opportunity to establish his dominance over Wang Xiong, ensuring he would no longer be disturbed by these worthless disciples, whose cultivation prospects were bleak. Chu Yan's goal was the upcoming assessment within 3 months. A thread of faint blue energy appeared in his right hand, and in an instant, It transformed into a water sphere, which he compressed to half its size. Go! Chu Yin shouted, releasing the water sphere towards Wang Xiong at breakneck speed. Low Tier 1 pattern spell, exploding water sphere. Bang! To Wang Xiong's astonishment, the earth spike shattered effortlessly, and the water sphere expanded before crashing against his right cheek, exploding in a violent display. These miscellaneous disciples, lacking any aptitude, devoted their time to improving their cultivation, having scarcely practiced spells. Mastery of spells required profound comprehension and application skills. Even those who attempted often failed. Witnessing Chu Yin unleash such a powerful spell rendered them utterly dumbfounded. 3 years ago, at merely 13, Chu Yin had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, earning his title as one of the 10 most gifted disciples of the Feather Transformation sect. As his spiritual root was of the water element, he could only practice water-based spells, effortlessly mastering low Tier 1 pattern to 8 pattern spells. Now, utilizing a low Tier 1 pattern spell, he executed it with unparalleled finesse. Its power several times greater than Wang Xiong's. Half of Wang Xiong's face was mangled, blood and flesh mingled as he screamed in agony. Chu Yin stepped closer, seizing Wang Xiong's collar with one hand, lifting his massive form, which was 3 or 4 times his size, with ease. See Chu Yin, spare me, please. It was my fault before. Wang Xiong, suspended in midair, felt the weight of Chu Yan's terrifying presence, his earlier bravado extinguished, replaced by desperate pleas for mercy. Chu Yan's expression remained impassive as he turned to the onlookers, stating coolly, "Anyone who disturbs me henceforth shall meet a similar fate." With that, he struck Wang Xiong and Appo's thigh with a powerful punch, the sound of breaking bone echoing ominously. In the next moment, Wang Xiong was flung away. His corpulent body crashed heavily to the ground once more, sending a tremor through the crowd, who gazed at Chu Yin with expressions of sheer terror. The path of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest, where the weak are subject to the whims of the strong. Chu Yan's methods could be considered quite gentle, as he paid no heed to Wang Xiong's pig-like howls and calmly stepped into his humble cottage, shutting the door with a heavy thud. Unbeknownst to him, a girl in green, lurking behind a tree in the distance, flashed a look of resentment. As soon as Chu Yin entered his dwelling, a violent tremor surged through the azure small cauldron residing in his dantian. What was happening? The intense shaking of the cauldron made Chu Yin feel as if it were attempting to escape from his dantian. Instinctively, he pondered how to extract this damaged small cauldron. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a streak of azure light shot forth from his dantian, and in the next moment, a small, battered cauldron, akin to a tiny pot, appeared on the table before him, while the cauldron in his dantian vanished without a trace. This little fellow actually managed to escape. Could it be? As Chu Yin focused his mind, the battered cauldron on the table transformed into a beam of azure light and disappeared from sight. Feeling the cauldron and Appo's renewed tremors in his dantian, Chu Yin couldn't and Appo's help but burst into laughter, realizing he had been correct. This damaged cauldron had become his innate magical artifact. Cultivators in the Qi refining stage could only wield magical artifacts, and ordinary magical artifacts required blood essence for refinement, alongside the corresponding incantation to drive them against foes. For instance, if one and Appo's artifact were a flying sword, one must cultivate the corresponding sword incantation to control it. An innate magical artifact, however, is one that a cultivator has nurtured and refined over the years with a substantial amount of their own blood essence, making it exceedingly difficult to refine due to the considerable consumption of blood essence involved. Blood essence is the quintessence of a cultivator's blood and is of utmost importance. A significant deficiency could hamper one's cultivation speed. The Qi refining stage is a crucial foundation for the path of cultivation, which is why few cultivators would expend such a large quantity of blood essence on refining an innate magical artifact. Nonetheless, the advantages of possessing an innate magical artifact are immense, as it resonates with the cultivator's will. Essentially, wherever the cultivator thinks to strike, it can reach. This eliminates the need to utilize incantations, thus saving a considerable amount of time. Imagine 2 Qi refining cultivators in combat. While one must first invoke an incantation, the other could unleash their innate magical artifact with a mere thought. The outcome of the battle is quite predictable. Furthermore, the power of an innate magical artifact is 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary artifact of the same rank, providing an undeniable advantage. Now, inexplicably, Chu Yin possessed an innate magical artifact, and he could hardly contain his excitement. This unexpected windfall left him in a state of bewilderment, as if he were dreaming. After the initial joy subsided, Chu Yin calmed himself, eager to test the cauldron's power. "Oh, little cauldron, move. Come on, do something," Chu Yin exclaimed with excitement. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in confusion. The cauldron remained immobile on the table, which puzzled him. It had flown out of his dantian at his behest. Why was it now unresponsive? Contemplating this, he focused his mind again, and the cauldron vanished from the table. After several attempts, Chu Yin was reluctantly forced to accept a harsh reality. This little cauldron could only enter and exit his dantian at his will, and it entirely disregarded his commands otherwise. The beautiful dream of wielding the cauldron to vanquish foes was shattered, leaving Chu Yin somewhat disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had already gained much in these past few days. Not only could he cultivate once more, but his physical strength and speed at the first layer of the Qi refining stage were comparable to those he had achieved at the third layer previously. Moreover, he now possessed an innate magical artifact, albeit one he could not yet command. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Chu Yin. Perhaps this little cauldron's primary function was not for combat, but for something else entirely? Elated by this thought, he considered the possibility that the cauldron was one of those legendary treasures used for alchemy or artifact forging. If so, he would be inundated with elixirs and artifacts, making him invincible. Thus, he began to examine the cauldron more closely. Chu Yin placed a small piece of ordinary dark iron into the cauldron and ignited some charcoal beneath it. After about 15 minutes, the charcoal had burned away, and the block of iron had become a blackened mass, evidently reduced to waste. Was it meant for alchemy? He thought, tossing in 2 sprigs of horsetail grass. While merely common weeds, if the cauldron were indeed an alchemical treasure, some transformation should occur. However, disappointment struck again as the grass turned to mere ash, accompanied by a foul, burnt odor. Perhaps it was not a treasure for alchemy or artifact forging, but rather possessed some other extraordinary function. Unwilling to give up, Chu Yin continued to explore the cauldron's potential. In the inner sanctum of the peak master of the withered wood peak, an elderly man in green robes with white brows sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes closed. A vine extended from his right wrist, coiling around him several times and emanating a faint azure light, creating an eerie spectacle. With a deep exhale, the green-robed elder opened his eyes, expelling a breath of turbid air. A smile creased his wrinkled face as the vine gradually receded back into his wrist. Observing the girl in green beside him, he displayed a look of both authority and tenderness. "Wonder, how goes your investigation?" "Master, your foresight is impeccable. That scoundrel did not perish." Upon hearing Ruoxi Wen's words, Xianxing Daoist smiled faintly. 3 days prior, Chu Yan's aura had abruptly vanished, but today it re-emerged, albeit altered. Thus, Xianxing Daoist had dispatched Ruoxi Wen to investigate. Humph, that scoundrel not only survived, but has also inexplicably regained his cultivation ability. Ruoxi Wen's eyes darkened as memories of 8 years past flooded back. The image of a flushed, bloodied little boy with drool at the corner of his mouth. A frigid anger flickered across her otherwise icy visage as she clenched her fists. What? Such a thing could happen. A look of astonishment crossed Xianxing Daoist and Apos' face. He had personally verified that Chu Yan's spirit root had been destroyed, leaving no possibility for restoration. Ruoxi Wen would never lie about this. Wonder, the events of that year were a burden I placed upon you, but unless it is on the sect's arena, you must not harm Chu Yan. Hearing Xianxing Daoist's words, Ruoxi Wen frowned, but dared not defy her master's command. Yes, master. After she withdrew, Xianxing Daoist remained alone in the grand hall. Chang Tian, does your spirit linger in the afterlife? I shall remain true to my word. Xianxing Daoist murmured to himself, a resolute look flashing across his face. The night had deepened. The menial disciples, having toiled throughout the day, had all retired to sleep, leaving the light in a small cottage still aglow. Could it be that this cauldron truly possessed no extraordinary abilities? A look of disappointment clouded Chu Yan's face as he had spent hours from evening until midnight trying to discern the cauldron's peculiarities, yet had come up empty-handed. Gurgle. His stomach began to protest. Cultivators who had not reached the foundation establishment stage could not fast and required food to replenish their strength. Chu Yan decided to set aside thoughts of the cauldron for the moment. It was more pressing to fill his belly. He picked up the small cooking pot, only to discover a large hole at the bottom. I forgot to buy a pot. Chu Yan slapped his forehead. Without a pot to cook with. Did he need to venture out hunting? This late at night, whether he could catch anything was uncertain, if he encountered a third or fourth tier beast. Given his current chi-refining first-layer strength, he would likely be devoured without a second thought. With a spark of inspiration, Chu Yan recalled the small cauldron. Although somewhat damaged, it was still intact. Since it had no other apparent use, it could serve as a cooking pot without being a waste. He filled a large ladle with water from the tank and poured it into the cauldron. Chu Yan then sliced some minced meat and vegetables, preparing to cook them together with the rice, a method he particularly favored for its convenience. Having prepared the ingredients, Chu Yan turned to pour them into the cauldron, only to be taken aback. The small cauldron had undergone a remarkable transformation. The intricate runes on its cracked surface began to float and rearrange themselves, emitting a soft green glow that flowed into the clear water within. Chu Yan watched in awe as the water absorbed the luminous energy, gradually turning into a milky white liquid, releasing a potent wave of spiritual energy. Blinking to ensure he wasn't dreaming, he was utterly astonished. This was a first-grade spiritual liquid. In the realm of cultivation, all things are birthed from the earth, nurturing spiritual energy. The path of cultivation involves absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to enhance one's cultivation level, ultimately achieving the legendary spiritual body, an immortal existence that endures alongside the universe. The so-called spiritual liquid is the liquid form of spiritual energy, but the two are not comparable. The energy contained in spiritual liquid of the same grade is approximately tenfold that of spiritual energy. The benefits of spiritual liquid are manifold. It plays a crucial role in alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, with its most direct and potent effect being its ability to assist cultivators in their training. Some cultivators of decent standing absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones to accelerate their training, while wealthier practitioners consume pills designed for rapid cultivation. Only the direct descendants of prominent cultivation families or exceptionally gifted disciples from prestigious sects are granted spiritual liquid, as it is the easiest to absorb and most effective for foundational cultivation. Naturally occurring spiritual liquid is exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of refining it is 4 to 5 times that of producing equally graded pills, rendering spiritual liquid a precious commodity in the cultivation world. Before turning 13, Chu Yan was one of the top 10 gifted disciples of the Feather Transformation sect, yet he received only a small vial of spiritual liquid every 3 months. To his astonishment, he had indeed found first-grade spiritual liquid. Carefully, Chu Yan scooped a spoonful from the cauldron and placed it in his mouth, his expression transforming into one of sheer ecstasy. He was certain this was first-grade spiritual liquid, as he had consumed it for 3 years, only receiving second-grade liquid after reaching the 4th level of the chi-refining stage. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect the small cauldron to possess such extraordinary capabilities, transforming clear water into spiritual liquid. This meant he could drink spiritual liquid daily for his cultivation, combined with his inherent talent. Energized by this thought, Chu Yan felt invigorated. With the small cauldron's assistance, as long as he diligently practiced, his cultivation would surely advance, allowing him to avenge his parents. As thoughts of vengeance crossed his mind, a fierce glint flashed across Chu Yan's face, vividly recalling that rainy night 3 years ago. The next day, Chu Yan sat cross-legged on his small wooden bed, eyes shut, as a gentle ray of sunlight illuminated his ordinary yet resolute face. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck by a sense of confusion. Why was this happening? After an entire night of consuming the spiritual liquid to cultivate, though his level had increased somewhat, it fell far short of his expectations. He vividly remembered that after previously receiving spiritual liquid from the sect, his cultivation had surged significantly after a night of practice. Now, although he had made some progress, it was barely 1/10 of that initial improvement. Could there be a problem with the spiritual liquid? Doubt crept into Chu Yan's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If the liquid were faulty, it wouldn't aid in cultivation. Where could the issue lie? Suddenly, the sound of a gong echoed in Chu Yan's ears. The miscellaneous disciples were required to perform chores to remain at Flying Dragon Peak. Dismissing his thoughts, he stepped out of the hut and walked toward the supply area, under the wary gazes of other disciples. Elder Zhao at the supply area was gaunt and wiry, resembling a monkey with his beady eyes reflecting only malice. Chu Yan was tasked with fetching water, needing to fill 10 barrels daily. Although it seemed manageable, without any cultivation, he had struggled to complete the task, often collapsing onto his bed upon returning. However, considering his current cultivation level, he assumed 10 barrels would be trivial. Yet he heard Elder Zhao and Appo's mocking voice. Chu Yan, I didn't end Appo's. T expect you to survive. Well, Since you have regained your cultivation ability, you must now fill 100 barrels daily. For each barrel you fall short, you will receive 50 lashes. Chu Yin remained silent. Recalling the conversation he had overheard between Li Goxing and Qin Danyu, a surge of murderous intent rising within him, longing for an opportunity to deal with this old dog. With 2 buckets in hand, he exited the supply area, heading toward the eastern side of Flying Dragon Peak. The western side had the thinnest spiritual energy, where the miscellaneous disciples resided, while the east, south, and north sides hosted ordinary disciples with relatively denser energy. The core disciples, blessed with exceptional talent, lived in the central part of Flying Dragon Peak, where the energy was most concentrated. To fetch water from the eastern springs, Chu Yin had to traverse a stone path around the central region of the peak. Otherwise, he would have to take a much longer route. Senior sister, you are truly remarkable, having broken through once again. Xiaowen, don't be so dramatic. I've only just emerged from seclusion to take a breath of fresh air, not to discuss cultivation. On the stone path, a stunning woman in a red dress smiled at a somewhat naive young girl beside her. Suddenly, a somewhat slender figure caught Hua Mengqi's attention, leaving her momentarily frozen, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. As Chu Yin approached, locking eyes with the enchanting woman, he felt no admiration. Instead, he was filled with a chilling detachment. Hua Mengqi, once among the most important people in his life apart from his parents, now only elicited feelings of disdain. Chu Yin stepped closer, finally standing before her. Hua Mengqi stammered, still in a daze, a word caught in her throat. Senior sister, would you kindly step aside? I still need to fetch water. Chu Yan's icy demeanor softened to a calm indifference as he spoke to Hua Mengqi. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Who do you think you are to address the senior sister in such a manner? Xiaowen, don't say anything more. Noticing the complexity in Hua Mengqi's gaze, Huang Xiaowen realized she had misspoken and fell silent. It seems my junior brother has spoken hastily. I hope the senior sister will not take offense. My junior brother still has work to finish. Would you kindly allow me to pass? Chu Yan's expression remained unperturbed, his tone flat. The way he uttered senior sister lacked emphasis, yet to Hua Mengqi's ears, it was jarring. Struggling to suppress her emotions, her face, as smooth as cream, paled to a ghostly hue. She understood the disparity in their current statuses, and the term young master never escaped her lips, her voice trembling. Chu Yan, I heard you regained your cultivation ability. That's wonderful. Back then, senior sister might have misunderstood. I meant no other intentions. I am merely busy with chores, just a miscellaneous disciple. Chu Yan smiled faintly as he walked past Hua Mengqi. In that fleeting moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt, conflict, regret, and pain, as she watched Chu Yan's desolate figure gradually fade into the distance. It felt as though a colossal hand was tightly gripping her heart, which was meant to belong to only one person. Once Chu Yan vanished at the edge of the woods, her suppressed emotions erupted, and 2 streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks as she cried out. Junior brother is merely a servant disciple. Is this a mockery? Do you truly believe I desired to be this esteemed senior sister? But what was I to do when your cultivation was destroyed, your future lost? What was I supposed to do? I was just an ordinary girl back then. Chu Yan. You scoundrel. You absolute scoundrel. It was the first time Huang Xiaowen witnessed the idolized senior sister display such vulnerability. And it was all because of that man, Chu Yan. Senior sister you. Xiaowen, do not speak of today as matters to others. Let us return. Hua Mengqi wiped away her tears, and with a flash of light from her storage bag, a water-blue flying sword soared forth, carrying her swiftly towards the peak. Huang Xiaowen sighed and followed closely behind. Hua Mengqi transformed back into the admired senior sister of Filong Peak. Yet who could fathom the pain that resided in her heart? Who will remain steadfast by my side? Who will share in my burdens? Who will feel my pain? No one. All is a facade, a mere illusion. Ha. Chu Yan's raucous laughter echoed through the silent woods, devoid of any joy, revealing a profound sorrow that only he could comprehend. At the heart of Filong Peak, a grand and resplendent structure loomed before Chu Yan, with the characters Filong Hall inscribed upon its plaque. Filong Hall had always been governed solely by the Peak Master, and Chu Yan was no stranger to this place. He had lived here for 13 years, yet now it had become entirely unrecognizable. Upon returning to his humble abode today, he was summoned by the Peak Master and brought to this hall. Inside the great hall, 2 rows of seats flanked the sides, while at the center sat a singular dragon-patterned chair, reserved for the Peak Master. An elderly man clad in a golden-embroidered robe occupied this seat, his countenance exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. This individual was Chi Tianlai, once the Grand Elder of Phylong Peak and now its master. Chu Yin harbored an endless hatred towards him. 3 years prior, after his parents perished in a tragic accident, everything belonging to the Chu family was seized by this man, who had also ruthlessly eliminated those whom Chu Yin considered family. His brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and grandparents all were slain by him. Chu Yin could not fathom why Chi Tianlai had spared his life. Was it merely because he had been rendered a cripple? Certainly not. He was well aware of this man's cruelty. Though his heart brimmed with hatred for Chi Tianlai, Chu Yin could only suppress his fury and respond respectfully. I am unaware of why my master has summoned me. I have heard that you have regained your cultivation abilities. Come, let your master see. Before Chu Yin could utter another word, Chi Tianlai waved his sleeve, enveloping him in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that drew him closer against his will. Chi Tianlai placed a hand upon Chu Yan's head, and after a moment, a faint smile emerged on his otherwise menacing face. Take a look for yourself. As he released Chu Yan, a brilliant light flashed from his sleeve, revealing a towering spirit-testing stone before him. Upon seeing the stone, a sense of foreboding washed over Chu Yan, yet he placed his hand upon it nonetheless. The stone erupted in a radiant glow, and in the next moment, golden characters slowly materialized. 5 spiritual roots, 6 water spiritual roots, 1 gold spiritual root, 1 wood spiritual root, 1 fire spiritual root, 1 earth spiritual root. What? Chu Yin stood frozen in shock. The confidence he had cultivated from the prospect of being able to cultivate crumbled instantly. 5 spiritual roots? Only those with spiritual roots could pursue immortality. The fewer types of spiritual roots one possessed, the faster their cultivation speed, for multiple attributes could interfere with one another, slowing progress. Those with a single attribute were deemed heavenly spiritual roots, the favored children of destiny, whose cultivation was remarkably swift. Previously, Chu Yin had been blessed with a water attribute heavenly spiritual root, a talent envied by many. Yet now, he had become a 5 spiritual root cultivator, a classification synonymous with utter failure. The probability of such poor aptitude manifesting was exceedingly low, akin to that of a heavenly spiritual root, occurring roughly once in every 100,000. Chu Yin never imagined that upon his return to cultivation, he would be reduced to such abysmal qualifications. No wonder my cultivation speed remains so sluggish even with spirit liquid. Chu Yin felt a profound sense of loss, as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. He walked out of Phylong Hall in a daze. A refined young man emerged from the back of the hall. Chi Tianlai regarded him with a faint smile. Moore, you can rest easy now. Your position at Phylong Peak remains unshakable. The young man did not display any joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly and asked, Master, why allow him to leave alive? He has regained his cultivation ability. Moore, you worry too much. Although this boy may cultivate again, he remains a cripple with no hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. Such a person poses no threat. Allowing him to live preserves my reputation. After all, he is the son of Chu Changtian. In 3 months, the intersect examination will occur, and he will undoubtedly fail to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement. At that point, he will be expelled from the peak, and thereafter, his life and death will be of no concern to us. Chi Tianlai spoke with an air of indifference. The reason he had summoned Chu Yin today was out of concern. He feared that if Chu Yin truly regained his talents, he would become a significant threat in the years to come. Today, he had resolved that if Chu Yin were to recover his gifts, he would not hesitate to risk enmity with Su Qinglao to end his life. But now, with Chu Yin reduced to a 5 spiritual root failure, he posed no threat. It would not be worth it to provoke Su Qinglao for the sake of killing him, which is why Chi Tianlai allowed Chu Yin to leave. Master's foresight is commendable, Mu'er replied, bowing respectfully, though Chi Tianlai failed to notice the flicker of malice in his eyes. In the small thatched cottage, Chu Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of turbid air. The dazed expression that had lingered on his face when he left Phylong Hall had vanished. If he truly had regained his talents, he likely would not have returned at all. Reflecting on Chi Tianlia's blatant murderous intent, he still felt a pang of fear. In retrospect, it seemed fortunate that his abilities had not been restored. Now that he possessed 5 spiritual roots, he must leverage this to his advantage. Disadvantages could also serve as advantages. Chu Yin began contemplating his path to cultivation. The 5 spiritual roots were not entirely without merit. Practitioners with heavenly spiritual roots could only cultivate one type of spell, while those with 5 spiritual roots could pursue techniques across 5 attributes. If their cultivation levels were comparable, the 5 spiritual root cultivator would undoubtedly hold the upper hand in battle. Estimating his resources, if he indulged in using spirit liquid for every moment of cultivation, he might not match the speed of a former heavenly spiritual root, but would certainly not lag far behind a dual spiritual root cultivator. Moreover, this reputation of being a 5 spiritual root failure could serve as the perfect disguise. No one would pay him any heed. Simultaneously mastering techniques across 5 attributes, what results might they yield? The anticipation was indeed thrilling. At the heart of this endeavor lay the small cauldron. Chu Yin had already transferred the spirit liquid from the small cauldron into jade bottles, filling 4 of the standard-sized containers. However, for Chu Yin, this was still far from sufficient. Currently, he possessed no wealth, alchemical pills, magical artifacts, and talismans all required spirit stones, which were unattainable for him as a mere outer disciple. He could only rely on the spirit liquid for barter. Contemplating, Chu Yin summoned the small cauldron from his dantian, filled it with water, and then waited with bated breath. Yet, half an incense stick's time passed, then a whole incense stick. Time dragged on, and the water within the cauldron showed no signs of change. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yin pondered the situation. What could be the matter? Could it be that the cauldron was only capable of producing spirit liquid once? After several attempts with no success, he deduced that the cauldron, with its peculiar nature, could not possibly yield spirit liquid just once. The only reasonable explanation was that the transformation of plain water into spirit liquid had a time limitation. It was indeed logical. Were the cauldron able to produce spirit liquid without restraint every day, Chu Yan's wealth would become immeasurable. He could purchase any alchemical pills or magical artifacts with ease, which would be utterly unfathomable. These spirit liquids should sustain my intensive cultivation for 4 days. Chu Yin took a bottle of spirit liquid and consumed it eagerly, then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to channel the Xinzhong Shueju, a technique he had been cultivating for a decade. There could be no waste of time. 10 days later, after a day of chores, Chu Yin returned to his humble abode, his face devoid of fatigue, yet tinged with worry. After 10 days of cultivation, his proficiency had significantly increased, reaching the pinnacle of the first level of qi refinement, poised to break through to the second level at any moment. However, therein lay the dilemma. Achieving such a rapid advancement in merely 10 days could only be described as monstrous, rivaling even those with heavenly spiritual roots. Having practiced the Xinzhong Shueju for a decade, he had fully assimilated its teachings, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Coupled with the spirit liquid that he consumed like syrup, it was akin to receiving the treatment reserved for core disciples of prestigious sects. It would be exceedingly difficult for his cultivation not to rise. However, once Chu Yin broke through to the second level of qi refinement, concealing his cultivation would be impossible. Should news reach Qi Tianlai, the secret of the cauldron would be at risk, and Qi Tianlai would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate him. It was imperative to devise a strategy. Chu Yin mused that the most crucial task was to disguise his cultivation level before the upcoming assessment within the peak. If he successfully passed that assessment, he would garner the sect and Appos' attention, making it far more challenging for Qi Tianlai to act against him. That night, Chu Yin descended from Filong Peak. The Yuhua sect occupied the highest 9 peaks of the Duansong mountain range, drawing a considerable number of cultivators. Beneath Filong Peak lay numerous bustling markets. In the Wulong market, one could find delicacies such as the Ziqiong Xinhua-filled buns, 5 for a low-grade spirit stone, instantly replenishing spiritual energy while nourishing the yin and yang, a must-have for every male cultivator. There were also traditional celestial snacks like the Luohongwa candy, excellent for nurturing descendants' foundational skills, priced at merely 1 low-grade spirit stone each. The market offered various goods, including high-grade defensive artifacts capable of withstanding full-force attacks from peak qi refinement experts for 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the Yunwen Zen staff, a low-grade spiritual artifact that could penetrate the protective barriers of foundational stage cultivators for just 10 mid-grade spirit stones. The assortment of low-grade talismans was both affordable and trustworthy, catering to every need imaginable. The market thrived even more at night than during the day, with vendors lining the streets under the glow of lanterns, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chu Yan's primary purpose in this market was to sell a portion of his spirit liquid, opting for the reliability of established shops. He had discerned the pattern of the cauldron's spirit liquid production. It could yield 4 small jade bottles at once, and under his extravagant usage, he could only afford to consume 1 bottle a day, lest his body suffer from the excess. The cauldron could regenerate the spirit liquid every 3 days, allowing Chu Yin to accumulate 1 bottle every 3 days. After 10 days, he had amassed 3 bottles of spirit liquid, which constituted his capital for the day. Among the hundreds of shops in Wulong Market, the most prominent and reputable was Linlang Building, a 4-story establishment where only Qi refinement cultivators could access the first floor. At that moment, a man clad in a wide-brimmed hat and a gray cloth mask entered Linlang Building. Such attire was not unusual. Dozens of individuals were selecting items on the first floor, with at least half concealing their faces. In the world of cultivation, the survival of the fittest prevailed. Without a solid background, those possessing treasures were easily targeted. A female attendant dressed in elegant robes approached the man, her face radiating with a smile. "Esteemed friend, what would you like to select?" Chu Yin lowered his voice, pressing his hat down further. "Could you take me to see your manager? I wish to pawn some items." The attendant, noting his cautious demeanor, said nothing further and led him to the back of the first floor. Renowned for its reputation, no one dared to cause trouble in Linlang Building, and the attendant felt no fear of Chu Yan's trickery. The back room was spacious. The attendant ushered Chu Yin into a secluded chamber before departing, leaving just 2 individuals. A corpulent middle-aged man in a brocade robe smiled and said, "Here. It's just the 2 of us. What treasures might the young brother have to show?" Without much preamble, Chu Yin tossed a jade bottle across. The middle-aged man caught it, opened the bottle, and brought it to his nose, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Though he masked it quickly, Chu Yin noticed, and his heart tightened. "Please name your price. My master requires some spirit herbs, and I cannot delay." Though spirit liquid was precious, first-grade spirit liquid circulated commonly in the market, valued at roughly 80 low-grade spirit stones. The manager, having regained his composure, replied nonchalantly, yet internally, he was astir with thoughts of Chu Yan's likely impressive background. "Ah, manager, do not jest. The spirit liquid my master concocted is of far superior quality compared to ordinary spirit liquid. Surely, you're discerning. I can see this. 150 spirit stones for this bottle," he asserted. Chu Yin understood the worth of spirit liquid. Typically, first-grade spirit liquid was around 100 spirit stones, and the quality produced by the cauldron was evidently superior. "Very well, young brother, let us establish a friendship on our first transaction. 120 spirit stones. Though your spirit liquid is excellent, any higher would be unreasonable." The middle-aged man squinted, feigning difficulty. "Deal." Joy surged within Chu Yin. 120 spirit stones was no insignificant sum. As a mere outer disciple of Phylong Peak, he only received 1 low-grade spirit stone monthly, while ordinary disciples earned 5, and even core disciples fetched just 10. This single bottle of spirit liquid was equivalent to the annual earnings of a core disciple at Phylong Peak, a considerable fortune for Chu Yin. "May I inquire if you possess any items to conceal one's cultivation? The higher the quality, the better. Rest assured, there is nothing that Linlang Building cannot procure." "Please wait a moment," the manager replied, summoning a female attendant. Moments later, the attendant entered, carrying a tray. "This is a concealment pearl, a low-grade secret treasure. As long as it is worn, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage cannot perceive your cultivation level." The chubby steward opened the first brocade box, revealing a faintly glowing yellow bead nestled within. "Is there anything better?" Chu Yin inquired, his expression unchanging. "This is a spirit blocking stone, a mid-grade treasured item. Wearing it makes it difficult for foundation establishment practitioners to discern your cultivation level," the steward explained as he opened the second brocade box, revealing a nearly transparent stone. "What is the price of this?" Among the entire Phylong Peak, only Qi Tianlai was a strong practitioner at the Golden Core stage, and upon recognizing Chu Yan's wasteful 5 spirit roots, he likely would not easily summon him again. This spirit blocking stone was just what he needed. 500 spirit stones. Upon hearing the steward's words, Chu Yin furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I came in haste and only brought these 3 bottles of spirit liquid. I have no more." The steward appeared conflicted, but with a pained expression, he relented. "All right, young brother, given the quality of your spirit liquid, I will sell it to you. Also, provide me with an item that can disguise your appearance. Such an item should not cost too many spirit stones." After Chu Yin left, the steward could not hide his joy, muttering to himself, "Spirit liquid of such high quality, if sold to those big shots. Each bottle could fetch at least 300 spirit stones." Which big shot doesn't he have descendants? Who exactly is this young man to possess 3 bottles of such high-quality spirit liquid? Although the steward had doubts about Chu Yan's origin, they were in the business of trade, and what they detested most was killing and robbing. The reason the Ling Lang Tower thrived was due to its reputation. If the reputation faded, the tower would no longer be able to operate. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan's humble abode was now completely filled with faint blue light spots. In the next moment, these blue light spots surged towards him, ultimately pouring into the crown of his head. In his dantian, the third strand of faint blue gaseous spiritual power coalesced, signifying that Chu Yan had ascended to the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage. In just a month, he had broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a level that would prevent him from being expelled from the peak. As the sound of a gong echoed, Chu Yan no longer had time for further contemplation. He used the spirit blocking stone to suppress his cultivation to the 1st level of Qi refinement and stepped out of his small abode. On the bluestone road in the middle of Filong Peak, as usual, he was carrying 2 buckets of water. At that moment, 5 or 6 core disciples were descending from the mountain. "Hey, isn't that our junior brother Chu?" One of them exclaimed. "Have you all heard? Our junior brother Chu was struck by lightning and has become a genius from being a waste." Wu Renqing glanced at Chu Yan, speaking in a mocking tone to those beside him. As the 10th-ranked talent disciple of Filong Peak, he believed he had ample reasons to be arrogant. "Brother Wu, you are mistaken. A waste will always be a waste. There is no luck that can change that. Our junior brother Chu can indeed cultivate now, but that is only because he possesses a top-grade spirit root, while he has 5 spirit roots." Haraha. A core disciple named Li Shirquan, ranked 13th among the disciples, hurriedly chimed in. "Ah, a waste must accept their fate. Some wastes still dare to dream beyond their means. That is truly asking for trouble." "Don't you think so, junior brother Chu?" Wu Renqing sneered, his gaze fixed coldly on Chu Yan. "Junior brother does not understand what brother Wu means. Please excuse me, I need to fetch some water," Chu Yan replied with an indifferent tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "You little brat. Who gave you the courage to speak to brother Wu like that?" A burly young man kicked towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan quickly raised his arms to shield his chest, staggering back a step from the blow. He then raised his head, his eyes coldly locking onto the young man. "Kid, why are you glaring? Are you trying to kill me with your gaze? I'm so scared." Haha. The burly youth felt a chill when faced with Chu Yan's icy stare, his expression shifting slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and mocked him. Meanwhile, in a corner on the mountain, "Sister, isn't that Chu Yan?" He is being bullied. Huang Xiaowen tugged at Hua Mengqi's sleeve. Hua Mengqi's expression was conflicted as she sighed inwardly. Upon hearing that Chu Yan had regained his cultivation ability, she was overjoyed, hoping that he would one day shine again. However, contrary to her hopes, he had transformed into a top-grade waste with 5 spirit roots. How could she choose? Could she abandon everything she fought for just for the current Chu Yan? She simply could not do it. "Junior brother, it seems you are truly asking for trouble today. I have heard that you, this waste, possess a bit of brute strength. Let us see how capable you really are," Wu Renqing said mockingly, while the others readied themselves for a confrontation. But they were merely sycophants. If they wished to fight, then let them, but they must not disgrace their master. Chu Yan snorted coldly. After Qi Tianlai identified his 5 spirit roots, he would undoubtedly have no time to deal with him. These provocateurs were likely acting on the orders of his so-called good senior brother. Chu Yan would not retreat. On Filong Peak, no one dared to kill. Although he could not reveal his spiritual power, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Among the 3, aside from Wu Renqing, who was at the pinnacle of the 6th level, the others were only at the 5th level, making it a battle he could engage in. Even if he were to lose, he would at least take a piece of their skin. Chu Yan gathered his momentum, ready to strike, when suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop right there." A stunningly beautiful woman, clad in pure white garments, descended on a flying sword, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. "Senior sister." Upon seeing Hua Mengqi, Wu Renqing and his companions hurriedly lowered their heads and respectfully addressed her. "Have you all been training diligently?" Hua Mengqi's voice was icy as she addressed them. The group fell silent, not daring to speak. With less than half a year until the Sect's grand competition, I hope you do not tarnish the reputation of Filong Peak. Now disperse. Hearing Hua Mengqi's words, Wu Renqing and the others could only leave in silence, casting disdainful glances at Chu Yan as they departed. Hua Mengqi attempted to help Chu Yan lift the fallen buckets, but he replied, I can manage myself. He hoisted the 2 buckets back onto his shoulders and turned, their eyes meeting. Hua Mengqi's gaze was complex, while Chu Yan's eyes were devoid of emotion. If it's too much, don't force yourself. Being an ordinary person is also acceptable. I am sorry. Hua Mengqi could not fail to notice that Chu Yan was currently only at the first level of qi refinement. 3 months to reach the 3rd level? Such a feat was utterly impossible, not to mention the prospect of regaining his former glory. Although Hua Mengqi still held feelings for Chu Yan, she had ultimately abandoned him in favor of her future in cultivation, just as she had 3 years prior. Thank you. Chu Yan's resolute face broke into a faint smile, one that seemed capable of freezing the world, as he choked out those 2 words. The pain was indescribable, like a knife cutting deeper into his heart. Chu Yan turned and, with a somewhat unsteady gait, walked away into the distance. Having been raised by Chu Changtian and his wife, he and Hua Mengqi had grown up together. Chu Yan regarded her as the most important person in his life aside from his parents. When he finally understood what love meant, he fell for her. To save her from her cold poison, he ventured into the southwestern mountains with his parents in search of the legendary heavenly Miao fire lotus, only to lose them both in the process. Yet, she betrayed him, betraying both her own parents and the ones who raised her. Sorry, is that her choice? 3 years had passed, and Chu Yan believed he had long since extinguished any lingering feelings for this ungrateful woman. Only resentment remained. Yet today, a few simple words from Hua Mengqi revealed to him that he still loved her deeply. However, as she finished speaking, his heart shattered into countless imperceptible fragments. Watching the desolate figure of Chu Yan, Hua Mengqi felt as though something had lodged itself in her chest. Though she hesitated, she had no regrets about her choice. It was better to end things sooner rather than later. Sister Hua, Chu Yan will no longer love you. Never again, forever. The redness around his eyes betrayed him, yet not a single tear fell. Beneath the setting sun, the silhouette of the youth stretched long. Young master, I and Appos am sorry. At these words, her heartstrings quivered. 2 streams of tears traced the beautiful face of the woman, her voice trembling with sorrow. No one could fathom the depths of that heartache. Thus, let us part ways, let us no longer linger, for this is your choice, as well as mine. Time flew by, and 2 months swiftly passed. After 2 months of cultivation aided by spiritual liquid, Chu Yan's strength had ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. 5 strands of light blue spiritual energy swirled within his dantian, instilling him with confidence as he finally stepped into the mid-stage of qi refinement. Once his cultivation at the 5th layer stabilized, he would be able to wield magical artifacts. For cultivators, the ability to wield such artifacts truly signifies their status as practitioners. The feeling of transcending between heaven and earth while wielding these instruments is something the mundane cannot comprehend. The foremost purpose of these artifacts is, of course, to defend against attacks. Chu Yan and Appos' aspirations extended beyond merely passing the internal assessments. He aimed to place among the top 10 in the internal competitions, thus securing a chance to participate in the Grand Sect tournament. A victory in this tournament would bring him renown, earning the attention of the sect's highest echelons, diminishing Qi Tianlai's threat, and ensuring he received focused cultivation from the sect. His path to immortality lay before him. After another day of mundane chores, Chu Yan made his way to the small hut he had constructed on the mountain. Having moved out from the disciples' quarters, his growing power had led to increasingly louder breakthroughs, and he wished to keep his secret hidden. He relocated to a more secluded area among the trees. With his current strength, he could handle most ordinary beasts. The meager spiritual energy at his previous residence was of little concern, especially with the aid of the spiritual liquid. For these past 2 months, Chu Yan had continued to suppress his cultivation at the 1st layer of qi refinement using a spirit-blocking stone. He endured the mocking jibes of the disciples from Filong Peak, who enjoyed taunting him with derogatory remarks, including calling him a cowardly man hiding behind a woman. Yet no one dared confront him directly, thanks to Hua Mengqi's influence. As long as they refrained from attacking, Chu Yan saw no need to reveal his true strength. After 3 years, what did it matter? In the upcoming internal competition, he was confident he could trample them all. What was this? Before the small hut lay a dark object, beside which lay the corpse of a serpent bull. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yan discovered it was a large black chicken, astonishingly dark, its feathers deeper than those of a raven. Had it not been for its pale blue comb, he might have mistaken it for a well-fed crow. But was there really such a thing as a pale blue comb on a chicken? 2 puncture wounds on the chicken's neck oozed blood, presumably from the serpent bull's attack. Yet who had slain the serpent bull? Noticing the layer of white frost covering the serpent bull, Chu Yin felt puzzled. Could this large black chicken have done it? Ridiculous. This chicken emitted no spiritual energy, merely an ordinary fowl. Hardly even a beast. How could it possibly have slain a serpent bull? Regardless, dinner was now secured. With that thought, Chu Yin gathered materials from his hut and set up a roasting rack. Having lived alone for 3 years, his culinary skills had reached an admirable level. He skinned the serpent bull and skewered it on a stick, placing it over the fire. Soon, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Chu Yan's appetite surged, and he sprinkled some seasonings onto the meat. When the meat turned a golden brown, he could no longer resist and cut a large piece to eat. Crunch. Where was the meat? Chu Yan bit down only to discover the cold blade of his knife instead. What was happening? Had he misremembered? Confounded. He cut another piece and sent it to his mouth. Crunch. What on earth? The meat had vanished again, and he had bitten into the cold knife once more. He cut another piece, this time fixing his gaze firmly on it, only to see a shadow dart past. And when he looked again, the meat had disappeared from the knife. This is absurd. Chu Yan glanced around, searching for the thief. His eyes landed on the unskinned black chicken on the ground, where a noticeable bulge in its neck was shifting downward. So it was you, pretending to be dead. Chu Yan muttered, suddenly lunging for the still pretending black chicken. However, he missed entirely and bumped his chin against the ground. Enraged, he scrambled to his feet and chased after the black chicken, only to find it moved with the swiftness of a phantom, darting around the cave like a streak of black lightning. Chu Yan was left sweating profusely, unable to touch even a single feather. Astounded, he thought, could a chicken move so fast? Frustrated at being toyed with by a mere chicken, Chu Yan realized he could not match its speed. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly activated the only spirit talisman he had, the Xian Shui shield, which he had purchased for protection at the Linlang Pavilion. A translucent water shield enveloped him, allowing him to sit and continue roasting the serpent bull. The aroma intensified, filling the air. The black chicken watched from the corner, saliva dripping from its beak, before it dashed toward the roasting rack without hesitation. Bang! The pale blue shield emitted gentle ripples, and the black chicken was sent flying against the stone wall. Dazed, it shook its head, its expression morphing into one of human-like anger, and charged at Chu Yan once more. Bang! Again, it was sent flying. Chu Yan gazed at the black chicken, proudly tearing into the roasted meat. The black chicken seethed with rage, yet it had lost its temper. Slowly approaching the Xian Shui shield, its eyes filled with longing, a pitiful expression adorning its face. This fellow, unable to succeed through force, has resorted to a softer approach. Huh. Chu Yan chuckled at the sight of the black chicken, but suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy within him tremble. He hurriedly began to circulate the Xian Zhong Shui Ju. To his astonishment, the speed of the technique and Oppo's operation was now double its usual rate. Though he didn't understand why, joy surged within him. Yet abruptly, the trembling of his spiritual energy ceased, and the technique returned to its normal pace. Could it be? Observing the black chicken's disappointed demeanor as it turned away, Chu Yan's heart raced. Could it be this black chicken? Hey, wait. Don't go. Here, take this. Chu Yan called out, tossing a piece of roasted meat outside the Xian Shui shield. The black chicken perked up, excitement evident in its eyes as it rushed over. Indeed, it was as he suspected. As the black chicken drew near, Chu Yan distinctly felt the spiritual energy within him tremble once more. Come, do not be afraid. Eat by my side. It is all for you. Chu Yan dissipated the Xian Shui shield and spoke to the large black chicken, which seemed to comprehend his words and nodded obstinately before sitting down next to him, clutching a sizable piece of roasted meat with its wings and beginning to gnaw at it. Filled with joy, Chu Yan quickly sat cross-legged and commenced his practice of the Xian Zhong Shui Ju. The following day, a stream of faint blue light points began to gather outside the small thatched cottage, filling the interior with their luminescence. Suddenly, all the blue light points surged into Chu Yan's crown. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he opened his tightly shut eyes and erupted into a hearty laugh, sensing 5 strands of faint blue spiritual power floating in his dantian. Chu Yan could scarcely believe that he had effortlessly broken through the first major bottleneck of the Qi refinement stage, advancing to the 5th layer, thus officially entering the mid-Qi refinement stage, and he could finally wield magical artifacts. That night, Chu Yin descended from the flying dragon peak once more. With his fifth-layer Qi refinement stage now firmly established, possessing a couple of suitable magical artifacts was essential to stand out in the upcoming assessments. At Linling Tower, he requested, "Please take me to see your manager." The attending woman was the same as last time, and Chu Yin remembered her beauty mark. In the inner chamber, a middle-aged man adorned in a brocade robe sat upon a phoenix-patterned carved chair, his square face framed by thick brows and a broad nose. He spoke urgently, "Old Tian, has that lad not come by in the last 2 months?" Old Tian, the plump steward who had met Chu Yin previously, wore a long face and replied, "My lord, I assure you, I have not concealed anything. If he returns, you must ensure he is retained. That spiritual liquid is comparable to the legendary natural spiritual liquid, a concoction no one has ever replicated." The middle-aged man became animated at this revelation. That is indeed a natural spiritual liquid birthed from the heavens. Such a substance would greatly benefit the foundational training of young disciples and their future development. "Yes, my lord, I will certainly not let him escape next time." Old Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, regretting having previously underestimated the quality of the liquid, now realizing its connection to natural spiritual liquids. "Boss, a guest wishes to see you privately." The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, "You may proceed. This matter requires your utmost attention." Old Tian sighed inwardly, relieved to be free from the immense pressure of his superior. As Chu Yin entered the back hall, the plump steward awaited him. "This esteemed friend, what treasures might you have for us to see?" Chu Yin, not wishing to linger on pleasantries, tossed a jade vial towards him. "Little brother, is that you?" the steward exclaimed, sniffing the contents of the vial, his face lighting up with excitement as his eyes gleamed like a wolf spotting a lamb. "Do not jest with me, esteemed friend." Chu Yin, now appearing as an elderly man with an appropriate voice, along with the obstructive spirit stone concealing his true cultivation, could indeed masquerade as an experienced elder. "My young brother, please do not feign any longer. It is not that our store sold you defective items, but typically, esteemed elders visit the upper levels of Linling Tower, and I am all too familiar with the uniqueness of your spiritual liquid." Realizing the steward's implication, Chu Yin decided to revert to his original voice. "I seek to select magical artifacts of the highest quality. Do not rush, young brother. Allow me to introduce you to someone who has long heard of your esteemed name." Noticing the steward's apparent goodwill, Chu Yin followed him through winding corridors into a more spacious room. My lord, this is the young brother I mentioned." Old Tian beamed as he nodded towards Chu Yin. "Old Tian, you may leave now." "Yes, my lord." With that, Old Tian exited, leaving only Chu Yin and the enigmatic middle-aged man in the room. "Who are you?" "I am the proprietor of Linling Tower. You may call me Boss Qian." "May I inquire your name, young sir?" Qian Wanxin smiled amicably, devoid of any air of superiority. Those familiar with him would surely be astounded. The man known as the ghostly face Yama could actually smile. Li Yan. Upon hearing this, Qian Wanxin did not immediately address the matter of the spiritual liquid, but continued. "What brings you here today, young brother?" "I wish to purchase magical artifacts. As long as you can meet the price, we do possess top-grade artifacts." The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, speaking with an air of confidence. "You have top-grade artifacts?" Chu Yin was taken aback. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare, as most shops only sold upper-grade ones. Top-grade artifacts were incredibly challenging to forge and held a value exceeding that of ordinary lower-grade spiritual tools. Not only were they powerful, but they also had an 8-fold chance of advancing to spiritual tool status. A cultivator who breaks through the Qi refinement stage to reach the foundation establishment stage would find the power of ordinary artifacts insufficient, necessitating the acquisition of a spiritual tool. One could either buy or forge a new spiritual tool or refine their Qi refinement artifacts to advance them into spiritual tools. The latter option, however, bore low success rates, with lower-grade artifacts having almost no chance of advancement, middle-grade ones at merely 10%, and upper-grade ones at 30%, while top-grade artifacts boasted an impressive 80% success rate. Thus, it was common for masters of artifact forging to keep their top-grade creations for their descendants rather than sell them, explaining Chu Yan's astonishment. "Ah, young brother, it seems fortune smiles upon you. A master artisan, in urgent need of spirit stones to procure elixirs, recently brought me the only top-grade artifact he has crafted in a century." As Qian Wanxin spoke, a luminous brocade box appeared on the table. "Young brother, behold. This top-grade artifact is known as the Dragon Turtle Shield, forged from the shell of a Tier 4 top-grade demon beast. the Qianlong turtle, combined with numerous rare materials. Unless one has reached the consummate level of qi refinement, even those at the 12th layer of qi refinement cannot break through it with mere spiritual power. As Chu Yin listened to the introduction, his heart ignited with fervor. This was indeed a life-saving artifact, a weapon crafted from a Tier 4 demon beast, which equated to the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator at the 4th layer. Additionally, the dragon turtle shield possessed offensive capabilities, with its edges lined with sharp, serrated teeth. As he caressed the shield, Chu Yin found it increasingly difficult to part with. Moreover, due to its construction from the Qianlong turtle shell, this dragon turtle shield harbors a trace of dragon energy. The dragon, king of all beasts, exerts a certain suppression over artifacts forged from similar beast materials. Qian Wanqing concluded, awaiting Chu Yan's response. The last time Chu Yan had brought 3 vials of spiritual liquid. They were purchased the very next day by a prominent family at an exorbitant price of 400 spirit stones per vial, with the promise of unlimited supply. Hence, today, the steward was eager to present the only top-grade artifact in the store to such an enthusiastic customer. Indeed, it is he. Let the manager state his price. With this dragon turtle shield and Chu Yan's current cultivation, his chances of placing in the top 10 during the inner competition have significantly increased, and he felt compelled to acquire it today. You, young brother, are esteemed in my regard. Therefore, this magical artifact shall be gifted to you, Qian Wanqing stated nonchalantly, as if uttering trivialities. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's heart trembled, but he quickly regained his composure and replied gently, if you have something to say, Mr. Qian, please be forthright. I believe that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Even if it did, it is unlikely to land at my feet. Haha, well said. Then I shall not beat around the bush. May I inquire about the identity of your esteemed master? Mr. Qian, my master prefers to dwell in solitude within the mountains and avoids interaction with others, so I cannot disclose his name. I hope for your understanding, Chu Yan replied cautiously, sensing that his spiritual liquid was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, the proprietor behind Linlang Tower would not have summoned him personally. I would also like to ask you to convey a message to your master. If he is willing to grace my Linlang Tower with his presence, I would be willing to offer a monthly stipend of 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. Upon hearing Qian Wanqing's words, Chu Yan's heart surged with excitement. It seemed that the spiritual liquid produced by his small cauldron held immense value. The prospect of a monthly salary of 100,000 spirit stones was enticing. Yet he quickly composed himself. He understood the peril of possessing something of great value, as the realm of cultivation was rife with tales of murder and treasure theft. The reason Linlang Tower had not acted against him was simply that they deemed it unworthy. Should they discover his small cauldron, matters would take a dire turn. I will certainly relay your message to my master, but I cannot guarantee his agreement, Chu Yan said. Now, regarding this magical artifact, what is its worth? Since you are willing to convey a message, I shall gift this magical artifact to you, Qian Wanqing declared joyfully upon hearing Chu Yan and Appo's willingness to assist. My master has always taught me that one must not accept rewards without merit. Thus, Mr. Qian, please state your price. Very well, as per our last transaction. 8 vials of spiritual liquid, he replied. Agreed. Chu Yan did not haggle. The value of a top-tier magical artifact surpassed that of a typical low-tier one, making the price quite reasonable. Currently, Chu Yan possessed only 10 vials of first-tier spiritual liquid and 5 vials of second-tier. This was all he owned, and there would be no surplus in the future. This was due to the fact that with the arrival of the great black chicken, his cultivation speed had markedly accelerated, as had his absorption rate of spiritual liquid. Each time the small cauldron produced spiritual liquid, it sufficed for only 3 days, leaving him with no excess. When Chu Yan broke through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, the small cauldron underwent some changes. Its cracks diminished, and the quality of the spiritual liquid it produced elevated from first tier to second tier. He sold 1 vial of spiritual liquid and purchased a spirit beast pouch for 50 spirit stones before bidding farewell to Linlang Tower. As he departed, Qian Wanqing presented him with a token, stating it would facilitate future meetings. I am still too impoverished, Chu Yan mused as he stepped out of Linlang Tower. Finding only 1 vial of first-tier spiritual liquid, 5 vials of second-tier, and 70 spirit stones remaining in his possession. However, he could not bring himself to exchange his remaining spiritual liquid for goods, as his cultivation was of utmost importance at present. Having acquired a defensive magical artifact, Chu Yan sought an offensive one next and planned to scour the street stalls. His gaze swept across the stalls lining the streets. Most were bustling with patrons. Yet one elderly vendor in Appos' stall stood conspicuously vacant. Occasionally, a curious passerby would inquire and then depart. Upon approaching, Chu Yin understood why no one lingered. The disheveled old man had displayed a tattered cloth upon which lay a few shabby items. Just as he reached out to examine them, the old man, reclining on a dilapidated chair, warned coldly, "Do not touch unless you intend to purchase. If you break it, can you afford to compensate?" "What are the prices of these items, my friend?" Chu Yin inquired, curious to hear the old man and Appos' response. "This mid-tier defensive magical artifact, the Yin-Yang mirror, is 200 spirit stones. Are you referring to that mirrorless circular frame?" Chu Yin remarked, staring incredulously at the so-called Yin-Yang mirror, which resembled a battered iron ring. "Oh, it has merely sustained some minor damage. It is still functional. Look at this. The mid-tier artifact, the Nine-Dragon Whip, is 300 spirit stones," the old man said, his face reddening as he pointed to an item beside him. "You mean this broken whip?" Chu Yin questioned, bemused at the sight of the two segments. "Oh, just a small flaw. Now, what about this heavenly silkworm armor? It is only, but it has so many holes in it. Then take a look at this. Do you even possess a single usable item?" Chu Yin thought, utterly exasperated with the old man, who seemed to have brought nothing but refuse. He turned to leave. Seeing that Chu Yin appeared genuinely interested, the old man hastily called out, "Young friend, do not go. Behold, this flying sword is a top-tier magical artifact. Although it has some minor damage, it is certainly usable." At the mention of a top-tier magical artifact, Chu Yin instinctively turned back, only to find the old man cradling a rusted, cracked flying sword that was nearly as long as a person and as thick as an adult's calf. Chu Yin was left speechless. "Are you certain this is a top-tier artifact? Where is the sword hilt? What about the blade tip?" He scrutinized the dilapidated object that resembled a massive, rusty iron rod and found it hard to believe it was a top-tier artifact. Though I cannot discern its grade. It has been passed down through my family for generations. It is undoubtedly a top-tier artifact," the old man insisted, thrusting the iron rod into the ground, where it pierced the surface easily as if it were tofu. "This ground is paved with Xiangang stone. Even mid-tier artifacts struggle to damage it. Could it be that this unassuming iron rod is truly a top-tier artifact?" The small cauldron within him trembled, and Chu Yin felt a surge of astonishment. "How much for this iron lump?" 300 spirit stones. It cannot be lower," the old man replied, his heart brimming with joy. Though the iron rod was extraordinarily sharp, it was far too heavy for an ordinary person to wield, and it could not be refined. No one could control its flight. Without the ability to be guided by spirit sense, even the finest weapon was merely a commoner's tool, which was why this iron rod had remained unsold. "I have 1 vial of first-tier spiritual liquid and 70 spirit stones. That is all I possess. If you do not wish to sell, I shall leave." "Deal." The old man feigned reluctance, but as he watched Chu Yin hoist the massive iron rod, almost equal to his height, away, he hurriedly began to pack up and prepare to leave. If it were discovered that the item could not be refined and was merely a mundane weapon, he would be in dire straits. Time passed swiftly. On the 14th of June, nothing particularly remarkable occurred, yet the upcoming inner assessment held great significance for all disciples of Phylong Peak. Today, every disciple was anxiously engaged in preparations. Those who had yet to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement were making a final effort, hoping for a stroke of luck to break through. Disciplines with commendable cultivation were diligently practicing spells and sword techniques, each aspiring to secure a place in the top 10 during the assessment and seize the coveted opportunity to participate in the sect's grand competition. Chu Yin, as usual, was carrying water along the stone path, yet this time, an unusual presence accompanied him. A large black chicken perched upon his shoulder, creating an odd spectacle. As long as the large black chicken remained by Chu Yan's side, the spiritual energy within him would tremble, and the operation of the water control technique would accelerate remarkably. Thus, despite finding the chicken's appearance somewhat unappealing, Chu Yan still enjoyed having it close to him. However, the creature seemed to be enamored solely with Chu Yan's roasted meat and did not recognize him as its master. It also refused to enter the spirit beast pouch, preferring instead to perch on Chu Yan's shoulder, crowing incessantly as if it feared that others might not realize it was a rooster. Chu Yan was quite exasperated. Once again, the large black chicken took to crowing loudly from his shoulder, and at that moment, several disciples from the Flying Dragon Peak approached. Among them Wu Rinqing and his companions from their previous encounter. "Oh, is this not our esteemed young master Chu?" One taunted. "Wait, brother, have you forgotten? There is no esteemed young master here, just a foolish stray dog." Another chimed in. "What is that perched on his shoulder?" "Huh, it and Apos. That's simply hilarious. Is that not a plump crow? Truly, the esteemed young master has exquisite taste in pets. Tomorrow is the Peak's assessment. I fear our young master might be expelled from Flying Dragon Peak." They laughed. "Oh, but do not forget, he has a woman to protect him." Their faces were filled with mockery and derision. Chu Yin remained unfazed, treating them as though they were mere air. After a month of relentless training, with the aid of spiritual liquid and the large black chicken, Chu Yin had astonishingly broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. In the journey of cultivation, each advancement became increasingly challenging. If others were to discover that Chu Yin had progressed from the 1st to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage in just 3 months, they would likely regard him as a millennia-old monster reincarnated. With his current cultivation and adeptness in spellcasting, it would be effortless for him to eliminate these individuals. But Chu Yin was unwilling to expose his strength for such triviality. It was simply not worth it. All would be revealed tomorrow, when he would mercilessly trample them underfoot. Truly a cowardly waste, one man shouted, still hurling insults at Chu Yan's retreating figure. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yan hoisted his water bucket and departed. At that moment, a surge of water's spiritual energy erupted from beneath his feet, penetrating the ground and swiftly traveling to just behind the raucous man. The water energy spread out, rendering the seemingly ordinary earth beneath them entirely soft. "Let us go. It is not worth wasting our breath on such a waste of space." Wu Rinqing felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched Chu Yin flee. He abruptly turned to leave, only to find his foot had sunk into the ground. However, having already committed to the motion and fueled by his elation, he stumbled forward, accompanied by a sharp crack as a bone snapped. "Ah, my leg, my leg." In a spacious courtyard, a young woman clad in a pale blue skirt stood in the center, a 3-foot sword hovering before her. The sword, ancient in design and adorned with intricate patterns, radiated a watery blue light, continuously shifting its trajectory in the air. The woman possessed a beauty akin to an ethereal fairy, her brows slightly furrowed as she softly chanted incantations, her hands weaving complex gestures. Suddenly, the blue light of the flying sword intensified, and a layer of light blue water curtain cascaded down from it. As the water droplets danced upon the surface, the woman and Apos' enchanting phoenix eyes reflected a hint of nostalgia, as memories from the past began to coalesce in her mind. "Senior sister, you've reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement." "Hee, I have reached the 7th layer." "Young master, do not call me that. We are not yet married." A 15 or 16-year-old girl blushed with indignation as she confronted the shorter boy before her. All right, my esteemed lady, may I call you Senior Sister Hua instead?" "Ugh, by the way, Senior Sister Hua, here, take this." The boy, beaming with joy, produced an ancient-looking sword from his waist. This cannot be. It was personally crafted by our master for you." "Oh, stop with the fuss. You are my wife, so my belongings are yours. Just take it. I will have my father forge another." The boy insisted, pressing the sword into her hands. The girl, unable to resist, found herself captivated by the boy's earnestness, her maturity contrasting with his innocence, especially given her 8-year age difference. "Quickly, Senior Sister Hua, try refining it. Let's see how it performs." The girl, her cheeks flushed, dripped a drop of her blood onto the sword for refinement. "Senior sister, you must disperse your spiritual energy along the middle of the sword in a straight line, then swiftly move it sideways. You will be pleasantly surprised." Upon following his advice, beads of sweat formed on her brow as the sword soared in the sky, a soft blue light emanating from it, followed by a water curtain enveloping the boy and girl on either side. "How's that, Senior sister?" This light blue water curtain can both defend and trap enemies. It strikes a perfect balance between offense and defense. Our creation. Impressive, right? Senior Sister Yu. Before he could finish, he noticed the girl's flushed face and her beautiful eyes gazing at him as if they could weep. His own cheeks reddened in response. "What should we name this sword?" "Let us call it the Autumn Water Sword." The boy laughed joyfully. But then, the vision shattered, leaving only memories of the past. With a sudden thud, Huang Mengqi, momentarily lost in thought, allowed the autumn water sword to drop to the ground, devoid of the spiritual energy needed to maintain its flight. As she gazed at the sword on the ground, Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. "Young master, do you know? My heart aches terribly." She clutched her chest, feeling a sorrow that few could comprehend. She had once believed she could forget Chu Yan, yet the words he spoke upon leaving echoed relentlessly in her mind. "Senior Sister Hua, I no longer love you, not now, nor ever." Each repetition pierced her heart like a dagger. However, having resolved to move on, she acknowledged the inevitable. Tomorrow was the peak's assessment, and Chu Yan would undoubtedly be expelled. Their futures were no longer intertwined. Perhaps this was simply her fate. With sorrowful eyes, Hua Mengqi recalled the order given to her by Qi Tianlai, instructing her to unite with Qi Jiaomu in a dual cultivation ceremony after the sect competition. She had long understood his intentions and was prepared to accept her fate. Before the little thatched cottage, a woman appeared in Chu Yan's line of sight, a woman he recognized, often seen alongside Hua Mengqi. Upon seeing her, an ominous premonition stirred within him. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. This is from Senior Sister Hua." Huang Xiaowen handed him an envelope. As he laid eyes upon the three prominent characters emblazoned on the envelope, a shock coursed through his mind. Divorce agreement. With trembling hands, Chu Yan opened the envelope, revealing a blank sheet of paper with just 11 words inscribed. "Fate brought us together, yet we are incompatible. The celestial and mortal realms are distinct. Do not force it." Ha! What a splendid fate that is. What a remarkable distinction between realms. Do not force it. As a man of stature, how could I, Chu Yintang, be concerned with matters of love? Upon reading those lines, Chu Yin erupted into wild laughter, biting his fingertip and fervently scribbling beneath the 11 ruthless characters. He then shoved the letter back into the envelope and tossed it to Huang Xiaowen before turning to enter the small hut. Observing Chu Yan's demeanor, Huang Xiaowen felt a complex swirl of emotions as she departed. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in blue emerged from behind the trees. "Chu Yan, a familiar." Icy voice reached his ears. Stepping out of the hut, Chu Yan saw the complicated expression on Ruoxuan's face. "What brings you here?" he stammered. Ruoxuan did not respond to his query, but instead fixed her gaze intently upon him. Under her cold scrutiny, Chu Yan, already feeling guilty, was rendered speechless, a chill running through him. After a long silence, Ruoxuan spoke. "You must pass the internal assessment. Do you hear me? You must rank among the top 10 of Filong Peak. Are you listening? You cannot perish before the sect's grand competition. Do you understand?" Chu Yan was utterly stunned, staring at Ruoxuan as if she were a monster. It was unprecedented for the usually frigid and reticent Ruoxuan to utter so many words in one breath. Her face flushing under his unabashed stare, Ruoxuan tossed a storage bag at Chu Yan before summoning her flying sword and soaring away. "Remember, your life is not solely your own." Her cold voice echoed in the distance. Opening the storage bag, Chu Yan discovered 2 mid-grade magical artifacts and 2 forbidden breaking pills. Warmth flooding his heart, the faint fragrance from the flying sword lifted his earlier despondency. In his most challenging moments, one chose to abandon him, while another offered him such kindness. As he gazed towards the retreating figure of the enchanting woman, recalling her commanding tone, a resolute expression flickered across Chu Yan's face. Today was destined to be extraordinary. It would determine the fate of all disciples under 30 years of age at Filong Peak. 5 years of arduous training were for this very day. Perhaps after today, he would soar to become a core disciple, or perhaps he would be expelled from the peak, losing his chance at immortality. Ultimately, only strength could dictate the outcome. At the summit of Filong Peak lay a vast plaza, rumored to have been carved by the first-generation peak master with unparalleled celestial power. Dozens of arenas had been erected upon the platform, with over 1,000 Qi refining disciples gathered from all around Filong Peak. Today marked the day of the internal competition, preceded by the internal assessment, where only those who had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement would qualify to remain at Filong Peak. At the center of the plaza, a towering stone tablet, the spirit testing stone, stood prominently on the central arena. Seated on one side of the central arena were the 5 most significant figures of Filong Peak, with the 4 elders flanking the central figure, the peak master, Qi Tianlai. Below the central arena, a long queue had formed, consisting of 200 to 300 miscellaneous disciples. Most bore expressions of despair, with only a few wearing confident smiles, while Chu Yan and Appo's face remained inscrutable. "Li Yun," a frail elder called out, prompting a panicked disciple at the front of the line to ascend the stage. Placing his hand on the spirit testing stone, he poured all his spiritual energy into it. The elder regarded the disciple with disdain, coldly remarking. The disciple placed his palm upon the stone, and a faint red glow surged forth. Moments later, despite his efforts, no further light emerged from his hand. Suddenly, the spirit-testing stone erupted with brilliance, and ancient golden characters materialized. First level of Qi refinement. The disciple's face drained of color as he collapsed to the ground. Not reaching the third level of Qi refinement disqualifies you. Next, please, elder, grant me another chance. The disciple pleaded. Remove him. The harshness of reality set in. Of the nearly 300 miscellaneous disciples, very few reached the third level of Qi refinement. Those who did not meet the standard were swiftly expelled from Phylong Peak. Wang Xiong, hearing the elder's call. Wang Xiong stepped onto the stage with a triumphant expression, casting a provocative glance at Chu Yin. He pressed his palm firmly against the spirit-testing stone. A rich yellow light pouring forth. Third level of Qi refinement. Ha ha ha. I passed. I passed. Wang Xiong laughed heartily, having trained tirelessly since being beaten by Chu Yin. He never expected to strike luck and reach the third level that very night. Step down. Elder Xie commanded. Wang Xiong descended the stage with a smug grin, whispering to Chu Yin as he passed, "You're about to be expelled from the peak. When that happens, I can kill you without consequence. You made me lie in bed for a month, spending all my savings on healing. Today, you're finished." Chu Yin's expression barely changed. He treated Wang Xiong as though he were invisible. Wang Xiong, vexed, retorted, "Humph, just wait to be the subject of ridicule." Chu Yin. The elder's voice rang out, drawing the attention of the entire assembly to a young man. Chu Yin, the son of the previous peak master. Once one of the top 10 prodigies of Yuhua sect, his spiritual roots had been rendered useless for 3 years, only to be restored by misfortune. Yet he became a 5-rooted waste. His entanglements with Hua Mengqi and enmity with Qitiang Mu, alongside the peak master Qi Tianlai's grievances, guaranteed that Chu Yin would be the center of attention today, not for admiration, but for mockery. In mere moments, the plaza fell silent, only to erupt moments later. "Isn't that our young Master Chu? Ha ha ha, he's truly a disgrace to the old peak master. Now he's nothing but a stray dog, foolishly hoping to rival our senior brother. He has a woman protecting him, huh? This waste is about to be expelled from Phylong Peak. We shall enjoy the spectacle." Laughter echoed through the plaza as Chu Yin appeared unfazed, steadily ascending the stage. Among the spectators, a remarkable young man stood beside Qi Tianlai, his gaze firmly fixed on the arena. Qi Tianlai, observing his disciple and Apos' demeanor, remarked, "Mu and Apos, this remnant of the Chu family is about to be expelled. You may handle the aftermath." Qitiang Mu, noting the murderous intent in Qi Tianlai and Apos' eyes, replied respectfully, "Yes, master." Yet a sense of unease gnawed at him, an inexplicable feeling of crisis that intensified upon seeing Chu Yin. Could this boy still stir up trouble? Unlikely. Qitiang Mu quickly dismissed the thought, convincing himself that he was overthinking. In 3 months, from the first to the third level of Qi refinement, he was still a 5-rooted waste. Even a disciple with a heavenly root could not achieve such a feat unless possessed by an ancient spirit. It was utterly impossible. Hua Mengqi, standing beside Qi Tianlai, turned pale upon hearing his words. She knew that Qi Tianlai had set his sights on Chu Yin's demise. Once expelled from the peak, Chu Yin would have no avenue for survival. What could she possibly do? Hua Mengqi sighed inwardly, feeling envious gazes directed at her as the senior sister of Phylong Peak. Yet, before Qi Tianlai, she felt utterly powerless. Although she yearned to rescue Chu Yin, she understood her own limitations and could not forsake everything she currently possessed for his sake. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yin stepped onto the arena. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over thousands of disciples in the square, then landing on Qi Tianlai in the stands, then on Hua Mengqi, followed by Qitiang. Before a peculiar smile crept onto his lips, he was smiling. Could it be that this lad had been struck senseless by lightning? He was merely putting on a show. Soon, he would be the one to weep. Just wait and see. Unlike the murmuring disciples below, a sense of unease unexpectedly stirred within Qi Tianlai. This feeling was both sudden and unwelcome. Qitiang felt a jolt in his heart, sensing an ominous premonition at the sight of Chu Yin's strange smile directed at him. A flicker of cold amusement flashed in Hua Mengqi's beautiful eyes. Was he mocking me? Surely, he must harbor hatred towards me. Chu Yin turned his gaze back, his palm gently pressing against the spirit-testing stone. Immediately, an intense azure light surged forth, and moments later, the stone revealed the inscription, "Third layer of Qi training." The 5 golden characters dazzled the eyes of everyone present, and the square fell into a profound silence. Impossible. With a resounding clap, Qi Tianlai, both astonished and furious, shattered the table beside him. At this moment, he was utterly shaken. Chu Yin had actually reached the 3rd layer of Qi training. To ascend 2 layers in just 3 months was a feat beyond comprehension. Such prodigious speed could not possibly stem from a 5-element root. A murderous intent flickered in Qi Tianlai's eyes as a sense of crisis welled up within him. If this boy were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat that must be eliminated. Kitiemu's expression darkened. Chu Yin had always been a thorn in his side. As long as Chu Yin lived, he would linger in Hua Mengqi's heart, and thus Kitiemu yearned to eradicate him immediately. Today was supposed to be the moment when Chu Yin would be expelled from the peak, yet he never anticipated such a result from the test. Could it be? Hua Mengqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Chu Yin truly regained his talent? Her heart was a tempest of confusion. How could this be possible? The spirit testing stone must be defective, surely that's it. But the stone had been passed down from the ancestors. How could it be faulty? Was that worthless boy possessed by a demon? The square erupted into chaos, with all eyes fixated on Chu Yin, many suspecting he had been possessed by an ancient demon. The thin elder responsible for the assessment wore an expression of astonishment. There were numerous tales of ancient beings taking over the bodies of youths after their own physical forms were destroyed. If Chu Yin truly harbored such an entity, then... Noting the elder's astonished look, Chu Yin felt little surprise. The elder grasped Chu Yan's wrist, a wisp of spiritual energy penetrating his body. With his own cultivation at mid-foundation, the elder felt no fear as he prepared to investigate, believing that if an ancient demon resided within, it would be severely weakened due to its injuries. Moments later, astonishment flooded the elder's face as he stammered, "Chu Yin, 3rd layer of Qi training. You have passed the assessment." What? He actually reached the 3rd layer of Qi training. How is this possible? The square erupted once more in disbelief. With the elder's personal verification, there could be no doubt. This confirmed Chu Yan's accomplishment, reaching the 3rd layer in a mere 3 months. The gazes of the crowd shifted from derision to astonishment. As Chu Yin descended from the arena step by step, his expression revealed no hint of joy. After that brief, cold smile, his face returned to its usual calm. How is this possible? Wang Xiong looked at Chu Yin approaching him. Fear etched across his features. Scram! Chu Yin uttered casually, causing Wang Xiong to instinctively recoil in shock. This was merely the first step of his ascent. The best was yet to come. A faint smile played upon Chu Yan's lips, his heart swelling with ambition. Qi Tianlai's eyes blazed with fury. Today's events had far exceeded his expectations. Kitiemu discerned Qi Tianlai's thoughts and said, "Master, I have a method to deal with this boy." "Oh, speak quickly." Kitiemu whispered a few words into Qi Tianlai's ear, and a sinister smile crept across Qi Tianlai's face. "Mu'er, this matter will be entrusted to you." Disciple obeys. After each assessment within the peak, the most crucial moment for all disciples arrived, the internal competition. The threshold for participation in this competition was not high. Any disciple who had reached the 3rd layer of Qi training and was under 30 years of age was eligible to compete. The 10 most talented young disciples would represent Filong Peak in the Grand Sect competition of Yuhua Sect. To make a name for oneself in such a competition would be akin to soaring to great heights. This time, 684 disciples from Filong Peak qualified for the internal competition, spread across 50 arenas divided into 50 groups of over 100 participants each. Chu Yin sat atop a thick, rough iron rod, as large as an adult's calf, with a large black chicken perched on his shoulder, surveying the surroundings and occasionally crowing. This peculiar pairing drew much attention. Chu Yin opened the slip of paper he had drawn. Group 23, number 18. Group 23, Arena 18. Chu Yin, number 63, Sun Mingwei, enter the stage. At last, the moment had arrived. Chu Yin murmured to himself, having awaited this moment for 3 years. He patted the large black chicken asleep on his shoulder. "Hey Nyo, wake up, it and Appos, it's our turn." The black chicken, roused from its slumber, appeared somewhat displeased. Raising its proud head, "Is that Chu Yin?" "Yes, indeed. And what is that on his shoulder?" "The fabled fattened crow." What is that?" As the crowd gazed in astonishment, Chu Yin hoisted the hefty iron rod, nearly 6 feet long, and strode towards the arena. The onlookers shuddered at the sight of the rod, wondering just how much strength he possessed. This iron rod, previously acquired from an old vendor, was the so-called flying sword, now scrubbed clean of rust. Due to its size, Chu Yin had no room left in his storage bag after placing the dragon turtle shield inside, so he had no choice but to carry it. Sun Mingwei, at the third layer of Qi training, could not wield a magical weapon either, so he brandished a broad-bladed sword instead. The sword seemed imposing, but upon seeing Chu Yin appear with that absurdly large iron rod, he was momentarily dumbfounded. How heavy could that thing be? This must be a trick. The match would conclude once either party conceded or was knocked off the stage. With a wave of the referee elder's arm, the competition commenced. Who do you think will win? Well, obviously Sun Mingwei. After all, Chu Yin has just broken through to the third layer. Right, that fellow might have taken some pills to push his potential. How could he possibly be Sun Mingwei's match? Hearing the surrounding discussions, Sun Mingwei felt elated. He had heard that the once useless Chu Yin had regained his talent, but he was curious about his true strength. Had he perhaps resorted to forbidden drugs to inflate his abilities? Today I shall. Hey Nyo, what's the matter? You seem a bit down. Chu Yin paid no heed to Sun Mingwei and instead engaged in conversation with the large black chicken perched on his shoulder. Little fellow, are you playing the fool? Haha, no wonder people say. Black Beauty, what did you say? There's a dog barking? Oh, I see. Chu Yin feigned enlightenment, which infuriated Sun Mingwei, turning his face a shade of purple. You think you can revel in a moment of wit? Just wait. Hey, let us get started quickly. I'm pressed for time and you're droning on like a woman. Chu Yin replied lazily, a hint of impatience creeping into his demeanor. You dare to underestimate me? Die. Sun Mingwei roared in fury. His long knife instantly enveloped in crimson spiritual energy as he charged at Chu Yin, the blade aimed directly at his chest. Come at me. Chu Yin's nonchalant expression vanished, replaced by a cold detachment as he sensed Sun Mingwei's murderous intent. It seems someone wished to claim my life. I shall see who dares to kill me today, he mused silently, his countenance icy and his feet firmly planted. Sun Mingwei, witnessing this, felt a surge of elation, thinking, the senior brother said I must be cautious, but this little brat has been scared witless. Die. Sun Mingwei's blade was now mere inches from Chu Yan's chest. The referee, recognizing the lethal intent, chose not to intervene. Just as the tip of the knife was about to pierce Chu Yan, Sun Mingwei suddenly felt a chilling presence. Bang! The sound of metal clashing with flesh echoed, followed by Sun Mingwei's agonized wail. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. His last thought before losing consciousness being, damn it, that iron rod is no fake. Chu Yan gripped a hefty iron rod in front of him, still poised to swing. A cold smile gracing his lips. The spectators below were left in stunned silence. After 3 days of fierce competition, Chu Yan had cut through his opponents and reached the group finals, leaving everyone astounded. They initially believed that having just broken into the third layer of Qi refinement, his prowess would be unstable and that he would falter against any typical practitioner of the same level. Yet, the reality shattered their expectations. Chu Yan advanced to the finals without having used a single strand of spiritual energy or casting a single spell, relying solely on his imposing iron rod and raw strength. In truth, Chu Yan's actual strength was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. After forging his body within the black pillar of light, his physical power was now sufficient to contend with 10th layer practitioners, and with that 200-pound iron rod, ordinary practitioners stood no chance against him. Today marked the group finals. A stern-looking man stood opposite Chu Yan, known as Zhao Yunhai, whose strength had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Chu Yan, I must admit you are quite a character, but you're brilliant since today. You understand the gap between the mid and early stages of Qi refinement. Zhao Yunhai regarded Chu Yan with a hint of admiration, yet a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. Someone sought Chu Yan's life, and as a mere pawn, he had no choice but to comply. Let us begin, Chu Yan replied calmly. Very well. Today I shall see how your mundane weapon withstands my celestial artifact. Attack, Zhao Yunhai declared, producing a 3-foot flying sword from his storage bag, its surface shimmering with a faint azure glow. Go, Zhao Yunhai uttered a spell, directing his finger towards Chu Yan, and the flying sword surged forward. Who do you think will win this time? Well, obviously Zhao Yunhai. Do you think that mundane weapon can contend with a magical artifact? Yet the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! Chu Yan embraced the iron rod, and swung it violently at the flying sword, the tremendous metallic clash resonating as the sword was sent flying away. What? Is that truly an ordinary iron rod, capable of clashing with a magical artifact? This, and Chu Yan hasn't even used his spiritual energy. The onlookers were astounded, while Zhao Yunhai's face turned pale, his artifact damaged, he had also sustained injury. Die! Zhao Yunhai bellowed, once again reciting his spell, the azure glow of the sword intensifying as it charged towards Chu Yan. A faint smile crept across Chu Yan's face as he advanced step by step towards Zhao Yunhai. Bang! The flying sword zipped past Chu Yan, only to be deflected by his iron rod once more. Bang! The sword came at him from behind, and as if he had eyes on the back of his head, Chu Yan swung again, sending it flying. Bang bang! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Yan effortlessly batted the flying sword away time and again, steadily closing in on Zhao Yunhai. Bang! The sword was sent flying again, and Zhao Yunhai, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth, stood before Chu Yan. Shall we continue? Chu Yan asked coolly, resting the iron rod on his shoulder. I haven't lost yet. Just then, Zhao Yunhai and Appo's hand shot out from behind, a faint azure glow coalescing in his grasp. Die, he declared. The low-tier 4 pattern spell, Azure with Spike, is too slow. Chu Yan replied indifferently, appearing at Zhao Yunhai's side and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Zhao Yunhai's body arched like a bow, and he spat blood, flying off the stage. 18. Chu Yan victory, the referee announced after a brief moment of shock. On the 4th day of the minor competition, the ultimate victors of the 50 groups were unveiled. The tale of Chu Yan, who could withstand magical artifacts with sheer physical strength, spread throughout the entire Flying Dragon Peak. To the onlookers, Chu Yan resembled not a practitioner of the mystical arts, but rather a mundane martial artist. Muir, is this how you've handled things? Chi Tianlai scoffed coldly. Master, I didn't anticipate that Chu Yan had concealed himself so deeply. Yet, no matter how formidable his physical strength, he is still merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. As long as the competition continues, he cannot escape death. Qi Jiaomu respectfully replied. Over the past few days, every one of Chu Yan's opponents had been instructed to strike with lethal intent, yet Chu Yan's performance had been beyond expectations. In a corner of the square, Chu Yan sat alone atop the iron rod, his eyes deep and unfathomable, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Chu Yan, my senior sister wishes to see you. Huang Xiaowen appeared beside him unexpectedly. Chu Yan smiled faintly, his emotions remaining unruffled. He could now face Huang Mengqi with indifference. In a secluded grove on Flying Dragon Peak. Xiaowen, you may leave now. In the grove, only Chu Yan and Huang Mengqi remained. Chu Yan, I never expected you to. Senior sister, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Chu Yan interrupted with a cold tone. Huang Mengqi felt a pang in her heart, yet she understood that all of this was her own doing. Chu Yan, the master wishes for your death. Senior brother Qi Jiao has instructed those who face you to use lethal force. With your current strength, you must flee. Chu Yan's expression revealed a chilling smile. Have you finished? My life or death seems to have no bearing on my senior sister anymore. Huang Mengqi trembled at this, recalling the letter of divorce brought back by Huang Xiaowen, inscribed with a bold character for divorce in blood. Indeed, he had already severed ties with her. Chu Yan, I only wish to spare you from death. Huang Mengqi's expression darkened. What does it matter if I live or die? It is my own affair. Since I have chosen to let go, there is no need for further entanglement. The realms of the immortal and the mortal are distinct. One should not force the issue. This is what my senior sister taught me. Farewell. Chu Yan's voice was icy as he turned to leave. Huang Mengqi hesitated, and at that moment, Chu Yan suddenly turned around, pulling her tightly into his embrace, one hand pressing against her head. Their lips met fervently. Chu Yan's kiss was overwhelming. And after a brief moment of resistance, Huang Mengqi felt herself becoming dizzy, her thoughts fading away. She closed her beautiful eyes, surrendering to Chu Yan's desires. Tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the bitterness of her sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Huang Mengqi opened her eyes, gazing at Chu Yan with a complicated expression. This is what you owe me. From now on, we shall be strangers. Farewell. Chu Yan's words pierced deeply into Huang Mengqi's heart. In his mind, a long-buried memory resurfaced. A young boy asking a beautiful girl, Senior sister, when can I kiss you? The girl shyly replied, when you turn 16, I will let you kiss me. That kiss, who did it burn with its tears? The group matches concluded, and the 50 disciples who secured first place would become inner disciples, receiving special training at Phylon Peak. The highlight of this event was the competition for the top 10 positions within the peak, as only those who ranked in the top 10 would be eligible to compete alongside the prodigies from the other 8 main peaks in the sect's grand competition. According to previous traditions, only those who ranked first in the group matches and attained the 6th level of chi refining were qualified to contend for the top 10 positions. The thin elder stood on the central platform, his voice deep and resonant. In this group match, 50 participants have emerged, of which 19 have reached the 6th level of chi refining, qualifying to compete for the top 10 positions alongside core disciples. Within Phylon Peak, there were 50 inner disciples and 20 core disciples. These core disciples were the true favorites of Phylon Peak, enjoying the most abundant resources. Furthermore, these 20 individuals were exempt from preliminary matches and would directly compete for the top 10 spots against the advancing group disciples. The elder and Apos' announcement invigorated the audience. Although most disciples would not participate in this competition, the excitement of such a thrilling contest captured everyone in Apos' attention. Additionally, due to Chu Yan's exceptional recovery talent and remarkable performance in the group matches, the Peak Master granted him a spot in the competition for the top 10 positions. The elder's words once again thrust Chu Yan into the spotlight, and all eyes turned toward him. Initially intending to showcase more of his abilities, Chu Yan now saw no need. He maintained a calm demeanor, merely offering a faint smile. A total of 40 participants began to draw lots to determine their opponents. To ensure that disciples of similar strengths did not face each other, each core disciple would battle a disciple who emerged from the groups. The first round consisted of 20 arenas, and after this round, 20 participants would be eliminated, leaving the remaining 20 to continue vying for the top 10 positions. On Arena 3, Chu Yan faced Li Shirquan. The match commenced as the referee signaled the start. Master, Li Shirquan possesses mid-level chi refining strength. Dealing with this kid will be no problem. You may rest assured. In truth, the master did not harbor much concern. If this boy could really advance, he would undoubtedly arrange for him to face Chu Yan in the end. Chi Tianlai had considerable faith in Kidiemo, who ranked 7th among the top 10 talented disciples of Yuhua sect, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of chi refining. No matter how formidable Chu Yan was, he could not possibly rival Kidiemo. Hua Mengqi watched Chu Yan on the arena, her heart still lingering on the moment he had kissed her so forcefully, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. Chu Yan regarded Li Shirquan with indifference. Over the past 3 months, Wu Rinxing and others had repeatedly provoked him, and Li Shirquan was one of them, holding the 13th rank among core disciples with a mid-level chi refining cultivation. True to Xiao, I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Li Shirquan said, a mocking smile gracing his face. You are unworthy. Chu Yan replied flatly. Unworthy to be your opponent? Huh. Calling you Chu De Xiao has truly made you believe you are a young master. Don't think that just because you've regained your talent, you can strut about. Today, I will utterly defeat you. You talk too much. Chu Yan removed the iron rod from his shoulder, his aura subtly revealing itself. Li Shirquan ceased his words, murmuring a sword incantation. And soon a flying sword radiating a yellow light emerged from his storage bag, swiftly darting toward Chu Yan. Unfazed, Chu Yan brandished the iron rod before him. But as a core disciple, Li Shirquan expertly manipulated the flying sword, which swiftly dodged and re-angled toward Chu Yan. Chu Yan swung the iron rod to block. But the flying sword was incredibly fast and agile. While he managed to fend off its attack, he could not inflict any damage. There's something even more impressive, Li Shirquan uttered calmly, his fingers moving rapidly as he recited the sword incantation with increasing fervor. The yellow flying sword emitted a resonant cry, its speed surging as it danced around Chu Yan, repeatedly lunging toward him. Chu Yan did not back down, spinning the iron rod in a whirlwind, leaving trails of shadows in the air. Meanwhile, Li Shirquan continued to chant incantations with one hand while the other manifested a wisp of yellow spiritual energy, which he suddenly pressed into the ground. Earth level 6 pattern spell, Earth Spike. Chu Yan suddenly felt a chill beneath him and leapt high into the air. Puff, puff. 3 earth spikes shot up from where he had just stood. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would have been impaled. How could this be? Li Shirquan was astonished. He had just seen Chu Yan struggling against his flying sword attack, and now he had launched a sudden spell ambush. There was no reason for him to react so quickly. Swinging the iron rod with one arm, Chu Yan countered the flying sword and Apos, assault while a faint blue spiritual energy materialized in his left hand. In the next moment, he clenched his palm tightly, then opened it again, transforming the blue energy into 3 azure rings. Chu Yin swiftly flung his left hand, and the 3 azure rings shot toward the flying sword in the air. Low-level 3-pattern spell, Water Prison Rings. Chu Yin had previously gathered his spell under the cover of the rod and appos, as shadow, so Li Shirkuan had not noticed. He could never have imagined Chu Yin would be able to divide his focus at such a moment. Taken by surprise, the 3 azure rings ensnared the yellow flying sword, which trembled in place, unable to move an inch. Kid, do you think your trifling 3-pattern spell can trap my flying sword? A hint of disdain flickered in Li Shirkuan's eyes as he rapidly waved his hands, causing the sword to tremble violently, the azure rings appearing on the verge of shattering. You are quite naive, Chu Yin remarked coolly, gripping the massive iron rod and bringing it crashing down toward the flying sword. Not good. Li Shirkuan gasped, finally realizing Chu Yan's intention, but it was too late. Chu Yan's speed was too swift for him to react. Bang! A resounding metallic clash echoed as the iron rod struck the flying sword, sending it crashing downward. Puff! Simultaneously, Li Shirkuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The connection with his flying sword had severely injured his mind, leaving him unable to sense it any longer. Chu Yin picked up the now dimmed and cracked flying sword. Stepping toward Li Shirkuan endured excruciating pain, hastily gathering his spiritual energy. Yet, in an instant, Chu Yin appeared before him, delivering a powerful knee strike to Li Shirkuan's abdomen. Instantly, Li Shirkuan arched backward and collapsed to the ground. Chu Yin placed a foot upon Li Shirkuan's face. I concede. At that moment, Li Shirkuan was engulfed by a profound sense of fear, yearning to surrender. With a sharp crack, Chu Yin increased the pressure beneath his foot, shattering Li Shirkuan's jaw, rendering him mute, save for anguished cries. No one conceded, and as no one fell from the stage, the referee could not declare the match concluded. Chu Yin crouched down, gently patting Li Shirkuan's pale face, and whispered softly in his ear, "Those who insult me, I shall repay 100-fold." As he spoke, Chu Yan's right hand thrust the flying sword downward with sudden ferocity. Thud! The sword pierced through Li Shirkuan's thigh, embedding itself into the ground, blood splattering forth. Chu Yin rose to his feet and calmly addressed the referee. "Please announce the result." Chu Yin wins. The arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Li Shirkuan and Apos' agonizing wails. Chu Yin turned to gaze at Chi Tianlai and Kitiemu in the stands, a chilling smile gracing his lips. In that moment, Chu Yan's visage was etched into the hearts of all present. Chu Yin has entered the top 20, becoming a core disciple, and this news has ignited the entire Filong Peak, spreading throughout the Yuhua sect. Meanwhile, on the Kumu Peak, a small competition is also underway. On the viewing platform, the face of Xianqing Daoist bears a subtle smile. He is in good spirits today, as the current batch of disciples from Kumu Peak exhibits remarkable talent, greatly enhancing their prospects in the upcoming sect competition. Beside him, Ruo Shiwen seems somewhat perplexed, her face occasionally flushed with shyness, her teeth biting her lip as she clenches her fists, then breaking into a gentle smile before displaying confusion again, followed by a hint of anxiety. In Xianqing Daoist's memory, his disciple has always been taciturn, her demeanor perpetually frosty. Today, however, something seems amiss. Ruo Shiwen is the most favored disciple of Xianqing Daoist, whom he regards as a granddaughter, prompting him to inquire, "Shiwen, are you feeling unwell?" With a smile gracing her face, Ruo Shiwen lowers her gaze, shyly fidgeting with her toes, completely ignoring her master. "Shiwen, what troubles you?" Xianqing Daoist presses. But Ruo Shiwen remains unresponsive. "Shiwen." This time, Xianqing Daoist and Apos' voice resonates with a powerful echo. What is it?" "Master, did you call for me?" Ruo Shiwen exclaims, startled. Observing her demeanor, Xianqing Daoist's heart skips a beat, and he cautiously probes, "Shiwen, I heard that Chu Yin, that young rascal, has progressed from a waste with 5 spiritual roots to the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage in just 3 months. Such a speed in cultivation is truly astonishing." Master, that scoundrel must have stumbled upon some lucky fortune, Ruo Shiwen's smile appears somewhat forced. "Shiwen, the 2 broken restriction pills I refined recently, did you bring them to me? I have great use for them." "Master, I..." Suddenly, Ruo Shiwen kneels before Xianqing Daoist in a panic. You gave those 2 pills to that little brat Chu Yan, didn't you? Master, I. Ruo Xuan's face pales as Xianqing Daoist's words strike her. Rise. I harbor no resentment towards you. Xianqing Daoist helps her up, speaking calmly. Do you understand that the broken restriction pill has its drawbacks? Consider if there were no downsides. Then every disciple at the peak of the qi refining stage in our Yuhua sect would be flourishing. What? Master, you never mentioned this before. What are the drawbacks? Ruo Xuan's complexion turns ashen, her anxiety palpable. Each pill consumed reduces one's lifespan by 20 years. What? Ruo Xuan's face drains of color. She only knew of the pill's effects, unaware of its steep price. If Chu Yan consumes it, he would be sacrificing 20 years of his life. Qi refining cultivators typically live for only a century, meaning he could only survive to 60 at most. It's all my fault for pushing him through the peak assessment. Now, Ruo Xuan's mind is engulfed in self-reproach. However, that boy surely did not consume the broken restriction pills. Xianqing Daoist and Apos. S words gently pull Ruo Xuan and Apos. S thoughts back. Observing her anxious expression, he sighs softly. Even if that boy had ingested 2 broken restriction pills, his cultivation would merely reach the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. And such a hastily gained strength would be inferior to those who truly cultivated to that level. The fact that he could enter the top 20 with his 3rd level of qi refining indicates he must have been concealing his true strength. Upon hearing this, Ruo Xuan exhales in relief, her worries dissipating. Xuan, what is it, master? Have you taken a liking to that young lad Chu Yan? Absolutely not. How could that be? No, definitely not. The competition on Filong Peak continues unabated. After a new round of draws, the remaining 20 contestants will engage in pairs to determine the top 10. On Arena 3, Chu Yan faces off against Wu Renqing. On the platform, Wu Renqing wears a sinister smile, coldly declaring, "What a coincidence, Chu Yan. Running into me today is your misfortune. Don't think that vanquishing that waste, Li Shiquan, makes you impressive." Chu Yan has become a hot topic. Who would have anticipated that a discarded disciple with a waste spirit root for 3 years could rise from adversity to secure a place among the top 20? Who do you think will win this match? Chu Yan has such momentum. Chu Yan stands no chance. Wu Renqing is known for his ruthlessness, a top 10 master. No matter how formidable Chu Yan is, he is merely at the 3rd level of qi refining. How could he possibly contend? That is true. But I hear they have a grudge. This should be entertaining. The spectators murmur among themselves. Chu Yan remains unfazed. Wu Renqing has provoked him repeatedly, and today, he intends to put him in his place. I want your arm. Chu Yan's words, laced with an eerie calmness, resonate. Hey, you want my arm? Let me see your skills. Wu Renqing sneers, chanting a sword incantation, summoning a gleaming golden sword from his storage pouch. This is Wu Renqing's prized possession, the Jinyang sword, a mid-grade magical artifact, vastly superior to Li Shiquan's low-grade weapon. Yet, instead of directing the sword at Chu Yan, Wu Renqing leaps onto it, soaring 10 meters into the air. Look at those fools who don and Apos. Understand the dynamics. They fell victim before a 3rd-level qi refining fool like you. I can fly. Can you? He taunts, laughing heartily. Watching Wu Renqing in the air, a cold smirk appears on Chu Yan's lips. Some spectators feel disdain for his tactics, but upon reflection, they realize his strength justifies his methods. Chu Yan's inability to fly is simply due to his insufficient cultivation. Today, I will ensure your utter defeat. Wu Renqing shouts from above, and with a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized copper ring emerges from his pouch. The Qiankuan ring, as expected of a core disciple. Such wealth to possess 2 magical artifacts. One in the sky, one on the ground. There seems no viable way for Chu Yan to retaliate. His defeat appears inevitable. Noticing the spectators' comments, Wu Renqing's confidence swells. He has witnessed Chu Yan's previous battles and knows he must avoid close combat with this human beast. With a fierce shout, Wu Renqing sends the copper ring hurtling towards Chu Yan. Qiankuan ring go. As the ring hurtles towards him, Chu Yan merely smiles serenely. The Qiankuan ring accelerates towards him. Unfazed, Chu Yan swings his iron staff with speed. He has been diligently practicing his staff techniques for the past month, and his comprehension is exceptionally strong, wielding the heavy iron staff with effortless grace. Humph, today you are bound to lose. Flying over 20 meters high, Wu Renqing manipulates the ring with increasing speed, transforming it into a blur, attacking from multiple angles. The swiftness of the Qiankuan ring challenges Chu Yan's ability to respond. Even spells would struggle to land a hit at such velocity. Is that all you've got? Take this. Wu Rinxing exclaims, a thread of golden spiritual energy manifesting in his hand, which swiftly divides into 3 golden spikes that hurtle towards Chu Yan. Low-tier 5th grade spell, Xianjin Spike. Chu Yan squinted his eyes, silently contemplating. A 5th grade spell. It seems I must reveal some of my capabilities. A pale blue light burst forth from his hand, and 3 strands of pale blue spiritual energy floated out. With a fierce roar, Chu Yan summoned one strand of pale blue energy, which suddenly expanded into a water shield, enveloping him. Low-tier 3rd grade spell, Water Shield. You think your worthless 3rd grade spell can stop me? Wu Rinxing scoffed. However, Chu Yan continued his incantation, and the other 2 strands of pale blue energy swiftly expanded as well. In just a breath and Appos' time, 3 water shields appeared around Chu Yan. Humph, trash is still trash. Do you think you can win by sheer numbers? What a joke. Although Wu Rinxing was somewhat surprised by Chu Yan's ability to instantly cast 3 3rd grade spells, he remained utterly confident that his 5th grade spell could easily dismantle them. But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Merge! Chu Yan bellowed, and the 3 water shields instantly overlapped, forming a more robust water shield radiating a richer pale blue glow. Countless tiny streams of water surged violently across its surface, creating gentle splashes. Low-tier 6th grade spell, Xiangang Water Shield. What is that? Spell fusion? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was said that some exceptionally gifted individuals could merge spells of the same type to create even more powerful incantations. The Yuhua sect was not short of such talents. Among the top 10 gifted disciples, the top 5 had mastered spell fusion. Who would have thought that a waste who had neglected his cultivation for 3 years could achieve this? Qi Tianlai observed Chu Yan on the stage. His face darkened. While Qi Chumu wore a sinister expression, their murderous intent toward Chu Yan grew stronger. Hua Mingqi's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Puff, puff. 3 golden spikes struck the water shield, but failed to penetrate it even slightly. The disparity between a 6th grade spell and a 5th grade spell was evident. Humph. Do you think this is enough? Wu Rinxing snapped his fingers, sending the Qiankuan ring crashing toward the water shield. Bang, bang. The Qiankuan ring made the Xiangang water shield tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Would Chu Yan remain passive? Of course not. Within the water shield, a brilliant pale blue light surged from his palm, and he struck out with force. Bang! Chu Yan's palm collided with the water shield, causing it to quake violently and unleash a torrent of water, shattering the 3 golden spikes instantly. By channeling spiritual energy into his spell to amplify its power, this young man, Qi Tianlai and Appos' expression darkened further. Chu Yan was increasingly beyond his expectations. Just as Wu Rinxing hovered in the air, momentarily stunned, Chu Yan shouted, "Withdraw." Instantly, the Xiangang water shield transformed into mist and dissipated, while the Qiankuan ring continued its relentless assault. Not good. Wu Rinxing roared in the sky. Bang! A heavy iron rod collided with the Qiankuan ring, sending it flying and extinguishing its glow, crashing to the ground. Puff! Wu Rinxing spat out a mouthful of blood and nearly plummeted. Chu Yan, you destroyed my artifact. I will kill you. Wu Rinxing seethed with rage. Yet he still harbored immense confidence in defeating Chu Yan, for he believed Chu Yan could not fly. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock as Chu Yan propelled himself into the air. You can jump 20 meters high? Come at me. I'm waiting. Wu Rinxing mocked. But his laughter abruptly ceased. As Chu Yan leapt 5 or 6 meters into the air, he hurled the iron rod upwards. Upon reaching 10 meters, with no strength left to descend, the rod fell, and Chu Yan landed atop it, launching himself upwards like a bolt from a crossbow. What? Wu Rinxing and Appos' eyes widened as he attempted to flee on his sword, but Chu Yan and Appos' speed surpassed his imagination. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan appeared before Wu Rinxing. Already injured, Wu Rinxing had no time to react and felt a tearing pain in his abdomen. Realizing the formidable strength of Chu Yan and Appos' physique, down you go. In an instant, Chu Yan retracted his right fist, clasping both hands together, and struck down upon Wu Rinxing's arched back with tremendous force. Ah! Wu Rinxing screamed as he plummeted. Boom! Wu Rinxing crashed onto the arena, creating a spiderweb of cracks radiating from his point of impact. Chu Yan, with pale blue spiritual energy radiating from his hands, unleashed several strikes downward, slowing his descent until he lightly landed on the ground. Chu Yan picked up the iron rod, resting it on his shoulder, and walked step by step toward Wu Rinxing. How is this possible? Wu Rinxing, a formidable 6th-layer Qi practitioner, ranked 10th on the Flying Dragon Peak, was defeated by a mere 3rd-layer practitioner. Chu Yan's prowess. This. Onlookers beside the arena felt as if they were dreaming. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Chu Yan's timing in battle and his remarkable talent instilled deep apprehension in Qi Tianlai. Although it was almost unheard of for a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots to reach the foundation establishment stage, he had a foreboding feeling. On the arena, Wu Rinxing opened his eyes, only to see Chu Yan's somewhat gaunt figure. Wu Rinxing found himself utterly immobile, bones likely shattered, and feeling an overwhelming pain. He trembled as he spoke. What do you want? Chu Yan removed the iron rod from his shoulder. A sinister smile gracing his face. Did I not mention? I want your arm. Please, don't. Chu Yan, you can't do this. I was wrong. Wu Rinxing now felt a profound fear. Losing an arm would cast a dark shadow over his future. He truly felt fear, remorse flooding his heart. If he had not provoked Chu Yan in the first place, this would not have come to pass. Now it was too late. Chu Yan and Appo's voice was icy as the dark iron rod came crashing down. I concede. Wu Rinxing, disregarding his pride, attempted to surrender. But before he could finish his sentence, bang! Flesh exploded from his shoulder, blood spraying everywhere, staining the ground crimson. Chu Yan, I will kill you. I will kill you. Wu Rinxing's eyes turned red with madness as he howled, his left shoulder now devoid of flesh and bone. A severed arm lying beside him. Chu Yan had been prepared to let the referee declare the result, but upon hearing this, his expression turned icy cold. I'm sorry. I cannot tolerate potential threats. A pale blue glow erupted from his fingertip as he pointed at Wu Rinxing's dantian, unleashing a stream of pale blue energy. Low-tier 2nd-grade spell, Water Spirit Finger. Bang! Blood erupted from Wu Rinxing's dantian, his head tilting as he fainted. The onlookers gasped in shock. Realizing Wu Rinxing's cultivation had been ruined, he could no longer gather spiritual energy in this lifetime. Chu Yan emerged victorious. At that moment, all eyes were on him as he defeated Wu Rinxing, securing a place among the top 10 of Flying Dragon Peak. Since its establishment, no disciple had ever entered the top 10 with a cultivation below the 6th layer of Qi, and Chu Yan, merely at the 3rd layer, had become a prodigious figure in the eyes of many disciples. Qi Tianlai emitted a chilling laugh, perceiving Chu Yan's actions as a blatant challenge to his authority. My disciple is. Qi Jianmu responded, his expression grim. Wu Rinxing and others were specifically instructed to safeguard Chu Yan, and witnessing their dire circumstances filled Qi Jianmu with intense rage. It is said that one should consider the owner even when beating a dog. Chu Yan was essentially declaring war against him. Manipulate the match so that Chu Yan confronts you in the first round of the top 10 rankings. Thank you, Master, for your support. A cruel smile appeared on Qi Jianmu's face. He was confident that despite Chu Yan's formidable physique and admirable combat talent, everything would be futile against absolute power. Do not make any mistakes, go? Observing the ruthless glint in Qi Tianlia's eyes, Qi Jianmu understood the implication of taking lethal action during the match, and he harbored similar intentions. Chu Yan, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. I shall take you to meet your deceased father. Qi Jianmu coldly laughed as he gazed at the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar figure on the arena. Hua Mingqi was torn. On one hand, she wished for Chu Yan to reclaim his glory and defeat all adversaries. Yet the thought of Qi Tianlia's murderous intent made her want him to flee immediately. If he were still a mediocre individual, it would be one thing, but how could she face the current Chu Yan? The top 10 ranking battle begins. Number 10. Chu Yan versus Number 1, Qi Jianmu. The referee's indifferent announcement plunged the entire square into silence. One was once the most gifted disciple of Filong Peak, while the other was the current elder brother of Filong Peak, both harboring an irreconcilable grudge. Who would emerge victorious in the end? At that moment, the gazes of thousands gathered upon the central arena. Who do you think will win? Have you lost your mind? This waste could never be a match for the elder brother. But you just said he wouldn't be a match for Wu Rinxing. Conversations of this nature filled the square, with most believing that Chu Yan would be swiftly obliterated. What power did Qi Jianmu possess? As the elder brother of Filong Peak and a peak practitioner of the 10th layer of Qi training, ranked 7th among the talented youths of Yuhua sect, how could he possibly lose to Chu Yan, who had squandered 3 years of cultivation? Nevertheless, a small fraction still held some hope for Chu Yan. As he had demonstrated remarkable abilities today, though they did not believe he would win. They were certain he would not be effortlessly defeated and could pose some trouble for Qi Tianmu. Qi Tianlai gazed at the arena, a cold smile gracing his lips. Hua Mengqi wore a worried expression, torn between her childhood friend, whom she had severed ties with through a letter of annulment, and her fiancé, who had cared for her over the years and was now betrothed to her. How should she choose? The match begins. Chu Yin had envisioned countless scenarios of facing Qi Tianmu once more. He had expected to be consumed by rage, yet at this moment, his expression was tranquil. Devoid of any anger, only a palpable intent to kill. For the first time, Chu Yin did not rush into action. He gazed coldly at the man he had once regarded as an elder brother. Junior brother Chu, I must admit I underestimated you. Heh. Qi Tianmu's eyes burned with murderous intent. The usual elegance he displayed now vanished. I have waited 3 years. Today is the day of reckoning. Chu Yin spoke calmly. Yet his words carried an undeniable authority. My junior brother, do you think you are still that talented youth of yesteryear? Ha. While you possess some minor skills now. In my eyes, you are nothing. Words are futile. Very well, since you are eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. Qi Tianmu sneered, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak practitioner of the 10th layer of Qi training, causing all watching disciples to change color. Defeating you requires but a single move. With a sharp exclamation, a fiery red light erupted from his storage bag, revealing a long knife radiating with flames. Its surface adorned with fine scales. This was Qi Tianmu's signature magical weapon, the fire scale blade, a high-grade artifact. Previously, the former peak master, Chu Changtian, had hunted a 4th-tier water-fire leopard in the depths of the Duan Tsang mountain range, using its essence to forge 2 top-grade artifacts. One named the Autumn Water Sword by Chu Yin, and the other being this fire scale blade. Go! Qi Tianmu pointed, and the fire scale blade surged with fiery brilliance. Hurtling towards Chu Yin. In Chu Yan's eyes, the blade expanded rapidly. He felt a scorching wave of heat rushing towards him, yet he remained unfazed, his fighting spirit soaring. Father, today I shall cleanse the house in your name. Chu Yin roared, advancing rather than retreating, brandishing the iron rod before him with fervor. Overestimating yourself. A trace of disdain flickered in Qi Tianmu's eyes. The fire scale blade was a high-grade artifact, no matter how sharp his mundane weapon might be. It could never withstand the immense pressure of a high-grade artifact. With Chu Yan's mere cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi training, it was laughable to think he could withstand such an assault. Qi Tianmu envisioned the scene of Chu Yin spitting blood and being sent flying. Bang! The fire scale blade collided predictably with the iron rod Chu Yin had placed in front of him. What? In Qi Tianmu's astonished gaze, Chu Yin retreated merely 2 steps. A faint smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, was that a single move? How is that possible? How could this waste withstand my attack? How could that iron rod be so resilient? Nevertheless, today you are destined to lose. After a brief shock, Qi Tianmu quickly regained composure, pointing his finger once more as the fire scale blade cleaved towards Chu Yin again. At this moment, Chu Yin had grasped the situation well. With his current cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi training, combined with his body enhanced by the blacklight pillar, his physical strength was now on par with Qi Tianmu at the peak of the 10th layer. Bang! The fire scale blade, imbued with powerful pressure, struck the iron rod again, and Chu Yin was still pushed back 2 steps. Due to the proximity, the searing heat from the blade enveloped him, causing a fierce burning sensation to radiate from his arm. A flash of light crossed Chu Yan's eyes as 2 streams of light blue spiritual energy manifested on his arms, bringing forth a refreshing sensation. Simultaneously, a faint blue energy materialized on the index finger of his left hand, which he pointed towards Qi Tianmu. A slender, inch-long surge of light blue energy shot forth at high speed. You think you can harm me with this low-tier 3-pattern spell? What? Qi Tianmu scoffed derisively, but his eyes widened instantaneously. In an instant, Chu Yan's left index finger flicked rapidly, unleashing over 20 streams of light blue energy towards him. In less than 2 breaths, he had cast over 20 low-tier 3-pattern spells. How could this be possible? Not only Qi Tianmu, but all spectators were left in stunned silence. Instantaneous casting? The term flashed through everyone's minds. Some practitioners who had mastered spellcasting realized that it was indeed possible to instantaneously cast spells, requiring almost negligible time. First came the fusion of spells, then the instantaneous casting. Chu Yin and Appo's comprehension and application of water attribute spells had reached an astonishing level. You think you can defeat me with just that? Glare mirror, go? In a quiet yet commanding voice, Yang uttered a few words, and from the storage pouch at his waist, a mirror of octagonal shape, emanating a faint crimson glow, soared into the air. The dazzling light expanded above, forming a fiery red barrier before Yang. With a series of crashes, over 20 strikes of Xian Shui energy slammed against the crimson barrier but failed to inflict any damage. An exquisite magical artifact, indeed another top-tier one. The wealth of the senior brother was truly remarkable. It was evident that Chu Yin had no chance of victory. Unfazed by the murmurs of the onlookers, Chu Yin wielded his iron rod and surged forward. As he maneuvered both the fire Lin blade and the dazzling mirror, the movement of the fire Lin was slightly delayed, making it easier for Chu Yin to defend. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yin rapidly flicked his fingers, sending forth over 20 faint blue energy projectiles. Unlike before, these energy blasts collided with one another mid-flight, coalescing into a nearly solid, water blue energy finger. A low-grade 7-pattern spell, heavy water energy. The radiating water blue finger struck the crimson barrier but halted there, unable to penetrate. Do you think you can breach my dazzling barrier with such feeble attempts? How naive. But what if I do this? Chu Yin unleashed 2 ordinary faint blue energy blasts that struck the sides of the water blue finger, buzzing. Although these 2 energy blasts were not particularly powerful, the water blue energy began to spin faster and faster due to the friction with the 2. A sharp, grating sound echoed as the crimson barrier began to crack. Boom! To the astonishment of the crowd, the fiery red barrier shattered. What kind of technique is this? Unfathomable. This Chu Yin is truly a prodigy. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, a nearly tangible fiery red hand erupted from the shattered dazzling barrier, hurtling towards Chu Yin. A low-grade 9-pattern spell, empty flame palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yin raised his iron rod defensively, but simultaneously, a searing wave of energy surged from behind him. The fire Lin blade advanced towards his back with lethal intent. Boom! Faced with such a fierce attack, Chu Yin dared not confront it with the iron rod. He released it and leaped high, the iron rod being knocked away by the empty flame palm. As he soared upward, the trajectory of the fire Lin blade shifted, once again aiming for Chu Yin. Go! Chu Yin shouted, his faint blue spiritual energy rapidly condensing, followed by several flickering blue orbs that shot forth. A low-grade 3-pattern spell, explosive water balls. A dozen water orbs collided with the fire Lin blade, causing a series of explosions. Just then, Yang and Appo's frigid voice reached Chu Yin and Appo's ears. You have lost. Feeling a wave of intense heat approaching from behind, Chu Yin braced for impact. The dazzling mirror suddenly struck him on the back. Boom! Chu Yin crashed heavily to the ground, remaining motionless for several breaths. Defeated? Regardless of his myriad techniques, he could never hope to rival the senior brother. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. As the crowd speculated, Yang stepped toward Chu Yin. Upon reaching him and seeing the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he burst into maniacal laughter. You aren't so formidable after all. I'll cleanse the ranks today, starting with you. In the stands, Chi Tianlai wore a faint smile, finally at ease as the last member of the Chu family seemed on the verge of disappearing from this world. However, Hua Mengqi's face turned pale with anxiety. Suddenly, Chu Yin and Appo's eyes snapped open, a chilling smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and lunged at Yang. This unexpected resurgence took Yang by surprise, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Chu Yin unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each imbued with faint blue spiritual energy, forcing Yang to retreat step by step. What am I witnessing? Am I hallucinating? This Chu Yin, who had seemed destined for defeat, suddenly rose up and overwhelmed Yang, leaving him unable to retaliate. The spectators felt their perception of reality shatter. Yang, a peak master of the Qi training stage, soon regained his composure. In such close quarters, he had no time to summon his artifact for an attack, and he retaliated with fiery red energy swirling around his hands. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding echoed as water and fire energies clashed, creating a mist that enveloped them. Is that all? Chu Yin calmly stated, retracting his left fist sharply while a water spike shot forth from his right palm. Simultaneously, another water spike emerged from his left hand, and Chu Yin continued to unleash an unrelenting series of strikes. A low-grade 3-pattern spell, Xian Shui Spike. Oh no! Yang exclaimed in alarm, having forgotten that this adversary could unleash spells in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he attempted to evade, but 5 or 6 Xianshui spikes struck him, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Fire Lin Blade. Yang Mu called out as the blade flew to his feet. He mounted the Fire Lin Blade and ascended into the air, stopping at a height of over 30 meters. Chu Yan. Yang Mu managed to utter through clenched teeth, his right shoulder stained with blood, his chest garment torn, revealing the golden inner armor beneath, yet no blood flowed from it. While seething with anger, Yang Mu was also deeply alarmed. Chu Yan had just endured a heavy blow from the dazzling mirror. How could he suddenly retaliate? Was his physical body truly so resilient? He had unleashed dozens of spells, though merely 2 or 3 patterns. Yet how could Chu Yan's meager Qi training stage 3 level energy withstand it? Why did his energy show no signs of depletion? What was the substance that allowed him to endure the strike of a top-tier artifact? Questions flooded Yang Mu's mind. Chu Yan's performance had completely surpassed everyone's expectations, leaving those who had anticipated his swift demise wide-eyed in disbelief. In the stands, Qi Tianlia's face darkened, a surge of regret rising within him. Had he known this would unfold, he would have paid any price to eliminate Chu Yan, even if it meant severing ties with the Xianxing Taoist. Xianxing old ghost, if you hadn't meddled in my affairs. Qi Tianlia's thoughts were interrupted by an aged voice. A figure clad in a green Taoist robe descended, wielding a wooden sword. Accompanied by a woman with an icy demeanor, Ruoshuan. Xianxing old ghost, what brings you here? Qi Tianlai and Apos. Expression soured upon seeing the Taoist. The Lord Sect Master has instructed me to observe Chu Yan, the Xianxing Taoist replied calmly, gesturing as a vine shot from his sleeve, weaving itself into a chair. Seated upon the vine chair, the Taoist turned his attention to the duel on the stage, ignoring Qi Tianlai. Ruoshuang's gaze was fixed on the arena, her cold visage betraying a hint of anxiety. Qi Tianlai scoffed, choosing to remain silent, yet turmoil brewed within him. He had not anticipated that Chu Yan would attract the sect master and Apos' attention, making it far less likely for him to meet his end. Standing on the arena, Chu Yan gazed at Yang Mu with icy resolve. You cowardly scoundrel. The dazzling mirror indeed struck Chu Yan, yet it was a deliberate move on his part. He had long been prepared and had mobilized a significant portion of his spiritual energy to counteract some of the force. Although Chu Yan was injured, it was not grave. All of this had been calculated by him in advance. With both the weapons of Yang Mu exerting their pressure, it was exceedingly difficult to close the distance, prompting Chu Yan to stage the preceding scene. Cowardice? Humph, you need not be taught the principle that the victor is king. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Yang Mu let out a cold snort, and a stream of fiery red spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, momentarily transforming into a fireball. The low-tier 4-pattern spell, Fireball technique shot forth with great speed, crashing into the iron rod on the arena, sending it flying off the stage and crashing to the ground. Now let us see how you strike. Yang Mu uttered with a low growl, pointing a finger at Chu Yan, sending the dazzling mirror hurtling toward him. At this moment, Chu Yan had absolutely no chance. That fellow and Apos' greatest reliance had been that iron rod. With its loss, he was assuredly destined to lose. The conclusion was imminent. At that moment, no one held hope for Chu Yan, yet he merely smiled faintly. Yang Mu, do you think you are the only one capable of flight? Ah! Chu Yan roared, his momentum surging dramatically as a wave of energy radiated outward from him, ascending through the ranks of the Qi refinement stage, 4th layer, 5th layer. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? 6th layer. Chu Yan's momentum had reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He had been concealing his strength while contending with the senior brother. This 7th layer. The 7th layer of Qi refinement. In just 3 months, he had advanced from the 1st to the 7th layer. No? The 8th layer. He had achieved the 8th layer of Qi refinement. With the astonished exclamation of a judge at the foundation establishment stage, the atmosphere erupted. 3 months. Ascending 8 layers in Qi refinement. Such speed could only be described as supernatural. How is this possible? Qi Tianlai stood up, his mind blank. Why did you not inform me sooner? Hua Mengqi, in a state of shock, harbored a touch of grievance. Had Chu Yan informed her earlier, she would never have penned a divorce letter. What a fine lad. Chang Tian, your son has not disappointed you. The Xianxing Taoist was deeply astonished and reflected on prior discussions with his sect, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? Ruxuan clenched her small fist, her expression fierce, though her heart could not conceal its joy. At this moment, Chu Yin was unabashedly showcasing his cultivation before all. This instant was simply the inception of his ascent. A high-grade magical artifact? Dragon Turtle Shield, arise. Chu Yin commanded. A flash of light emanating from his storage pouch as an ancient shield, as tall as his shoulder, flew forth, covered in intricate runes, depicting an azure dragon and an ancient turtle in the center. Just as the dazzling mirror came crashing toward him, Chu Yin flicked his fingers, and the dragon turtle shield radiated brilliance, meeting the dazzling mirror head-on. The distance between the two magical artifacts diminished, the light from the dragon turtle shield intensifying. A powerful dragon aura emanating forth, causing the dazzling mirror to dim under its pressure. Bang! The two artifacts collided violently. To the spectators, it seemed Chu Yan's artifact was merely of low quality. For 3 years he had been a mere servant disciple, receiving a meager allowance of 1 spirit stone per month. After 3 years, he had amassed only 36 stones, hardly enough to purchase even a low-grade magical artifact. Yet the next moment left them utterly stupefied. At the point of impact, the dragon turtle shield remained unmoved, while the dazzling mirror was sent flying away. A top-grade magical artifact. These 4 words exploded in the minds of all present. How is this possible? Qi Tianlia's eyes reflected disbelief. The rarity of top-grade magical artifacts was common knowledge. Even during his own Qi refinement stage, he had only utilized a high-grade artifact, and he could not fathom how Chu Yin could afford one. Could it be a relic left by Chu Changtian? A flicker of doubt crossed Qi Tianli and Apos' gaze. After Chu Changtian and Apos' death, he had thoroughly searched all his possessions. There could be no remnants. Is that truly a top-grade artifact? Chu Yin possesses a top-grade artifact? What incredible fortune has befallen this fellow? The outcome was now uncertain. Could it be that the title of the Master of Filong Peak was about to change hands? The murmurs of the crowd were like daggers to Kidiang Mu's ears. Having suffered damage to his artifact, he too bore wounds, his expression contorting into a mask of rage. Uffed. Kidiang Mu recalled the dazzling mirror, spitting a mouthful of blood onto it, his hands swiftly casting multiple spells. The dazzling mirror erupted in brilliance once more. Are we truly going all out? A trace of a smile played upon Chu Yan's lips as he pointed the dragon turtle shield toward the dazzling mirror once again, the shield spinning rapidly as it flew, the serrated edges emanating a chilling aura. Creak! The rapidly spinning dragon turtle shield's edges began to slice against the surface of the dazzling mirror, which dimmed further upon contact. In the stands, no one expected that this young man's top-grade artifact would also harbor dragon energy. The Xianxing Taoist was internally astonished. The dazzling mirror had been crafted from the bones of a third-tier demon beast, the dazzling fire leopard. Now, under the suppression of the dragon energy from the dragon turtle shield, its power could only exert 7 or 8 layers of its potential. Old Qi, do not wear such a mournful expression. This is your prized disciple. The Xianxing Taoist laughed, placing particular emphasis on the words prized disciple. Qi Tianli could not fail to detect the sarcasm in his tone, letting out a cold snort. Yet, concern gnawed at him. Today, Chu Yin had not been incapacitated on the arena. With the protection of high-level figures, it would become increasingly difficult to act against him. What is that behind you? Kidiang Mu. Chu Yin exclaimed in apparent terror. Observing the rich expression on Chu Yan's face, Kidiang Mu scoffed. Do you think such childish tricks will deceive me? Look, that is. Before Kidiang Mu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the gasps of the crowd. In the next moment, a palpable aura of death surged from behind him, and instinctively he turned around to face a massive shadow looming over him. What? As Kidiang Mu screamed, a colossal iron rod, radiating a faint blue glow, came crashing down. At the last moment, Kidiang Mu abruptly sidestepped, but the iron rod, weighing over 200 jin, struck his left shoulder with tremendous force. Bang! Crack! Uffed! The sounds of metal clashing with flesh and bone, the shattering of bones, and the cries of agony resonated as Kidiang Mu spat blood, hurtling out of the arena. Could it be a magical artifact? The pitch-black iron rod had previously collided with the fire Lin blade without sustaining any damage. Could it be? That too is a top-grade artifact? Chu Yin actually possesses 2 top-grade artifacts? The square erupted into chaos. Who would have anticipated that the seemingly clumsy iron rod, which Chu Yin had previously treated as a mundane weapon, was in fact a top-grade artifact? How could this young man's spiritual sense be so formidable? The Xianxing Taoist marveled again. The strength of a cultivator's spiritual sense determines how many magical artifacts they can control. An ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator could manage just one artifact, while gifted youths like Yang Mu, with robust spiritual senses, could scarcely control two at once. To control that massive iron rod would require spiritual energy equivalent to managing at least two ordinary artifacts. Unknown to the Xinqing Taoist was that when Chu Yan's spiritual roots were ruined, his spiritual sense remained intact. Now, having once again ascended to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, his spiritual sense was nearly 3 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. In an instant, the situation escalated. Qi Mu, severely injured, was plummeting and on the verge of falling off the arena, utterly unable to summon even a flicker of spiritual energy to call forth the Qilin blade. With a low growl, he exclaimed, "Three-eyed flame eagle." A resounding bird call echoed as a fiery red beam shot into the sky. A colossal eagle, adorned in vibrant crimson feathers, soared forth, its wings spanning 5 to 6 meters and its body stretching 3 to 4 meters long. Flames danced upon its claws, and most astonishingly, it possessed 3 eyes. The three-eyed flame eagle, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly positioned itself beneath Qi Mu. With a thud, he landed heavily upon its back. Under its direction, the eagle ascended above the arena, its eyes blazing with fury as it recognized Chu Yan as the one who had harmed its master. "I warned you to watch your back, but you chose to ignore it," Chu Yan remarked with a faint smile, observing Qi Mu's severe injuries. The left shoulder had completely caved in, his garments soaked in blood, as he lay seething atop the eagle, his eyes aflame with rage. Suddenly, the dazzling light of the spiritual energy manipulation vanished, and the glare mirror plummeted to the ground. The dragon turtle shield surged forward, its gear-like edges spinning rapidly, slicing the mirror cleanly in two. With a spray of blood, Qi Mu suffered another blow to his psyche as the destruction of his artifact took its toll. "My apologies. I lost control for a moment," Chu Yan said nonchalantly, infuriating Qi Mu, who turned a shade of purple. "I shall reclaim this fire Qilin blade on behalf of my father." Chu Yan picked up the blade, channeling 2 streams of pale blue spiritual energy into it, instantly erasing the remnants of Qi Mu's consciousness. With a pained gasp, Qi Mu spat blood again, devastated. Chu Yan, wielding the fire Qilin blade, pointed it directly at Qi Mu, his eyes ablaze with intensity, delivering a calm yet imposing declaration. "You have lost." The entire square atop Phylong Peak fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Lost, lost." Someone gasped in disbelief, and the atmosphere erupted in chaos. Master Brother Qi actually lost. How is this possible? Chu Yan is truly defying the heavens. The disciples cried out in shock, expressing their astonishment. Qi Tianlai's eyes burned with disbelief and rage, while Xinqing Taoist maintained a serene smile, and Rui Wen wore a faint, icy grin. Huomenqi, in a daze, grappled with the realization that her future fiancé had lost to her former lover. "I have not yet lost," Qi Mu roared, summoning every ounce of strength to retrieve a jade vial from his storage bag. He swallowed a pale yellow pill, and in an instant, his wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Even the bones reconnected swiftly. Within mere breaths, Qi Mu stood tall, his aura restored to its peak. "How brazen! Using drugs like this," came the collective murmur from the onlookers. Indeed, how could the esteemed master brother of Phylong Peak stoop so low? That and Apos, the spirit-condensing life-diminishing pill. The whispers reached Qi Mu's ears, his face flushed as he bellowed at the crowd. "You worthless lot, silence yourselves." On the spectator platform, Qi Tianlai remarked, "Your disciple possesses remarkable audacity, willing to expend 20 years of life for the sake of victory." Xinqing Taoist replied calmly, explaining that the spirit-condensing life-diminishing pill, like the forbidden breaking pill, was a restricted type of elixir for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. As long as they had a breath left, consuming it would result in immediate recovery, albeit at the cost of forfeiting 20 years of vitality. Time was precious to cultivators, making such elixirs rarely employed. The contest is merely a matter of victory or defeat. Qi Tianlai retorted coldly, aware of the underlying mockery in Xinqing Taoist's words, yet insisting that the outcome had yet to be determined. "Let us observe the unfolding events." Xinqing Taoist smiled lightly, his tone placid. The crowd fell silent, captivated by Qi Mu and Apos' almost frenzied gaze. while whispers among those hiding in the back emerged. So, Qi Jiaomu is truly of such character. An incapable individual unable to accept defeat. He brings shame upon our Filong Peak. Qi Jiaomu felt a surge of fury igniting within him as he roared at Chu Yin. It is you. It is all because of you, Chu Yin. I will kill you today. Chu Yin remained unperturbed. I have stated that today. I shall clear my father's name. In the past, Chu Changtian was greatly revered at Filong Peak. But due to Qi Tianlai's influence and perceptions that Chu Yin had embarrassed his father, he faced exclusion. In the ruthless world of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak, power reigned supreme. Chu Yin's performance had garnered the acknowledgement of the crowd. In light of Qi Jiaomu's past and today's conduct, someone in the crowd shouted, "Kill him. Eliminate this ungrateful wretch." The rallying cry cascaded through the masses. "Kill him," the crowd echoed. Remembering the significant contributions of the Chu family to Filong Peak, only to have the once favored disciple of Chu Changtian, Qi Jiaomu, orchestrate the eradication of their remnants. To kill you is the will of the people. Chu Yan's icy words resonated as he recalled his father's towering figure and his mother's warm embrace. Father, mother, can you see this? Listening to the cacophony, Qi Jiaomu understood that even if he triumphed over Chu Yin today, his reputation would never be the same. Defeat could mean disappearing from the public eye, or worse, vanishing from existence altogether. Chu Yin, my artifact has been destroyed. In this state, your victory would be unearned. Dare you face me in a final showdown of spells? One strike to determine the victor. Qi Jiaomu clung to his composure, his expression twisted with fury. How shameless. What kind of person would say such things? Chu Yin, do not be deceived. Yes, do not fall for this hypocrite and Oppo's ploy. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yet Chu Yin merely waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly, I grant you this opportunity. With that, he cast the fire Qilin blade and iron rod to the ground. Chu Yin had already exhausted most of his spiritual energy, while Qi Jiaomu, under the effects of the spirit-condensing life-diminishing pill, was brimming with strength. Without his artifacts, Chu Yin had no hope of matching Qi Jiaomu, whose power surpassed his by 2 tiers, and whose spells were far more advanced. Chu Yin, you are walking to your demise, Qi Jiaomu thought, as 10 streams of fiery spiritual energy coalesced around his hands, heating the very air, warping the atmosphere with waves of scorching heat, as the 10 fiery energies danced in intricate patterns before him. 3 years ago, I could easily best you. 3 years hence, I will once again trample you beneath my feet. Chu Yin, with a serene demeanor, replied, I possess such confidence. Having cultivated back to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage, his body and consciousness had both grown formidable, and each strand of spiritual energy was now a mere 1.5 times thicker than before. Moreover, his mastery of water-based spells below the 8th tier had reached a level of near perfection, able to unleash 3-tier spells instantaneously with minimal energy expenditure, a testament to his hard-won gains from rebuilding his foundation. At last, Chu Yin and Oppo's greatest reliance lay in the fusion of spells. 3 years prior, before his spiritual root was rendered useless, Chu Yin had barely brushed against the threshold of spell fusion. Now, having recultivated to the 8th level of Qi refinement, he had thoroughly mastered this art. A slight smile graced the corners of Chu Yan's mouth as 8 strands of pale blue spiritual energy suddenly floated from his hands, coalescing in front of him to form an octagonal shape that began to spin rapidly. Each strand of pale blue energy gradually solidified, deepening in color until it transformed into a vivid aquamarine. Ha ha ha. Chu Yin, blame your arrogance. Today, you are destined to fail. Fire Flood Dragon Technique. Go. Qi Jiaomu sneered, and as 10 fiery strands of spiritual energy intertwined before him, a colossal figure emerged from the flames, a dragon with a camel's head, a snake in Oppo's neck, deer antlers, turtle eyes, fish scales, tiger paws, eagle talons, and ox ears. It bore the semblance of a dragon, albeit with only 2 budding horns and 4-clawed feet. Thus, it was but a flood dragon. With a roar, the 5-meter-long fire dragon lunged towards Chu Yin with ferocity. On the spectator's platform, Xianqing Dao Ren's expression grew grave. The low-tier 12 pattern spell had nearly reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement spells. 13 patterns were the highest. Yet they were notoriously difficult to cultivate. Among low-tier fire spells, only one surpassed the Fire Flood Dragon technique, the Dragon Roar 9 Heavens technique. Given that Qi Jiaomu was deploying such a spell, it seemed nearly impossible for Chu Yin to withstand it. Qi Tianlai and Oppo's eyes sparkled with delight. In this moment, he knew the outcome was decided. How can Qi Jiaomu cast such a spell? Panic rippled among the onlookers as they realized Chu Yin was surely doomed. Such a powerful spell would intimidate even cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Yet, Chu Yan's countenance remained unperturbed. Almost simultaneously as Qi Jiaomu unleashed the fire flood dragon technique, Chu Yin uttered calmly, "Merge." The 8 strands of aquamarine energy before him shifted and transformed into 8 three-legged water crows. These crows stood guard in all directions and, at Chu Yin and Apos' command, charged towards the center. As a low-tier 8-pattern spell, the might of the 8 three-legged water crows could hardly rival that of the fire flood dragon technique. The disparity of 4 patterns rendered resistance impossible. Look, that is, the spectators, having believed the outcome predetermined, were astonished by what they witnessed next. The collision of the 8 three-legged water crows enveloped the arena in mist, which soon dissipated to reveal a colossal figure. A phoenix with a rooster and Apos' head, a swallow and Apos' beak, a snake's neck, a turtle's back, a fish's tail, and a dazzling array of colors, standing over 6 feet tall. The crowd gasped in shock as a long-forgotten name echoed in their minds. Water Phoenix breaking the sky technique. The pinnacle of low-tier water spells, a 13-pattern spell. Go! Chu Yin commanded, and torrents of tiny water streams surged forth from the phoenix, emitting a resonant cry filled with immense momentum. Instantly, a tidal wave surged forth. What? Boom! In Qi Jiaomu's astonished gaze, the water phoenix collided with the fire flood dragon, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward. The water crow had transformed into a phoenix, while the fire dragon had yet to become a true dragon. The outcome was inevitable. The 5-meter-long body of the fire dragon shattered like dried twigs. With a fierce cry, the water phoenix flapped its wings, sending a massive wave crashing toward Qi Jiaomu. Boom! The distance was too short, and the speed too swift to evade. The water phoenix struck Qi Jiaomu directly in the chest, causing him to spew blood and fly backward. However, the angle of the attack prevented him from being thrown out of the arena, and he crashed heavily onto the platform. Like a defeated dog, Qi Jiaomu lay sprawled on the ground, his chest caved in, revealing glimpses of bone amidst the blood and gore. Victory! Victory! Chu Yin has triumphed. He has simultaneously cast 8 8-pattern spells. He has fused them into a 13-pattern spell. A prodigy. The disciples of Filong Peak below the stage were engulfed in a storm of astonishment. Today, Chu Yin had repeatedly challenged their limits, leaving them numb in disbelief. You have lost. Chu Yin's voice was icy. Why? Qi Jiaomu, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, spat from the ground. Chu Yin looked down upon him, radiating an overwhelming presence as he coldly declared, because I am Chu Yin, a name you will never surpass. I refuse to accept it. Why are you the sole heir of Chu Cha Tian while I am merely his disciple? Why does he always reserve the best for you? Why does Sister Hua's heart belong to you alone? Why do all accolades surround you? Why, despite my relentless efforts, I am always overshadowed by you? Why? Qi Jiaomu's anguished cries erupted as he vented years of pent-up resentment. Have you finished? Chu Yin inquired with an icy tone. Your father's care for you has never waned. He once confided in me that he intended to pass the position of peak master to you once you matured. Yet what about you? How have you treated him? On the day of his misfortune, who poisoned him? Speak. Tell me. Chu Yin and Apos' words rang like thunder in Qi Jiaomu and Apos' ears. What? What did you say? The peak master wanted to pass the position to me? Impossible. Impossible. So what if I poisoned him? If he lives, you will forever be above me. Spare me your lectures. The 3-eyed flame eagle killed him. Qi Jiaomu's face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot with jealousy and hatred, as he roared. Roar. The 3-eyed flame eagle charged at Chu Yin, its central eye emitting a pillar of fire. Stop. Xianqing Daoren bellowed, and dozens of vines shot forth from his sleeves. Xianqing. Let the young one settle this. You need not intervene. Qi Tian Lai coldly scoffed, unleashing a palm-sized golden net that ensnared Xianqing Daoren's vines in a gust. Old Ghost Qi, if Chu Yin dies today, I will ensure that you and I are locked in a death struggle. Xianqing Daoren's eyes were filled with urgency. But it was too late for rescue. The arena erupted in chaos. Allowing a demon pet to join the fray was a blatant violation. This was treachery. Chu Yin was doomed. It was utterly despicable. A resounding roar erupted from the crowd, for according to the rules, summoned beasts were prohibited from participating in the battle. Previously, Qi Jiaomu had already transgressed by enlisting the aid of a summoned beast, and now his actions were utterly shameless. At this moment, Chu Yan's expression turned grave. The water phoenix's sky-breaking technique had completely depleted his spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of wielding his magical artifacts. Could he rely solely on his physical strength? Suddenly, a piercing crow echoed through the air, resonating across the entire square. A plump, spherical, jet-black figure burst forth from Chu Yan's spirit beast pouch at his waist. What was that? Indeed, it was the legendary summoned beast of Chu Yan. Was it the now portly crow? No, it was a chicken. Blackie, why are you out here? Get back! Chu Yan exclaimed anxiously. Over the past few months, he had developed a deep bond with the rotund black chicken, and he certainly did not wish for it to meet its demise. However, in the next moment, Chu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. The black chicken humanistically shook its head, flapping its two black wings vigorously, and its plump body soared into the air. With a deep breath, the already hefty chicken inflated like a balloon. Caw, caw, caw. The black chicken let out a triumphant cry, and its inflated form rapidly deflated, unleashing a torrent of white mist from its beak. Instantly, a bone-chilling coldness enveloped the arena. The white mist collided with the red flames emitted by the three-eyed flame eagle, dissipating them as if they were mere smoke. Caw, caw, caw. The black chicken triumphantly crowed again, expelling an even denser cloud of white mist. The white mist surged forward, extinguishing the flames of the three-eyed flame eagle and racing towards it. In the blink of an eye, a layer of frost enveloped the three-eyed eagle, slowing its movements. Caw, caw, caw. The black chicken proudly raised its head, spinning its plump body rapidly, and charged towards the sluggish three-eyed flame eagle with its beak resembling a steel drill. With a resounding crash, the three-eyed flame eagle let out a mournful shriek as it was sent flying by the black chicken. Its cold body crashed to the ground, a coagulated blood hole evident on its head. Everyone, including Chu Yan, was left in stunned silence. The black chicken, having slowed its spinning body in midair, flew back to land on Chu Yan's shoulder, once again raising its head with pride. The resounding crow of the black chicken echoed like thunder in the hearts of all present. What manner of beast was this plump crow? No. This mysterious black chicken? The three-eyed flame eagle was a low-level Tier 3 beast, comparable to a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet it had been dispatched in a single blow. How terrifying it was that Chu Yan possessed such a formidable companion. The entire square erupted in excitement. In the stands, Qi Tianlai laughed heartily. Ha! Old Qi, no wonder you tried to stop me. It seems you were aware of Chu Yan's hidden prowess. He observed the ashen-faced Qi Tianlai, who appeared utterly dismayed. Qi Tianlai's expression twisted in rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. On the arena, Chu Yan smiled at the black chicken perched on his shoulder. I didn't expect you to have some skills. All those roasted meats were not in vain. Qi Jiaomu's eyes were filled with despair. He knew he was finished, utterly finished. Chu Yan approached him step by step, his expression as cold as frost. Standing before Qi Jiaomu, Chu Yan grasped his neck with one hand and lifted him high. A sharp sound of a slap resonated throughout the arena. A tooth mixed with blood flew from Qi Jiaomu's mouth. This slap is for my father, Chu Yan said coldly. Slap. This slap is for myself. Slap. This slap is for my father's subordinates. Chu Yan continued to rain down slaps upon Qi Jiaomu's face, each crisp sound echoing in the hearts of the spectators. They couldn't and oppose. Help but reflect on the stark contrast between the two challengers before the match. One a discarded cultivator who had wasted 3 years. The other the master brother of Flying Dragon Peak. Yet, their standings had miraculously reversed in this moment. Was this not incredible? The series of sharp slaps affirmed to everyone that this was no dream. Slap. This slap is because you deserve it. Slap. This slap is because you are too ugly. Slap. This slap is, well, no reason, I just want to hit you. The crowd gazed at Chu Yan, speechless for a long time. Chu Yan was thoroughly enjoying himself. Qi Jiaomu's face had morphed into that of a pig, yet he still gritted his teeth, his long-held pride preventing him from uttering the words I concede. The referee was powerless to intervene. I have said that I will cleanse my father's legacy. Regardless of your despicable character, I see you still possess some warrior spirit, so I shall grant you a swift end. Chu Yan's voice was chillingly cold. A shiver ran through the hearts of the onlookers. He had already delivered at least 100 slaps. Was this truly a swift end? Yet, at this moment, no one felt sympathy for Qi Jiaomu. In their eyes, he was most deserving of his fate. Stop. A thunderous roar erupted from the stands as Qi Tianlai rose, his face dark with fury. Who do you think you are? You think I will heed your demands? Chu Yan's voice was icy as he looked at Qi Tianlai, unrestrained hatred shining in his eyes. Hold! You are a disciple of Flying Dragon Peak, and I am your master. How dare you defy my orders? Qi Tianlai thundered. My master is my father, and he is dead. What master do I have left? Chu Yan replied coldly, showing no fear. Chu Yan, if you kill Qi Jiaomu today, I will kill him. So what? Chu Yan interrupted, his words cutting through the air. A resounding crack echoed. The sound of a throat bone shattering resonated in everyone in Appo's hearts, and the simple yet defiant words lingered in their minds. I will kill him. So what? The lifeless body crashed onto the arena floor. The square fell silent, the crowd's thoughts echoing Chu Yan's earlier declaration. I will kill him. So what? At that moment, no one dared to speak. Previously, Qi Jiaomu and his supporters had commented freely, but Qi Tianlai was the master of the peak. And who would dare to provoke him now? Chu Yan, you dare to defy my orders. Very well. I shall cleanse my legacy today. Qi Tianlai roared in fury, expelling a palm-sized crimson gold sword from his mouth. With a flick of his finger, the originally palm-sized sword expanded dramatically, transforming in an instant into a massive golden sword several dozen feet long, adorned with intricate runes that radiated a dazzling light. Go! Qi Tianlai unleashed a spell, and the colossal golden sword surged towards Chu Yan. Low-grade magical artifact, Crimson Rainbow Sword. Old Qi, do you think I am insignificant? Xianqing Daoist snorted coldly, expelling a similarly palm-sized sword from his mouth. The sword gleamed a vibrant green, and in the blink of an eye, it too transformed into a massive blade of several dozen feet, its surface adorned with brilliant patterns and numerous green threads dancing upon it. Mid-grade magical artifact, green-patterned wood sword. Boom! The green-patterned wood sword shot forward at high speed, intercepting the crimson rainbow sword, resulting in a thunderous collision. Qi Tianlia's complexion suddenly turned pale. The Xianqing Daoist, with his superior cultivation and magical artifacts, had the upper hand in their encounter. Gritting his teeth, Qi Tianlai exclaimed, Xianqing, it is not your place to meddle in the affairs of Filong Peak. You may think that the matters within your peak do not concern me, but I have made a promise to Brother Changtian. Within Yuhua sect, if anyone seeks to harm Chu Yan's life, I shall pursue them to the end. The Xianqing Daoist responded with a cold snort, unleashing a flurry of spells from his hand. The Qingwen wooden sword glowed fiercely, while the Qihong golden sword struggled to withstand the assault, their collision erupting in a dazzling display of light. Just then, a thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Stop this at once. All eyes turned toward the horizon, where an elderly man clad in a fiery red robe descended, riding a streak of crimson light. His eyes were fierce and commanding, and with a flick of his sleeve, a palm-sized disc soared forth, adorned with intertwining flames. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the square surged dramatically. This was a supreme magical artifact, the 9 Xianli fire disc. It struck like a bolt of red lightning at the intersection of the Qihong golden sword and the Qingwen wooden sword, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that sent the two artifacts flying apart. The 9 Xianli fire disc hovered ominously in the air, captivating everyone's attention. Greetings, Brother Yan. Qi Tianlai and the Xianqing Daoist hurriedly retracted their artifacts and bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Humph. Two peak masters engaging in such a disgraceful display before the younger generation. Yin Tianglong admonished in a voice that brooked no argument. Brother Yin, Xianqing has overstepped his bounds by intervening in my peak-s affairs. Qi Tianlai protested, adopting a tone of grievance as he laid out the circumstances. Is there a rule that prohibits harming another's life? There is not. Then why do you obstruct me? Qi Tianlai found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Yin Tianglong's straightforward questions. As a peak master, he had failed to intervene when rules were broken during the competition, yet he had the audacity to disrupt the contest's integrity. But that Chu Yan acted against propriety. Qi Tianlai stammered, caught off guard by Yin Tianglong's sudden defense of Chu Yan. Chu Yan's transgressions must be punished, and I shall hand this matter to the sect master for resolution. But where is the law enforcement team? Yin Tianglong bellowed, summoning 4 figures who descended from the sky, each wielding a massive staff and radiating explosive strength, all at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. This was the law enforcement team of Yuhua sect, a unique entity directly under the command of Yin Tianglong, the master of Pantheon Peak. According to the principle that even the emperor is subject to the law, Even peak masters could not escape punishment for their misdeeds. However, the law enforcement team seldom intervened in minor matters involving peak masters, making Qi Tianlia's predicament unprecedented in the history of Yuhua sect. 100 strikes as punishment. Yin Tianglong's voice was icy, as the four muscular men approached with their massive wooden staves. Brother Yin, enough with the excuses, strike. Despite being at the second level of the Golden Core stage, Qi Tianli dared not resist. He understood that opposing the sect would place him in a position of enmity. Thud! Qi Tianli was pinned to the ground, and the four men swung their staffs down mercilessly. The law enforcement team's members possessed innate strength, and the heavy staffs brought his flesh to a bloody pulp. Moments later, after the 100 strikes were completed, Chu Yin, come with me. The sect master wishes to see you. Yin Tianglong called out to Chu Yin on the arena. Master Yin, I have a request. Speak. May I finish this small competition within the peak? Granted. Yin Tianglong observed Chu Yin's unyielding demeanor under his immense pressure, growing more impressed with him. Chu Yin turned, his expression calm, and surveyed the core disciples before declaring, Who will fight me? His resounding voice echoed across the square, yet no one replied. The onlookers murmured among themselves, recalling how even the formidable Chi Mu had fallen before him. Who dared to challenge him now? Chief Judge. Chu Yin spoke softly, and the Chief Judge immediately grasped his intent. After a brief pause, the judge announced, If no one else wishes to battle Chu Yin, I declare him the first-place winner of the Phylong Peak assessment. Chu Yin is promoted to core disciple and becomes the new elder brother of Phylong Peak, earning the right to represent us in the 9-peak competition. Father, mother, did you see this? Chu Yin's thoughts turned to his deceased parents. All right, let us go? Yin Tianglong expressed impatience. Hearing this, Chu Yin summoned the remnants of his spirit energy as the massive iron staff flew to him. He ascended, riding the formidable flying sword alongside Yin Tianglong into the sky. At the foot of Pantheon Peak, Chu Yin respectfully inquired, Master Yin, may I ask what the sect master wishes to discuss with me? Today, Chu Yin had the audacity to confront Qi Tianli. Bolstered by the support of Xianqing Daoist and the confidence that his strength would attract the attention of the higher-ups, ensuring that the sect would not allow such a gifted disciple to falter. Less talk. Let us ascend Pantheon Peak first. Understood. Chu Yin prepared to take flight on his iron staff. Slow down. Do not use magical artifacts to fly. What? Then climb. Huh. You are not permitted to use any external aids. Here, take this. Yin Tianglong handed Chu Yin a water pouch and 3 pills, leaving him to climb from the base of the mountain with a resigned expression, watching as Yin Tianglong soared past him on his flying sword. His heart filled with silent frustration. A test, indeed. The discontent on Chu Yin's face faded as he gazed at the breathtaking view of the towering cliffs, a smile slowly emerging. 3 days later, at midnight, starlight illuminated a youth clinging to the cliffside, a large black chicken perched upon his shoulder. The boy's brow was furrowed, his face glistening with sweat, his hands blistered, and his joints scraped. Yet, he pressed on, determined to climb higher. Damn it, how high is this Pantheon Peak? Am I truly meant to ascend to the heavens? Chu Yin wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering under his breath as he took a large swig from the water pouch. He continuously circulated the Xuanzhong water technique, aided by the black chicken, allowing him to maintain a rapid pace. However, the recovery of his spiritual energy lagged far behind its consumption. This cliff was unlike any ordinary one. Mere physical strength was insufficient for climbing, as an invisible repulsion made it impossible to approach. Only by harnessing spiritual energy could one ascend. Feeling a slight restoration of his energy, Chu Yin gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe that I cannot reach the summit through relentless effort. Daring to underestimate me? With 1 pill of the digesting pill, one could go 10 days without food, in Chu Yan's view. Receiving 3 pills from Yin Tianglong signified a month's worth of time. Oh, the black chicken crowed proudly. Blackie, can you keep it down? It's the middle of the night. Chu Yan's exasperation grew as he noticed the black chicken had captured a 4-winged blue bug in its beak. A 4-winged blue worm was a second-tier low-level demon, worth a significant sum. Chu Yan felt his heart bleed at the sight, gazing up at the seemingly endless cliff. He lamented, the difficulty of climbing this mountain is indeed akin to ascending to the heavens. At the peak of Pantheon, beneath the silver moon, 2 figures were engaged in a game of chess, the black and white pieces concealing countless strategies and mysteries within their arrangement. One elder clad in a crimson robe held a chess piece and inquired, Brother, how many days will it take for this child? The speaker was Yin Tianlong, seated opposite a strikingly handsome youth dressed in pristine white. The youth replied nonchalantly, How many days did it take Ting Ming back then at his level of cultivation? Yin Tianlong pondered for a moment before stating, he reached the peak by dusk on the 8th day. The handsome youth placed a piece down and remarked, 10 days will suffice. A hint of surprise flickered across Yin Tianlong's face. Brother, your assessment of this child is exceedingly high. Where should he be now? The handsome youth, with his flowing white attire, abruptly fanned open his folding fan and chuckled. He has barely traversed 3 layers. Just then, a disciple reported, Master, Chu Yen. Yin Tianlong interjected, no need for further elaboration. Brother has already surmised that the lad has climbed a little over 1/3 of the height. The handsome youth, wearing a smile, remarked, Junior brother, why boast before the disciples? Perhaps my words were amiss. Brother, you jest. Yin Tianlong smiled lightly. You are renowned for your divine calculations. How could you possibly be mistaken? The reporting disciple, with utmost respect, stated, Master, your insight is indeed profound. The handsome youth smiled slightly, thinking to himself, you see, have I ever erred in my calculations? However, the disciple's expression turned peculiar as he exclaimed, what Master said is not without error. Chu Yin has already ascended beyond halfway. What? Yin Tianlong stumbled, nearly toppling from his seat, while the handsome youth's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was the first time Shui Tianyu had truly experienced the consequences of his own folly after centuries. 5 days later, at noon, on the western cliff of Pantheon Peak, a figure clung to its heights, the scorching sun beating down upon him. The boy's clothes were tattered, his complexion pale, and his body drenched in sweat from countless exertions. Haha, that layer of mist. Once I climb over it, I will surely reach the peak. Chu Yin felt a surge of exhilaration, his heart rejoicing at the sight of the clouds within reach. Oh. The large black chicken flapped its wings, its rotund body swirling in excitement as it chirped near Chu Yan's ear. I say, Blackie, why do you call out both day and night? Chu Yan lamented, noticing the sword-like head of the centipede it clutched in its beak. That is a second-tier supreme demon insect, the sword-headed centipede. You little spendthrift. Irritated by the chicken's antics, Chu Yan, with arms aching, resumed his climb. Haha, I have finally pierced through the clouds. What, damn it. Upon breaking through the mist, Chu Yan, initially believing he had reached the peak, was struck by the sight before him, exclaiming in frustration. Looking upward again, the summit remained elusive, and a sense of despair washed over him. The large black chicken, unfazed, soared effortlessly above, its proud head held high. Watching its smug demeanor, Chu Yin muttered under his breath, one day, when I and Apos am in a good mood, I and Apos, LL roast you. At the summit of Pantheon Peak, beneath an ancient tree, the game had reached its midpoint. Yin Tianlong laughed heartily as he placed a piece down, declaring, Master brother, your advantage has waned. Today, I shall win this game. The handsome youth, with a hint of amusement in his expression, replied calmly, Junior brother, your aggressive play has left you without reserves. Though it appears you have the upper hand, you have no further strength left. Just as in chess, so too in life. Yin Tianlong contemplated for a moment and asked, Brother, are you suggesting that Chu Yin has exhausted his strength? Where should he be now? Indeed, the handsome youth affirmed. His earlier reckless advance likely drained his stamina and spiritual energy, and he is still a considerable distance from the clouds. Yin Tianlong nodded, finding the reasoning sound. But just then, a disciple reported, Master, Chu Yin. Yin Tianlong interrupted, there is no need to elaborate. Master brother has already deduced that the lad is still far from the clouds. The handsome youth remained silent, merely smiling confidently. The disciple's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he declared, I must inform you, Master, that Chu Yin has surpassed the clouds. What? Chu Yin has surpassed the clouds? Water Tianyu and Apos' arm, holding the folding fan, froze mid-air, his smile abruptly vanishing as he felt a burning sensation of disbelief. Damn it. I just slapped myself in the face again. 7 days later, at dusk, a figure stood on the cliff, garments tattered, wounds evident, hair disheveled, and a fine layer of white frost, sweat salt dried upon his face. The boy's eyes gleamed with resilience, his pale and parched lips pressed tight. Oh. The large black chicken flitted around Chu Yin, excitedly clutching a palm-sized six-legged frog. A third-tier low-level demon beast. The six-legged wood frog, you spendthrift. Chu Yin cursed quietly. Though such occurrences had become almost mundane over the past few days. Observing the chicken's plumper belly, he silently resolved to capture some laborers upon returning. ensuring this glutton could catch more demon beasts. Blackie, could you please calm down? Aren't you tired? The large black chicken proudly nodded. Chu Yin cursed, you wretched creature. I and Oppos. LL have you roasted when we return. Unfazed, the chicken spread its wings and took off again, seeking its next target. With a cold grunt, Chu Yin gazed upward. A glimmer of exhilaration breaking through his features. That is the peak, it cannot be mistaken. Haha. At the summit of Pantheon Peak, as twilight descended and the last rays of the sun began to fade from the sky, the game reached its conclusion. Yin Tianlong's expression was conflicted. He was uncertain where to place his final piece. After a moment of determination, he placed it down. Junior brother, you have lost. Shui Tianyu stated matter-of-factly, sealing the game's fate with his piece. Master brother's chess skills are far beyond your reach. Yin Tianlong, feeling a twinge of regret for losing what had once been a promising position, suddenly turned his gaze and asked, brother, how much longer do you think it will take for that child to reach the peak? Seeing the mischievous smile on Yin Tianlong's face, Shui Tianyu understood that he was being mocked for his previous miscalculations. By tomorrow noon, he shall arrive. What? Brother, you jest. Is this child truly more gifted than Tang Ming? Yin Tianlong's disbelief was palpable upon hearing Shui Tianyu's words. Shui Tianyu merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Just then, the disciple reported, Master, Chu Yin. I already comprehend. He shall arrive at the peak before noon tomorrow. Shui Tianyu interjected, eager to reclaim his dignity. The disciple's face morphed into a state of shock and embarrassment. Observing the disciple's expression, Shui Tianyu felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly, the disciple declared, Master, Chu Yin is now less than 100 meters from the summit. What? You cannot be mistaken? Yin Tianlong exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. The disciple is absolutely correct. The disciple insisted, his demeanor serious. Shui Tianyu stood in stunned silence before vanishing in a flash, reappearing at the edge of the western cliff of Pantheon Peak. As he prepared to look down, he mused, that fool of a sect leader must have concocted this harebrained scheme, exhausting me in the process. As a somewhat irritable curse echoed, an arm abruptly clawed its way up from the edge of the cliff, the hand, marred with blisters, pressed directly against the feet of Shui Tianyu. In the next moment, a grimy, furious face emerged before Shui Tianyu's eyes. His expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, shifting from shock to wild elation in an instant. Hey, kid, what are you grinning about? Can't you see? Hurry up and lend me a hand. In his heart, Chu Yin was exceedingly vexed. After finally reaching the peak, the first sight he encountered was that of a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat foolish-looking fellow, prompting his irritable tone. Shui Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Having lived for several centuries, it was the first time someone had the audacity to refer to themselves as Little Lord in his presence. His mind was momentarily befuddled. Da Hei Ji, flying up from below, squawked in discontent upon observing Shui Tianyu's displeasure. What did Shui Tianyu witness? A vividly colored butterfly with 6 wings was caught in Da Hei Ji's beak. A third-tier junior demon insect, the 6-winged butterfly. What manner of chicken was this? Hey, you there? Still dawdling like a fool? Quickly help me up. Me dawdling? Shui Tianyu was bewildered, instinctively pulling Chu Yin up. You truly are dense. Chu Yin, now utterly speechless at the absurdity of the situation, disdainfully pointed at him. However, in his distracted state, he noticed Yin Tianlong staring wide-eyed at him, mouth agape. Chu Yin hurriedly approached Yin Tianlong. Master Ancestor, does this young lad and Oppos' performance catch your discerning eye? Chu Yin feigned calmness before Yin Tianlong, yet internally, he was brimming with pride, thinking that one pill of the 3 he possessed was more than enough. Yin Tianlong's face twitched. I did not expect this. Do you know who that person was? Which person? Are you referring to that foolish lad in white? Forgive my indiscretion, Master Ancestor. But since when did you judge disciples by their appearance? That lad, aside from being somewhat handsome, appears utterly daft. Your esteemed reputation, Master Ancestor, could be tarnished by such a character. Chu Yin believed he had spoken eloquently, conveying his sentiments while deftly flattering Yin Tianlong. After all, who does not relish a compliment? Da Hei Ji flapped its wings, squawking in agreement. Chu Yin, be quiet. Yin Tianlong bellowed, his face paling. It was well known that the heart of the sect leader was notoriously small. Having lost face previously, being teased by Chu Yin now was likely to provoke a significant backlash. Yes, Master Ancestor, I am unaware. Chu Yin felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was there something amiss with this individual? He was merely trying to flatter, yet this was the response he received. Could that lad possibly be the... At that moment, Chu Yin was struck with terror, recalling the rumors that Master Ancestor had no offspring. Could that young man in white be his illegitimate child? It must be so, otherwise Yin Tianlong would never react so vehemently over a simpleton. Chu Yin, that person is the senior master of our sect. Haha, Master Ancestor, you jest. That foolish lad could never be the sect leader. As he spoke, he turned, only to be met with a strikingly handsome face. Chu Yin laughed. I say, foolish, this esteemed friend, Master Ancestor claims you are the leader of the Yuhua sect. Do you find this amusing? Why aren't you laughing? Shui Tianyu's face twitched, awkwardly smiling as he replied, what Elder Yin said is correct. I am Shui Tianyu, the leader of the Yuhua sect. Haha. You are quite the joker. You dare impersonate the sect leader? If word of this gets out, you're finished. But don't worry, brother, I won't tell. Chu Yin laughed so hard that he spat in Shui Tianyu and Appo's face, patting his shoulder, before turning to Yin Tianlong with a grin. Master Ancestor, what do you think of this lad? Chu Yin, silence. Sect leader, Chu Yin is merely young and ignorant. Yin Tianlong's words were abruptly cut off as Chu Yan's laughter ceased, his expression freezing in shock. What? The sect leader? That foolish lad said. Elder Yin. Could it be? Cold sweat trickled down Chu Yan's back as he turned to see the handsome face covered in his saliva. No worries. Shui Tianyu coolly wiped his face and addressed Yin Tianlong. You are quite something. Follow me. Shui Tianyu passed by Chu Yin, whispering lightly in his ear. Yin Tianlong cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Yin before following Shui Tianyu. A figure trailing behind patted Chu Yan's shoulder, saying, I always wanted to tell you. I am the true disciple of our master. At that moment, Chu Yan's face turned as pale as death, filled with despair. Who could have imagined that the esteemed leader of the Yuhua sect would be a strikingly handsome young man, looking no older than himself, yet daft? Did I just insult the sect leader? Yes. Did I also call him brother? Yes. Did I pat his shoulder? Yes. And the most egregious part is that you sprayed him with saliva. The sect leader is notoriously fastidious. Best of luck to you. The disciple whispered before departing, leaving Chu Yin in a stupor. The joy of finally reaching the peak evaporated instantly. What had once been a sweet reward now felt like a bitter ordeal. Chu Yin, why aren't you hurrying up? Yes, Master Ancestor. What is meant to be will be. You cannot escape fate. Chu Yin steeled himself and moved forward. At Pantheon Peak. Within the grand hall, Shui Tianyu sat in the central position, with Yin Tianlong beside him. Chu Yin stood below, his heart racing, uncertain whether the fastidious sect leader would explode in fury over the earlier incident. A calm yet authoritative voice reached Chu Yan's ears. Chu Yin, you are quite impressive. Chu Yan's heart sank. This was the second time Shui Tianyu had said those words, and it was undoubtedly sarcasm. Yes, sarcasm. It was trouble brewing. Sect leader. I admit my earlier oversight. However, one cannot blame me. Who has ever seen such a young, handsome sect leader? Chu Yin and Appo's flattery floated lightly in the air, and a faint smile crept onto Shui Tianyu's face. You, my friend, should refrain from excessive flattery. I ask you, did you truly possess no cultivation 3 months ago? Indeed. Master Ancestor. Then recount your experiences from these past 3 months. After Shui Tianyu's request, Chu Yin narrated his journey over the last 3 months, with 9/10 of it being the truth, only concealing the matters regarding the small cauldron and Heji's ability to hasten his cultivation. From what you say, that black lightning not only enhanced your physical strength, but also altered your aptitude? Yet, even so, your cultivation speed should not be so rapid. To ascend from the 1st to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage in 3 months is an unprecedented pace, even for one with heavenly roots. Shui Tianyu and Appo's brow furrowed slightly as he listened to Chu Yin and Appo's account. Reporting to the sect leader, I surmise this is related to my previous cultivation. 3 years ago, before my spiritual roots were destroyed, I was already at the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Now, as I regain my cultivation, I am already well versed in the techniques of each layer, feeling no sense of stagnation. Upon hearing Chu Yan's explanation, Shui Tianyu nodded inwardly. Having had his aptitude altered by the black lightning and now recultivating, it was akin to restoring his previous abilities. While this was still somewhat implausible, such a pace was within reason. Chu Yin, consider this a blessing in disguise, an opportunity granted by the heavens. Do not squander it. I will keep this in mind. Shui Tianyu gazed at Chu Yan's resolute visage, a hint of guilt appearing on his face. Chu Yan, remember this. In the path of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, and strength is paramount. Do you understand my words? The disciple comprehends. Observing the gaze of Shui Tianyu, a wave of sorrow washed over Chu Yan's heart. He was well aware that Shui Tianyu referred to the earlier aggression by Qi Tianlai against the remnants of the Chu family at Filong Peak. Chu Yan, the sect has refrained from inquiring about your matters over the past 3 years for this very reason. However, it appears that your experiences during this time have thoroughly honed you. Until you have grown, no one within the sect can harm you. But remember, all grievances must ultimately be resolved by yourself. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Chu Yan felt a sense of calm in his heart. This meant he had little to fear from Qi Tianlai and Appo's underhanded tactics within the sect. Furthermore, discretion is wise. Your hidden strength is likely imperceptible even to those at the foundation establishment stage. This item is called the spirit-concealing jade, unless it is a legendary nascent soul expert. Even a perfected golden core cultivator cannot discern your true level of cultivation. It contains a storage space as well, a form of compensation for you over these past 3 years. As Shui Tianyu spoke, he tossed a water-blue jade pendant to Chu Yan. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Chu Yan accepted it with great joy. Before he fully matured, he would inevitably encounter golden core experts, and this treasure would help him evade many troubles. You have climbed the Pantiang Peak for 7 days. Consider it a punishment for your earlier disrespect toward Qi Tianlai. You may leave now. Thank you, Master Ancestor. I take my leave. Chu Yan's impression of the Master Ancestor, whom he had scolded earlier, was now quite favorable. Just as he reached the entrance of the Pantiang Hall, a solemn voice echoed in his ear. If you reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30, there will be a place for you in the contest for the sect leader position. Chu Yan's heart jolted. He straightened his chest and strode out. Master brother, that spirit-concealing jade has accompanied you for over 200 years. How could you so easily bestow it upon this boy? As Chu Yan's figure vanished from the entrance of the Pantiang Hall, Yin Tianlong could not help but address Shui Tianyu. It is of no concern. That jade has become somewhat redundant for me. This lad will make good use of it, so it is best to give it away, Shui Tianyu said, taking a delicate sip of tea. Master brother, I know you have always harbored thoughts about Chang Tian's situation, but you have done your utmost. Given the killer's ability to slay Chang Tian in an instant, Upon hearing Yin Tianlong's words, Shui Tianyu let out a heavy sigh. How could I not know? Those 2 killers have come from above. If it were not for certain taboos, they could easily flatten my Yuhua sect. Observing Shui Tianyu and Appo's somber demeanor, Yin Tianlong said, Master brother, do not dwell on it any longer. Do you believe what Chu Yan said today? Shui Tianyu pondered for a moment. 9 layers are genuine. He possesses an aura I cannot comprehend. You cannot comprehend it either? Yin Tianlong asked in surprise. Shui Tianyu, as the sect leader, had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, on the verge of breaking through to the legendary nascent soul realm, yet even he could not discern it. Indeed, that aura is indeed extraordinary, and that large black chicken possesses such strength that it is almost unmatched among its peers. I have yet to identify what type it is. It is highly likely an ancient variant. What? An ancient variant? Are they not only found above? Upon hearing Shui Tianyu and Appo's words, Yin Tianlong was momentarily stunned, realizing the weight of the term ancient variant. Shui Tianyu fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment of distraction, Yin Tianlong spoke again. Master brother, were you serious about your last statement? Of course, I am serious. In nearly 1,000 years, there has never been a precedent for anyone in Izhou to successfully establish a foundation with 5 spiritual roots. If he can achieve this before turning 30, he will be qualified to inherit the position of sect leader, and moreover, this child possesses 6 layers of water spiritual roots. Master brother, are you implying? Indeed. If this child successfully establishes a foundation before 30, I will impart all my knowledge to him. He will be my successor. Upon hearing Shui Tianyu's words, Yin Tianlong felt a tempest of emotions within him, contemplating the weight of being a successor. On the cobblestone path of Filong Peak, Chu Yan had traversed this road countless times, yet today felt unprecedentedly liberating. After 3 years of restraint, he now surged forth. He was no longer the errand disciple on the brink of expulsion, but rather the esteemed senior brother of Filong Peak. Shui Tianyu. Chu Yan silently recited this name, profoundly impacted by Shui Tianyu's final words, which held immense allure coming from the sect leader. Chu Yin could not fathom why Shui Tianyu was so kind to him, but his impression of him had improved significantly. Senior brother. Approaching him were 3 core disciples of Filong Peak, and upon seeing Chu Yin, their expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately bowed respectfully. It is you all. Chu Yin smiled faintly, his eyes sharpening. He recognized these 3 as the ones who had repeatedly provoked him, led by Wu Rinxing. It was wrong of us to act as we did. Please forgive us, senior brother. One of them, named Zhang He, knelt in panic, hands clasped in supplication. He was among the weakest of the core disciples, previously relying on his status and backing from Wu Rinxing and others to act tyrannically. However, with those 2 now incapacitated by Chu Yin, his fear was understandable. Indeed, senior brother, we were blind to your greatness. Senior brother, please, consider us insignificant and let us go. The other 2, witnessing Zhang He kneel, hurriedly followed suit, pleading with Chu Yin. Chu Yin smiled slightly, yet his smile radiated an icy demeanor. In the pursuit of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Chu Yin deeply understood this principle once more. You fellows jest. I, Chu Yin, am not one to harbor a narrow mind. However, as soon as Chu Yin spoke, the 3 were elated, yet that however drained the color from their faces. I, Chu Yin, am one to repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Do you understand my meaning? Chu Yan's words were delivered coolly, his gaze icy. Senior brother, spare us. We will obey any orders you give. Yes, yes, senior brother, we will do whatever you ask. Indeed, senior brother, we are your loyal servants. Wherever you point, we shall follow. The 3 were instantly horrified. Li Shiquan had been crippled, still lying in bed, his fate uncertain. Wu Rinxing's dantian had been shattered, rendering him a mere mortal, expelled from the peak, and Qi Jiaomu had been slain by Chu Yin before the peak master. How could they not be frightened? Blood oath contract. Chu Yan's voice was cold, and the faces of Zhang He and the others turned pale. Such a tyrannical contract was well known in the cultivation world. Once a cultivator established a blood oath contract, violating it would lead to blood backlash, resulting in death. Senior brother, this. Zhang He spoke in fear. 10 years. You will be completely under my command. After 10 years, I will return your freedom. Chu Yan's tone was devoid of warmth. Senior brother, may I? The lifespan of a qi refining stage cultivator is still around 100 years. Given your qualifications, reaching the foundation establishment stage should not be difficult. 10 years is not long, and as long as I am present, I can ensure your safety. If you agree, our past grievances will be expunged. If not, I will not force you. However, I believe as the senior brother of the peak, I possess a certain degree of power over life and death. Chu Yin and Appos' cold smile swept over the 3, observing their evasive eyes. I, Zhang Gu, swear a blood oath, from this day forth, within a decade. I shall serve at the behest of my elder brother without question. Should I betray this vow, my life shall end in a violent demise. Zhang Ji's gaze was resolute as he bit his lip and forced a drop of blood from his fingertip, imbuing it with a fragment of his spirit. The 2 others, witnessing Zhang Gu and Appos' determination, dared not hesitate, and each similarly drew forth a drop of blood, endowing it with their own essence. Very well, Chu Yin intoned, his hands weaving intricate seals that summoned a radiant azure energy from his fingertips. He waved his fingers, and a complex pattern of luminous sigils materialized before the 3 of them. With a whisper, enter the 3 drops of blood, infused with their spirits. Merged into the luminous sigil. The sigil flared with brilliance, contracting rapidly until it coalesced into a crimson point that vanished into Chu Yin's brow. The execution of this contract spell demanded a high degree of spiritual acuity. Initially, the trio had presumed that Chu Yin would seek an elder to perform it on his behalf. However, their astonishment grew as they realized he could effortlessly cast the spell himself, shattering any remaining flicker of hope in their hearts. Sensing the aura of fear emanating from the blood pearl within his consciousness, Chu Yin smiled slightly. Should any of them violate their oath, the blood pearl would react. And with but a thought, he could shatter it, causing their own blood to turn against them, leading to their certain demise. Observing the ashen faces of his companions, drained from the oath, Chu Yin calmly warned, remember not to engage in any wicked deeds that might tarnish my reputation. You may leave now. I will summon you when needed. The bond forged by the blood oath ensured that communication would flow between the host and the bound, allowing Chu Yin to call upon them with merely a thought. As they watched Chu Yin and Appos' retreating figure, one of them remarked, Brother Zhang, Shall we really sell ourselves to him? Do you have a better plan? From now on, Chu Yin will be our master. We must show him utmost respect, for he can sense any hint of disrespect, be it spoken or unvoiced. 10 years under the tutelage of such a powerful figure may not be a misfortune after all. Zhang Gu and Apos. S. heart was a tumult of emotions. He could not discern whether today's choice would lead to fortune or calamity. However, he was acutely aware that defying Chu Yin would lead to only one outcome: death. As Chu Yin traversed from the eastern to the western side of Flying Dragon Peak, every person he encountered greeted him with utmost reverence, calling him elder brother. Chu Yin often responded with a smile, while those who had previously whispered about him now wore expressions of trepidation. Yet, he chose to overlook their furtive glances. Presently, Chu Yin had earned the right to reside in the most spiritually potent area of the peak, but he refrained from doing so, partly due to Qi Tianlia's influence, and partly because he feared the discovery of the secrets surrounding his small cauldron, the foundation of his cultivation. Chu Yan's humble abode was nestled upon a hillside behind the quarters of the outer disciples. As he passed by the storage area, a voice called out to him, "Junior brother Chu, wait." Turning to find Elder Zhao with a sycophantic gleam in his eyes, Chu Yin felt a surge of murderous intent. He remembered nearly meeting his end at the graveyard's edge due to Zhao's machinations, and while he understood Zhao was merely a lackey of Qi Tianlai, he had resolved to eliminate him. "What business do you have, Elder Zhao?" Chu Yin queried, maintaining a facade of calm despite the turmoil within. "Junior brother Chu, you shone brightly in the inner peak and amp, Apos' assessment. I cannot presume to be called an elder. A mere brotherly salute will suffice." Zhao insisted. "Speak plainly, brother Zhao. What is it you wish to convey?" Chu Yin replied coldly, feeling revulsion at Zhao's obsequious demeanor. "This is the reward for securing first place in the peak assessment, bestowed upon you by the peak master," Zhao declared, presenting a storage pouch. "Thank you. I shall take my leave," Chu Yin said nonchalantly, accepting the pouch and turning away. "Humph, your life is now in my grasp, boy." A glimmer of malice flickered in Zhao and Apos' eyes as he watched Chu Yin depart. On the hillside of the western side of Flying Dragon Peak, Chu Yin reflected on how practical the blood contract technique passed down from his father was. His spirits lifted. Having 3 subordinates would undoubtedly facilitate matters that he could not handle alone. Furthermore, with the blood oath binding them, they would dare not betray him. Suddenly, a loud crowing interrupted his thoughts. "What are you squawking about, Black Hen?" Chu Yin said, glancing ahead at a dark figure sprawled before his modest dwelling. Approaching with curiosity, he discovered it was a person clad in dark night garb, their face obscured by a black hood. Beneath them lay a pool of blood, and Chu Yin felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Just days ago, he had found a chicken at his doorstep, and now, a wounded stranger? What manner of softness is this? He wondered, contemplating the limpness of the figure as he reached out to lift the hood. As the veil was drawn back, he beheld a stunning visage, delicate brows, a finely shaped nose, and pale lips that contrasted with her closed eyes, which bore a hint of pain, yet could not conceal her ethereal beauty. Stunned by her breathtaking appearance, Chu Yin hesitated before touching her black hair, which cascaded down like a waterfall. Feeling for a breath beneath her alabaster nose, he exhaled in relief. Such beauty could not be allowed to perish. She appeared gravely wounded, likely pursued by enemies. Should he turn her over to the peak's healers? No, her origins were shrouded in mystery, and if she bore enmity with the feathered ascension sect, it would spell disaster for her. Thus, fate had delivered him not only a living being, but a captivating beauty. His mind swirled with conflicting thoughts as he considered her plight. "I cannot turn a blind eye to her suffering," he resolved, gently lifting her into his arms, her form delicate and light as air. Despite his efforts to remain composed, his heart raced as he carried her into his humble abode. Laying the mysterious woman upon the sole wooden bed, Chu Yan's expression turned grave. Her injuries were severe, one on her inner thigh, another in her abdomen, and a third near her right breast. Damn it, what sort of scoundrel would strike at such places? He fumed. His immediate concern was to apply pressure to the acupoints around her wounds and staunch the bleeding. But how could he accomplish this? "Alas, dear lady, I am compelled to intervene for your sake. Do not hold it against me," he murmured. "Zhanggu, Zhou Yi Wang Qi." Chu Yin infused a fragment of his spirit into the blood pearl within his consciousness. "Yes, master." The 3 disciples, currently cultivating in the central area of Flying Dragon Peak, responded simultaneously, their forms jolting with urgency. "Quickly summon these herbs for me," safflower, angelica, and bring me 10 blood recovery pills, 10 bone consolidation pills, and 10 spirit gathering pills. He commanded. Understood. They replied without hesitation, and within moments, the trio stood before Chu Yan's humble abode, weary yet resolute from their haste. Emerging from the dwelling, Chu Yan observed their disheveled appearance and recognized their tireless dedication in fetching the supplies. Here are 200 spirit stones. It should be more than sufficient. You have all performed admirably today, and I, Chu Yan, am a man of principle. Take it, elder brother. There is no need for such generosity. This is a trivial matter. The three protested, waving their hands in refusal. Enough of the idle chatter, just take it and go. Remember, do not let today's South events leave this place. With a nonchalant toss of the spirit stone pouch, Chu Yan turned and retreated into the small cottage. The three individuals exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with surprise. They had initially thought Chu Yan intended to exploit them, but unexpectedly. In high spirits, they commandeered their flying instruments and departed. First, he must prepare the golden wound powder. Chu Yan placed several herbs into a stone bowl, added a bit of blue water, and smashed them into a paste with a stone stick. The golden wound powder was a treasured healing remedy passed down through the Chu family, far superior to ordinary healing concoctions. Without it, Chu Yan would not have endured these past 3 years so easily. Forgive me, young lady, for my presumptuousness. Chu Yan poured a small amount of the pale blue paste into his palm, gently moved the mysterious woman's thigh aside, and pressed the healing powder onto her grievously wounded leg. Ah! A soft moan escaped from the mysterious woman, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Do not look, do not listen. Yes, saving a life is paramount. Chu Yan composed himself, recalling the last wound on the mysterious woman. He poured more golden wound powder into his palm and approached her once more. By now, the flush on her face had receded, and her expression of agony had softened. Observing the gruesome wound on her chest, Chu Yan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain his calm demeanor. My lady, there is but one final wound. I beg your pardon. Ah, you. Lecher. Beautiful lady, allow me to explain. Slap. A resounding echo of a slap reverberated from within the cottage. Chu Yan, propelled backward, immediately sensed, this woman possesses extraordinary strength. Crash. Wood splintered as a violent impact struck the cottage's wooden wall, leaving a large human-shaped void. Is she a tiger in disguise? Chu Yan crawled out from the grass surrounding the cottage, feeling an intense pain coursing through his body, and could not help but curse aloud. His clothes were muddied and tangled with various weeds, his visage a picture of disarray. After dusting himself off, he felt a pang of guilt for having touched her, and thus implored, My lady, I acted out of necessity to save you. I harbor no lewd intentions. A prolonged silence ensued within the cottage. Chu Yan surmised that the young woman was infuriated and humbly continued, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused. Still, there was no response. Growing anxious, he pressed on, My lady, I must speak frankly. Your injuries have not yet stabilized. You need not apply more ointment. Just a few medicinal pills will suffice. The silence persisted, stirring a sense of urgency within him. My lady, if you remain silent, I shall take it as permission to enter. I am truly stepping inside now. Chu Yan cautiously approached the small cottage, fearful that the exquisite woman might strike him once more. Has she fainted again? Chu Yan stared incredulously at the mysterious woman lying motionless on the wooden bed. Hey, young lady, awaken. It is time for your medicine. Young lady, if you do not rise soon, I shall be compelled to feed you myself. After calling out repeatedly to no avail, he realized that while her external injuries had been treated with the golden wound powder, her internal wounds necessitated medicinal pills. Gritting his teeth, he gently propped her up, a process that inevitably caused his heart to race. This cannot be happening. Chu Yan placed a healing pill in her mouth and offered her a sip of water, but the liquid merely trickled down her chin. He felt utterly helpless moments ago. She had the strength to strike him, yet now she lacked the energy to swallow a single pill. Cough, cough, puff. The pill was expelled from her mouth, followed by a series of violent coughs that brought forth several mouthfuls of blood, leaving her once beautiful visage pallid to the extreme. Chu Yan's expression turned grave. Her condition had worsened, and if unaddressed, it could prove fatal. Gazing at her exquisite face, he wrestled with his conscience. Finally resolving, My lady, this is unavoidable. I shall certainly seek your forgiveness afterward. With that, he placed another healing pill into her mouth, took a deep gulp of water, and pressed his swollen lips against her pale ones. In an instant, the mysterious woman's eyes flew open, filled with indignation as she beheld the scene before her. Her beautiful eyes widening in shock. "Ah, my lady, I beg your forgiveness." Gulp. "Please, let me explain what just transpired." Slap. A deafening slap rang out once more. In that moment, as Chu Yin was flung away, the first thought that crossed his mind was, "This girl must truly be a tiger." Crash. Splinters flew as Chu Yin, propelled like a giant arrow, pierced through the opposite wall of the small cottage, landing heavily in the grass outside. Rising to his feet, he dusted off his clothes and, feeling a mix of embarrassment and remorse, addressed the mysterious woman. "I truly had no choice but to resort to such measures. I implore you to forgive my actions." Silence reigned within the cottage once again. Chu Yin mused that perhaps she had fainted once more and reiterated, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. If you do not respond, I shall take it as your forgiveness." Still, no reply came. She must have fainted again, Chu Yin concluded. If she had not, surely she would have forgiven him by now. "Young lady, if you do not speak, I shall assume you allow me to enter." Thus, he stepped into the small cottage once more, gazing at the insensible beauty lying on the bed, feeling a hint of frustration. The following day, Chu Yin had procured a bamboo mat from somewhere and sat cross-legged upon it, his eyes closed in meditation. With a deep exhale, he expelled the stale air from his lungs, feeling invigorated after a night's practice of the mystical heavy water technique. Crack! He moved his limbs, eliciting a series of satisfying pops. He marveled at how such a petite figure could possess such immense strength. Though the swelling had subsided, he still felt lingering pain and could not help but rue. How embarrassing it would be if anyone outside saw me, the esteemed senior brother of Flying Dragon Peak, looking like a swollen pig after being slapped twice. His gaze shifted to the source of his predicament. The mysterious woman lay peacefully on the bed, her complexion calm, devoid of any signs of pain. The pallor that once marked her cheeks had regained a hint of color. Observing her lips, now restored to their natural hue, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about the fragrant moment they had shared the previous day. Approaching the bed, he found himself captivated by the enchanting beauty before him, his hand instinctively reaching out to caress her cheek. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with her delicate skin, her eyes flew open, filled with shame and fury as she exclaimed, "Lecher." At this moment, Chu Yin could easily deduce the intentions of the mysterious woman, prompting him to swiftly raise an arm as a shield before him. "You lecher, release me at once," she exclaimed. The delicate hand that aimed to strike Chu Yan's cheek was firmly grasped by him. "My lady, I implore you to remain calm. You incessantly accuse me of being a lecher. Do you not realize whose life it was that saved you?" After enduring 2 slaps from this young woman, the dignified 16-year-old could no longer tolerate such indignities and resolved to uphold his honor. A glimmer of clarity flashed in the eyes of the mysterious woman, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that you, this lecher, were the one who saved me?" Chu Yin replied with a faint smile. "It seems you possess some discernment. Aside from myself, is there anyone else here? I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. Noble sir, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment and any offense I may have caused," the mysterious woman said, her face adorned with a look of remorse and vulnerability. Upon observing, Chu Yin thought to himself that this young lady indeed possessed commendable character. With a countenance reflecting noble principles, he remarked, "It is nothing of consequence. Merely a trifling matter, hardly worthy of concern. Indeed, the benefactor is truly a great philanthropist, possessing a heart of gold. Such immense kindness will forever be etched in the memory of this humble girl. However, dear benefactor, might you first release my hand?" The mysterious lady first lauded Chu Yin. Then, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she assumed the demeanor of a shy young maiden and said, "Ah, in a moment of urgency, I have acted impolitely. My sincerest apologies." Chu Yin's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly released his hands, chuckling awkwardly. "Did you really kiss my esteemed aunt?" The enigmatic woman's expression had darkened to an extreme as she bellowed. Indeed, a kiss had transpired, yet it was genuinely intended to rescue the young lady, and moreover, it was my very first kiss. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed across Chu Yan's cheek. In the instant he was sent sprawling. A look of grievance washed over his face as he exclaimed, "That was truly my first kiss." A chilling voice emanated from the quaint cottage, uttering words of a mysterious woman. "Humph, You little lecher, how dare you cast your eyes upon me? Witness how I shall bring about your demise. With a thud, Chu Yin tumbled headfirst into the grass. Damn it! Why on earth did he have to save that ferocious tigress? Chu Yin crawled out from the thicket, overwhelmed by the intense pain coursing through his body, and he couldn't help but utter a curse once more. My dear, I must admit that the previous incident was indeed my fault. May I enter now? Hurry and come here. Hearing such a brazen proclamation, Chu Yin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, silently reflecting on how he had unwittingly taken advantage of her. Chu Yin cautiously stepped into the small cottage. Akin to a child who had erred, the speed at which this formidable woman shifted her demeanor was truly unparalleled. The enigmatic woman had already taken her seat upon the bed, her visage as frigid as ice. Reflecting upon her earlier demeanor, where she appeared as a bashful young girl, Chu Yin was left utterly speechless. From a petite maiden to a young lady, then to a matron, and ultimately to a venerable aunt. The seamless transitions of her expressions and demeanor were nothing short of extraordinary, a veritable display of mastery. My dear, she began, there is no need for further words. From this day forth, you shall belong to me. Chu Yin, initially bowing his head, was abruptly startled by the mysterious woman's words, causing him to lift his gaze with fervor, stammering, Miss, I assure you, I am not one to act so frivolously. A mysterious woman manifested an eerie smile upon her face, articulating in an irrefutable tone, What is it? Are you unwilling? Or is it that I lack the necessary allure? Remember, your life is not solely your own. If Zaiwen's words, cold yet warm, echoed in Chu Yan's ears. Chu Yan replied earnestly, I apologize, my lady, but I am not so frivolous, and I already have someone I hold dear. When Chu Yan uttered these words, he spoke from the depths of his heart. It is far more valuable to provide warmth in times of need than to add embellishments in moments of abundance. At a time when the entire sect had forsaken their own interests, if Ruoxawang treated him with such kindness, it was indeed a burden to bear the favor of a beauty. At this moment, Chu Yan's heart was solely devoted to Ruoxawang. What? I allowed you to touch and kiss me. Are you now unwilling to take responsibility? Are you not a man? At this point, the previously arrogant and fierce demeanor of the mysterious woman had vanished, replaced instead by the sorrowful countenance of a wronged wife as she questioned, I apologize, my lady, but my heart truly belongs to another. Moreover, the previous excessive actions towards the young lady were truly beyond one's control. Chu Yan's expression turned serious, tinged with a hint of remorse. It seems that this woman holds a significant place in your heart, does she not? The enigmatic woman's expression of a jilted spouse has vanished, replaced instead by a hint of mockery. I, Chu, shall love but one person in this lifetime. At this moment, Chu Yin felt an unparalleled tranquility within his heart, and he spoke earnestly, Haha, you are truly amusing. Haha, genuinely amusing. My dear lady, are you all right? Gazing upon the woman, who moments before had possessed the enigmatic air of a sequestered maiden, now erupting in laughter, Chu Yin was seized by a moment of bewilderment. The abruptness of her transformation was truly perplexing. I never expected to encounter a man like you in this day and age. Huh, what a devoted romantic you are. Well, I shall not jest with you any longer. However, if I declare that you belong to me, then indeed, you are mine. For you have certainly reaped numerous benefits from me. However, my dear girl, rest assured, I harbor no interest in you, a mere child still reeking of immaturity. I require your assistance to recuperate. Until my wounds have healed, you must cater to my every need. Upon hearing the words of this stunningly beautiful woman, who appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, Chu Yin felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He muttered to himself, calling me a mere youth. You are hardly a few years my senior. Moreover, where exactly am I lacking in maturity? What did you say? Well, it is nothing much, but my dear, you may reside here. However, I cannot accommodate excessive demands, particularly those of a physiological nature. I have always maintained a standard of personal integrity. Die? The mysterious woman suddenly flushed with a crimson hue, retorting fiercely. In the next moment, she added, in truth, that was also my first kiss. Gazing at the mysterious woman's bashful demeanor resembling that of a young girl, Chu Yin exclaimed fervently, Oh my heavens, which aspect truly reflects her authentic self? May I inquire about the lady's name? Willow Moon Shadow. Beneath the delicate willows, the moon casts its silken shadow. Willow Moon Shadow, what a splendid name. Chu Yin spoke softly, then continued, I trust you will not pry into my affairs. Furthermore, it is imperative that you keep our dealings confidential. I would expect that a person of your character would not take advantage of me and then spread tales of my misfortunes. By the way, what is your name again? Chu Yan. After listening to Lu Yueying's words, Chu Yan let out a faint sigh, filled with a sense of helplessness. He harbored an ominous premonition. Yet there was no recourse. Could he simply expel her? Certainly not, for who would take advantage of others? Alas, the following day, I declared this space to be my chamber, and I implored you to enlarge it further, precisely in this very spot. Yes, please add a bathroom there for me. And of course, I will leave the responsibility of managing the daily bathing water to you. The kitchen must be separated. I cannot abide being enveloped in smoke. Well, Chu Yan, the restroom should be situated a bit farther from us, shouldn't it? I can hardly endure that odor. Lu Yueying bit into a crispy cucumber, her hands dancing as she energetically directed the activity around her. Chu Yan wielded a large hammer, his shoulder burdened with a massive timber, tirelessly navigating the disheveled remnants of the small cabin. Following Lu Yueying's earlier 3 slaps, the cabin had nearly collapsed, prompting her to request that Chu Yan construct a new abode featuring 2 rooms, along with a separate kitchen, bathroom, and toilet. Chu Yan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Whenever he protested against being relegated to manual labor, he was met with the retort, "Don't forget that you belong to me now. Have you not taken enough advantages? Are you still not a man?" What can Chu Yan say but silently accept this harsh reality? It is indeed difficult to nurture both the petty and the woman, let alone a fierce tigress. Chu Yan murmured softly. "What did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely commenting on Miss Lu. Do you not find the design of the bathroom to your liking?" Chu Yan was on the verge of tears. However, within a mere half-day, under the meticulous guidance of Lu Yueying and the diligent efforts of Chu Yan, a quaint little wooden house, which was 4 times the size of the original, emerged upon the vacant land. Inside the wooden house, Chu Yan was preparing to embark on a new day of cultivation within his own chamber. A small cauldron. With a flicker of thought, a damaged azure cauldron soared forth from Chu Yan's dantian. Chu Yan held the small cauldron in his hand, and with the enhancement of his strength, the cracks on the surface of the cauldron had significantly diminished. Although he had already acknowledged the cauldron as his lifebound magical artifact, Chu Yan remained perplexed by the fact that cultivators in the qi refining stage could not store their magical tools within their bodies. Furthermore, even magical instruments of foundation establishment stage practitioners could not be stored internally. Only the treasures of golden core stage experts could be accommodated within. Could this small cauldron truly be a treasure? Chu Yan quickly dismissed this thought, incredulous that a qi refining stage practitioner like himself could earn the recognition of a treasure. He decided to stop pondering and filled the cauldron with water from a large vat he had placed in his room for convenience. Naturally, he would not disclose the matter of the cauldron to Lu Yueying. In a moment, the clear water within the cauldron transformed into spiritual liquid. After Chu Yan reached the mid-qi refining stage, the quality of the liquid ascended from 1st grade to 2nd grade. He often wondered if, upon breaking through to the 9th layer of qi refining and entering the late stage, the quality of the liquid would elevate once more. Each time this thought crossed his mind, his heart ignited with fervor. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, jolting Chu Yan. He swiftly gathered his focus, and the small cauldron transformed into a streak of azure light, darting into his dantian. Lu Yueying swaggered in, munching on a crispy cucumber. "Don't you know how to knock?" Chu Yan scowled. "I did knock. With my foot," I said. "Chu Yan, you need to buy me some clothes later." She huffed. Chu Yan let out a cold snort, feeling utterly speechless. The thought of having to live with this domineering woman for an indeterminate time left him feeling quite vexed. "It's settled then. By the way, your wound ointment works remarkably well," Lu Yueying remarked casually as she turned to leave. The face of a celestial, the heart of a demon. Chu Yan mused, admiring her graceful silhouette. Just then, a chilling voice pierced through the air, calling out, "Chu Yan." His heart surged with joy upon hearing that cool voice. Filled with happiness, he rushed out of the room. A figure clad in a flowing green dress came into view. Chu Yan's gaze fixated on her icy yet enchanting visage, momentarily dazed. His mind blank. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion after the intersect examination, pondering whether he would greet her with a serene smile or a confident demeanor. Yet, at this moment, all those thoughts dissipated. He stood there, entranced, his gaze glued to Ruoxuan's face. Sensing Chu Yan's unabashed stare, Ruoxuan's heart fluttered like a startled rabbit, and a hint of crimson crept onto her frosty countenance. Ahem, Ruoxuan's, you've arrived," Chu Yan stammered. finally snapping out of his trance upon seeing the blush on her cheeks, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Humph, you lecher. Who told you to call me Roxawens?" Upon hearing Chuyen's gentle words, Roxawen's heart quivered, her blush deepening, but she quickly regained her composure. When Chuyen was 8, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Roxawen's body, leading to her calling him a lecher ever since. "Roxawens, your affection, I, Chuyen, can never repay in this lifetime," he softly declared, gazing at her flushed, exquisite face. What affection? You lecher, what nonsense are you spouting?" I must leave," Roxawens exclaimed. Flustered like a child caught in a lie, her face as red as a ripened apple, her icy demeanor shattering. As she turned to flee, her delicate hand was suddenly grasped by a powerful hand, sending a jolt of electricity through her. Roxawens felt an unprecedented panic, her face ablaze, unable to look back, her body frozen in place. "Roxawens, I, Chuyen, swear by the heavens, I shall love only you in this life. Should I betray your affections, may the heavens strike me down." Before he could finish, a fragrant hand pressed against his mouth. Roxawens turned to him, her hand still covering his lips, her face a deep shade of crimson as she stammered, "You lecher, who wants your love?" I'm leaving." "Roxawens," Chuyen pleaded, "please let go of me. You lecher, how can you?" "I will not let go. Roxawens, I, Chuyen, will marry no one but you," he declared earnestly, holding her tightly. "Why you?" Roxawens ceased her struggle, resting against Chuyen's embrace, a warm current flowing through her heart. In truth, Roxawens had always struggled to comprehend her feelings. At 13, she was of marriageable age in the secular world, and even in the realm of cultivation. Her mind was remarkably mature. That fateful day, while bathing alone in the water veil pool, her sacred sanctuary where no male, not even other female disciples, dared to tread, she was startled when a snot-nosed little boy barged in. Had it not been for Chuyen's father, Chu Chantian, being acquainted with the Xianqing Taoist, Chuyen would have faced dire consequences. It was from that moment that Roxawens began to take notice of the lecher who had intruded upon her solitude. Chuyen's innate talent far exceeded her expectations. She never imagined that this snot-nosed child was endowed with a rare spiritual root, akin to her own, and possessed an extraordinary comprehension of techniques and spells. He quickly gained recognition as one of the top 10 talented disciples of Flying Dragon Peak. For a long time, Roxawen's feelings toward Chuyen were filled with disdain, but 3 years ago, when Chuyen's spiritual root was crippled and his family fell into ruin, her animosity began to transform into sympathy. Though she maintained an outward facade of anger, over the 3 years, she would occasionally covertly observe him. Even after losing his spiritual root, Chuyen persevered in his cultivation, and this resilience earned her respect. Upon hearing that he had regained his abilities, Roxawens could hardly contain her joy. However, upon discovering that Chuyen had become a 5-element waste, a genuine concern welled up within her. Time indeed has the power to change a person. After 8 years of watching him, whether in hatred or admiration, or even sympathy, Chuyen had unknowingly carved a place in Roxawen's heart. Just before the peak's examination, she had, almost unconsciously, stolen 2 broken band-breaking pills from the Xianqing Taoist and brought 2 of her magical artifacts to gift to Chuyen. During the examination, she found herself worried for him, leading her to drag the Xianqing Taoist to Flying Dragon Peak. Today, she had intended to retrieve her band-breaking pills, but deep down, Roxawens realized it was merely an excuse. She longed to see the man who frequently invaded her dreams. Have I truly fallen for him? The icy heart she had sealed for 21 years trembled at that moment. With the fair maiden in his arms, Chuyen felt an overwhelming wave of happiness. Just then, a bright female voice rang out, "Little lecher, where did we put the bathing herbal liquid?" Roxawens instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, her face paling in an instant. "Little lecher?" She called Chuyen a little lecher? "Our home." She said our home? Roxawen's mind went blank as she abruptly broke free from Chuyen's embrace, her face devoid of color, her beautiful eyes fixated on a stunning woman whose looks rivaled her own, if not surpassed them. Lu Yueying smiled subtly, her face adorned with a beguiling charm. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed playfully at the stunningly beautiful woman before her. "Chuyen, who is she?" As Roxaweng and Lu Yueying spoke almost simultaneously, Chuyen found himself overwhelmed, caught between the 2 women. He felt the intense clash of 4 electric sparks in the air, with beads of cold sweat streaming down his temples. "Oh, And you dare to ask who I am? Isn't it obvious? What do you intend to do about my family? Asked Chu Yan. Do you wish to become a mistress? Lu Yueying approached Chu Yan and Ruoxuan, her face adorned with a charming smile. Chu Yan, is this truly the case? Felt a pang of anguish in her heart, her voice trembling as she spoke to Chu Yan. Shuang, please do not misunderstand. I assure you, there is nothing between me and Miss Lu. We are merely friends. Chu Yan felt on the verge of collapse, grasping Ruoxuan's hand firmly as he fervently explained, I call you a little scoundrel. Do you now wish to deny it? Lu Yueying, embodying the essence of a woman burdened by unfulfilled desires, grasped Chu Yan's arm tightly. Listen to me, Shiwan. The reality is not as you perceive. Everything transpired unexpectedly. Let go of my hand. With a voice laced with anguish, Shiwing shouted towards Chu Yan, her heart shattered at that moment, as tears brimmed in her eyes. Shiwing, believe me, I, Chu Yan, shall love only you in this lifetime. A resounding slap echoed sharply across the room, striking Chu Yan's cheek. Shiwing, Chu Yan's body trembled violently, rendered speechless as he stood there, his gaze fixed on Ruoxuan. Chu Yan, you have profoundly disappointed me. I have completely misjudged you. Very well, from this moment forth, I, Ruoxuan, shall have no further ties with you. Ruoxi Wenyu trembled as she pointed at Chu Yan, her tears finally overflowing from her eyes, unable to be restrained any longer. Indeed, a mistress must possess the awareness befitting her role. Ruoxuan smiled faintly, her arm linking with Chu Yan's. Now your life belongs solely to you. With a chilling laugh, Ruoxuan's voice resonated with an icy tone, and her heart yearned to linger no longer in this place. She summoned her flying sword and ascended into the sky. Farewell, take care. Do visit again when you have the chance. Lu Yueying, with an expression of triumph, called out to the departing Ruoxuan. What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? As Ruoxuan's heartbreaking departure unfolded before him, Chu Yan felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented fury, he abruptly turned his head and shouted with a fierce intensity, Have you caused enough trouble? Observing Chu Yan's solemn demeanor, Lu Yueying's expression shifted, and with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, she inquired, What is the matter? Is one not permitted to speak? Have I uttered something amiss? Miss Lu, please maintain your dignity. Chu Yan suddenly shook off Lu Yueying's arm, his expression darkening to the utmost as he coldly remarked. After speaking, he retrieved a large iron rod from the Lingyu and soared into the sky, pursuing the direction in which Ruoxuan had departed. Indeed. My aunt and Apos. S words were not mistaken. All men in this world are treacherous. As Lu Yueying gazed at Chu Yan and Apos, S receding figure, a chilling expression enveloped her face as she murmured to herself. In the heavens above, Chu Yan exerted all his strength to wield the iron rod, infusing it with spiritual energy without a thought for the cost, ultimately catching up to Ruoxuan. Leave me be, she said. No, Shiwang, you truly misunderstand. What is there for me to misunderstand? Shiwan, please allow me to explain. Enough. Ruoxuan abruptly halted her flying sword, her expression icy as she addressed Chu Yan. Who do you think you are to me? On what grounds do you presume to explain yourself? And who do you think I am to you? That I should listen to your explanation? Do you find it amusing to toy with me? Chu Yan, you scoundrel, let me tell you. This young lady will not tolerate it any longer. As tears streamed down Ruoxuan's face like rain, she cried out in anguish, her exquisite visage marred by sorrow, resentment, and disappointment. Chu Yan, in a daze, returned to the small cabin, moving toward the door with a lifeless gait. Lu Yueying stood at the entrance, her expression frosty as she gazed at Chu Yan. Stop right there. Lu Yueying's voice rang out with a frigid command. Chu Yan, as if oblivious to her words, continued to stride forward. I demand that you halt. Did you not hear me? Observing that Chu Yan was ignoring her, Lu Yueying seized the collar of his garment and exclaimed, Have you not had enough of your madness? Chu Yan's expression darkened, his eyes emanating a chilling light, and his voice carried an unprecedented coldness. Apologize. Lu Yueying uttered no superfluous words, delivering a sharp rebuke instead. What was the reason? From my childhood until now, no one has ever dared to raise their voice at me, nor has anyone ever cast me aside. No one has ever exhibited such a deplorable attitude towards me as you have. Therefore, I demand an apology from you. Lu Yueying's gaze met Chu Yan's icy stare, and with an unwavering tone, she declared, I shall not. With a sharp reprimand, Chu Yan seized the arm that clutched his collar and forcefully flung it aside. Chu Yan, how dare you cast me aside a second time? Apologize at once. Lu Yueying was seething with rage at that moment, and she swung her hand towards Chu Yan. You insane woman, have you not caused enough chaos? Chu Yan seized Lu Yueying's hand as she swung it towards him and shouted, You dare to call me insane, woman? I shall fight you to the bitter end. In a moment of extreme fury, Lu Yueying lashed out with her claws. Enough, Lu Yueying. I must tell you that I have had my fill of your temperamental demeanor. Had you not been on the brink of death from excessive blood loss, I would never have dared to encroach upon you in any manner. Yet now, you cling to this matter, fully aware that she is the woman I cherish above all others. Why do you insist on this course of action? What advantages do you perceive in your actions? Do you find this amusing? Allow me to clarify, do not underestimate my integrity. I am not a mere instrument for your amusement. Chu Yan firmly grasped Lu Yueying's shoulders and shouted angrily. His frustration towards her was overwhelming, and at this moment, as Lu Yueying continued to press him, he could no longer contain his outburst. Huh, you are indeed clever. You have spoken rightly. Yes, I take delight in playing games. I care not for your connection to her. The sight of that little girl in agony brings me immense pleasure. I am, after all, a young lady with a temper. I treat you as a mere toy. What can you do about it? Lu Yueying sneered, her gaze locked onto Chu Yan. Very well, Lu Yueying, you have forced my hand. With a cold snort, Chu Yan swiftly wrapped his arms around Lu Yueying's waist and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Chu Yan, what? What are you doing? Quickly put me down. What do you intend to do? You will soon discover. With a cold snort, Chu Yan disregarded Lu Yueying's struggles as he observed her making her way toward his room. Chu Yan, let me make myself clear. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall. Chu Yan, please set me down first. We can discuss this civilly. Chu Yan, I acknowledge my mistakes. I was in the wrong before. Please, release me first. At this moment, Lu Yueying was truly flustered. She had long been accustomed to the feeling of superiority over others, yet she had forgotten that her cultivation was merely at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. She could not even contend with someone as inexperienced as Chu Yan. If Chu Yan were to unleash his primal instincts, Chu Yan, I warn you, should you dare to lay a hand on me today, oh dear, Lu Yueying, realizing her attempts to negotiate had failed, resorted to intimidation, only to be unceremoniously thrown onto the bed in the next moment. What are you going to do? Chu Yan, I must advise you to refrain from any reckless actions. Observing the eager anticipation in their demeanor, Lu Yueying felt an unprecedented sense of panic. She never imagined that today she would find herself in such a predicament, outsmarted by an inexperienced young lad. Humph, where has your earlier bravado vanished to? With a chilling sneer, Chu Yan lunged toward Lu Yueying. Do not, please. Help. Lu Yueying was genuinely terrified. Strong as she was, at her core, she remained an inexperienced young girl. Lu Yueying cried out, only to find herself abruptly pinned to the bed by 2 firm arms. And Oppos, shout all you want. Not even a scream will bring someone to your aid. Chu Yan's voice echoed with malevolence in Lu Yueying's heart. The next moment, a sharp slap resounded against her backside. You actually hit me. Feeling the fiery sting on her rear, Lu Yueying yelled in indignation. I did. So what of it? Smack, smack. Chu Yan showed no mercy, delivering 2 more stinging slaps to her curvaceous form, his heart consumed by anger, devoid of any other thoughts. Chu Yan, you scoundrel. Just wait until I smack. Ouch. Another swift blow landed. Where's your haughty demeanor now? Why aren't you shouting? Sniffle. Chu Yan was venting his frustrations, yet was interrupted by her sobs. He quickly ceased his actions. No matter how excessive Lu Yueying and Oppos' behavior had been, she was still a girl. There's a saying that a woman and Oppos' tears are the most potent weapon, ranking among the ultimate tools of emotional manipulation. Chu Yan's fury dissipated in an instant as he observed Lu Yueying's tear-streaked back. Lu, are you all right? Smack. Lu Yueying spun around, her face glistening with tears, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, you beast. Chu Yan stood frozen, at a loss for words. With great effort, Lu Yueying finally managed to rise, her steps unsteady as she made her way to her room. On the withered wood peak, Wonder, you're back. Yes, master. The disciple responded hurriedly, turning to leave. Wonder, have you been looking for that rascal Chu Yan again? Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell your master. The expression on Xianqing Daoist's face darkened in anger. He had always regarded Ruoxawang as his own granddaughter, and seeing her in distress enraged him. "Master, no one bullied me." Observing Ruoxuang's averted gaze, Xuanqing's eyes glinted with suspicion. It must be that Chu Yin again. "Humph, how dare he mistreat my disciple? I shall teach that audacious boy a lesson." "Master, he didn't bully me. I'm fine, and I will never associate with him again." Ruoxuang's expression was vacant as she spoke, turning to leave. Sighing, Xianqing Daoist remarked, "Ah, Longtian, your son is no different than you were in your youth, in every aspect." On the western side of Filong Peak, as soon as Lu Yueying returned to her room, she burst into tears. "Chu Yin, you scoundrel! How dare you treat me this way? Woe is me! My aunt deceived me." In truth, Lu Yueying's nature was merely a touch spoiled, yet her cultivation and status bestowed upon her an air of arrogance. She had never been so close to a male before, and what Chu Yin had taken was indeed her first kiss. To say she was indifferent would be a lie. While she feigned nonchalance, her heart was tumultuous. Though she didn't wish for Chu Yin to take responsibility, the feeling was undeniably strange. Today, upon hearing a woman's voice outside the wooden house, followed by the vows exchanged between Chu Yin and Ruoxuang, her anger flared, leading to the subsequent events. Imagine being a girl unaccustomed to close proximity with males, only to have one touch and kiss you, then turn around to pledge his devotion to another woman. What would you think? In truth, Lu Yueying's inner strength was far less formidable than her exterior suggested. Her aunt had taught her that all men were untrustworthy and must be kept under one's control. Yet, Lu Yueying encountered Chu Yin, who, while admiring her beauty, remained unaffected by it. In the end, who was right or wrong? Was it Ruoxuang's fault, Chu Yin and Apos' or Lu Yueying's? Perhaps it was Chu Yin's fault, for he was the male, after all. Meanwhile, the heavily guilt-laden Chu Yin sat cross-legged on his bed, emanating a faint blue glow. Two water orbs floated before him, gradually drawing closer. Bang! The orbs exploded simultaneously, splattering water across Chu Yin's face. "Black hen, do you think I was in the wrong?" he asked the large black chicken beside him. "Cluck, cluck." The chicken nodded. "Perhaps I did go a bit too far, but now is not the time for such considerations." And Apos, Chu Yin resolved to focus. The sect and Apos' grand competition was merely half a year away, and his primary goal was to enhance his cultivation to stand out during that event, thus gaining entry into the sect's forbidden grounds, a realm of special significance. With vengeance for his parents, yet unfulfilled, he could not dwell on romantic entanglements. Closing his eyes once more, the two water orbs began to coalesce before him again. The next day, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the young man's determined face. As Chu Yin opened his eyes, a frown creased his brow. And Apos, why has my cultivation speed slowed so drastically? And Apos, after a night of practice, he felt minimal progress, barely a tenth of what he used to achieve. This was still under the influence of the black chicken. Otherwise, his speed would have dropped to a mere fifth of what it had been. And Apos, could it be due to the difficulties of mastering the 9th level technique for the first time? And Apos, Chu Yin concluded that this was likely the case. It seemed he must not rush. He thought to himself, cultivation was not an overnight endeavor. If his speed continued at the same pace as the previous 8 levels, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Even so, with spiritual liquid flowing like water, though his cultivation speed could not compare to that of a prodigy with a heavenly root, it was on par with those possessing dual spiritual roots. Chu Yin entered the kitchen, and moments later, a few well-prepared dishes were set upon the table. And Apos, Miss Lu, it's time to eat. He contemplated that while Lu Yueying was in the wrong, as a man, he had indeed overstepped. Receiving no response, he understood she was still upset. Choosing not to say more, 5 spiritual roots. Can the disadvantages be transformed into advantages? Since the Xian Zhong Shui Ju progresses slowly, why not attempt to cultivate another attributes technique? As Chu Yin contemplated, excitement welled within him. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, shaking the little wooden house. "Miss Lu, are you all right? Is everything fine?" And Apos, the direction from which the voice emanated was indeed the room where Lu Yueying resided. At this moment, Chu Yin bellowed loudly, and just then, the wooden door of the room creaked open. A woman stepped out gracefully, her willow-like eyebrows exquisitely arched, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light, her delicate nose elegantly uplifted, and her rosy lips radiating vibrancy. Her long hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal and refined aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. "You Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The woman before him bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yueying. Yet the air of elegance and otherworldliness surrounding her was so profound that had she not emerged from that very room, Chu Yan would have never imagined they were one and the same. She was still clad in the dark attire from her injury, although some of the torn areas had been mended. However, the outfit now appeared somewhat short on Lu Yueying, revealing the fair skin of her wrists and ankles. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Lu Yueying spoke softly, her voice as gentle as the fragrance of orchids, soothing to the ears and refreshing to the spirit. "Of course I recognize you, Miss Lu. But how?" Chu Yan gazed at Lu Yueying, feeling as though he was looking at an entirely different person. If he were to suggest they were sisters, he would find it more believable. "There's no need for further inquiries," Lu Yueying replied lightly as she walked towards a chair by the wooden table. "Your cultivation, it's at the 6th level of qi refinement. How is that possible?" Chu Yan was still somewhat dazed, as if caught in a dream. The next moment, he inadvertently sensed the aura emanating from Lu Yueying, and his expression abruptly changed. Just yesterday, she had been at the 4th level of qi refinement, and now she had ascended to the 6th level. This was an extraordinary leap, surpassing Chu Yan's understanding completely. A slight bit of enlightenment, Lu Yueying replied with a faint smile. Chu Yan stared blankly at Lu Yueying, increasingly perplexed by this woman. The innocent girl, the willful young lady, the resentful wife. All these personas were understandable, but the present Lu Yueying struck Chu Yan as her true self, making it difficult for him to harbor any disrespectful thoughts. As Lu Yueying gracefully took her seat, she frowned slightly and let out a soft sigh. Chu Yan's face turned crimson with embarrassment, for he knew all too well that this was the result of his actions from the previous day. "Miss Lu, I apologize for yesterday's incident. This is a bottle of the golden moon powder I just prepared. Apply it 3 times a day to that area, and you will heal within 3 days," Chu Yan proclaimed, placing a jade vial before Lu Yueying. Without acknowledging him, Lu Yueying elegantly sampled several dishes from the table. Seeing her disregard for him, Chu Yan's discomfort deepened, leaving him at a loss for words. "Chu Yan," Lu Yueying finally addressed him without looking his way. What is it, miss?" Chu Yan jolted at the sound of her voice. "This dish is quite delightful." "Delighted to hear that, miss." Chu Yan felt a swirl of confusion in his heart, filled with guilt for having acted inappropriately towards such a refined and elegant woman. "Chu Yan, I need your assistance regarding the clothing. Just a trivial matter, miss, you needn't worry," Chu Yan replied awkwardly, still feeling the weight of her gaze that refused to meet his. "Chu Yan," Lu Yueying's beautiful eyes locked onto his, causing a flutter of unease within him. The next moment, a captivating smile graced her exquisite features, and with a gentle and sincere tone, she uttered, "Thank you." "Thank you?" Chu Yan was engulfed in confusion. He could discern that her gratitude was genuine, yet he could not fathom why she would thank him. Was it for saving her life? Surely not. If that were the case, she would have expressed her thanks much earlier. Then, for what was she grateful? Perhaps for the incident from the previous day? That seemed improbable. Unbeknownst to Chu Yan, his inadvertent words and actions had fundamentally altered Lu Yueying's fate. Having been showered with affection since childhood, and with her unique cultivation method, she had never encountered such experiences. Little did she realize that Chu Yan's accidental actions had inadvertently aided her in breaking through to a level she had thought unattainable in her lifetime. "The food is quite delicious." As Chu Yan regained his composure, he noticed Lu Yueying and Appo's silhouette, and saw that she had consumed nearly half of the dishes on the table. Moments later, a voice echoed in his mind. "Boss, we have prepared everything." The glimmer of a blood pearl within his sea of consciousness flickered, and a voice resonated in Chu Yan's ears. Exiting the wooden house, he found Zhang Jing, Zhou Yi, and Wang Qi standing respectfully at the doorway. "Boss, here are the clothes you requested, the latest designs from the Tianyi clothing shop, all in white, as per your specifications." Zhang Jing presented a thick bundle to Chu Yan, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Must you all look at me like that? I bought them for someone else," Chu Yan remarked, feeling slightly vexed by their mischievous demeanor. "We understand. Boss, rest assured, we won't breathe a word about it." Zhou Yi shot Chu Yan a knowing glance. Over the past few days, they had discovered that Chu Yan was not difficult to approach. Despite the blood oath binding them, he had not exploited them in the slightest, which had greatly improved their impression of him. Though the contract still weighed on their minds, they felt less anxious than at the beginning. Also, this book, Blazing Flame Technique, is a family heirloom of the Wang family, containing the cultivation methods for levels 1 through 13 of Qi refinement. Wang Qi handed Chu Yin a book on fire-based cultivation. This is 50 spirit stones. You should take it. Boss, those clothes aren't worth much. The technique is from my own family. Feel free to peruse it without any mention of spirit stones. The trio refused to let Chu Yin protest further, turning to leave on their swords. Chu Yin smiled faintly and returned to his room. Miss Liu, I have brought the clothes you requested. Standing at the door, he waited briefly before the wooden door opened gently. Thank you for your trouble. Liu Yueying accepted the clothes from Chu Yin without inviting him inside. And this bottle of gathering qi pills should aid you in your cultivation. Thank you. Liu Yueying took the jade vial from Chu Yin and promptly shut the door behind her. Having secured first place in the inner competition, Chu Yin had been rewarded with 500 spirit stones, a top-grade magic artifact, and a bottle of gathering qi pills, which were highly coveted among cultivators of qi refinement for their ability to enhance the absorption of spiritual energy. Given his possession of spiritual liquid, this item was somewhat redundant, so he decided to do a favor for Liu Yueying. Returning to his room, Chu Yin eagerly retrieved the blazing flame technique. He understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew, so he chose to focus on the fire-based technique for his cultivation, concentrating the fire, comprehending the essence of fire in the world, extracting myriad strands and condensing them within oneself, gathering them in the dantian. He recited silently as he began to operate the technique. Moments later, a dozen fiery red orbs began to orbit around him. Is this truly happening? Chu Yin opened his eyes, elation flooding his expression. He had not anticipated that his cultivation speed with the blazing flame technique would surpass that of the mysterious heavy water technique by 5 or 6 times. At this rate, he was confident he could condense his first strand of fire elemental energy within a month. What could possibly be the reason for this? In the depths of Chu Yan's mind, a sense of confusion arose. Although he possessed 5 spiritual roots, they were not evenly distributed. His water spiritual root comprised 6 layers, while the other 4 roots only had 1 layer each. Logically, his cultivation speed for the other 4 elemental techniques should have been exceedingly slow, rendering such rapid progress impossible. Suddenly, a pained cry shattered his thoughts. Chu Yan's body jolted as he hastened toward Liu Yueying's room. "Liu girl, what has happened?" he exclaimed. "Ah, Chu. I'm coming in." Chu Yin pushed the door open, his expression shifting drastically. Liu Yueying lay on the ground, clad in white garments, her face marred by dozens of dark green poison patterns. She clutched her throat, her visage contorted in agony. Chu Yin rushed to her side, supporting her as he anxiously inquired, "Liu girl, how could this happen?" "Poison," Liu Yueying managed to utter, her expression growing more pained. Chu Yin and Apos' gaze fell upon the scattered qi-gathering pills on the floor, and his face turned pale. "Qi Tianlai," he roared, his eyes burning crimson. He had not anticipated that Qi Tianlai would resort to foul play during the inner peak assessment, and his unintended actions had caused Liu Yueying to ingest the poison pill. "Liu girl, I will fetch a healer." "Hold on." "No." Liu Yueying grasped the edge of Chu Yan's garment, her voice strained. "This poison is called the 9 worms and 9 grasses poison. To counteract it, one must know the 9 worms and 9 grasses used to concoct the poison. There is no time. In at most half a quarter of an hour, I will succumb to the poison." Her voice was frail, and the dark green patterns on her face had spread ominously. Few within the 4 continents possessed knowledge of this poison's preparation, and its colorless and odorless nature rendered it undetectable. Liu Yueying, having no suspicion since it had come from Chu Yin, was caught off guard. Had it been the former Liu Yueying, she could have suppressed it with her cultivation, but now. "Liu girl, it is all my fault, all because of me. I will not allow you to die. There must be another way. Chu Yin, do not dwell on it. It is impossible." Despite her pain, Liu Yueying felt an unusual calmness, harboring no resentment toward Chu Yin. Half a quarter of an hour. It was far too late to seek help now, and Chu Yin was overwhelmed with anxiety. "I feel a bit tired." "Do not sleep. Do not sleep. Liu girl, you must not close your eyes. Everything that has happened is my fault. Did you not say I am yours? Having gained so much from you, how can you let me go so easily?" "You cannot sleep." Chu Yin and Apos' words became jumbled, for he understood that if she fell asleep now, she would never awaken again. "Chu Yin, do you know? That was truly my first kiss." A faint smile flickered across Liu Yueying and Apos' pale face. "Chu Yin, am I no longer beautiful?" "No, Liu girl. You know, you must not sleep. Wake up." Liu Yueying finally closed her eyes, and Chu Yan let out a frenzied roar. It should have been me who died. How could you take my place, Lu Yueying? With a low growl, Chu Yan's mind echoed with the words of his father, Chu Changtian, rely on this method. If one is deeply poisoned and no antidote is available, one can. Father, mother, I cannot let an innocent suffer because of me. Forgive me. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, producing a dagger and slicing open his wrist. In the same motion, he cut Lu Yueying's wrist, their blood mingling as their wrists pressed tightly together. Chu Yan deeply felt their blood intertwining, recalling the method his father had taught him, the hemolytic detoxification technique. In essence, this technique allowed the poison from one person to be shared between two, effectively diluting the toxin by half. Lacking immediate means to save Lu Yueying, he resolved to utilize this method to buy time. Moments later, the dark green patterns on Lu Yueying's face began to diminish, and a hint of color returned. Lu Yueying murmured, awakening to find Chu Yan's face pale and strained, covered in dark green patterns. Lu girl, you have finally awakened. Why are you also poisoned? This hemolytic detoxification technique. How could you be so foolish? Lu Yueying gazed at their clasped wrists, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. How could I allow Lu girl to die in my stead? Chu Yan is powerless to save you. I would rather perish alongside you. His complexion grew graver. Chu Yan, with such a concentration of poison, perhaps I have a solution. Lu Yueying exclaimed, sensing the toxin within her had been halved. What? Channel all your spiritual energy to force the toxins into your dantian. Not a single drop must be missed. Hurry, Lu Yueying urged. And Chu Yan immediately mobilized his 8 streams of spiritual energy, dispersing them into countless threads to locate the poison within his bloodstream. Moments later, as the toxins remained only partially gathered in his dantian, Chu Yan felt his energy deplete, and Lu Yueying too could no longer sustain herself. Do you have any spirit stones or anything to restore your energy? Use this. Chu Yan retrieved 10 jade vials from his storage bag and handed one to Lu Yueying. Natural spirit liquid? Lu Yueying was taken aback, but wasted no time in drinking it, quickly concentrating on the toxins. 10 vials of second-grade spirit liquid later, the toxic patterns on their faces began to recede gradually. Lu Yueying abruptly opened her eyes, tapping her dantian repeatedly before finally exhaling deeply. Chu Yan, envelop that toxin with 4 threads of spiritual energy. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Lu Yueying's command, Chu Yan summoned 4 threads of energy to encase the sphere of 9 worms and 9 grasses poison that had formed in his dantian. I will use the sealing spirit finger technique in conjunction with your 4 threads to temporarily seal the toxin. As long as you do not utilize those 4 threads, there will be no danger. Lu Yueying tapped Chu Yan's dantian numerous times. Chu Yan distinctly felt the toxic sphere grow still. A month later, within the depths of the eastern mountain wilderness of Filong Peak, beneath a cascading waterfall, a youth sat cross-legged on the water's surface, allowing the torrent to crash against him. Radiating a soft blue glow, he opened his tightly shut eyes, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, it is just as I thought. This waterfall was a place Chu Yan had fortuitously discovered during his water fetching. As his progress with the Xianchong water technique had been exceedingly slow, he had the sudden inspiration that since he cultivated water-based techniques, perhaps practicing closer to the source would enhance his speed. The outcome confirmed his hypothesis. Beneath the waterfall, his comprehension of the Xianchong water technique improved once more, and his cultivation speed doubled. Moreover, the raging waters served to temper his body. Since being transformed by the black light beam, his physical form had become one of his greatest advantages. Today, I shall surely eradicate it. Chu Yan felt a sense of calm as he regarded the toxin within his dantian, now no larger than a fingertip. Unintentionally, he discovered that the mysterious little cauldron in his dantian possessed an alluring power over the 9 worms and 9 grasses poison. Chu Yan began to extract a wisp of toxin from the toxic orb, which the small cauldron effortlessly absorbed. However, the cauldron had a limited capacity for toxin absorption each day. After a month of diligent effort, only a small amount of toxin remained. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan cautiously directed the final wisp of toxin towards the cauldron using 8 strands of spiritual energy. As he drew nearer, the cauldron and Apos' attraction to the toxin intensified, and at last, the wisp was fully absorbed. The cauldron quivered slightly, and a faint voice echoed as a green light flickered from his dantian, revealing a small green cauldron that soared into the air. To his astonishment, a dark brown pill appeared within the cauldron. Could this be the poison pill condensed from the 9 worms and 9 grasses? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Yan's eyes as he pondered this revelation. Suddenly, a large black chicken emerged from the water, triumphantly grasping a plump fish in its beak before swallowing it whole and squawking with excitement. Could this be the legendary drenched chicken? Chu Yan chuckled at the sight of the chicken's feathers matted together. Hey, black girl, don't just focus on yourself. Catch a few more fish, and I will prepare roasted fish for you. The large black chicken, thrilled by the promise, shook its feathers and dove back into the water. Moments later, demonstrating impressive skill, it easily caught 6 double-tailed fire fish. These fire fish were low-grade demonic beasts, renowned for their delectable flesh and the fire attribute spiritual energy contained within, greatly benefiting practitioners of fire-related techniques. As the grill was set up, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. The black chicken watched with wide eyes, drooling in anticipation. Don't rush, you greedy creature, Chu Yan said with a gentle smile, sprinkling seasonings over the fish. Just then, a frail and tremulous voice reached his ears. Young man, have mercy on an old man like me. I haven't eaten in days. An elderly beggar, dressed in tattered clothes and sporting a hairdo resembling a bird's nest, approached with a shaky, broken bowl. Is there truly a beggar in such a remote wilderness? Chu Yan thought, a flicker of caution crossing his mind. Even if someone intended to harm him, this scheme seemed rather trivial, he mused silently. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and said, Here, old man, take these 10 spirit stones. Young man, what use do I have for those stones? I haven't eaten for 3 days, my stomach is growling. What about that roasted fish in your hand? The old beggar shook his head, gazing hungrily at the fish, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you want this? You may have it, Chu Yan offered. The large black chicken clucked in discontent. Black girl, we can grill another one. Let the old man have this one. Before Chu Yan could finish, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand as the roasted fish had mysteriously found its way into the beggar's grasp. You are truly a good person. Oh, how delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite roasted fish. The beggar, unreserved, began devouring the fish, causing the black chicken to squawk in frustration. Chu Yan's wariness deepened as he continued grilling another fish. Moments passed, and the aroma filled the air once more. Young man, your roasted fish is simply irresistible. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Look, if you were generous. The old man continued to plead. Chu Yan, generously, handed another roasted fish to the beggar, while the black chicken fumed beside him. However, with a meaningful glance, the chicken fell silent. The beggar indulged eagerly, consuming every last morsel, while Chu Yan grilled another for himself. Eventually, all the fish were devoured by the old beggar. You are truly a good person. Did you enjoy your meal, old man? Chu Yan asked with a light smile. Delightful. I have never experienced such satisfaction. The beggar replied, his eyes sparkling with joy. Oh, there is even more delight to come. With a sudden change in his tone, Chu Yan released a rapidly spinning water needle shaped like a finger, launching it fiercely towards the old beggar's face. A low-level 7-pattern spell, Xian Gang Water Force. The old beggar, who was licking the grease off his hands, abruptly changed his expression. Chu Yan sensed a flicker of movement, and the old beggar had vanished without a trace. Young lad, do you not possess even an ounce of respect for your elders? At my age, are you truly intent on disfiguring me? The old beggar's voice resonated from behind Chu Yan. He turned sharply to find the old man seated upon a large stone, smiling at him. Indeed, I may have been too heavy-handed just now. This time, I shall be gentler, Chu Yan declared, his aura suddenly condensing as a black iron staff emerged from the lingling jade, radiating a faint blue glow, and struck towards the old beggar. Goodness, are you serious, lad? The old beggar exclaimed, his form swiftly darting away, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. In an instant, 9 distinct images of the old beggar appeared before Chu Yan. What kind of movement technique is this? Chu Yan was taken aback, yet he dared not hesitate, unleashing 9 consecutive waves of faint blue water force. Low-level 3-pattern spell, Xian Water Force, instantaneous casting. A voice of mild surprise emanated from a tree nearby. The old beggar had somehow perched himself atop the large tree, observing the playful exchange between Chu Yan and his 9 doppelgangers. As the Xian Water Force swept through, the 9 images of the old beggar dissipated. Dragon Turtle Shield. Chu Yan, unwilling to show any carelessness, chanted the incantation and summoned the dragon turtle shield to strike at the mysterious old beggar. Simultaneously, the black iron staff charged forward, propelled by a fierce wind. Two exquisite magical artifacts, and a primordial artifact no less. Quite impressive, young man. The old beggar remarked softly, this time choosing not to evade, merely smiling faintly as he extended a finger. Bang! The once unstoppable iron staff was effortlessly halted by that single finger. Bang! The old beggar's other finger blocked the dragon turtle shield. To withstand the might of premium magical artifacts with just a single finger, who exactly is this old beggar? Shock coursed through Chu Yin as he gathered 8 strands of water blue spiritual energy before transforming them into 8 three-legged water crows. The 8 three-legged water crows took their positions, and at Chu Yan's command, they all lunged toward the center. Low-level 8 pattern spell, three-legged water crow technique. The collision of the 8 water crows enveloped the area in mist. And in the next moment, the mist vanished, revealing a colossal figure. A chicken's head, a swallow's beak, a snake's neck, a turtle's back, a fish's tail, resplendent in colors. Towering at 6 feet. The pinnacle of low-level water attribute spells, low-level 13 pattern, water phoenix destruction technique. Spell fusion? Impressive, young man. The old beggar's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration at the sight, yet he remained utterly unfazed. Go, Chu Yin uttered quietly, as countless streams of water surged from the water phoenix, releasing an ear-splitting call and charging forth with immense momentum. Boom! The massive water phoenix collided violently with the old beggar's bony figure. A wave of unease washed over Chu Yin instinctively. As the water receded, the old beggar still sat atop the tree, wearing a cheerful expression while observing Chu Yin. Chu Yin was utterly shaken. Even a newly established foundation establishment cultivator could not possibly withstand his 13-pattern spell without sustaining a scratch. Initially, Chu Yin had suspected this old beggar was sent by Qi Tianlai to eliminate him, but most foundation establishment cultivators were engrossed in secluded cultivation. Qi Tianlai would attract external attention if he mobilized such disciples, leading Chu Yin to conclude that the old beggar was at most at the 12th layer or perfected state of Qi refining. Yet unexpectedly, young man, I must say, your skills are quite commendable. The old beggar's voice echoed in Chu Yan's ear, causing him to tremble. In the next moment, he felt a finger poke his chest. Chu Yan's expression changed dramatically as he realized he could not move, his entire being frozen in place. Not only that, but his internal spiritual energy was also bound, unable to be summoned even slightly. Oh. The big black chicken let out a cry, its body swelling like a balloon, and in the next moment, it spewed a cloud of white mist towards the mysterious old beggar. This chicken has some character. I imagine it would make for a delightful roast. The old beggar said nonchalantly, his hands moving swiftly in front of him, causing the white mist to dissipate entirely. With a flick of his finger, the big black chicken became rigid, unable to move an inch. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier, esteemed elder. Please do not harm my black girl. Chu Yin urged anxiously. The big black chicken was not merely a pet. Without it, he would have faced dire consequences during the final assessment on the peak. It had significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to reach the 8th layer of Qi refining within 3 months. Chu Yin regarded the big black chicken as his closest companion. However, the old man replied, I am quite angered today. What do you propose we do? Esteemed elder, if you desire roasted fish, I shall provide it daily, as long as you do not harm my black girl. Chu Yan's eyes brightened as he hastily responded, only to find that the old beggar's figure had vanished. Young man, remember your words. You may regain your freedom of movement in half an hour. The old beggar's voice echoed through the forest. What is this old beggar's true identity? Yet, it seems he harbors no ill will towards me. Chu Yin pondered, recognizing the old beggar's unfathomable strength. If he wished, it would be effortless to take his life. Bang! A clear sound rang out from within the wooden house. What? Chu Yin felt exasperated. This marked the 4th time in just a month. Lu Yueying emerged from the wooden house, wearing a smile. Level 10 already? Yes, I just broke through. Thanks to your natural spiritual liquid. Hearing Lu Yueying's words, Chu Yin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite both of them using spiritual liquid for cultivation, how could their speeds differ so vastly? In just a month, Lu Yueying had surged from the 6th to the 10th layer of Qi refining, now surpassing Chu Yin in strength. Her speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Because of him, Lu Yueying had nearly lost her life. Chu Yin had never hesitated to share the spiritual liquid. Now, he had no qualms about offering it, as his own cultivation speed had slowed. However, he did not disclose the source of the spiritual liquid, and Lu Yueying, in turn, refrained from asking. Miss Lu, I have found a way to eliminate the toxins, and I have completely cleared the toxins from my body. Chu Yin smiled faintly. He had never mentioned to Lu Yueying that the small cauldron could absorb toxins. What? Lu Yueying and Appo's expression turned to one of astonishment as she placed a delicate hand on Chu Yin and Appo's wrist, momentarily wearing an incredulous look. How is this possible? Could it be that there was a core formation cultivator? It was entirely my own effort, Miss Lu. Starting tomorrow, I shall assist you in detoxifying. I have some matters to attend to tonight and may return late. Chu Yin replied with a gentle smile, turning to leave. Chu Yin, be careful. Seeing Lu Yueying's sincere gaze warmed Chu Yan's heart. He nodded in acknowledgement and took to the skies atop the iron staff. Beneath Flying Dragon Peak lay a path leading to the outside world, a necessary route for those venturing to and from the peak. Zhangzhe, Zhou Yi Wangqi. Remember what I said. Chu Yan's voice resonated in the minds of the three, nodding their heads from behind the small dirt slopes on either side of the mountain path. Zhangzhe and Wang Qi affirmed their understanding. On a Monday in the midst of the mountain path, Zhou Yi nodded slightly. However, all three felt an overwhelming sense of tension. The strongest among them, Zhanggu, was merely at the mid-level of the 6th stage of qi refinement, while Zhou Yi and Wang Qi were at the early stage of the same level. They were about to undertake an exceedingly audacious act, to ambush an elder at the 12th level of qi refinement. Elder Zhao had spent decades in the qi refinement stage and was now nearing 70, unless he encountered a master at the 13th level of qi refinement. He was nearly invincible among his peers. Yet, he desired the death of Chu Yin, which meant the death of Zhanggu and his companions. For the blood oath contract dictated that should the host perish, the three would suffer a backlash, leading to their demise. If they adhered to their plan and followed my instructions, they would undoubtedly eliminate that old dog today, and none would meet their end. Chu Yin stood atop a towering tree, surveying everything below. The matter of the qi-gathering pill had nearly cost Lu Yueying her life. There was no way Chu Yin would swallow such a grievance. Though he could not confront Qi Tianlai directly at present, he was determined to slay Zhao, the elder's minion. Moments later, a figure of an old man appeared at the foot of Filong Mountain. This elder was gaunt, his wrinkled face flushed like a monkey's backside. His eyes glazed and unsteady as he staggered along the mountain path. Today, these little girls are quite spirited. Zhao chuckled lecherously, reminiscing about his recent escapades with 3 women. A satisfied belch escaping him. Humph, old dog, the best is yet to come. Atop the tall tree, Chu Yan's expression turned frosty. Every month at this time, Elder Zhao would visit the cultivator market at the base of Filong Peak to seek amusement, spending spirit stones on women. This month, Chu Yan had sent Zhanggu and the others to thoroughly investigate Zhao's whereabouts. Prior to today, he had Zhou Yi spend 50 spirit stones to bribe several women frequently visited by Zhao. The women, seeing such a large sum, readily agreed, promising to ensure that Zhao would be thoroughly exhausted upon his arrival. It seemed the women had executed their task quite well. Observing Zhao's unsteady gait, Chu Yan smiled faintly. You little brat, who are you? Why are you blocking my path? Zhao, with bleary eyes, addressed the figure before him. I am the one who will take your life. Zhou Yi bellowed, shattering a long-prepared yellow talisman. Instantly, yellow patterns emerged from the ground beneath Zhao, and the earth suddenly caved in, causing him to plummet. You dare to conspire against me? Zhao exclaimed, but despite being caught off guard, his reflexes, honed over decades, kicked in. A 3-foot flying sword soared from his storage pouch, and he attempted to ascend into the sky. Attack! Chu Yan's voice rang out sharply in Zhanggu and Wang Qi's ears. They leapt from either side of the slope, descending with a massive golden net. You little brats! How dare you ambush me? Tremble! Enraged, Zhao was ensnared by the golden net. He quickly summoned a palm-sized copper bell from his pouch, commanding it to ring with a piercing sound. Zhanggu and Zhou Yi, holding the golden net, felt a sharp pain in their ears, causing them to falter. Is this the extent of your abilities to ambush me? Humph! Zhao scoffed, preparing to break free from the net when suddenly, dozens of water orbs hurtled toward him from the sky. Low-level 4-pattern spell, water orb technique. Zhao remained unfazed, waving his hands before him, a dazzling golden light enveloping him in a protective barrier. Chu Yan, If you do not reveal yourself, do you truly believe you can defeat me with mere water orbs? Zhao sneered, already suspecting Chu Yan's involvement. As the water orbs struck the golden shield, they exploded upon impact, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the barrier. Zhao, astonished, wondered what kind of spell this was, as he had never anticipated such an explosive reaction. The power of the water orbs finally shattered his protective barrier. Chu Yan, you will pay, Zhao shouted, soaring into the air with a massive golden spear in hand. Low-level 9 pattern spell, golden spike technique. Suddenly, a torrent of dark liquid surged toward him, enveloping his vision in darkness. Then came a resounding crash as a colossal iron rod descended from above. Blinded and unable to react, Zhao was struck with a resounding impact, plummeting downward. Chu Yan's silhouette emerged in the sky, riding on the fiery Lin blade. Although the water attribute's spirit energy diminished its power, he could still maneuver through the air. Unceasingly, Chu Yan brandished a large barrel containing the prepared dark liquid. Lead Cloud Ink, a means to deal with someone of Zhao's caliber without resorting to overt methods. Without pause, a gigantic figure manifested before him, its head resembling a rooster, neck like a snake, back like a tortoise, and tail like a fish, resplendent in colors and towering 6 feet in height. Low-level 13 pattern spell, Water Phoenix Destruction Technique. Go, Chu Yan commanded coldly. The Water Phoenix let out a piercing cry, surging forth with immense vigor toward the pit below. The ground trembled violently, rocks and dust flying. At this moment, Zhang Gu and the others regained their senses. Altogether, we cannot afford to give him any chance, Chu Yan commanded, and the trio, understanding his intent, summoned their full spirit energy. A massive fireball coalesced before Wang Qi. Low-level 6 pattern spell, Giant Fireball Technique. A colossal green light spike formed in front of Zhang Gu. Low-level 6 pattern spell, Greenwood Spike Technique. A hand, shaped from earthy light, emerged before Zhou Yi. Low-level 6 pattern spell, Profound Earth Palm Technique. The searing fireball, the green spike, and the earthy hand all plunged into the pit. Boom! The ground shook once more. Zhang Gu and his companions exhaled deeply, feeling as though they had survived a calamity. Had it not been for Chu Yan's decisive intervention, they would have surely perished at Zhao's hands. Boss, you're amazing. Indeed. I never imagined we could defeat a master at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Haha, that old fellow must possess many treasures. The trio beamed with delight, showering praises upon Chu Yan. Be cautious. Block your ears with spirit energy. Suddenly, Chu Yan sensed a dangerous aura. A tangible, faint golden sound wave rapidly expanded outward. Oh! The 3 cried out in agony, blood spilling from their ears as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Who could have anticipated such difficulty? Chu Yan had plugged his ears with spirit energy at the moment Zhao revealed the copper bell, yet even now, he felt a piercing pain. Was this the true power of a 12th level Qi refinement cultivator unleashing their artifact? A palm-sized copper bell soared forth, and Chu Yan muttered to himself, Chu Yan, you shall perish. A fierce roar erupted from the pit, and Elder Zhao emerged, his head swollen, garments in tatters, wounds scattered across his body, and blood staining him profusely. A massive golden axe floated before him. In the next moment, the golden axe swung down towards Chu Yan with a thunderous crash. Low-level 12 pattern spell, Radiant Golden Axe. Dragon Turtle Shield. Arise! Chu Yan shouted as the dragon turtle shield darted from his waist and positioned itself before him. He did not dare underestimate the power of the low-level 12 pattern spell, having just expended nearly all his energy on the Water Phoenix breakthrough spell. He poured every last drop of his remaining energy into the shield. Simultaneously, he uncorked a vial of spiritual liquid and consumed it eagerly. Boom! The colossal golden axe struck the dragon turtle shield with a resounding impact. A powerful wave of energy rippled outward. The dragon turtle shield, far from being a mere facade, only dimmed slightly in its brilliance while sustaining no visible damage. However, the tremendous tremor reverberating through the shield caused Chu Yan to feel a surge of blood and energy rise within him. At this moment, Elder Zhao was in a pitiful state, severely wounded and completely drained of spiritual power. The radiant golden axe had been his final strike. With a violent cough, he expelled several mouthfuls of his essence blood, which spread before him, forming a dense mist that enveloped him entirely. Elder Zhao was now fully committed, willing to expend vast amounts of essence blood to execute the blood escape technique. If he could escape today, he would accuse Chu Yan of attempting to harm an elder of the sect. Chu Yan's complexion paled slightly as he observed the fleeing Zhao elder, scoffing, thinking of escaping. He swung a heavy iron rod toward him, but Zhao elder, halfway through his blood escape technique, could not be interrupted. He spat another mouthful of blood, transforming it into a blood arrow that collided with the iron rod. Chu Yan, if I do not perish today, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death in the future. Elder Zhao seethed, his fury boiling over after suffering repeated losses at the hands of Chu Yan, a mere spirit cultivator 4 levels below him. With the loss of so much essence blood, he feared that his cultivation would regress significantly, and his heart ached with regret. Suddenly, a large black chicken flew into the fray, releasing a plume of white mist that instantly solidified the blood mist surrounding Elder Zhao. Old dog, meet your end, Chu Yan coldly declared, as the spiritual liquid he had consumed began to replenish his energy. He rapidly pointed his hands forward, unleashing dozens of pale blue finger energies that sped toward Elder Zhao. How can your spiritual power recover so swiftly? Elder Zhao gasped in astonishment. He spat another mouthful of essence blood, transforming it into numerous thin blood lines to counter the pale blue energies. Determined to escape, he resolved that even if it cost him all his essence blood, he had to flee. Failure meant certain death. Elder Zhao's essence blood was finite. While most of the dark water energies were thwarted, several still struck him, with one forcefully entering his mouth. Ugh! Elder Zhao's throat constricted as he involuntarily swallowed an unknown substance. The next moment, dark green poison patterns crawled across his wrinkled visage. What is this? He stammered. 9 worms, 9 herbs poison. Are you truly unaware of the poison you have unleashed upon yourself? Chu Yan scoffed, having infused a dark water energy with the poison earlier, intending to return it to its originator. The blood mist surrounding Elder Zhao dissipated, and he felt as if countless venomous insects were gnawing at him, rendering him unable to perform the blood escape technique. Boy, if you wish for my death, you shall not escape unscathed. Elder Zhao and Apos' visage twisted in rage, his eyes turning blood red, emanating a frenzied desperation. Having expended all his essence blood, Elder Zhao lunged at Chu Yan, his body swelling to several times its normal size. Not good. Chu Yan's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated that Elder Zhao would resort to self-detonation. A cultivator's self-destruction meant instant obliteration, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Such a drastic decision was rarely made unless driven by an irreconcilable vendetta. A self-detonation from a 12th level Qi refinement cultivator could severely injure even a foundation establishment cultivator, let alone Chu Yan, who was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Black chicken run. Chu Yan hurled the large black chicken away, realizing that after unleashing those dozens of dark water energies, he was completely drained of spiritual power. Even with the assistance of the spiritual liquid, immediate recovery and escape were impossible. Let us perish together, Elder Zhao bellowed, his body swollen to a near-explosive state. Chu Yan instinctively prepared to summon his spiritual cauldron. But at that critical moment, a white silhouette soared down from the heavens, directly shielding Chu Yan. Sealing spirit finger, Lu Yueying, like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her exquisite features now etched with seriousness, swiftly pointed her delicate fingers, unleashing a flurry of nearly transparent energies that struck Elder Zhao. The elder's body shuddered violently, halting its impending explosion. Lu Yueying conjured a nearly transparent stream of spiritual power, and with a flick of her finger, a massive translucent palm materialized in the air, crashing down upon Elder Zhao with a resounding thud, sending him plummeting into the depths of the pit. Low-level 9 pattern spell, Gale Spirit Palm. Go! Lu Wang exclaimed, her feet seemingly treading on air as she grasped Chu Yan's hand and soared into the sky. The light from the spirit jade at Chu Yan's waist shimmered, and the 3 of them were enveloped within. Boom! Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged from behind them, clad in white, resembling a celestial maiden, her hair billowing in the wind. Chu Yan found himself momentarily entranced by her ethereal beauty. As they landed gracefully before a small wooden cabin, Chu Yan realized that Lu Yueying had not been walking on air, but rather standing upon a single strand of her hair. Young lady, what sorcery allows you to fly upon your hair? He inquired, astonished. This is no ordinary hair. Lu Yueying smiled serenely at his incredulous expression. What is it then? Chu Yan pressed. It is my hair, Lu Yueying replied, her calm demeanor only deepening his bewilderment. Is it possible for my hair to be fashioned into a magical tool as well? He asked. Not at all, she replied. Why not? Because it is not your hair. Chu Yan found conversing with Lu Yueying to be an exercise in endurance at times. Chu Yan? What is it, young lady? Could you kindly release my hand? Chu Yan's face flushed as he reluctantly loosened his grip. I am truly grateful for your timely rescue today. There's no need for further elaboration or inquiry. If you do not release your subordinates soon, they may indeed remain unconscious indefinitely, Lu Yueying remarked, a subtle flush gracing her cheeks. Chu Yan's thoughts could hardly escape Lu Yueying's keen perception. She had discerned that he was bound for conflict and had followed him almost instinctively. Though she initially intended to remain uninvolved, she had no choice but to intervene upon witnessing Elder Zhao's intent to self-destruct. Zhang, Ji, and San gradually awoke from their stupor. After a moment of brief panic, Chu Yan recounted the events, and upon seeing that Lu Yueying had no intention of retreating, he clarified that she was the one who had saved everyone. The three individuals immediately knelt in unison and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder sister, for saving our lives." This sudden proclamation left both Chu Yan and Lu Yueying momentarily stunned. It was no surprise that the trio had misconstrued the situation. News of Chu Yan's divorce from Hua Mingqi had somehow circulated, and just days ago, someone had witnessed Ruo Shiwen leaving the western side of Filong Peak in tears. Coupled with the fact that the women's attire they had purchased for Chu Yan was now adorning this ethereal maiden, they had come to the conclusion that she was indeed his dual cultivation partner. I am not you. You all should rise. Lu Yueying's face flushed crimson, her words caught in her throat. Miss Lu is merely my friend. You three must cease your nonsense. Chu Yan and Appo's own cheeks reddened as he spoke. Lu Yueying tossed a storage pouch to Chu Yan, stating, "This was taken from that person. It is of no use to me." She then hurriedly retreated into the small wooden cabin. Chu Yan retained only the copper bell, distributing the remaining magical artifacts and elixirs to Zhang Gu and the others, who felt immense gratitude and were convinced they had made the right choice in following him. At Filong Peak, within the Filong Hall, Qi Tianlai sat cross-legged in the inner chamber, eyes tightly shut, his face adorned with numerous dark patterns, exuding a sinister aura accompanied by eerie black light. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been astounded to see the esteemed master of Yuhua sect, the foremost sect of Izhou, practicing a demonic art. Tendrils of black light coalesced towards a gray sphere before him, within which numerous souls bore bewildered expressions. As the black light penetrated these spirits, they erupted into a frenzy, viciously tearing at one another. Moments later, only one soul remained within the gray sphere, now transformed into a grotesque specter with a ghastly visage. "Ha, splendid." A glimmer of wickedness flashed in Qi Tianlia's eyes as he cackled. He retrieved a blood-red jade vial from the storage pouch, uncapping it to release a wisp of black smoke. The specter within the gray sphere seemed to be summoned, soaring into the blood-red vial. "Master, it's bad." A disciple rushed in, flustered. Upon seeing his master's horrific appearance, a wave of terror washed over him. "Speak quickly," Qi Tianlai commanded, the dark patterns on his face vanishing, the ominous light retracting into his body. "Yes, master. Elder Zhao is dead." "What? How did he die?" Qi Tianlia's fury erupted, casting a suffocating atmosphere throughout the Filong Hall. "Reporting to master, the self-destructing cultivator you instructed us to investigate was none other than Elder Zhao." Chu Yan, Qi Tianlai and Appo's mind fixated on Chu Yan. Elder Zhao had volunteered the idea of poisoning the gathering Qi pill, and yet this boy had emerged unscathed. Qi Tianlai sensed something amiss, and now, with Elder Zhao forced into self-destruction, he could only consider Chu Yan's involvement. "I have warned you all not to enter the inner chamber without my permission." With a flash of the blood-red vial, a ghastly specter burst forth, lunging directly at the disciple. "I would never speak of this, master." "Ah!" The disciple's screams of agony echoed as he was torn to shreds, ultimately becoming a bewildered spirit that was drawn into the gray sphere. "You know too much." Qi Tianlai casually extinguished a disciple's life as if it were a trivial matter. He approached a bookshelf, gently shifting a book to the left. In an instant, the bookshelf slid apart, revealing a wall adorned with intricate runic formations. Qi Tianlai struck the patterns with his fingers, setting them into motion. Moments later, the wall split open, unveiling a passageway before him. He strode into the secret corridor, which extended deep underground for about 100 meters, leading to a chamber roughly 30 to 40 meters square. In the center lay a vast blood pool, within which white bones and partially decayed flesh were faintly visible. In the middle of the blood pool was a young man, his lower body submerged, while 4 chains pierced through his body, binding him to the stalactites above. His disheveled hair obscured his face as he hung his head low. Moor, Chi Tianlai spoke in a calm tone. The youth suddenly lifted his head, his hollow eyes devoid of light, mechanically uttering, "Master, Moor, you must kill Chu Yen." Chi Tianlai declared with a sinister smile. Chu Yen, I will kill you. I must kill you." The young man's body trembled violently at the mention of Chu Yen, his once hollow eyes turning pitch black as he began to roar madly, thrashing his arms and causing blood to splatter from the pool. "From this day forth, you shall be known as the Ghost Leader, my disciple Chi Tianlai. You will obey my commands to eliminate Chu Yen." As Chi Tianlai spoke, the blood-red vial appeared in his hand, glowing ominously. A translucent specter with a ghastly visage erupted from it, directly entering the young man's mind, causing him to shudder violently. "Ghost Leader, heed my command." The youth steadied himself, raising his head to meet Chi Tianlai's gaze, his pitch-black eyes glimmering with a cold crimson light. The following morning, within the wooden cabin, Chu Yen sat cross-legged, murmuring the incantation of the flame technique, absorbing the essence of fire from the world around him, condensing it within his dantian. Bang! A clear sound resonated from his dantian. Suddenly, countless red light points began to whirl rapidly before piercing into Chu Yan's mind. With a deep exhale of turbid air, Chu Yan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he felt a wisp of fiery energy within his dantian. Despite possessing only a single layer of fire spiritual root, he had managed to attain a sense of chi and condense a strand of fire attribute spiritual energy within a month. Even with the assistance of the small cauldron, this outcome had surpassed his expectations. With 8 water attribute energies and 1 fire attribute energy, although he was only at the 8th level of the chi gathering stage, he now possessed 9 types of spiritual energy, rivaling that of a practitioner at the 9th level. From tomorrow onward, I will also cultivate fire attribute spells. Chu Yan's heart surged with excitement. He pondered the potential strength he would attain in the near future, possessing mastery over the 5 elemental spells. To avenge his parents, he knew he must grow stronger. Recalling his battle with Elder Zhao the previous day, where despite having the advantage of circumstances, he had nearly met his end, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. He retrieved the copper bell he had seized from Elder Zhao. This high-grade artifact, which had knocked Zhang Guo and the others unconscious with its power, would serve him well for surprise attacks. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping on the door was accompanied by Lu Yuanying's graceful voice. Chu Yan couldn't help but smile as he recalled how she had burst in earlier, munching on a crispy cucumber, now a stark contrast to her current demeanor. "Miss Lu, what brings you here?" He opened the door, greeted by her stunning countenance, and smiled gently. "You mentioned you could help me with the poison? I almost forgot. Please come in." Following Chu Yan's invitation, the two sat cross-legged opposite each other. A delicate fragrance wafted into Chu Yan's nostrils, prompting him to inquire, "Miss Lu, do you not detect a delightful scent?" "Not at all." The proximity between them and Chu Yan's gaze caused a faint blush to grace Lu Yuanying's cheeks. "How curious. Miss Lu, do you not employ any fragrance?" "No." Clad in white, Lu Yuanying's reddened complexion was accentuated, and a hint of annoyance flickered within her heart. Did he not know of natural body fragrance? His incessant questioning left her at a loss for words. How perplexing. "Chu Yan, let us commence," she urged, eager to divert the conversation away from this rather dim-witted fellow. "Miss Lu, please separate 1/3 of the toxins from your poison pill and envelop them with spiritual energy, dividing it into 2 portions in your hands." Upon hearing Chu Yan's instructions, Lu Yuanying wasted no time, channeling her spiritual energy as directed. "Hold my hand," Chu Yan exclaimed. Before Lu Yuanying could express her surprise, he grasped her delicate hands. At Filong Peak, beneath the waterfall, a young man sat cross-legged, floating above the tumultuous waters, allowing the rushing currents to batter his form, his body emanating a soft blue glow. After a considerable time, the youth opened his eyes, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Since he had broken through the first layer of the flame technique, progress had been slow. However, after condensing a wisp of fire attribute spiritual energy, he noticed a marked acceleration in his practice of the profound heavy water technique, an outcome he had not anticipated. It puzzled him, as he had heard that cultivating different attributes would hinder one another, yet his experience was the opposite. Suddenly, a large black chicken emerged from the water, clutching a double-tailed fire fish in its beak. With a swift motion, it tossed the fish onto the shore and squawked at Chu Yin in dissatisfaction. "All right, you greedy bird. I shall prepare it for you." Chu Yin chuckled, expertly setting up a grill. Moments later, the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. He picked up a skewer of fish and offered it to the large black chicken, which adeptly held the skewer with its wings and brought it to its beak. At that moment, a figure darted past. "Caw, caw." The large black chicken squawked in indignation as it realized the fish it had been clutching had vanished. Chu Yin sensed a foreboding, and, sure enough, a lazy voice drifted into his ear. "Haha, young man, your grilling skills are quite impressive. Delicious." Following the voice, Chu Yin turned to see a disheveled old beggar perched on a nearby tree, enthusiastically gnawing on a fish. "I am glad you enjoy it," Chu Yin replied, choosing not to say much, but this time he had learned his lesson and grilled 3 fish. The old beggar quickly finished the first and received another from Chu Yin, while he and the large black chicken began to eat as well. Not bad, not bad. Today, I have feasted well. To show my gratitude for the free meal, here, take this. If you ever itch somewhere, just apply it." The old beggar tossed a small black vial before leaping away into the forest. Chu Yin picked up the vial from the ground, deep in thought. What does he mean by applying it for an itch? The old beggar and Apos' words perplexed him, and he instinctively felt that this unassuming vial harbored a significant secret. He opened the inky black vial, and a foul odor wafted out. What on earth is this? Doubt crept into Chu Yin and Apos' mind, suspecting that the old man was playing a trick on him. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate the substance and Apos' effects. If it was indeed a prank, he would simply let the old man grill fish by himself in the future. He poured a drop of the liquid from the black vial onto his right hand. The inky substance spread instantly upon contact, vanishing into his skin as if absorbed by magic. Could this old man truly have given me an anti-itch remedy? Chu Yin pondered, feeling no immediate change. However, the next moment, an excruciating pain surged from his right hand, akin to the sensation of flesh being severed from bone. Clutching his right arm with his left hand, he collapsed, drenched in cold sweat. The intense agony persisted for about 15 minutes before finally subsiding. Exhausted, Chu Yin rose from the ground, only to be taken aback by what he saw on his right hand, a small, finger-sized shard of white bone protruding from his skin, and he could sense that it had grown from within his own body. This bizarre sight left him utterly flabbergasted. Bones emerging from one's body was an unheard-of phenomenon that surpassed his understanding. If someone were to witness this, they would surely deem me a monster. Suddenly, as Chu Yin contemplated, the white bone shard retracted back into his hand, leaving no trace on the surface of his skin. Just as he was still reeling from the shock, a flash of light ignited within his consciousness, and a voice resonated in his mind. "Boss, we have discovered something remarkable. I am by the eastern waterfall." Moments later, 3 figures soared toward him, their faces alight with excitement. "What have you found?" Chu Yin inquired eagerly. "A map. No. To be precise, a treasure map." Zhang and his companions presented a somewhat yellowed piece of parchment into Chu Yan's hands. According to their account, this map was discovered within Elder Zhao and Apos' storage bag. "No one else is aware of this matter?" Chu Yan asked. "Absolutely not, boss. We were the first to inform you." "Good. Let this matter remain confidential. When we uncover the treasure, I, Chu Yan, shall not neglect you." After bidding farewell, Zhang and his companions departed, leaving a flicker of fervor in Chu Yan's eyes. The allure of a cultivator's hidden treasure map was undeniably enticing. The Duansong mountain range stretched over 1,000,000 miles, with the Yuhua sect located in the southwestern part of the range, occupying less than 1% of the 9 peaks. Although the northwestern side lacked towering summits like Filong Peak, it was home to hundreds of mountains exceeding 1,000 meters in height, characterized by treacherous terrain filled with demon beasts and nightmarish apparitions. Yet, disciples of the Yuhua sect often ventured into the northwestern peaks, drawn by the abundance of spiritual herbs and flowers. In a small valley among the northwestern peaks of the Duansong mountain range, following the map and Apos' guidance, Chu Yin traversed a path teeming with demon beasts. Had he not concealed his aura with the concealing spirit jade, he would have faced countless adversaries. Even so, he had slain 3 or 4 beasts before arriving at his destination. Before him stood a stone wall, 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters high, adorned with vines and an array of unknown flora nestled within the crevices. Chu Yin and Apos' eyes scanned the wall meticulously. The entrance to the hidden abode must be here. he thought, drawing his fire and methodically striking various sections of the stone wall. In the Yuhua sect, only disciples in the Qi refinement stage resided in spiritual abodes, while those who reached the foundation establishment stage were entitled to cultivate in energy-rich areas of the corresponding peaks. Naturally, some cultivators, confident in their strength, sought out hidden abodes elsewhere in the Duansong mountain range. The concept of an abode is divided into bright and dark realms. Bright realms are visible to all and serve as places of interaction among cultivators, whereas the most crucial treasures are typically concealed within dark realms, where practitioners often undertake their most significant breakthroughs. The hidden chambers of cultivators are typically established in exceedingly secretive locations, making it quite challenging for anyone other than the cultivators themselves to locate them. Chu Yin patiently tapped on every section of the stone wall, when suddenly, the sound of his tapping took on a distinct metallic quality. With a surge of joy, Chu Yin extended a finger, from which a fiery red spiritual energy emerged, coalescing into a fireball the size of a fist. Low-tier 1 pattern spell, Fireball, go! Chu Yin uttered softly, and the fireball hurtled towards the stone wall before him. Upon impact, the fireball shattered, sending flames cascading outward, instantly withering the vines and flora into dust. In the next moment, a wall that appeared to be forged of gold manifested before Chu Yin, adorned with bizarre crimson runes. With a clear clang, the fire struck the wall. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the wall, and an immense force surged forth, sending the fire flying. The power was so overwhelming that the impact caused Chu Yan's blood to surge. It seemed that this wall would be nearly impossible for any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage to breach. Chu Yin mused that Elder Zhao must have never entered this hidden chamber. On the west side of Flying Dragon Peak, Chu Yin soared back home wielding a hefty iron rod. This rod hardly resembled a successfully forged magical artifact. Chu Yin thought to himself, regarding this nameless, crude iron rod as a mere unfinished product. Upon reaching his doorstep, he set aside such thoughts and descended from the air. The moment he opened the door to his modest wooden cabin, an enticing aroma wafted towards him. Delicious. Miss Liu, did you prepare all of this? Chu Yin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the table laden with dishes. For cultivators below the golden core stage, 3 meals a day held great significance, as they could not practice abstention from food. Lu Yueying replied softly, and upon seeing Chu Yin return, she began to eat gracefully. Wow, this is delightful. Miss Liu, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry you. Chu Yin began, only to choke mid-sentence. There is soup here, and no one is competing with you for it. Why the rush? Lu Yueying hastily offered him a bowl of soup. Ah, by the way, Miss Liu, I discovered a hidden chamber of cultivators. Oh, Lu Yueying responded with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Miss Liu, did you hear that? It could be a hidden chamber of cultivators. Aren't you the least bit surprised? Chu Yin pressed. And then, unfortunately, the restrictions of that chamber are likely too formidable. I estimate that no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage could possibly break through, given that Lu Yueying was now his savior. Chu Yin felt compelled to share this with her, yet it was evident that she held little interest in this so-called hidden chamber. Miss Liu, it's time for us to detoxify, isn't it? Upon hearing the word detox, a faint blush crossed Lu Yueying's face. The two entered Chu Yan's room and sat cross-legged once more. Lu Yueying extracted a small wisp of toxin from her body, enveloping it in spiritual energy to create 2 strands. Chu Yin took Lu Yueying's hand and placed it on his knees. Force the toxins out, Chu Yin instructed calmly. Having had prior experience, Lu Yueying understood and directed the 2 strands of toxin-encased spiritual energy from her palm into Chu Yin and Appo's hands. Moments later, Chu Yin opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. All done, Miss Liu. In 28 days, I will be able to completely refine the toxins from your body. Chu Yin, I have a question. Please, go ahead. Must you hold my hand the entire time you are refining the toxins? Under the luminous moonlight, Chu Yan's room remained brightly lit. His dedication to cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, for otherwise, he would not have endured those 3 arduous years. Within the room, a few dozen fiery red lights floated about. Sigh, still not enough. Chu Yin sighed, revealing a look of helplessness. Ever since he condensed a strand of fire attribute spiritual energy, progress with the flame technique had become exceedingly difficult. At this rate, Even a century may not yield a second strand of fire attribute spiritual energy. Chu Yin felt an urgency to elevate his power. With less than 5 months remaining until the sect competition, the top 10 of the Feather Transformation sect were all formidable opponents. The weakest among them being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while Chu Yin remained trapped in the mid-stage. He could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. 3 years, had he not squandered that time, he would not fear anyone. Of course, the strength of a cultivator does not solely depend on their cultivation level. For instance, although Chu Yin was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he was capable of defeating the 10th level expert, Qi Jiaomu, for a myriad of reasons. Reflecting on his current abilities, Chu Yin noted, first, his spells, water attribute spells, proficient in those below the 8th pattern, proved versatile and could be executed instantaneously for those below the 3rd pattern. A trump card of his was spell fusion. He could amalgamate water attribute spells of the 8th pattern and above using lower-tier water attribute spells, with his most formidable technique being the 13th pattern. Water Phoenix breaks the sky. As for fire attribute spells, after extensive practice, he had become adept at controlling one-pattern fire attribute spells. Next, his magical artifacts. Chu Yin currently possessed 4 artifacts. The Nameless Iron Rod, a top-tier artifact. The Dragon Turtle Shield, a top-tier artifact. The Fire, a superior artifact. And the Golden Copper Bell, a superior artifact. With his current mental strength, he could barely control all 4 artifacts simultaneously. Lastly, his demon pet. The big black chicken species remained unknown to Chu Yin, yet its prowess was indisputable, approximately on par with a mid-tier 3rd-level beast, equivalent to a 10th-level Qi refinement cultivator's strength. Among its peers, the big black chicken was nearly unmatched. As for talismans, they would only be useful during external ventures, as their use was prohibited in the sect competition. Thus Chu Yin had not procured any. Nevertheless, at the core of Chu Yan's strength lay the small cauldron, which had become his lifebound artifact. Although it could not yet engage in battle, its ability to produce spiritual liquid was already remarkable, and Chu Yin sensed that the cauldron's capabilities extended beyond that. Suddenly, Chu Yin recalled the dark vial given to him by the scruffy old beggar earlier that day. The memory sent a chill down his spine, as the pain he had experienced was nearly unbearable. Out, with a thought, a fragment of white bone materialized upon the back of his right hand. What power might this possess? Chu Yin pondered as he retrieved a plain dagger, stabbing its tip into the white bone fragment. To his astonishment, despite exerting considerable force, the dagger failed to penetrate the bone fragment even a hair's breadth. He then drew the fire, slicing down upon the white bone, and his eyes widened in disbelief as it showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Its strength rivaled that of a superior artifact, if he were to encase his hand in this bone. The thought of enduring the impact of a flying sword thrilled him immensely. Compared to such formidable power, enduring some pain seemed trivial. With a steely resolve, Chu Yin retrieved the dark vial. He carefully dripped a drop of the black liquid onto the back of his hand, only to be surprised by the absence of any pain. The black liquid clung to his hand without showing any inclination to seep into his flesh. Why was this? Knock, knock. Just as Chu Yin was engulfed in confusion, a knock echoed at the door. He hurriedly poured the black liquid back into the dark vial, swiftly retracting the white bone fragment from his hand. Chu Yin gazed at Lu Yueying and, with a faint smile, inquired, "Miss Lu, why do you not rest? What brings you to visit at such a late hour?" The mention of a late-night visit caused Lu Yueying's face to flush slightly as she replied, "Let us discuss this inside. My life was saved by young Master Chu, and I have been a bother to you. My injury has yet to heal, and I may trouble you for a while longer." Chu Yin felt a bit uncomfortable with Lu Yueying repeatedly addressing him as young Master Chu, and he quickly interjected, "Miss Lu, please call me Chu Yin. It is of no consequence, and you have also saved my life." Lu Yueying's expression shifted, a hint of guilt crossing her features as she said, "I, Lu Yueying, am a person who clearly distinguishes between and, in my moment of confusion, I inadvertently drove away your beloved." Indeed, regarding the incident with Ruoxiwen, Chu Yin had been extremely angered with Lu Yueying at that time. However, having struck her and witnessing her transformation into a graceful and ethereal presence, along with being his savior, Chu Yin could not harbor any resentment toward her. "Miss Lu, there is no need to say more. Today, I shall impart to you an unparalleled technique for cultivating divine consciousness." Lu Yueying's gaze was resolute as she spoke, yet within Chu Yan's heart, tumultuous waves surged. A technique for cultivating divine consciousness. Could such a legendary method truly exist? Divine consciousness can be understood as a form of mental power for cultivators. For instance, an ordinary person's spiritual energy is akin to their physical strength, while divine consciousness is comparable to their intellect. Cultivators wield magical artifacts, using their divine consciousness to issue commands while driving them with spiritual energy. The stronger a cultivator's divine consciousness, the more magical artifacts they can control simultaneously, thereby gaining a significant advantage in combat. Imagine being able to control only one magical artifact in battle while your opponent hurls 4 or 5 at you. Under similar cultivation levels, the outcome is predictable. Another function of divine consciousness is perception. An ordinary disciple at the peak of the chi refining stage can sense a radius of 1,000 meters. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and possessing powerful divine consciousness offers immense advantages in both treasure hunting and defense against foes. Clearly, divine consciousness is of paramount importance. After having his cultivation forcibly reset, Chu Yan's divine consciousness had reached a level comparable to a perfected chi refining cultivator, allowing him to manage for magical artifacts with great effort. Who would not desire to strengthen their divine consciousness further? I shall teach you this technique known as the Thousand Thoughts Origin Technique. Countless sources of divine essence converge into a singular thought. Maintain a tranquil heart. Grasp that thought. From one thought, 2 arise, 2 transform into 3, and so forth. A jolt surged through Chu Yan as the incantations echoed in his mind. And in an instant, he found himself immersed in that profound realm. Moments later, Chu Yan abruptly opened his eyes, joy illuminating his features as he solemnly clasped his fists before Lu Yueying and expressed, "Thank you, Miss Lu. Please do not let this be known to others." Lu Yueying replied coolly, "Do not worry," before turning to leave. Time flew by, and a month passed swiftly. Azure light filled Chu Yan's room. A clear sound resonated from his dantian, followed by the azure light converging toward his crown. Moments later, tranquility fell over the space. The Qing Xianwood technique has broken through. Chu Yan murmured to himself, elated. Since he could no longer advance in the Andapos, flame technique, and Apos, he had simultaneously practiced the Andapos, Xian heavy water technique and Apos, while acquiring the Andapos, Qing Xianwood technique and Apos, from Zhang Gu and his companions. Intending to experiment with it, the results exceeded his expectations. Feeling the faint azure spiritual energy coalescing within his dantian, Chu Yan was filled with joy. Just as I thought. In the next moment, he hurriedly activated the Xian heavy water technique, noting a significant acceleration in its flow. He then resumed practicing the Qing Xianwood technique, gathering only a few azure light points around him. Chu Yan drew a conclusion. For every different attribute of spiritual energy he condensed, the speed of the Xian heavy water technique would increase. However, aside from water-attributed energy, he could only condense a single strand of any other attribute. Thus, he thought it prudent to quickly study the next attribute technique. Despite still being at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, he had already condensed 10 strands of energy, placing his prowess on par with a 10th level Qi refining cultivator. If he could also condense earth and metal-attributed energies, he would possess 4 additional strands of energy at the same realm. Consequently, upon reaching perfection in the Qi refining stage, he would have 17 strands of energy, an extraordinary feat indeed. A crash echoed from Lu Yueying's room. She had broken through. At this point, her strength had likely reached the 11th level of the Qi refining stage, and Chu Yan had grown numb to such rapid progress. There was a knock at Chu Yan's door. Today marked the final session for detoxifying Lu Yueying. The two sat cross-legged, and Chu Yan grasped Lu Yueying's hand, her expression serene. Moments later, he announced, "Miss Lu, the toxins in your body have been completely eradicated." Reluctantly, he released her delicate hand, knowing that after today, he could no longer hold it so justly. "Chu Yan, how has your practice of the Andapos, Thousand Thoughts Origin Technique and Apos, progressed? I would like to test it." Lu Yueying stood and moved to a corner of the room. "Just use your divine consciousness to block it. Be cautious." With a wave of her divine consciousness, a teacup from the nearby table hurtled toward Chu Yan. Very well. Without hesitation, Chu Yan summoned his own divine consciousness, and the teacup abruptly halted mid-air, unable to advance an inch. Lu Yueying smiled faintly, her divine consciousness again at work as the remaining 5 teacups flew toward Chu Yan. A trivial matter. Chu Yin responded nonchalantly, causing the 5 teacups to again freeze in midair. Not bad. Upon finishing, Lu Yueying's aura intensified, a powerful divine consciousness enveloping the entire room. The strength of Lu Yueying's divine consciousness surpassed Chu Yan's expectations entirely. In the next moment, a kettle filled with boiling water was hurled at Chu Yan, who again halted it in midair with his divine consciousness. Following that, a chair soared toward him and stopped as well, though sweat began to bead on his forehead. Miss Lu, remain calm. Another chair was sent flying. Miss Lu, a table followed suit. Cabinets, bedding, brooms, every object in the room floated up, hurtling toward Chu Yan. Chu Yan's cry of despair echoed as he was bombarded by the barrage. You've made progress. Come again for another check. Lu Yueying's faint smile lingered as she turned to leave. After a month of holding her hand, was this considered interest? Chu Yan chuckled ruefully. At the Wulong Square Market, an ordinary-looking man walked alongside an ethereal beauty clad in white. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to the pair. My heavens, how could there be such a beautiful girl? Is this a celestial being descended to Earth? Stop gawking. Can't you see someone is already with her? Humph. How could that plain-looking fellow attract the attention of a celestial being? With Lu Yueying and Appo's transcendent demeanor and rare beauty, it was no wonder people lost their composure. Yet, Chu Yan found himself unfortunate, enduring countless resentful glares from men as he walked alongside Lu Yueying. Miss Lu, I previously advised you to conceal your beauty. Now I've suffered greatly because of you. Chu Yan felt somewhat dejected as he had originally intended to visit the Wulong Fang market today to seek a smithy that could further refine the nameless iron rod. Lu Yueying, claiming she had been cooped up in the house for too long, insisted on accompanying him for a stroll, and he could hardly refuse. With a tranquil mind, he naturally paid no heed to the gazes of others. Lu Yueying, however, remained indifferent, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the various stalls lining the street. Isn't that the old man? Chu Yan's gaze swept across, and he recognized the disheveled old man who had sold him the nameless iron rod. Hurrying over, the old man was reclining in a wrought-tan chair, lazily fanning himself with one hand, his eyes half closed, clearly enjoying himself. How much for this jade bottle? 100 spirit stones. Don't touch it if you're not buying. You won't be able to afford the damages if you break it. The old man replied without even opening his eyes. Old man, are you still selling things like this? Chu Yan smiled lightly. The old man suddenly jolted upright. Looking at Chu Yan, his expression instantly darkening. Chu Yan was still wearing a disguised mask, having appeared as a youth the last time he met the old man, who immediately recognized him. Oh, young friend, it's you. Don't even think about returning it. You picked it out yourself. The old man said, eyeing Chu Yan warily. Return it? That iron rod works quite well for me. Chu Yan replied, puzzled. What? You're not here to return it? Indeed, that rod, aside from being unable to be refined with blood essence, is not as strong as an ordinary top-grade magical artifact. The old man's expression softened upon realizing Chu Yan was not there to return the item. What? It can be refined? It's quite useful, Chu Yan said casually, as he summoned the nameless iron rod from his waist, enveloped in a faint blue glow. What? How is this possible? I'm at a loss. I've really lost big this time. The old man stared at Chu Yan expertly wielding the nameless iron rod, his heart bleeding with regret. This rod could indeed be refined. It must be a top-grade magical artifact, sold for the price of an inferior one. The old man lamented his poor judgment. Old man, this nameless iron rod does not seem like a complete magical artifact to me. Of course, one could say it is a semi-finished top-grade magical artifact. Otherwise, how could I have sold it to you at such a low price? The old man huffed at Chu Yan's question. Please, enlighten me further. Chu Yan handed 3 spirit stones to the old man, who immediately brightened at the sight of the stones. Speaking of which, this is a magical artifact passed down through my family for who knows how many years. I've known of this rod since I was a child. While it is indestructible, it cannot be refined. The elders say it's a semi-finished magical artifact, and that's all I know. Chu Yan contemplated, realizing his earlier assumptions were indeed correct. By the way, this rod comes with a set of rod techniques. Would you like it? Chu Yan purchased the set of techniques for 200 spirit stones. The old man felt quite pleased. This technique was practically unsellable. After all, practitioners who could refine rods into magical artifacts were few, and this technique contained numerous glaring errors that rendered it nearly impossible to cultivate. Looking at the 5 large characters on the technique scroll, Lcien Fu Mo Gun, Chu Yan's heart ignited with enthusiasm, and he promptly tucked the scroll away. Disperse from my sight. A crisp, cold voice echoed from a distance, startling Chu Yan, who immediately summoned the fire Lin blade to soar into the air. The two parties faced off amidst the crowd. Lu Yueying's expression was icy. Opposing them was a young man dressed in luxurious attire, his demeanor rather lewd, flanked by over 10 uniformly dressed practitioners. Hey, beautiful, why so cold? Come, let your brother warm your heart. The lewd young man leered, his followers laughing in agreement. Lu Yueying's face flashed with anger, ready to retaliate when a voice, commanding and undeniable, rang out. Dare to harm my people? Seek death? Chu Yan descended from above, his voice icy. Kid, do you dare to meddle in this? Bang! Before the lewd youth could finish, he felt a massive shadow accompanied by a fierce wind rushing toward him, as the nameless iron rod struck his face with tremendous force, instantly caving in his right cheek and sending a spray of blood mixed with shattered teeth flying as he was knocked away. Shock! Utter shock! Everyone present stood frozen. The words dare to harm my people? Seek death? Resonating deeply in their minds. Who is this person? That massive iron rod is a magical artifact? The crowd began to understand. No wonder he had won the favor of the celestial maiden. With such commanding presence, it was no surprise that any ordinary girl would be captivated. Lu girl, are you alright? Chu Yan landed and inquired with concern. I'm fine. Lu Yueying, still dazed from Chu Yan's earlier declaration of my people, instinctively replied. My face is killing me. I want you dead. Li Gui, break his arms and legs. The lewd youth, now severely injured, pointed at Chu Yan, shrieking in agony. Dare to injure our young master. You're dead meat. Kid. Li Gui, around 40 years old and at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, was the leader among the over 10 followers. Their task was to protect the lewd youth, and now that he was gravely injured, they had to bring back the one responsible to avoid punishment. With a furious shout, Li Gui summoned a large flying sword from his storage pouch, while his 10 followers, all at the 5th and 6th layers of Qi refinement, also summoned their magical artifacts. Leave it to me. Chu Yan turned to Lu Yueying and spoke calmly before facing the oncoming attack. Die, kid. The 10 magical artifacts, led by the large flying sword, hurtled toward Chu Yan. Overestimating yourselves, Chu Yan remarked lightly, his mind focusing as the nameless iron rod began spinning rapidly in the air, plunging into the mass of magical artifacts. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the 10 magical artifacts were sent flying, some even snapping in two, reduced to scrap metal. Uffed! As the artifacts were destroyed, Li Gui spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Chu Yan. That iron rod is truly a top-grade magical artifact. No wonder he can stand beside the celestial maiden. Such power at such a young age. How monstrous! The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, their perception of Chu Yan transformed entirely. Li Gui's expression darkened further, realizing that the young man's strength was indeed comparable to his own at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Although he wielded a top-grade magical artifact, effortlessly dispersing their combined assault was a clear indication that Li Gui had kicked a steel plate. This young man was undoubtedly a direct descendant of a prominent family. You useless fools, attack him at once. Kill him. Li Ke, witnessing Chu Yan's display of power before Lu Yueying, was consumed with rage and shouted hoarsely. Kid, your strength is impressive, but you should know our young master is the sole heir of the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion. Some people are not to be trifled with. Li Gui, feeling a hint of fear, realized that if they fought head-on, he would likely come off worse. It would be better to leverage their status to intimidate Chu Yan into retreating. Humph, you coward. Are you scared? My father is Li Quanzi. Scared, are you? Now kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall spare your wretched life. Otherwise, is the Qianbao Tower truly so formidable? Chu Yan's frigid remark interrupted Li Ke's words. In the next moment, an anonymous iron rod whistled through the air, striking towards Li Gui and his companions. Bang! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and in the blink of an eye, apart from Li Gui, over 10 attendants lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Die! Li Gui and Appo's face contorted with rage as he crushed a pale yellow talisman in his hand, summoning a colossal golden sword of light that surged toward Chu Yan. A low-grade 8-pattern talisman, the golden sword talisman, and yet he still resorts to the power of talismans. With a cold laugh, Chu Yan swiftly executed over 30 finger strikes. each generating a faint blue energy that collided and coalesced in midair, ultimately forming a solid azure finger of light. This was a low-tier 8-pattern spell, Profound Water Force. The golden sword clashed violently with the azure finger, the might of the talisman meeting the potency of the spell, both being of the same 8-pattern rank. Their collision resulted in a catastrophic shatter. What? How could this be? In an instant, he unleashed over 33-pattern Profound Water Forces, culminating in an 8-pattern spell of Profound Water Force. The speed of spell casting and fusion was astonishing, rivaling the activation of his own talisman. What manner of monster have I encountered? Get lost. Chu Yin barked, swinging a nameless iron rod into Li Gui's waist. Blood spewed from Li Gui's mouth as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Do not come any closer. You dare touch a hair on Li Kei's head. Li Kei's face paled in terror as he watched Chu Yin approach with an icy demeanor. With a swift motion, Chu Yin seized Li Kei and delivered a resounding slap to his intact left cheek, shattering the cheekbone instantly. You are indeed lacking in virtue. I can see that now. Li Kei's facial bones were crushed, rendering him unable to articulate as terror filled his eyes, his complexion ghostly pale. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Chu Yin. Qianbao Tower was the second largest shop in Wulong Square, and its owner, Li Quanzi, was a formidable foundation-level cultivator. This young man had evidently never heard of him. I do not know who your father is, but I am certain he possesses foresight. Li Kei, it seems he was well aware of what kind of offspring he had. Chu Yin directed a finger strike towards Li Kei's dantian, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him as he was carelessly discarded to the ground. Am I being too cruel? Perhaps I was too lenient. Lu Yueying remarked casually, turning to leave amidst Chu Yan's astonished gaze. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed. Who dares create havoc in Wulong Square? A burly man, flanked by dozens of armored cultivators, strode forth from the crowd. Instantly, the masses parted to make way. Woo, it's him. It's him. Li Kei stammered, pointing at Chu Yan. Seeing the 10 or so members of the Li family sprawled on the ground, along with Li Kei and Appo's horrific state. Feng Kuei's heart sank. It's you? Feng Kuei said coldly, eyeing the departing Chu Yan. It is I. As soon as Chu Yan spoke, he felt a fierce gust of wind rushing toward him. Feng Kuei's fist came crashing down. With a seemingly effortless punch, Chu Yan retaliated. Bang! Their fists collided with a dull thud, each stepping back 3 paces. What is this young man and Appo's identity? To stand toe-to-toe with Captain Feng is truly extraordinary. Captain Feng is a 12th-layer Qi refining cultivator. The crowd gazed in astonishment. Indeed, he possesses remarkable skill. No wonder he dared to cause trouble within my Linlang Tower's territory. Feng Kuei sneered. He had always prided himself on his strength, and after entering the cultivation world, he had not neglected his physical training. Yet today, he found himself evenly matched with a brat 4 levels beneath him, which felt like a slap in the face. What he did not know was that after undergoing transformation from the Black Pillar, Chu Yan's physical strength had become immensely formidable. Now, having gathered fire and wood elemental spiritual energy, his physical power rivaled that of a 12th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Linlang Tower? Take a look at this. Chu Yan's expression turned peculiar as he casually tossed a token to Feng Kuei. Upon seeing the token, Feng Kuei's expression shifted dramatically. And just as he was about to speak, Li Kei on the ground screeched, Woo-woo. Kill him. Quickly. You dog of a mother. Do you think you can command me? Feng Kuei looked at the prostrate Li Kei with disdain before, to the astonishment of the crowd, delivering a powerful kick to Li Kei's abdomen. Crack. Several ribs broke with the sound, and Li Kei let out a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. In the next moment, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Feng Kuei suddenly knelt before Chu Yan, respectfully saying, I apologize for alarming you, my lord. I am at fault. Chu Yan, bewildered, couldn't comprehend the significance of the token. My lord, Boss Qian has been seeking you for many days. Please, do meet with him today? Lead the way. Chu Yan, along with Lu Yueying and Feng Kuei, departed, leaving behind a scene of injured members of the Li family and a crowd still in shock. During their journey, Feng Kuei recounted to Chu Yan that as the largest shop in Wulong Square, Linlang Tower was responsible for maintaining order in the area. Although Qianbao Pavilion was nominally the second largest, its strength was not even a fraction of that of Linlang Tower. Feng Kuei had no reason to fear this second-generation heir, especially since the owner of Linlang Tower, Qian Wanxin, was Feng Kuei's uncle. The token Chu Yan had produced was a gift from Qian Wanxin. But what Chu Yan did not realize was that this token was a first-level elder token of Linlang Tower, likely given in an attempt to win over his master. The urgency with which Qian Wanxin sought him was probably also related to the matter of the spiritual liquid. Linlang Tower, VIP room on the second floor. Haha, little brother. I have searched high and low for you, Qian Wanxin exclaimed, pulling Chu Yan close with an enthusiasm that sent chills down Chu Yan's spine. This must be your dual cultivation partner. Little brother, you truly possess discerning eyes. Your sister-in-law's beauty is indeed enviable. Qian Wanxin glanced at Lu Yueying, conveying a knowing look to Chu Yan. Lu Yueying and Apos' face flushed, and she quickly interjected, Boss Qian, you are mistaken. Please, just speak plainly, Boss Qian. May I ask who your master is? My master prefers to dwell in seclusion among the mountains and does not wish to make an appearance. What a pity. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, Qian Wanxin realized his attempt to win over Chu Yan had failed. However, do not be disheartened, Boss Qian. My master has stated that while he prefers not to emerge, I, as his disciple, can engage in long-term transactions with you. Excellent. Little brother, you may not know, but my master sends me spiritual liquid for exchange periodically. That sounds splendid. By the way, little brother, someone wishes to meet you. It should be arriving soon. Before Qian Wanxin could finish, a voice, aged yet commanding, rang out. Where is he? Who is Li Yan? A venerable man clad in a fiery red robe strode in, his eyes filled with urgency. Brother Hua, always so impatient. This is Li Yan, who provides the spiritual liquid. Haha, we seem to hit it off right away. Do you have a partner, little brother? My disciple is merely 18 years old, and quite the looker. Before Qian Wanxin could finish introducing Chu Yan, the fiery elder grabbed Chu Yan, speaking with extraordinary warmth. Ahem, this is Taoist Tian Hua, a consummate artifact refiner at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Your dragon turtle shield was crafted by him. Qian Wanxin awkwardly interrupted to clarify. Your craftsmanship is remarkable, senior. Chu Yan remarked coolly, keeping his distance. Young brotherly, do you still possess any of that spiritual liquid? Taoist Tian Hua wasted no time, diving straight into the matter. How much do you require, senior? Whatever you have, I will take. Listening to the words of the celestial fire Taoist, Chu Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This particular essence was only beneficial to cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Earlier, Qian Wanxin had mentioned that this individual had no descendants. Even if he had a few disciples, they could hardly require such an abundance of essence. I possess the essence, but first, I must have an answer to a question. Feel free to ask, young brother. The celestial fire Taoist was known for his straightforwardness, and he had no intention of employing any tricks against a mere qi refinement junior. What do you need such a large quantity of essence for? Spare me the evasive answers. Otherwise, I shall not part with my essence. Chu Yan replied calmly, his heart devoid of fear despite facing a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Well, this is certainly a secret concerning the celestial fire Taoist. He hesitated, when suddenly a clear voice pierced through the air. Natural essence is the supreme source for crafting artifacts. This young lady is Yu Ying, my senior sister. Before Lu Ying could respond, Chu Yan hurriedly interjected. What she says is true. Natural essence is indeed rare to acquire these days. The quality of your essence is comparable to that of ordinary natural essence, and it even contains a greater abundance of celestial energy. The celestial fire Taoist regarded Lu Ying with a knowing glance. Realizing that the truth had been revealed, he no longer felt the need for concealment. I am currently not in want of spirit stones. I merely request Elder Fire's assistance in perfecting a magical artifact. I can offer 5 bottles of first-grade essence as compensation. That sounds splendid. Upon hearing that Chu Yan needed him to forge a magical item, the celestial fire Taoist readily agreed. Today, Chu Yan had come to forge the nameless iron staff again, and by chance, he encountered a master craftsman like the celestial fire Taoist. Seizing such an opportunity was not something he could afford to miss. With a flicker, the luminous jade at his waist illuminated, and a dark iron staff measuring nearly 6 feet appeared before everyone. This is primordial meteoric iron. The moment the celestial fire Taoist laid eyes on the nameless iron staff, his eyes widened in astonishment. Elder, do you recognize this iron staff? Upon hearing Chu Yan's inquiry, the celestial fire Taoist began to explain. It is said that during the primordial era, amidst tremendous upheaval, countless stars from beyond the heavens fell to the earth. And this so-called primordial meteoric iron is a rare mineral contained within those celestial bodies. According to the celestial fire Taoist, the remaining primordial meteoric iron is exceedingly scarce. Magical artifacts crafted from primordial meteoric iron are known as primordial artifacts. They possess immense power, but are incredibly heavy. To wield a primordial artifact, one must have at least the mental strength of a foundation establishment cultivator in the early stage. This explains why the disheveled old man said that the nameless iron staff could not be refined, yet Chu Yin could wield it, because after his recultivation, his mental strength had grown formidable, rivaling that of early foundation establishment practitioners. Thus, primordial artifacts have always been the privilege of foundation establishment cultivators. It is rumored that the likelihood of a primordial artifact being upgraded to a spiritual artifact is 9 out of 10, and it possesses the potential for infinite advancement. Moreover, the greatest allure of primordial artifacts for cultivators is their capacity to transform into an entirely different form upon upgrading to a spiritual artifact. Legends also suggest that when a cultivator who possesses a primordial artifact reaches the nascent soul realm, the artifact can spontaneously give birth to a spirit. In summary, countless legends shroud primordial artifacts in an enchanting aura. Had it not been for the celestial fire Taoist's background in a family of artifact smiths, and with one such artifact in his possession, he would not have recognized it. Who exactly is the master behind this boy? The celestial fire Taoist pondered, realizing that anyone capable of possessing a primordial artifact is far from ordinary, and to concoct essence comparable to natural essence. If he were to learn that Chu Yin had purchased this nameless iron staff for a bottle of first-grade essence and 70 spirit stones from a street vendor, one could only speculate how he would react. Outside of the Wulong market, a young man wielding a fiery long knife soared through the air, accompanied by a woman clad in snowy white, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, both of whom were Chu Yin and Lu Yuing. Sister Lu, what mysterious item did you purchase? Chu Yin inquired curiously, having entrusted the nameless iron staff to the celestial fire Taoist for refining, with the expectation of retrieving it in a month. The celestial fire Taoist operated his own smithy and had connections with the Linglang Tower, so Chu Yin felt assured. After leaving the Linglang Tower, Lu Yuing had insisted on going to the market alone, refusing to allow Chu Yin to accompany her. You need not pry. Lu Yuing stumbled slightly, her cheeks flushed. Sister Lu, I was merely inquiring. There's no need to be so flustered. Chu Yin retorted, unimpressed. Be cautious. Suddenly, Lu Yuying's expression hardened as she issued a sharp warning. As she spoke, 2 3-foot-long flying swords, aglow with a brilliant golden light, shot toward Chu Yin and Lu Yuing from behind. Dragon Turtle Shield. Chu Yin shouted, invoking a protective incantation as the dragon turtle shield manifested behind him. Bang! The golden glowing flying swords collided violently with the dragon turtle shield, sending a tremor through Chu Yin and Appo's spirit, causing his blood to surge. The strength required to unleash such power indicated that the assailant was at least at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, Lu Yuing turned and unleashed a series of nearly invisible finger strikes. Crack! Crack! The flying sword was repeatedly struck, unable to advance even an inch. Show yourself. Cease your cowardly ambush. Chu Yan's voice was icy, a murderous intent radiating from him. Humph. No wonder you were so arrogant. You indeed possess some skills. An aged voice echoed, followed by the appearance of a flying vessel measuring 3 meters in length and 1 meter in width, hovering into view. This vessel resembled a small boat, its entire structure radiating a crimson gold hue, complete with a small array cannon at the front, exuding an imposing presence. Upon the vessel stood 2 figures, one of whom was Likeda, the man who had been severely injured by Chu Yin previously, his face mangled and heavily bandaged. The other was an elderly man clad in golden robes, his eyes fixed on Chu Yin and Lu Yuing like a predator eyeing its prey. Retreat. The golden-robed elder spoke calmly, causing the 2 flying swords to return to his waist pouch. Likeda, what brings you here? Are your injuries not severe enough? Come seeking another beating? Chu Yin regarded the golden-robed elder as if he were invisible, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he addressed Likeda. Lu Yuing remained silent, observing the 2 figures before her, her brows furrowing as anger simmered within her. You wretched cur. Today I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Likeda's confidence surged, emboldened by the presence of the golden-robed elder, as he snarled at Chu Yin. It seems sparing your life was a grave error. Chu Yin replied coolly, his murderous intent unmasked. Uncle Bai, it's them. You must help your nephew exact vengeance. Kill that brat, and I must have that girl. Li Keita pleaded, almost childishly, to the golden-robed elder beside him. A hint of affection flickered in the elder's eyes as he patted Li Keita's shoulder. Rest assured, with Uncle here, these insignificant pests will be beneath your feet. The golden-robed elder's gaze shifted to Chu Yan, a playful smirk adorning his face. Young man, one must learn to recognize their limits. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. However, it is too late now. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your life. Otherwise, old fool, do you speak too much? Do not rely on your age to intimidate others. At your advanced age, it is time to settle down and depart this world instead of making a ruckus here. Chu Yan interjected sharply, his words cutting through the air. Humph. Do not test your luck, boy. Let us see how capable you truly are. Go. The golden-robed elder sneered, flicking his fingers as the two flying swords surged toward Chu Yan. I will handle this myself. Chu Yan spoke softly to Lu Yueying, descending from the sky. He sensed that the old man's strength had likely reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, possibly a consummate practitioner of this level. The battle today would serve as a testament to the arduous training he had undergone in recent days. With the nameless iron rod sent for refinement, Chu Yan was left with only 3 magical artifacts: the fire Lin blade, the golden copper bell, and the dragon turtle shield. Engaging in aerial combat necessitated the use of an artifact for flight, and confronting this old fellow seemed rather challenging. On the ground, however, employing all 3 artifacts could prove advantageous. Dragon turtle shield, fire Lin blade. Chu Yan shouted fiercely, as the dragon turtle shield soared into the air to meet a golden flying sword, while the fire Lin blade clashed with another. The 4 artifacts, under Chu Yan's command, waged a fierce aerial battle against the elderly man in the brocade robe. The 2 golden flying swords were of high-grade quality. Although the dragon turtle shield was a top-tier artifact, its primary function was defense, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 parties for the time being. Kid, let us see how long you can endure. The elder in the golden robe bellowed, his internal spiritual energy igniting rapidly, causing the 2 golden swords to shine brilliantly. With reckless abandon, he unleashed the swords, their brilliance intensifying. Despite Chu Yan's dual attributes of wood and gold, granting him strength comparable to a 10th-level qi refining practitioner. The elder was at the 13th level, having cultivated for many years. The depth of his spiritual energy was not something Chu Yan could rival. Bang! The 4 artifacts clashed fiercely in the air. The dragon turtle shield, thanks to its robust nature, held its ground, but the fire Lin blade began to struggle. However, was Chu Yan's strategy limited to merely contesting spiritual energy? Certainly not. You, an old fossil who has trained for decades, dare to compare spiritual strength with me? How audacious! Chu Yan shouted coldly, sprinting swiftly across the ground, while simultaneously launching a series of finger gestures towards the sky. The elder piloting the flying vessel was not too high above the ground, about 20 meters, well within the range of Chu Yan's spell attacks. As he circled below, dozens of water orbs surged from all directions toward the sky. Low-tier 4-pattern spell, exploding water ball. The instantaneous casting of the spell caught the elder's eye. As any practitioner capable of such swiftness possessed an extraordinary understanding of spells. You think you can defeat me with mere low-tier 4-pattern water balls? How naive. Although the elder was a consummate practitioner of the qi refining stage, he had yet to comprehend instantaneous spellcasting. Nevertheless, he adhered to the principle that the victor reigns supreme. Having spent decades in the qi refining stage and being the elder of the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion, the elder had a wealth of resources at his disposal. With a wave, he released dozens of golden talismans from his storage pouch, enveloping the area in a golden light, which soon coalesced into numerous golden hands. Low-tier 4-pattern talisman, golden palm talisman. The golden palms clashed with the water orbs. What? In the elder's astonished gaze, the water orbs erupted violently, shattering the golden shields into a cascade of light. The elder could not fathom how the 4-pattern water spell could explode so unexpectedly. Yet, he had no time to ponder. A solid blue water energy finger struck the vessel. Low-tier 8-pattern spell, profound water force. The elder, standing within the vessel, was thrown into disarray, never anticipating the swiftness of Chu Yan's spellcasting, which caught him completely off guard. Boom! With the golden copper bell, Chu Yan roared. A nearly tangible golden sound wave rapidly expanded into the air. The ear-piercing tolling of the bell reverberated in the elder's mind. Taken by surprise, the elder was struck again, feeling a sharp pain in his ears, blood gushing forth as he was rendered unconscious. Fire Lindblade, return. At this moment, the elder's control over the golden flying swords had diminished significantly. Chuyin shouted sternly, summoning the Fire Lindblade back to the skies. Kid, I will kill you. The elder, recovering from the agonizing pain, let out a furious roar. Yet Chuyan's figure had already vanished from sight. Come down. Chuyan's voice, icy as frost, echoed beside the elder. Instinctively, the elder turned, only to be confronted by a massive fist, half covered in white bones, with sharp, pointed bone spurs. Crack! With a full-force punch, Chuyin struck the elder's abdomen, and the sound of shattering bones echoed as the elder was sent plummeting from the vessel, hurtling downwards at great speed. Return. Despite his injuries, the elder, being a consummate practitioner of the chi refining stage, endured the intense pain in his abdomen and swiftly summoned the golden swords back. They soared to his side as he landed upon them. Boom! The golden flying vessel, now uncontrollable, crashed to the ground. Chuyin retrieved a bottle of spiritual liquid from his storage pouch and took a large gulp, slowly descending from the air, summoning all his artifacts. He regarded the elder with a faint smile. The elder's abdomen was a bloody mess, revealing glimpses of his bones, his expression dark and grim as he growled. It was I who was careless. Kid, today you shall witness my true strength. You can perish now. With a thunderous shout, 2 more golden swords shot forth from his waist. Go. The elder's spiritual energy surged, and the 4 golden swords blazed as they darted toward Chuyin with furious speed. The elder finally unleashed his trump card. As a consummate practitioner of the chi refining stage, his mental power was equivalent to that of 2 ordinary practitioners combined. While typical practitioners could manage only 2 artifacts simultaneously, the elder, with his immense mental prowess, commanded 4 artifacts at once. The appearance of the 4 flying swords signaled doom for any lesser practitioner. Desperate, Chuyin bit down hard and consumed the remaining spiritual liquid, igniting his own energy. The dragon turtle shield, Fire Lindblade, and golden copper bell each faced off against one of the elder's swords, while simultaneously, Chuyin unleashed dozens of pale blue energy blasts toward the last flying sword. With the powerful support of the spiritual liquid, although the elder held the advantage, he could not swiftly overwhelm Chuyin. For directions, sword formation. Go. The elder bellowed again, retracting the 4 golden swords, which then positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, their tips spinning rapidly. As they whirled, the sword tips converged, ultimately forming a massive golden drill that charged towards Chuyin. Bang! The 4 directions sword formation was unstoppable. The golden copper bell was the first to be sent flying. Bang! The Fire Lindblade followed suit. Bang! Despite being a top-tier defensive artifact, the dragon turtle shield also succumbed after a brief resistance against the 4 high-grade flying swords. Nonetheless, after the 3 artifacts' defense, the formation's power had diminished by a significant margin. With 3 artifacts knocked away, Chuyin felt the shock reverberate through his mind. However, the next moment, a faint smile tugged at the bloodied corner of his mouth. Water Phoenix breaking the sky technique fusion skill. Chuyin's expression twisted ferociously as all his spiritual energy converged before him without reservation. Instantly, a dense mist of water enveloped the area. 16 3-legged water crows materialized, dividing into 2 groups of 8. The 8 water crows on each side spun rapidly and, in an instant, charged towards the center with a resounding crash. Amidst the swirling mist generated by the collision of 8 3-legged water creatures, a colossal figure emerged, a head resembling a rooster, a beak like a swallow, a neck akin to a serpent, a back resembling a turtle, and a tail like that of a fish. Resplendent in a myriad of colors and towering at nearly 6 feet. To the left and right, 2 magnificent beings materialized, one embodying the sun and the other the moon. One a phoenix and the other a phoenix ascension technique. Go. With a thunderous roar, Chuyin exerted the last remnants of his strength. Pointing decisively at the 4-symbol sword array, streams of water surged forth from both the water phoenix and water, accompanied by a resounding cry from each. As they united with tremendous momentum and surged forth. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of water crashed forth. Suddenly, the great black chicken erupted from the spirit beast pouch, its eyes gleaming, emitting a high-pitched call that harmonized perfectly with the roaring water phoenix. Break! The elderly man in the golden robe sensed the immense threat posed by Chu Yan's technique. Realizing its power had surpassed that of a low-tier 13 pattern spell, he let out a fierce shout, unleashing his spiritual energy without reservation, causing the four symbols sword array to blaze with light and surge forward. The clash between the sword array and the giant water phoenix produced a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. The water phoenix vanished, the sword array shattered, and the four flying swords fell to the ground, dull and lifeless, proving the terrifying might of the Phoenix Ascension technique. Chu Yan's pale visage curled into a cold smirk. His spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Without a moment's pause, he consumed another mouthful of spiritual liquid, hastily channeling his technique to recuperate. Facing a perfected Qi refinement stage practitioner for the first time, Chu Yan deeply felt the challenge that lay before him. Although he had previously vanquished Elder Zhao, it had been under circumstances where he had the advantage of teamwork. Today, against the golden-robed elder, there was no room for trickery. Despite his prowess now comparable to a 10th-level Qi refinement practitioner, he found himself at a disadvantage after exhausting his means. Had he not recently mastered the Phoenix Ascension technique, he might have faced dire consequences today. The four flying swords, nurtured by the golden-robed elder over many years, had become his life's artifacts. Now, having sustained severe damage simultaneously, the elder suffered a heavy blow to his spirit, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You little brat, perish," he bellowed, channeling the last of his spiritual energy to propel a golden flying sword towards Chu Yan. At this moment, the elder lacked the strength to control all four swords simultaneously. Chu Yan, having exhausted his energy, could easily deal with a single sword. However, the elder, having suffered grave losses, dared not show any carelessness. He growled, "Scissor-tailed scorpion, arise." The advanced third-tier demon beast, scissor-tailed scorpion, boasted power equivalent to a 12th-level Qi refinement practitioner. A dark light erupted from the elder's spirit beast pouch. And in the next moment, a massive scorpion with razor-sharp pincers nearly half a meter long appeared before them, charging towards Chu Yan with its tail poised to strike. Exuding a chilling aura, Lu Yueying floated in the air, her hair dancing in the wind, showing no intention of offering assistance. Chu Yan, having just consumed the spiritual liquid, had yet to convert it into spiritual energy and could not wield his artifacts. Yet, he faced the swiftly approaching golden sword and the fearsome scissor-tailed scorpion without a trace of fear. "Black Neo, it's your turn," Chu Yan spoke calmly. The great black chicken, in a surprisingly human-like manner, nodded before raising its proud head. With a powerful flap of its black wings, it soared toward the scissor-tailed scorpion, its form swelling in the wind. "Come." Chu Yan remained motionless, his right hand now covered entirely in white bone, save for his fingers. The golden flying sword struck first, and with a sudden motion, Chu Yan raised his right fist to block, the sword colliding against the bone-covered back of his hand with a sharp crack. "What?" The golden-robed elder was taken aback, astonished to witness someone withstand a flying sword with bare hands, an unimaginable feat unfolding before his eyes. Seizing the moment of the elder's brief stupor, Chu Yan grasped the sword's handle firmly and drove it downward. His body, enhanced by the black light beam, was immensely powerful, and in this moment, he matched the elder's formidable strength. Taking advantage of the elder's distraction, Chu Yan snatched the flying sword and slammed it against the ground. He then clenched his right fist tightly, bringing it down forcefully onto the golden sword. With a resounding crash, the golden sword emitted a mournful cry, losing all its luster. The elder, from a distance, coughed up another mouthful of blood, feeling the severance of his connection to the golden sword. The shock he felt was beyond words. Today, he faced a true anomaly. The instant casting of spells and their fusion, despite only having the cultivation of an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner, allowed Chu Yan to unleash spells surpassing low-tier 13 pattern techniques, and now he had even withstood a flying sword with his bare hands. However, in the end, "You shall still perish." After a brief moment of astonishment, the elder's eyes darkened with malice. The scissor-tailed scorpion, a formidable beast, possessed strength on par with a 12th-level Qi refinement practitioner. The elder did not believe that the plump black chicken could contend with the scorpion. Once that beast was eliminated, dealing with the exhausted boy would be a mere formality. A cold smile crept across the elder's face, yet the next moment, his eyes widened in horror. "Oh!" The great black chicken let out a triumphant call, its inflated form rapidly deflating as a white mist erupted from its beak. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold spread through the air. The green venom just spewed by the scissor-tailed scorpion froze on contact, and soon after, frost enveloped its body. The scorpion struggled to shatter the ice. But the great black chicken would not grant it such an opportunity. With another proud crow, the great black chicken, resembling a plump ball, began to spin rapidly, its beak transforming into a steel drill aimed directly at the scissor-tailed scorpion. With a resounding crash, the scorpion let out a wretched scream as it was sent flying. A swift kill. The scorpion's head lay open, blood congealed within the wound. The great black chicken strutted victoriously to the corpse of the scissor-tailed scorpion, tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh and chewing briefly before spitting it out, feigning a look of disgust. What a miscalculation. This creature is truly monstrous. The golden-robed elder felt a chill run down his spine. He retrieved a medicinal pill, his face contorted with pain, and finally, with gritted teeth, swallowed it. This pill was the spirit-condensing longevity reduction pill, once consumed by the likes of Qi Diaomu during the intersect competition. Driven to desperation, the elder had no choice but to resort to such extreme measures. Once his spiritual energy recovered, the boy would undoubtedly face defeat. However, a transparent force shot through the air at lightning speed, striking the elder in the abdomen. The elder bent over in agony. The pill he had just swallowed expelled from his mouth. It's over. The elder realized he was finished. In the skies above, Lu Yuang's cold gaze met Chu Yan's, retracting her delicate hand. Seeing Chu Yan fight with such desperation, she would not afford the opponent any opportunity to exploit. With the aid of the spiritual liquid, Chu Yan finally regained 3 layers of spiritual energy. He approached the 4 fallen flying swords, his pale blue spiritual energy coursing over them. With a furrowed brow, he summoned his powerful consciousness to erase the traces of spiritual energy from the 4 swords in the blink of an eye. The reformed Chu Yan's divine consciousness was already immensely powerful, and after cultivating the Thousand Thoughts origin technique, it had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Blood spewed from the golden-robed elder as he suffered another severe blow to his spirit, losing all connection with his 4 flying swords. He never expected this young demon's divine consciousness to surpass his own, effortlessly erasing the remnants he had left within his magical artifacts. Chu Yan bit his fingertip, and with a few gestures, the 4 flying swords were instantly refined, now under his command. Rise, Chu Yan uttered calmly, invoking the driving technique. The dragon turtle shield, Firelin blade, and copper bell, along with the 4 flying swords now glowing with a faint blue light, soared into the air, floating before him. With each step he took toward the golden-robed elder, the 7 magical artifacts encircled him, radiating brilliance akin to an immortal descending from the heavens. Controlling 7 magical artifacts simultaneously demonstrated a divine consciousness strength comparable to that of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. The golden-robed elder was filled with regret. Had he known this child possessed such monstrous cultivation, he would never have approached death's door. He lamented not taking the situation more seriously from the outset. Die! A nearly frenzied roar echoed in Chu Yan's ears, a chilling sense of danger locking onto him, causing his expression to tighten. Meanwhile, Likeda, who had fallen from the flying vessel, had awakened, his face contorted in rage. The golden runes on the array cannon in front of the vessel shimmered brightly. Although Likeda was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, activating the array cannon was simple. It merely required placing a mid-grade spirit stone inside and channeling a strand of spirit energy to ignite it. Upon awakening, he had witnessed the golden-robed elder's defeat and had gone into a frenzy. Bang! A transparent finger strike, moving with lightning speed, struck Likeda's dantian, causing it to burst in a shower of blood, the spirit energy he had just summoned dissipating instantly. After being crippled, he had only just managed to rebuild his dantian with the help of his family's treasured spirit herbs, and now it was shattered once more, leaving him forever incapacitated. You shall pay. Lu Yuing, stepping lightly through the void, looked down at Likeda with icy disdain. In her heart, he was already a dead man. Die! Chu Yan turned his gaze toward the golden-robed elder, issuing a cold command. The shield, blade, bell, and 4 swords erupted with radiant light. In an instant, a murderous intent pervaded the air. You, boy, you cannot kill me. My elder brother is the master of the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion. Dare you? The golden-robed elder sensed the scent of death approaching, yet he was not ready to meet his end. With decades of life left, He was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, where his path to immortality would be within reach. What nonsense is this thousand treasures pavilion? Those who oppose me shall die? Chu Yan's words were frigid as the four swords shot toward the golden-robed elder at breakneck speed. You dare! A voice filled with overwhelming pressure rang in Chu Yan's ears, the oppressive divine consciousness making it hard to breathe. What do I have to fear? Chu Yan retorted, enunciating each word carefully as he silently chanted the thousand thoughts origin technique. In that moment, his formidable divine consciousness was unleashed without reserve, matching the sudden, mysterious pressure. Kill! Chu Yan bellowed, and the weight upon him lifted. The swords howled as three of them pierced the golden-robed elder's body, while one drove straight through his skull. Blood stained the flying swords, and the golden-robed elder and Apos' cold body collapsed to the ground, his eyes still filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how this young man had acted against him even under the oppressive might of his elder brother's divine consciousness. Chu Yan's expression was indifferent as he looked toward the horizon, where an elder donned in a black robe descended upon a green spirit artifact. Brother! The black-robed elder rushed toward the golden-robed elder's corpse, his voice a harsh cry. Upon seeing the lifeless form, his face turned a deep shade of iron. His eyes instantly filled with a fierce crimson. Father, it is them! It is them! Likeda yelled, grasping at the black-robed elder like a lifeline. My child! The black-robed elder swiftly reached Likeda's side. You! Upon seeing Likeda's dantian shattered once more, the black-robed elder was consumed by fury. Shoving a pill into his mouth. Father, avenge me. Uncle Bai has been killed by them too. Likeda sobbed, tears streaming down his face. The black-robed elder was ablaze with rage. His brother was slain, and his only son was crippled. Such enmity could not go unpunished. You shall all perish today. The black-robed elder roared, unleashing his full might, a violent gale emanating from him. Foundation establishment. He was indeed a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. The black-robed elder gathered earthy spirit energy, distinct from Chu Yan and Apos' gaseous spirit energy, having entered the foundation establishment stage. His liquid spirit energy possessed power dozens of times greater than gaseous spirit energy. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of earthy force shot toward Chu Yan with a hissing sound. Mid-tier 2 pattern spell, heavy earth strike. Yet before Chu Yan could contemplate further, a white figure stood before him. Lu Yuing raised her brows slightly, her hands moving gracefully in front of her, weaving silver patterns that interlaced and formed a massive silver leaf-shaped array before her. Boom! As the collision occurred, the silver array merely rippled, while the earthy strike shattered into pieces. What? The black-robed elder's eyes widened in shock, his heart churning with disbelief. A mere girl at the 11th level of chi refinement could withstand his mid-tier spell? How could this be? With a calm expression, Lu Yuing spoke softly. Yet her words were astonishing. Foundation establishment second layer? Is that impressive? A moonlit glow radiated from her, accompanied by a fierce wind. Her white attire flowed gracefully, and her flowing hair framed a visage of unparalleled beauty, illuminated by the moonlight, making her appear as if a celestial being had descended. In mere moments, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Yuing. This is foundation establishment? The black-robed elder could no longer be described by mere shock. He never imagined that a girl could transform into a foundation establishment powerhouse in the blink of an eye, her aura rivaling his own. When Likeda returned, his dantian destroyed, Li Kuanzi had burned with fury, yet upon hearing the adversary was merely at the 8th level of chi refinement, he dismissed the threat, sending his sworn brother, a consummate cultivator at the chi refinement stage, to handle the matter. In Li Kuanzi's view, the golden-robed elder, combined with the array cannon aboard the vessel, would resolve this trivial issue in an instant. However, as time passed without their return, concern began to creep into his heart, prompting him to investigate personally. Upon approaching within 200 meters, using his heavenly eye technique, he saw his sworn brother defeated and on the brink of death, and immediately exerted his divine consciousness to pressure them. To his astonishment, it was deflected right before his eyes as the golden-robed elder was killed. Nevertheless, in the black-robed elder's eyes, Chu Yan and his companion were already dead. The gap between foundation establishment and chi refinement was a disparity of dozens of times. Yet now, before him stood a foundation establishment cultivator. This was inconceivable. The young girl, I am uncertain of the methods you employed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Although your cultivation slightly surpasses mine, I assure you that even if you were to defeat me today, I possess the means to escape this place. When the time comes, I shall gather the full strength of the Qianbao Pavilion and ensure that you too find no refuge, neither in the heavens nor on the earth. Some individuals are beyond your capability to provoke. The words of the elder in the black robe were frigid, despite being the head of the Qianbao Pavilion. He was not its strongest member. The pavilion still harbored a supreme elder at the perfected foundation establishment stage, who could effortlessly eliminate this youth. The elder's intention in speaking thus was merely to intimidate Chu Yin and his companion, allowing him to escape with Li Ke, planning to seek revenge at a later date. While he could potentially flee on his own, he could not carry Li Ke with him. Upon hearing the elder and Apos' words, Lu Yueying maintained an expression of calm, devoid of any change, yet her aura surged once more, indicating her readiness for battle. Haha, Chu Yin chuckled heartily, patting Lu Yueying on the shoulder as he stepped out from behind her. Although the situation was dire, hiding behind a woman was somewhat ignoble. You boy, what is so amusing? Do you believe you possess the strength to confront the entirety of the Qianbao Pavilion? Li Quanzi, infuriated by their indifference to his words, spoke coldly. Old fool, I am laughing at you for your ignorance. Chu Yin retorted playfully. What do you mean by that? Li Quanzi, seething with anger at Chu Yin and Apos' mocking demeanor, dared not lash out immediately, given Lu Yueying's formidable prowess. What do you think of my strength? I am merely 16 years old. This revelation stunned Li Quanzi. The realization that this youth possessed such extraordinary power at such a tender age was unfathomable. What sort of place could cultivate such a talented disciple? Coupled with the mysterious woman at his side, he felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Li Quanzi's pallor, Chu Yin spoke nonchalantly. Consider yourself somewhat astute. Now behold this. He tossed a token towards Li Quanzi. Upon seeing the token, Li Quanzi and Apos' face went even paler. The chilling, taunting words of Chu Yin echoed in his ears. You are indeed correct. Some individuals are beyond your capacity to provoke. Li Quanzi felt a burning shame wash over him. Realizing that his earlier words had been turned against him with such vigor, despair enveloped him. He should have anticipated that such a gifted disciple could not be an ordinary individual. As the senior brother of Filong Peak from the Yuhua sect, this identity was already beyond Li Quanzi's reach. In the realm of cultivation, the Yuhua sect boasted 10 golden core experts, rendering the Qianbao Pavilion insignificant before such titans. He had truly kicked a steel plate this time. To think of silencing him? Absolutely impossible. Under the immense power of the Yuhua sect, even fleeing to the ends of the earth would not spare him from annihilation. Father, why do you not eliminate them? Hurry. Slap. In response to Li Ke's frantic cries, Li Quanzi struck him hard across the face. Silence, you useless wretch. He bellowed, his gaze flickering between Chu Yin and his son, feeling an intense fury rise within him. Li Ke dared not speak further. Did I not realize that the young brother is a disciple of the Yuhua sect? The actions I have taken today are regrettable. I implore you, young brother, to show leniency and spare my son's life. Though Li Quanzi's heart brimmed with hatred towards Chu Yin, he was compelled to bow before the overwhelming might behind him. If I were not a disciple of the Yuhua sect, if I did not possess some means of self-preservation, would you have spared me today? Chu Yin spoke in a faint tone, leaving Li Quanzi momentarily speechless. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Strength was the ultimate truth. If what Chu Yin said were to be believed, then it would undoubtedly be him who met his demise today. Here, young brother. This flying vessel is a top-tier flying artifact, and I shall gift it to you. What do you think? Li Quanzi's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. This flying vessel was one of only 2 in the entire Qianbao Pavilion. Speak, young brother. Anything within the means of Qianbao Pavilion is yours. A revitalizing pill. A month swiftly passed. The essence of gold permeated the heavens and earth, nurturing all things. Sensing the celestial essence of gold, he focused and concentrated. Bang! A clear resonance emanated from Chu Yan's dantian, and within the room, countless golden specks of light began to converge upon his crown. Chu Yan opened his eyes, a joyful expression illuminating his face as he felt the delightful vibrations from the strand of gold attribute spiritual energy just coalesced within his dantian. In just a month, Chu Yan had successfully mastered the first layer of the Shao Jin Ju, successfully condensing a strand of gold attribute spiritual energy. Now, aside from the 8 strands of water attribute spiritual energy, He had also acquired fire, wood, and gold attributes. At this moment, the richness of his spiritual energy was already on par with an 11th layer Qi refinement practitioner. The Shao Jinju had naturally been acquired from Zhang Ge and his companions. And Chu Yin had also claimed the final earth attribute technique. The cultivation speed of the Xian Zhongshui Ju had seen remarkable improvement. The day of breakthrough was near. However, transitioning from the 8th to the 9th layer of Qi refinement was a significant hurdle, as it marked a transformation from mid to late stages of Qi refinement, which was not easily overcome. Buzz. Suddenly, the small cauldron within his dantian trembled. Out. With a flick of his mind, the small cauldron transformed into a beam of azure light and flew out. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Chu Yin noticed that the cracks on the cauldron had diminished once more, and 3 new patterns had emerged, one resembling a leaf, another resembling flames, and the last resembling a small sword. The sword pattern had just materialized today, coinciding with the condensation of his gold attribute spiritual energy. It was evident that these 3 patterns were profoundly linked to the fire, wood, and gold attributes he had just attained. Yet the exact nature of their connection and their function remained a mystery to Chu Yin. Feeling somewhat helpless, he sensed the cauldron growing increasingly enigmatic, but chose to push aside his thoughts and stored it away. Slay a mortal staff. Out. A pitch-black iron staff, 2 meters in length, flew forth from the jade pendant at Chu Yan's waist. Intricate patterns adorned the staff, and at both ends, there were crimson gold designs, with the words Slay Immortals carved in an ancient style down the center. The Slay Immortal staff was originally a nameless iron rod, but Chu Yin had named it so due to the Slay Immortals subduing demons technique sold to him by the disheveled old man. Weighing over 200 pounds and forged with various reinforced metals, the red patterns on the staff were etched using the blood of a 5th-grade mid-level demon beast, the spirit-binding heavenly wolf, whose power was comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. When wielded, the Slay Immortal staff could suppress the spiritual energy of an opponent's artifact. Its might now far surpassed that of the original nameless iron rod, making it an unparalleled artifact among ordinary top-tier artifacts. Consequently, Chu Yin had to pay Daoist Tianhua 5 bottles of 2nd-grade spiritual liquid as remuneration, which he deemed well worth the price. Bang! As Chu Yin opened the door, the visitor was none other than Lu Yueying. Let us assess your cultivation progress. Lu Yueying stated flatly, her expression remaining largely unchanged. Observing her calm demeanor, Chu Yin couldn't help but recall the day they battled in the forest when the black-robed elder with foundation establishment strength had attacked. Lu Yueying had displayed a similar nonchalance, exuding the aura of a foundation establishment practitioner. What astonished Chu Yin the most was when he later learned from her that she had merely employed a secret technique to appear as though she possessed foundation establishment power. In reality, it was merely a fade. Had the black-robed elder truly gone berserk and fought them to the death, both would have likely perished on the spot. Chu Yin couldn't help but marvel at the strength of her resolve. Her composure was truly formidable. Contemplating the flying vessel, the flying sword, and the thousands of spirit stones within the golden-robed elder's storage bag, along with a priceless revitalizing pill, he wondered how Li Quanzi would react if he knew Lu Yueying was merely a novice in the Qi refinement stage. This thought brought a smile to Chu Yan's face. What are you laughing at? Prepare yourself. In a moment of distraction, Chu Yan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Yueying's chest, and with his eyes glazed, he wore a mischievous grin. Lu Yueying's previously serene expression shifted to one of indignation, and with a sharp cry, 6 silver needles shot forth from her hand. Sudden attack, Chu Yin exclaimed as the 6 silver needles flew toward him, his mind racing to envelop them with his spiritual sense. Feeling somewhat vexed, he recalled how, half a month ago, he had inadvertently discovered a bottle of blood-replenishing pills belonging to Lu Yueying and had casually asked, "Are you injured? Or are you anemic? Why consume such pills?" Since then, she had been visiting him every few days to check on his progress with the Qian Yin Yuan Ju, leaving him battered each time. After a moment, she remarked, "You've made some progress. I shall return in 3 days to check." With that, Lu Yueying turned and left. Chu Yin lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, his body adorned with dozens of silver needles like a porcupine. What a strange woman. She really is relentless. In the depths of the eastern mountains of Filong Peak, near a waterfall, 2 figures and a chicken gathered around a large roasting rack. This grill was substantial, accommodating 8 luscious green pond bullfrogs. Chu Yin frequently turned them over while sprinkling various seasonings. The bullfrog meat, now a golden brown, emitted a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. Come on, hurry up. I and Appos am starving. Oh. Both the old beggar and the large black chicken drooled, their eyes filled with longing. Are you two perhaps the reincarnation of starving ghosts? Chu Yin replied with a hint of annoyance as he casually pulled 2 roasted frogs from the grill and handed them to the old man and the chicken. The 8 green pond bullfrogs were now fully cooked, and Chu Yin took one for himself to enjoy. Hey, kid, such deliciousness without any wine is unacceptable. Have a drink. The old beggar laughed heartily and produced a large wine gourd from nowhere, taking a swig before tossing it to Chu Yin. Not one to be coy, Chu Yin caught the gourd and took a hearty gulp. Instantly, a warm wave surged through his body. Excellent wine. Haha. Chu Yin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ever since the family incident 3 years ago, he had refrained from drinking, not wanting to dull his senses. He wished to remain alert and remember his responsibilities. Gulping down another mouthful, he remarked, Senior, this wine must be brewed from spiritual liquid, right? Humph. At least you have some discernment. Do you think it's easy for me to save up so much spiritual liquid? Hey, don't drink too much. You're a real glutton. Each sip costs me dearly. This is my only gourd. The old beggar exclaimed as he snatched the wine gourd back from Chu Yin. Senior, this is for you. Humph. Don't think you can bribe me, huh? The old beggar took the small jade bottle Chu Yin offered, initially dismissive. But upon opening it and inhaling the rich aroma of spiritual energy, he exclaimed in surprise. Such great kindness from you, young man. A single bottle of spiritual liquid cannot repay this debt. If you need anything, just ask. Chu Yin spoke from the depths of his heart. Without the white bone on the back of his hand, he would never have emerged unscathed from his battle with the old man in golden robes. You have some conscience, young man. But let me be honest, your capacity for self-torture is truly remarkable. No one has ever mastered the tiger demon white bone hand with your swiftness. The old beggar's words held truth. Cultivating the tiger demon white bone hand demands tremendous suffering. Only those with formidable willpower dare to practice once every 5 days, as it takes at least that long for the injuries sustained during training to heal. For an ordinary person, enduring such pain is nearly impossible, let alone someone like Chu Yin who practices daily. The old beggar even suspected that Chu Yin might not be human, as such a robust physique is typically possessed by demonic beasts. Yet, at this moment, Chu Yin reflected that had he not been transformed by the black pillar of light, he could not have progressed so swiftly. Senior, is this what you call the tiger demon white bone hand? Chu Yin inquired, having heard the name for the first time from the old beggar. Indeed, at your current pace, you could achieve minor success in less than 3 months. The old beggar replied nonchalantly. However, Chu Yan's heart ignited with fervor. Even without having reached minor success, he could withstand a high-grade flying sword. What power would he wield upon achieving minor success? And if he reached great success? You should wipe that smug smile off your face. Mastering the tiger demon white bone hand is not so simple. It comprises 4 stages: bone transformation, bone change, ethereal spirit, and soul birth. Noticing Chu Yan's astonishment, the old beggar paused before continuing. Throughout history, very few have managed to cultivate the tiger demon white bone hand to the ethereal spirit stage, let alone the astonishing soul birth stage. When I say you might reach minor success, I mean you could achieve minor success in the bone transformation stage. Youngster, you still have a long way to go. Instead of feeling disheartened by the old beggar and Appos' words, Chu Yin became even more invigorated. Now that you and Appos entered the realm of the tiger demon white bone hand, let us proceed. For the sake of the countless meals you and Appos prepared for this old man, I will impart some techniques to you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yin immediately knelt before the old beggar, clasping his hands in reverence. Master, please. The old beggar's words were merely a means to save face. With his exceptional prowess, he could have anything he desired, yet he was fond of Chu Yan's roasted fish. Thus, Chu Yin resolved to take him as a mentor. Wait. The old beggar grasped Chu Yin, preventing him from bowing his head. Observing the confusion in Chu Yan's eyes, he explained, I am too old to take on disciples again in this lifetime. You and I share a certain affinity. You provide me with roasted fish, and I will teach you some techniques. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, so there is no need for formalities. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed the old beggar and Appos' face, which did not escape Chu Yan's notice. He suspected that the old beggar harbored untold stories, yet he refrained from prying further. All right, young man. Today I shall impart to you an unparalleled technique. Under Chu Yan's eager gaze, the old beggar uttered 4 words. True spirit 9 flashes. Time flew by, and another month passed. As the sun rose, its first rays spilled through the window, illuminating the resolute features of the young man, sitting cross-legged on his bed. After consuming a pill meant to suppress hunger, Chu Yan had been practicing for 9 consecutive days and nights. Scattered before him were several empty jade vials. He had completely exhausted 8 bottles of second-grade spiritual liquid. Now he possessed the elemental powers of gold, wood, water, and fire, needing only the final earth element to achieve a perfect balance of the 5 elements. The earthy glow pervading the room heralded the birth of a miracle. At this moment, a breakthrough was imminent. Boom! A clear sound resonated from within Chu Yan's dantian, and in the next instant, a myriad of earthy light particles converged toward his crown. Chu Yan's eyes shot open, sparkling with excitement as joy radiated from his expression. Had he succeeded? Lu Yueying had appeared in the room unnoticed. Upon seeing the concern etched on her face, Chu Yan felt warmth in his heart. It was evident that she had come worried about his well-being. Yes, he replied, sensing the newly formed earthy energy within his dantian, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, the next moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face, swiftly transforming into overwhelming joy. At that moment, the 8th strand of water elemental energy within his dantian began to stir. The prelude to a breakthrough and double blessings resonated within him. A profound realization took root. Gulping down another mouthful of spiritual liquid, Chu Yan promptly closed his eyes once more to continue his practice. Instantly, the room was filled with a soft blue light. Moments later, a sound, much louder than before, erupted from his dantian. It had happened. The 9th strand of water elemental energy had finally coalesced, with the spiritual liquid flowing like water and the assistance of the great black chicken. Coupled with the enhancement from the other elemental techniques, Chu Yan had finally surpassed the bottleneck of the mid-stage of qi cultivation, reaching the 9th layer and entering the late stage of qi cultivation. Now, 9 strands of pale blue water elemental energy floated above the small cauldron in his dantian, with gold, wood, fire, and earth energy surrounding them. 13 strands of energy filled him with realization. Although he was only at the 9th layer of qi cultivation, his true strength rivaled that of a 13th layer practitioner. Had he possessed such power during his encounter with the old man in golden robes, he could have easily overwhelmed him. What once seemed an unthinkable assumption had been realized. Having 5 elemental roots had become Chu Yan's greatest advantage. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the first in a millennium to gather energies from all 5 elements. Miss Lu, I would like to take a bath. Go ahead, Lu Yueying replied, her face slightly flushed as she exited. As he soaked in the wooden bath, Chu Yan toyed with the blue cauldron. What secrets did this little cauldron hold? He pondered. And to his surprise, after successfully cultivating the earth elemental energy, a strange pattern had once again appeared on the cauldron. This latest design resembled a clod of earth. The 4 patterns were perfectly positioned around the cauldron, and Chu Yan sensed a vague connection, though he could not decipher it. Fortunately, with his consecutive breakthroughs, the cracks on the cauldron had diminished significantly, confirming Chu Yan and Apos' earlier hypothesis. The spiritual liquid it produced had upgraded from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, indicating that the cauldron could indeed advance alongside Chu Yan's strength. He felt eager to see what changes might occur if he reached the foundation establishment stage. Brother Chu. A clear, youthful voice cut through his thoughts. What is he doing here? Chu Yan's expression darkened, for the newcomer did not leave a favorable impression on him. Brother Chu, are you there? I'm coming in if you don't answer. The boy and Apos' voice rang out again. Oh no. Chu Yan had momentarily forgotten the boy and Apos' reckless nature. Lu Yueying's presence here was known only to Ruo Xuan and Zhang Gu. Given Ruo Xuan's temperament, she would never divulge such information, and Zhang Gu, bound by their blood oath, could not share it either. However, this impetuous boy had always been loose-lipped. If he discovered Lu Yueying's presence and let it slip, Chu Yan hurriedly concealed the cauldron, hastily threw on a garment, and rushed toward the door. Li Tianzhao was in high spirits today, after 3 long years. He could finally see the light of day again and visit Brother Chu. He wondered if Brother Chu was still angry with him. His delicate, fair face bore a slight frown. Regardless, he resolved to clarify matters with Brother Chu upon their meeting. As Li Tianzhao was about to push open the wooden door, it unexpectedly swung open on its own. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze utterly vacant. A woman stepped lightly out, her willow-like brows elegantly arched, her luminous eyes sparkling, a delicate nose gracefully poised, and her lips a vibrant shade of red. Her long hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, exuding an ethereal charm that made her appear as if she had descended from the heavens, clad in flowing white robes. He could not help but exclaim, "A celestial being." Yet, in the following instant, the momentarily dazed Li Tianzhao felt his entire worldview shatter upon witnessing the scene before him. Chu Yan, disheveled and with damp hair, rushed out in a state of agitation. "It's not what you think." Both Chu Yan and Lu Yuing blurted out simultaneously, exchanging a knowing glance that made their cheeks flush. "Brother Chu, did I interrupt something important between you and sister-in-law?" Though Li Tianzhao was young, he understood certain matters well. Observing Chu Yan's disheveled appearance, a hint of guilt crept over him. However, the smidgen of lewdness lurking beneath his guilty expression did not escape Chu Yan's keen eyes. "You brat. What nonsense fills your mind at such a young age? This is Miss Lu, my friend." "Friends? Given that you live together, is it truly just friendship?" Li Tianzhao muttered under his breath. Although his voice was low, it reached the ears of both Lu Yuing and Chu Yan, causing Lu Yuing's face to deepen in color. "What did you say?" "Ah, nothing. I merely expressed how much I miss Brother Chu." Under Chu Yan and Appo's piercing gaze, Li Tianzhao broke into a cold sweat. "You have the audacity to show your face here?" Chu Yan's voice dripped with cold displeasure. Li Tianzhao, who had always followed Chu Yan like a shadow, found himself in an awkward position. Chu Yan had always regarded him as a younger brother since their fathers, Li Fiki and Chu Changtian, were close friends. However, following the upheaval 3 years ago, Chu Yan's brilliance dimmed, and Li Tianzhao inexplicably vanished from his sight. 3 years passed without a single glimpse of him. "Brother Chu, there were reasons for what happened back then. Can you allow me to explain?" "Come in." Lu Yuing spoke softly, turning to enter the room. "He Lu, sister, you are truly kind." Seeing that Chu Yan did not object, Li Tianzhao excitedly followed her inside. "Wow, so much delicious food. It smells wonderful." Upon entering, Li Tianzhao's eyes lit up at the sight of a table laden with dishes, and he exclaimed with childlike enthusiasm. The cooking responsibilities had always been shared among whoever was available, and today, seeing that Chu Yan had just made a breakthrough, Lu Yuing had prepared extra. "Let us eat together," Lu Yuing said calmly, already seated and picking up her chopsticks. "Thank you, Sister Fairy." Li Tianzhao unceremoniously sat down, filling his bowl to the brim before diving into his meal. Delicious. You are truly fortunate, Brother Chu, to have such a skilled cook. Speak clearly. I want to see if you can articulate your thoughts." Chu Yan replied coldly, not in the mood for idle chatter. Li Tianzhao, cheeks stuffed, finally managed to swallow and said with a pout, "Brother Chu, there were hardships behind my actions back then. It was like this." Upon hearing Li Tianzhao's account, Chu Yan began to understand. When he learned of Chu Yan's troubles, Li Tianzhao had wanted to rush over immediately, but his father, Li Fiki, had stopped him. This turmoil is not something our Tianluan peak can be involved in. Consequently, Li Tianzhao was confined in the Elder Pavilion, subjected to rigorous training for 3 years. Yet, this rigorous training proved beneficial for Li Tianzhao, with his exceptional talents of a 9th-level wood spirit root and a 1st-level water spirit root. He had managed to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, achieving the 9th level of Qi refinement, thus becoming one of the top 10 gifted disciples of Filong Peak. It was no wonder Li Fiki had allowed him to leave. After listening to Li Tianzhao, Chu Yan pondered. Li Fiki's actions were not misguided. After all, his father, Chu Changtian, had passed away, and with Qi Tianlai among those old subordinates, it was indeed difficult to ensure safety. Furthermore, the rules of Yuhua sect explicitly stated that no peak should interfere in the affairs of another. With Li Fiki unable to assist, how could he let his son wade into such murky waters? With this thought, Chu Yan's lingering displeasure toward Li Tianzhao dissipated, as he had always regarded him as a younger brother. "All right, little brother. I understand your grievances. Let's put this matter behind us," Chu Yan said lightly, his tone devoid of resentment. Li Xiaodao was the nickname Chu Yan had given Li Tianzhao, as this little fellow was quite clever. "Then, Brother Chu, are we still brothers?" "Always." Li Xiaodao's eyes crinkled in delight upon hearing Chu Yan's words. "You rascal," Chu Yan chided with a laugh. Just then, a voice filled with urgency echoed in Chu Yan's mind. "Boss, it's bad. Someone has come knocking. I'm on my way." Chu Yan's expression darkened instantly. "What happened, Brother Chu?" "Hee hee, Some individuals are displeased with my rise and have become unruly. A cold smile flickered at the corners of Chu Yan's lips. Then let us, as brothers, teach them a lesson. A fierce glint ignited in Li Tianzhao's innocent face. In the central area of Filong Peak, in front of the quarters of the core disciples, two factions stood in opposition. One side comprised 10 individuals, 5 of whom wore tiger-striped robes, disciples from the 6th-ranked Fuhu Peak of Yuhua sect. The other 5 donned cloud-patterned robes, disciples from the 7th-ranked Yunyu Peak. The opposing side boasted nearly 20 individuals, all clad in dragon-patterned robes, disciples from Filong Peak. In the clearing between the two factions, 2 disciples engaged in combat, one from Fuhu Peak, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and a disciple from Filong Peak. At the 7th level, the Fuhu Peak disciple continuously muttered incantations, wielding a hammer-shaped magical artifact with formidable force, while the Filong Peak disciple, already at a disadvantage, found it increasingly difficult to resist. Bang! The Filong Peak disciple, caught off guard, felt the hammer crash onto his shoulder, the sound of shattering bones echoing painfully. Uft! The disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. 5th senior brother. Old 5th. Several disciples from Filong Peak rushed to his side. The 5th senior brother, a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had been defeated, igniting both anger and despair among the core disciples of Filong Peak. Haha, shitty, you were right. Filong Peak is indeed filled with worthless trash. A young man in cloud-patterned robes, Lin Feng, the senior brother of Yunyu Peak, taunted, addressing a companion beside him. That Qijiao Muxiang is a disappointment. Who would have thought he could be bested by a worthless opponent? What do you want? Li Cheng glared at the opposing side, his expression dark. As the 3rd most talented disciple of Filong Peak, with Hua Mengqi and Chu Yan absent, he knew he had to step forward now. Today, the top 5 disciples from the Wuhu Peak and Yunyue Peak gathered at Filong Peak under the guise of friendly sparring, severely injuring over 10 of our disciples. 6 of the top 10 disciples from Filong Peak have already been defeated, ranking 8th among the 9 peaks. Our disciples are significantly weaker than those of Wuhu and Yunyue peaks, especially when the 2 peaks join forces. To this point, we have yet to secure a single victory. How amusing. We merely came to engage in a bit of friendly competition with the brothers of Filong Peak, harboring no ill intentions. Yet, to our astonishment, Filong Peak is nothing but a den of incompetence. Perhaps it should be renamed Feichong Peak instead. Lin Feng mocked with a sardonic tone. How dare you? I will fight you. A burly man with dark skin shouted furiously, charging out from the Filong Peak ranks, wielding a massive, glowing wolf-tooth club of a magical artifact. Aimed straight at Lin Feng. It and Oppos, S the 4th senior brother. Defeat them, cried the disciples of Filong Peak in unison. 4th, Don and Oppos, T act recklessly. Li Cheng thought to himself, sensing the impending danger. Suddenly, with a flash from his storage pouch, Lin Feng unleashed a vibrant green flying sword, which pierced the right shoulder of the dark-skinned man before he could react, causing blood to splatter. Is there truly no one of worth at Filong Peak? Lin Feng taunted, his cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement far surpassing that of the dark-skinned man, who was merely at the peak of the 7th level. The defeat was instantaneous. I will take you on, Li Cheng shouted, unwilling to hesitate any longer. 2 flying daggers emerged from his storage pouch, hurtling toward Lin Feng. 3rd senior brother, take him down. The disciples of Filong Peak urged again. Is that all you've got? You are hardly worthy. Lin Feng scoffed. As the vibrant green flying sword surged forth, colliding with one of the flying daggers at lightning speed. Crack! The dagger shattered, its brilliance extinguished, and it fell to the ground. The destruction of his artifact severely impacted Li Cheng's spirit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. A top-tier magical artifact. Li Cheng's heart sank, realizing that Lin Feng's artifact was of supreme quality, easily slicing through his. With a cultivation level far inferior to Lin Feng's, he saw no hope remaining. Is there truly no one at Filong Peak who can stand up? Lin Feng jeered. His words were interrupted by a cold, clear voice. A stunning woman clad in a flowing red dress approached on her sword. Senior sister, please help us. The disciples of Filong Peak cried out, as if grasping onto a lifeline. Oh, you are Hua Mengqi. However, you are not worthy to fight me. Second, take care of this woman. Lin Feng sneered at Hua Mengqi, giving a command to a bald man beside him. The bald man, the 2nd senior brother of Yunyue Peak. possessed the same cultivation level as Hua Mengqi, both being at the 9th level of qi refinement. They clashed almost immediately. Senior brother, I've heard that Chu Yan likes to hide behind women. Seeing it today, it seems true. Sun Qingming laughed heartily alongside Lin Feng. Do not insult our senior brother. What are you? Shouted the disciples of Filong Peak, fiercely protective of their senior brother's reputation. Huh, how ridiculous. If Chu Yan could defeat me with a single finger, I would publicly call him grandpa. Lin Feng mocked. Is that so? Just as Lin Feng finished speaking, a chilling voice rang out beside him, accompanied by a palpable aura of death. You. Lin Feng sensed the impending doom, realizing that any movement could spell his immediate demise. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yan had appeared beside Lin Feng, his finger almost entirely enveloped in a solidified azure spiritual power, mere inches from Lin Feng's solar plexus. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief. How had Chu Yan appeared so suddenly, holding Lin Feng's life in the balance with just a finger? Senior brother, defeat him. The disciples of Filong Peak shouted, their spirits reignited. Lin Feng, what did you say earlier? Speak louder. Chu Yan remarked coldly, a mocking smile on his face. What? What? Lin Feng stammered. Are you, the esteemed senior brother of Yunwei Peak, afraid to admit your words? Speak. Chu Yan's voice turned icy. Pressing his finger closer to Lin Feng's solar plexus, breaking the skin, blood trickling down. What do you intend to do? Let him go, you scoundrel. We will swarm you. The remaining 4 disciples of Yunwei Peak shouted in unison. One of them began to gather a spell, preparing for a sneak attack. Boom. A massive wooden sword, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, flew through the air, crashing into the would-be attacker. Uffed. The disciple spat blood, sent flying by the impact. You vile creature, attempting to ambush my brother. The enormous sword landed in Li Tianzhao's hands, who hoisted it onto his shoulder, glaring fiercely. At merely 13 years old, Li Tianzhao appeared somewhat small, yet no one dared underestimate him, for that was a supreme magical artifact, the legendary weapon of Li Fiki, the former peak master of Tianluan Peak. What do you mean by this, Li Tianzhao? This is a matter between Yunwei Peak and Filong Peak. You have no right to interfere. A Yunwei Peak disciple retorted angrily. Chu Yan is my brother. To act against him is to oppose me, Li Tianzhao. After 3 years of restraint, I'm feeling a bit restless. Who would like to test me? Li Tianzhao approached Chu Yan, sneering at the Yunwei Peak disciples. Lin Feng, under 3 counts, if you do not call out, I may just, Chu Yan warned, his finger inching closer to Lin Feng's solar plexus. You dare defy the prohibition against infighting within Yuhua's sect? Lin Feng's voice trembled with fear, yet he tried to sound defiant. What do I care? Chu Yan replied coldly, his finger pressing even closer. You better think this through. Today, for the sake of Sun Chengming, I will spare Lin Feng. You worthless piece of trash. Chu Yan's eyes blazed with fury, realizing that someone had dared to encroach upon his territory so soon after he had just regained his strength. How dare you insult me? What of it? Chu Yan replied, unfazed by Sun Qingming's furious gaze. Hurry up and speak. I can be less merciful than my brother Chu. I'll count to 1 second. If you don't speak, you will meet your demise. Li Tianzhao had stealthily placed a dagger against Lin Feng and Apos' neck. The blade piercing the skin, blood trickling down. In that moment, Lin Feng had no doubt that these 2 madmen were capable of anything. Gritting his teeth, he stammered, Gee, Grandpa. Senior brother, please don't say it, shouted several disciples from Yunwei Peak. Speak louder, I couldn't hear you. Chu Yan spoke coldly, showing no mercy to Lin Feng. For those who wish to torment others must be prepared to face torment themselves. Grandfather. Tears of humiliation streamed down Lin Feng's face as he bellowed, aware that his reputation was irrevocably shattered. The esteemed senior brother of Yunwei Peak had been reduced to calling someone several years his junior and Apos, grandfather, and Apos, good boy. Since you are so obedient, let me reward you. With a swift motion, Chu Yan landed a resounding slap on Lin Feng's face, sending him flying, blood mixed with shattered teeth spewing forth. In an instant, Chu Yan vanished, leaving only an afterimage, and reappeared before Li Cheng. He extended his hand toward the injured Li Cheng, offering a faint smile. Well done, the rest is up to me. Senior brother. Li Cheng grasped Chu Yan's hand, his eyes brimming with emotion. Senior brother. The exultant shouts echoed across Filong Peak. Merely relying on a sneak attack. How could anyone be a match for our senior brother otherwise? Is the senior brother of Filong Peak only capable of such despicable tactics? Trash. The disciples of Yunyu Peak and Fuhu Peak exchanged incessant remarks. Chu Yan die? At that moment, a hoarse roar pierced the air as Lin Feng, his eyes bloodshot, thrust a dazzling green flying sword toward Chu Yan. Lin Feng's right cheek was swollen, blood trickling from his mouth, yet a sinister grin adorned his face. He could see that Chu Yan was merely at the 8th level of Qi training, despite defeating Qi Diaomo. He was certain that Chu Yan had employed some underhanded methods and could never be his match. Facing the rapidly approaching green flying sword, Chu Yan exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he extended a single palm, facing forward. "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Tianzhao was taken aback by Chu Yan's astounding action, wondering if he intended to withstand the flying sword with just his hand. "Dog, this is your own doing. Die?" Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy at the sight of Chu Yan merely extending his palm in defense. The might of a top-tier magical artifact was not something a mere mortal could withstand. Lin Feng poured all his energy into the flying sword, certain of his victory. The green flying sword blazed with light as it collided with Chu Yan's palm, and in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! The sword was halted by Chu Yan and Appo's hand, not yielding even a fraction. Unbeknownst to them, just before the sword struck, Chu Yan had unleashed the tiger demon bone hand, his palm entirely enveloped in white bones. Yet, under the sword's dazzling brilliance, no one noticed the peculiarities of his hand. "Is this all you are capable of?" Chu Yan smiled faintly, his right hand suddenly clenching down, firmly grasping the sword's tip. "How? Is it possible?" Lin Feng stood there in shock, unable to fathom that his invincible flying sword had been stopped by a mere hand, wielded by someone at the 8th level of Qi training. "Flash," Chu Yan whispered, vanishing from his original spot, only to reappear before Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. This was the true spirit 9 flashes taught by the old beggar. And now Chu Yan had mastered the first flash, leaving behind an afterimage as he traversed 10 meters in an instant. "A fine sword, but it has chosen the wrong master." Chu Yan's icy words rang in Lin Feng's ears. With a swift motion, Chu Yan tightly gripped the quivering sword. And in the next moment, the blade plunged directly into Lin Feng and Appo's chest. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he looked down at the blood flowing from his chest along the blade. Severely injured, the sword ceased its tremors. With a swift pull, Chu Yan withdrew the sword and casually kicked Lin Feng, sending him flying. "A fine sword. I shall keep it." Chu Yan bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the sword. His powerful consciousness instantly enveloped it, and in the next moment, the sword trembled violently. Lin Feng's consciousness within it shattering as it changed ownership. Everyone remained in a state of shock, Chu Yan's prowess overwhelming their senses. "Boss, you are simply incredible," Li Tianhao murmured in astonishment. "Senior brother." The disciples of Feilong Peak erupted in jubilation once more, having witnessed their senior brother withstand the flying sword. "Seize it, and defeat the enemy in mere moments. It is your turn." Chu Yan toyed with the flying sword, casting a cold, knife-like gaze at Shan Qingming. At that moment, Shan Qingming was engulfed in turmoil. His strength was only slightly superior to Lin Feng's, and witnessing Chu Yan's effortless victory over Lin Feng left him questioning his own chances. Initially dismissing Chu Yan as a mere weakling, he now realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. "Junior brother Chu, today is merely a spar. With Lin junior brother already severely injured, let us conclude here," Shan Qingming suggested awkwardly with a smile. "What did you just say? Junior brother Chu, what is the meaning of this?" Chu Yan's disdainful tone caused Shan Qingming to feel his pride wounded, prompting him to speak with irritation. "What do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble on my Feilong Peak, injuring my fellow disciples? Do you really believe I, Chu Yan, can be easily toyed with?" Chu Yan thundered, his powerful consciousness pressing down like a weight, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. This, Shan Qingming was completely stunned. Chu Yan's strength exceeded his expectations. "Do you wish to know my power? Open your eyes and see." Chu Yan's cold voice sliced through the air as 4 golden flying swords emerged from his storage pouch, joining the previously refined green flying sword, totaling 5. These swords were enveloped in a faint blue aura of spiritual energy. The 5 flying swords spiraled above Chu Yan's head as he advanced step by step toward Shan Qingming, whose face turned as pale as death. "Out!" Shan Qingming, now devoid of any desire to win, merely wanted to escape. With a fierce shout, an ancient small shield flew from his storage pouch to shield him. "Kill!" The 5 swords surged forth, 4 superior-grade flying swords, and 1 top-grade flying sword, releasing their maximum power under Chu Yan's profound spiritual energy. Bang! The ancient shield shattered under the powerful impact, scattering its spiritual energy. Puff! The destruction of his magical artifact sent Shan Qiming reeling, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he was blasted away. Meanwhile, at Huamingqi's side, she, possessing slightly greater strength than the bald man, managed to strike him down with her flying sword after a series of exchanges. The tide of battle had completely turned. Chu Yan turned to the disciples of Filong Peak, declaring, "Those of Filong Peak who still possess some bloodlust, rise up." Witnessing Chu Yan's prowess, the disciples, all around 20 years old, were filled with fervor and charged forth, wielding their respective magical artifacts. Chu Yan refrained from joining the fray, not wishing for the disciples of Filong Peak to develop an over-reliance on him. The alliance of Yunyu Peak and Fuhu Peak had sustained multiple injuries, rendering them unable to continue the fight. The remaining few, despite their considerable strength, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught from the 18 core disciples of Filong Peak. Furthermore, they were not foolish enough to risk their lives against the menacing Chu Yan. Moments later, the outcome was clear. Not a single member of the Yunyu Peak and Fuhu Peak alliance remained standing. Although many disciples from Filong Peak had also been injured, each bore expressions of exhilaration. Come to the peak of Filong to create chaos, and one must be prepared to pay the price. Each person shall have a leg broken, and the spoils will be evenly distributed later. With a calm utterance, Chu Yan reignited the fervor among the crowd. "Senior brother, are we really going to break a leg for each person?" One disciple expressed concern, feeling that such an act would irreparably offend the opposing faction, especially as they were also one of the 9 peaks. "Humph, if we show too much leniency today at Filong, tomorrow, disciples from other peaks may well invade our territory," spoke Huamingqi. "Take action." Chu Yan's command was terse. Both the senior brother and senior sister spoke in unison, and the hesitation among the disciples dissipated. With a cacophony of anguished cries, the alliance of Yunyufeng and Fufeng suffered the loss of a leg each. "Chu Yan, do not be so arrogant. Soon, others will come to deal with you, and you will surely regret this." Lin Feng, severely injured and sprawled on the ground, shouted at Chu Yan. "Oh, please relay a message to your companions. I, Chu Yan, await their arrival at any time, but they should bring more spirit stones. Otherwise, we shall only share what remains." With that, Chu Yan rewarded Lin Feng for his incessant chatter. With a sickening sound, Lin Feng's other leg was also broken, blood spraying forth. "Throw these scoundrels down the peak and send someone to notify their leaders to come collect them." Chu Yan spoke coolly, exuding an air of authority as he glanced at the disciples of Filong. "Senior brother." The atmosphere at Filong erupted with excitement. Amidst the crowd, Huamingqi gazed at Chu Yan's resolute face, her thoughts a whirlwind. If he had acted like this earlier, why must I? Sigh. The memory of his domineering kiss in the woods during the minor competition resurfaced, along with his chilling words, leaving Huamingqi feeling desolate. At the 6th peak of Yuhua sect, Yinyu Peak, in the most spiritually concentrated area, a beautiful woman recited incantations as a pink ribbon danced in the wind, leaving trails of light in the air. "Senior sister, what is the situation?" Lin Feng and Shan Qingming were completely defeated by Chu Yan. "What?" Li Ruren raised her eyebrows, and after a moment of shock, a sinister smile spread across her face. "Haha, Chu Yan, it seems you have not disappointed me, but you will surely fall before me." At the 5th peak, Lian Peak, in the region with the densest spiritual energy, a burly man deftly maneuvered a large axe glowing with fiery red light. "Senior brother, what has happened?" Lin Feng and Shan Qingming were utterly vanquished by Chu Yan, without a chance to fight back. "Haha, splendid. Is the Chu Yan of old returning? This is indeed intriguing." 2 months later, the Grand Sect competition was to be held today. Outside a small wooden house on the western side of Filong Peak, 9 individuals gathered, core disciples ranked within the top 10. Excluding Chu Yan, their faces bore expressions of anxiety. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and a youth stepped out slowly, his calm words stirring the hearts of all. "Let us depart." With that, a storage bag at his waist emitted a flash of light, and a long knife adorned with fiery scales soared into the air. The others followed suit, taking to the skies on their respective artifacts. Chu Yan led the way on the Hualin Dao, while Huamingqi, clad in a red dress, stood beside him on the Qiushui Jian. Gazing ahead, Chu Yan remained indifferent to the beauty at his side. A hint of sorrow crossed Huamingqi and Apos, eyes as she softly uttered, "Junior brother Chu, happy birthday." Turning his head, Chu Yan's expression was as placid as a still pond as he replied, "Thank you." With that, he turned away, seemingly unaffected by Hua Mengqi's striking beauty, deepening her sense of melancholy. It was unexpected that she alone remembered his birthday. A self-deprecating smile formed within him, yet his heart remained unmoved. Moments later, they arrived at the foot of Filong Peak, where a golden rainbow shot through the sky, revealing a massive flying sword, a subpar magical artifact known as the Qihong Jinjian, measuring 5 meters wide and over 10 meters long. On the sword stood 6 figures, with Qi Tianlai at the center, surrounded by 4 elders, and one unfamiliar figure clad in black robes, wearing a silver mask depicting a ghastly visage. "Master." Upon Qi Tianlai's arrival, the disciples bowed in reverence. Although Chu Yin was reluctant, his current strength did not allow him to openly oppose Qi Tianlai, so he followed suit. "Very well, for this sect competition, Filong Peak must shine bright. For the sake of the spiritual vein, give it your all." Qi Tianlai tossed each person 2 jade vials, one containing a spirit-gathering pill for quick recovery of spiritual energy, and the other a healing pill for treating wounds. The sect would allocate spiritual veins based on the results of each competition, and possessing a superior vein would undoubtedly accelerate their cultivation speed. "Master, why did I not receive any?" A disciple ranked last among the 10 core disciples questioned, puzzled. "Liang Tian, you need not attend." "Master, why is that?" "I have worked hard for many years for this opportunity." Liang Tian exclaimed anxiously. "Because someone has replaced you." "Ghost head." Qi Tianlai and Apos. S tone was cold. As the masked figure stepped forward, "Master, I refuse to accept this. I have labored for years for this chance. Why is it now granted to this stranger?" "Ghost head." "Explain to him." Qi Tianlai responded to Liang Tian and Apos' complaints with indifference. "Yes, master." Ghost head and Apos' voice was chilling, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Liang Tian, delivering a swift strike that severed his arm with a flash of dark red light. Blood sprayed forth, and Liang Tian let out a heart-wrenching scream. "My arm, my arm." "Now you understand why. Take this bottle of hemostatic pills." Qi Tianlai tossed a vial to Liang Tian and ignored him thereafter. "Everyone come up." The stunned disciples hurriedly ascended the Qihong Jinjian. While Chu Yin felt a twinge of sympathy for Liang Tian, he was not foolish enough to speak out at this moment. Strength was the ultimate currency, and it was only natural for someone stronger to take his place, though the method was rather brutal. As he observed the mysterious figure enveloped in black robes and a mask, Chu Yin felt a strange familiarity and sensed a strong, murderous aura emanating from him, directed toward himself. Qi Tianlai swiftly operated the Qihong Feijian. Half an hour later, a towering mountain peak appeared before them, Pantheon Peak, which Chu Yin had previously scaled. The grand competition of the 9 peaks was to be held atop Pantheon Peak. As Chu Yin gazed at the lofty peak, his heart surged with excitement. Today, as he turned 17, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. After 3.5 years of trials, this day was the culmination of his efforts, the beginning of his rise. Today, Chu Yin would tread upon the pinnacle. The sect competition, let it commence. Qi Laogui, may you be well. A colossal azure fan soared through the sky, measuring over 20 meters in length, upon which stood dozens of individuals. At the forefront of this assembly was the enigmatic Xianqing Taoist. "Humph, old ghost Xianqing, spare me your familiarity. We are not that well acquainted." Qi Tianlai scoffed, harboring resentment towards Xianqing Taoist due to the previous incident during the intersect competition. By his side stood Ruoxuan, the foremost among the younger generation of the Withered Tree Peak, her frosty visage suddenly betraying a flicker of indignation. It seemed this misunderstanding would not be resolved in a moment. Chu Yin could not help but smile wryly, for he could not ignore Ruoxuan's predatory gaze fixated upon him. Just then, a deep male voice resonated among the crowd. "Qi Tianlai, you have taught a commendable disciple." A massive golden gourd approached, its size akin to 3 adjacent houses, atop which stood numerous individuals. At the forefront was a robust, middle-aged man with fierce eyes, accompanied by a youthful figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, Shan Qingming. The middle-aged man was none other than Shan Wutian, the master of the 6th-ranked Fuhu Peak of the Yuhua sect. Suddenly, Shan Qingming's expression turned sinister, recalling his humiliating defeat at the hands of Chu Yin, which had resulted in a broken leg, a permanent stain on his pride, despite having healed with spiritual medicine. Chu Yin merely smiled in response to Shan Chengming and Amp Apos' murderous glare, as these minor figures held little significance in his eyes. Indeed, the prowess displayed by your son is an extraordinary divergence from the rest. Qi Tianlai, albeit displeased with Chu Yan's prominence, felt a sense of pride as the peak master of the Flying Dragon Peak. Brother Shan speaks truly. With someone as cunning as Chu Yan in your ranks, I trust your Flying Dragon Peak will shine brilliantly in the upcoming sect competition. Another voice echoed from afar, revealing a large mass of white clouds, approximately 10 meters in size, ascending into the sky. The individuals donned robes adorned with cloud patterns, signifying their origin from Yunyu Peak, ranked 7th among the 9 peaks. The speaker was a gaunt middle-aged man, Lin Tianzhong, the master of Yunyu Peak, accompanied by a young man named Lin Feng. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his crimson eyes fixed on Chu Yan, who had tarnished his reputation by having the audacity to call him grandfather in front of the entire sect. Chu Yan regarded him with indifference, pondering that having more enemies hardly burdened him. Truly, Brother Changtian has raised an exceptional son. A colossal silver wheel soared into the sky, at the forefront of which stood Li Fiki, the master of the lowest-ranked Tianluan Peak. Brother Chu, Li Tianzhao shouted, hefting a massive scythe-like flying sword. Chu Yan responded with a smile. I have come to join the festivities. An elderly voice boomed as a fiery red long knife, measuring 3 meters in width and over 10 meters in length, soared skyward. An elder with sharp brows and clad in fire-patterned robes emerged. The master of the 5th-ranked Lian Peak, Lai Tianxiang. Beside him stood a remarkably sturdy young man, Tai Gang, the 5th-ranked talented disciple of the Yuhua sect. Am I late? A sultry voice resonated, revealing a 100-meter-long silken platform supporting a dozen stunning young women. At the forefront stood a beautiful middle-aged woman, Li Qingyao, the master of the 3rd-ranked Yunyu Peak. Beside her stood a young woman, exuding charm reminiscent of Li Ruren, who was the 6th-ranked talented disciple. I seem to be the last to arrive. A voice thundered like a clap of thunder, as a massive silver bagua ascended, its size comparable to a small mountain, with a radiant golden glow. Standing atop were dozens of individuals, led by Xiang Yunkong, the master of the 2nd-ranked Jiuzhuang Peak, dressed in golden-patterned robes. A young man beside him, Xiang Feng, exuded an extraordinary presence, being the 3rd-ranked talented disciple. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from Pantheon Peak, where countless golden array patterns illuminated the cliff face, intertwining to form 9 pitch-black caverns. In the next moment, 9 boundless fire-breathing dragons surged forth, rising into the sky, their tails thrashing against the peak, while their heads charged towards the ground. In an instant, the colossal dragon bodies connected the peak to the ground. An ancient voice reverberated, commanding silence. The 9 dragons Pantheon array has been activated. The sect competition begins now. Gather, all heroes, and tread upon the sea of flames to ascend Pantheon. The rankings of the 9 peaks were as follows. 1. Pantheon Peak 2. Jiuzhuang Peak 3. Yunyu Peak 4. Withered Tree Peak 5. Lian Peak 6. Fuhu Peak 7. Yunyu Peak 8. Flying Dragon Peak 9. Tianluan Peak. The rankings of the top 10 talented disciples of the Yuhua sect were 1. Hua Tengming, disciple of the sect master 2. Wu Lai, Pantheon Peak 3. Xiang Feng, Jiuzhuang Peak 4. Ruo Shiwen, Withered Tree Peak 5. Tai Gang, Lian Peak 6. Li Ruren, Yunyu Peak 7. Chu Yan, Flying Dragon Peak 8. Shan Qingming, Fuhu Peak 9. Lin Feng, Yunyu Peak 10. Li Tianzhao, Tianluan Peak. The 9 Dragons Pantheon array served as the first trial of the sect competition, where all participating disciples were required to walk upon the backs of the fire-breathing dragons to reach the summit. The last 30 individuals to arrive would be disqualified from advancing to the next round of elimination. Do not disgrace me, for I shall lead the way, Qi Tianlai declared, mounting a massive golden flying sword, ascending towards the peak with the elders in tow. The masters of the various peaks similarly encouraged their disciples before taking flight on their respective magical artifacts. At that moment, a flying vessel descended from the peak, carrying 10 individuals, the disciples of the host Pantheon Peak, led by Wu Lai, the 2nd-ranked disciple of the Yuhua sect. The disciples from the 9 peaks stepped onto the fire-breathing dragons before them. Indeed, there is a method to this. As Chu Yan stepped onto the dragon, he felt a searing heat enveloping his legs. The disciples swiftly channeled their spiritual energy into their legs to withstand the intense heat, racing towards the peak. Chu Yan, Let's go? Huang Mengqi urged softly, noticing him standing there in a daze. You go ahead, do not mind me. Chu Yan's cold response dimmed Huang Mengqi's spirit as she turned away. Chu Yan, your life belongs to me. The sinister voice of the ghost head echoed in his ear. All the disciples of the Flying Dragon Peak had departed, leaving only Chu Yan behind. It was not that Chu Yan hesitated to leave. Rather, the 9 faint blue streams of water attribute spiritual energy within his dantian trembled violently. Is this the principle of the incompatibility of water and fire? Chu Yan mused, swiftly activating the Xin Zhong Shui Ju. To his surprise, the speed of its operation, stimulated by the flames beneath him, surged to more than 3 times its usual pace, dispersing the water attribute energy throughout his legs, causing the scorching sensation to vanish instantly. Atop Pantheon Peak, the 9 peak masters bowed respectfully to a young man clad in snowy white, the sect master of Yuhua sect, Shui Tianyu. Thank you for your hard work, fellow disciples. I suspect these youngsters will take some time to reach the summit of Pantheon Peak, so let us enjoy tea and pastries while we await their arrival. Shui Tianyu declared, summoning 10 intricately carved redwood chairs, each accompanied by a table laden with pastries and tea. Thank you, sect master. In the center stood Shui Tianyu, flanked by the respective masters of the peaks taking their seats. Let us observe how these young talents perform. With a gentle wave of his hand, a shimmering blue light flickered in the void, creating an ethereal scene, as the image of the 9 dragons ascending array appeared before everyone. Old Yan, your disciple is indeed remarkable, Shui Tianyu remarked, pointing at Wu Lai on the faint blue apparition. You flatter me, brother, compared to Teng Ming. Liar still has a long way to go. Yin Tianlong replied with a hint of pride. Brother Xiang, your son is impressive too. Xianxin, your disciple is quite extraordinary. A murmur of intrigue arose as everyone's gaze turned to the young man within the floating image. In my century-long leadership of the Yuhua sect, this is the first time I have witnessed someone cultivating within the 9 dragons ascending array. Chu Changtian's son indeed possesses some talent. The young man was none other than Chu Yan. Qi Tianlia's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. Chu Yan maintained his pace, surpassing just over 30 individuals, not due to modesty, but because he yearned to remain in the 9 dragons ascending array, which served as an accelerator for his cultivation. Thus, he deliberately slowed his progress to extend his stay within the formation. Xiang Feng, not lagging behind, positioned himself just after Wu Lai. With the vision granted by the heavenly eye technique, he observed everyone's advancement, a smirk emerging at the corner of his mouth as he mused, it's nothing extraordinary. On the 8th day, despite the protective aura of spiritual energy, the searing flames caused the disciples immense suffering. Just as they struggled against the heat, a voice echoed from the peak. First place, Wu Lai. Wu Lai ascended to the summit of the Pantiang Peak, brimming with confidence. Is that all he is capable of? Under the heavenly eye technique, Wu Lai glanced back at the crowd, his brow furrowing with confusion. Previously, he had witnessed Chu Yan's rapid ascent in strength over 3 months. But today's performance was somewhat disappointing. On the evening of the 8th day, 2nd place, Xiang Feng. On the 9th day, 3rd place, Ruo Xuing. With each pronouncement from the supervising elder, fewer individuals remained atop the 9 dragons ascending array. After 15 days, 59 had reached the summit, with 31 still within the formation, meaning only 1 spot remained for advancement. And where was Chu Yan? Senior sister, why hasn't senior brother come up yet? A core disciple anxiously inquired of Huang Mengqi. Do not worry, Chu Shidi will surely catch up, Huang Mengqi replied, though her worried expression belied her words. What on earth is that infuriating fellow doing? Ruo Xuing's eyes were fixed on the cliff's edge. The top 10 gifted disciples were equally focused, pondering the actions of the elder brother from Phylong Peak. Suddenly, a weary voice broke the tension. I'm exhausted. Chu Yan climbed up, drenched in sweat, and felt a shiver as everyone stared at him. This guy really knows how to act. Exhausted, my foot. Lin Feng grumbled internally, finding it hard to believe that someone of Chu Yan's prodigious strength could be so fatigued by the 9 dragons ascending array. Is he pretending to be a fool again? Single Qingming's eyes were also filled with disdain. In truth, Chu Yan was unjustly accused. He was genuinely fatigued from cultivating while traversing the path without pause. Nevertheless, his gains were immense. He felt his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, just a step away from the 10th level. 60th place, Chu Yan. The remaining 30 individuals lost their chance to participate in the subsequent elimination rounds. The supervising elder's calm declaration sealed the fate of those who had yet to reach the peak. The square atop Pantiang Peak spanned tens of thousands of square meters, the ground radiating a mysterious azure glow, entirely paved with the third-tier mineral Qinggang stone. Atop the peak, 21 massive arenas had been erected, each measuring 100 meters square. The central arena, 1,000 meters square, was the battleground for the title of the foremost disciple among the younger generation of the Yuhua sect. 90 disciples participated in the sect competition, with 10 from each peak, 30 of whom had been eliminated in the 9 dragons ascending array, leaving 60 remaining. Among them, 20 seed disciples would advance directly to the next round, with 3 from Pantiang Peak and Zhuzhuan Peak, while the remaining 7 peaks each contributed 2. The 40 remaining disciples would engage in one-on-one elimination matches, with the victors challenging the 20 seed disciples to determine the top 20 in the competition, followed by another elimination round to finalize the top 10, culminating in a ranking battle for the top 10. Each peak had its own resting quarters, and at this moment, the disciples were gathered in their respective lounges. From the Phylong Peak side, 3 disciples had been eliminated from the previous 9 dragons ascending array. Now, it's time for you 7. If you can secure a spot among the top 5 of Jiufeng for me, I assure you that I shall not treat you poorly. I happen to have a superb magical artifact on hand. Qi Tianlai's words ignited fervor among several disciples. For a superb magical artifact was a rare treasure that anyone would covet. Guiso, I am counting on you this time. Qi Tianlai did not even glance at Chu Yin as he addressed Guiso. I will not disappoint you, master. Gisu's voice was hoarse, carrying an eerie resonance that made the nearby disciples instinctively step back. Very well, this time, our Phylong Peak SC disciples are Guiso and Huamingqi, Qi Tianlai stated, casting a glance at Chu Yin. Chu Yin remained unfazed, yet the other disciples were visibly dissatisfied. Master, Chu Shixiang is our Phylong Peak's elder brother. His strength is extraordinary. Indeed, Master, it was Chu Shixiang who taught those from Yunyu Peak and Fuhu Peak a lesson last time. On that occasion, Chu Yin had decisively defeated the disciples from Fuhu and Yunyu Peaks, distributing the spoils of victory among everyone, keeping only the green flying sword for Lin Feng. With his formidable reputation, all disciples had been left in awe of him, now rising to defend his honor. Silence. Qi Tianlia's cold snort silenced them. He continued. Seed disciples are determined by their cultivation levels. Guiso unleashed an overwhelming aura, instantly pressing down on several disciples, leaving them gasping for breath. Gisu's strength has reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage, while Mengqi is at the 9th level, and Chu Yin is merely at the 8th level. If we allow such an individual to be a seed disciple, we would be the laughingstock of the sect. As Qi Tianlai spoke, his gaze bore into Chu Yin, who remained nonchalant, showing no sign of displeasure. Master, I am willing to withdraw and give my position to Chu Shixiao. No need. Chu Yan's cold interruption silenced Huamingqi, who then turned to Qi Tianlai with a smile. What Master said is absolutely correct. Very well, then it shall be settled. Chu Yan, do not bring shame upon me. I shall obey Master's decree. Chu Yan smiled faintly and stepped out of the room, yet his heart was icy. Participating in another elimination round was inconsequential for now. He would not yet confront Qi Tianlai. The first round of drawing lots concluded swiftly. To prevent weakening the strength of their own peaks, disciples would not face their own peak members in the first round. On Arena 8, Phylong Peaks, Chu Yin versus Yunyu Peaks, Zhou won. The chief elder's voice boomed across the square. Is it about to begin? With a faint smile, Chu Yin felt his blood begin to boil. He had long awaited this moment. The rules were clear. A match would conclude if one party conceded, failed to rise, or was thrown off the stage. The use of talismans, elixirs, and other aids was strictly prohibited. The elder referee's resounding voice ignited the atmosphere. Surrounding each ring were towering stands, over 100 meters high, filled with the masters, elders, and disciples from various peaks, with the audience numbering in the thousands. Let the match begin, Chu Yin uttered calmly, yet made no move, nor did he show any intent to summon his artifacts. However, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his otherwise composed face. You, Zhou Hongwen stuttered, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a quivering finger directed at Chu Yin, panic evident in his expression, rendering him nearly speechless. Do you recognize me? Chu Yin inquired lightly, observing Zhou Hongwen with a trace of familiarity as he stepped closer. Don't come any closer, Chu Yin, please. Zhou Hongwen's face turned ashen, his voice a frantic plea, retreating involuntarily. At this moment, Zhou Hongwen was utterly terrified. He could not fathom his misfortune in encountering this nemesis in the very first round. How could such a monstrous figure not be a seed disciple? Instead, participating in the elimination rounds to torment novices like himself? Zhou Hongwen, at the peak of the 8th level of Qi refinement, ranked 3rd on Yunyu Peak, just behind 2 seed disciples. He vividly recalled that nightmarish day when his formerly exalted demeanor was irrevocably altered by a single man. The tragic fate of his senior brother Lin Feng lingered in Zhou Hongwen's mind, the humiliation of being forced to kneel and plead. His left arm shattered by a slap from Chu Yin, his chest pierced by a sword snatched barehanded, and ultimately, a leg broken beyond repair. As a witness to that event, Zhou Hongwen himself had suffered a broken leg, which, though healed by spirit medicine, became an everlasting scar on his psyche. The instant he laid eyes on Chu Yin, he was engulfed by the horrific memory of his shattered bones. In his mind, this man was a demon, someone he could never provoke. "Oh, I remember now. It's you," Chu Yin remarked with a soft smile, a playful glint dancing in his eyes. He had deduced Zhou Hongwen's identity, recalling their past encounter on Yunyu Peak. "What do you want from me, Chu Yin? I've already had a leg broken by you." Zhou Hongwen stammered, panic-stricken, even forgetting the rule allowing him to concede. Surrounding the ring, protective barriers and amplification formations facilitated the audience's understanding of the competitors' exchanges. The spectators overheard their conversation, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. What is happening? Why is Zhou Hongwen so terrified? Despite Zhou Hongwen's peak strength at the 8th level of Qi refinement, it was known that Chu Yin had only recently attained this level, raising questions about his capabilities. Could it be that Chu Yin has employed some wicked sorcery? Some voiced their doubts. What is so strange about that? That freak advanced from the 1st to the 8th level in just 3 months. What? How is that possible? You must be joking. Nothing is impossible. Moreover, this fellow is a 5-element root, a so-called waste. My goodness, are you serious? Just last month, he single-handedly defeated Lin Feng and Shan Chengming, crippling each of them. This was the response from those familiar with Chu Yin's exploits. In an instant, tales of his past spread across the arena, leaving the audience both astonished and in deep admiration. After enduring humiliation for 3 years, his subsequent rise to power was unprecedented. "Does your leg still ache?" Chu Yin spoke softly as he continued to advance toward Zhou Hongwen. In the eyes of the bewildered crowd, he suddenly appeared before Zhou Hongwen, his finger lightly pressing against his forehead. "Ah, please don't kill me. I concede." Zhou Hongwen cried out, cold sweat pouring down his face. His complexion as pale as death, eyes wide with terror, fixated on the finger that nearly claimed Lin Feng's life. If Lin Feng had suffered such a fate, what chance did he have? The next moment, Chu Yin smiled faintly and gently pushed his finger forward, causing Zhou Hongwen to tumble backward, falling straight off the stage. Unbeknownst to him, his continuous retreat had led him to the edge of the ring. Though defeated, Zhou Hongwen felt a sense of relief, scrambling to his feet and vanishing into the crowd. "If you concede yourself, I'll have nothing to claim," Chu Yin remarked coolly, placing his storage pouch into his waist as the audience looked on in astonishment. "Filong Peak, Chu Yin wins," the elder referee announced after a brief moment of shock. How outrageous. Some were unable to bear such a display. The master of Yunyu Peak, Lin Tian, wore a grim expression, shattering the table beside him with a single strike. While Lin Feng's face darkened, his anger palpable. In the audience, silence fell, the absence of cheers deafening. What had Chu Yin done? With just a finger, he had achieved victory? The first round of eliminations swiftly concluded, with 20 disciples from various peaks advancing to the next stage. The second round of draws commenced, ensuring that disciples of similar strength would not face one another prematurely. The 20 advancing disciples would each face a seed disciple. Yunyu Peak, Li Ruren. Chu Yin mused as he examined the slip of paper in his hand, feeling that some scores needed settling. On ring 6, Li Ruren from Yunyu Peak faced off against Chu Yin from Filong Peak. The elder referee's command marked the commencement of the match. Chi Tianlai did not occupy the ring, but instead attended the match involving the ghostly head, while most disciples from Filong Peak gathered to watch. Among the audience, a group of elegantly dressed, stunning young women stood out, surrounding the middle-aged beauty, who was none other than Li Qingmiao, the master of Yunyu Peak. "Master, I assure you, this Chu Yin stands no chance against our senior sister," one female disciple flattered. "This boy is no simple adversary," Do not make rash assumptions. Watch the match. Li Qingmiao replied, her gaze lingering on Chu Yan's resolute face, a hint of crimson blooming upon her cheeks as memories of a deeply cherished individual resurfaced. On the stage, Chu Yan and Li Ruren locked eyes, both displaying an unspoken understanding, refraining from making the first move. Who do you think will win? Clearly Li Ruren. Her strength is at the 11th level of qi refinement, far beyond that of a mere trash like Zhou Hongwan. Chu Yan is only at the 8th level. How could he possibly stand against her? How unfortunate for Chu Yan to face the 6th-ranked prodigy in the second round. Let us not forget that Lin Feng and Shan Qingming also possessed 10th-level cultivation and still fell victim to her. The audience buzzed with speculation, though support for Li Ruren was predominant, given her evident prowess. At last, Li Ruren could no longer contain herself, sneering, "What's the matter, boy? Afraid of losing too badly? Don't worry, if you call me Andy, I might just spare your dignity." Meeting her provocative gaze, Chu Yan replied calmly, "Why?" His tone was both an inquiry and a challenge. Why? Defeat me, and I shall tell you," she declared, summoning her weapon, crimson silken ribbon, emerge. Li Yuran was not one to speak much. With a delicate shout, a 10-meter-long crimson ribbon flew from her storage pouch, gleaming with golden light as it twisted into the form of a whip, striking fiercely towards Chu Yan. A top-tier magical artifact, the chaotic red ribbon, Chu Yan remarked calmly, propelling his body into swift motion. His physique was already remarkably powerful, and having cultivated the true spirit's 9 flashes, his speed had reached a terrifying level. Although he did not employ the 9 flashes, Li Yuran still struggled to keep pace with him. The chaotic red ribbon missed its target and pursued Chu Yan once more. Chu Yan moved both hands in unison, his fingers radiating a brilliant azure glow as he circled Li Yuran, launching a flurry of delicate strikes. Each of those azure energy points transformed into water orbs that hurtled towards Li Yuran. A low-level 4-pattern spell, Water Orb Technique. Is that a spell cast in an instant? On the arena, Li Qingmiao observed Chu Yan with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. In his youth, he had been unmatched in his understanding of spells, and the sight before him left him momentarily dazed. Gasps erupted from the audience. The ability to cast a spell in an instant signified profound comprehension of magic, a feat only achievable by the most gifted. The Water Orb Technique, being a 4-pattern spell, was extraordinary, especially considering that Chu Yan was merely 17 years old, a true prodigy. And what of it? Li Qingmiao scoffed as the red ribbon swiftly returned, swirling protectively around Li Yuran. This chaotic red ribbon, a personal spell of Li Qingmiao from his youth, had been nurtured by his spiritual energy for years, possessing formidable power and serving both offensive and defensive purposes, truly among the finest of magical artifacts. "You have lost." Chu Yan's calm voice echoed in Li Yuran's ears. Suddenly, the multitude of water orbs erupted in a series of explosions, sending forth waves of force from the chaotic red ribbon, engulfing the arena in mist. Abruptly, Li Yuran sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Not good. She activated her spell, and the chaotic red ribbon danced rapidly, dispersing the mist. Before her, 8 3-legged water crows collided with a thunderous crash, manifesting into a colossal figure, with a rooster's head, a swallow's beak, a serpent's neck, a tortoise's back, and a fish's tail. It stood nearly 6 feet tall, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Low-level 13-pattern spell, Water Phoenix Destruction Technique. Go, Chu Yan intoned. And countless streams of water surged from the phoenix, issuing a resounding cry as it surged forth, creating tumultuous waves. Block. At this moment, evasion was futile. Li Yuran hastily summoned the chaotic red ribbon to shield herself. A tremendous sound reverberated through the air as the colossal wave detonated, enveloping the entire arena in mist. Uft. Li Yuran spat a mouthful of blood. Despite her top-tier magical artifact, the direct impact left its brilliance dimmed. Why? Speak. A chilling voice echoed in Li Yuran's ear, causing her complexion to pale. The audience fell into stunned silence. In the next instant, the arena erupted in chaos. What? Did Chu Yan just defeat Li Yuran in an instant? How is that possible? He is at the 8th layer of qi refining, while she is at the 11th. Questions swirled. Was the instantaneous casting of a 13-pattern spell a result of spell fusion? I told you, Chu Yan is a freak. In this scene, everyone was astonished. The only ones who remained relatively composed were the core disciples of Flying Dragon Peak, who were already familiar with Chu Yan's prowess. Defeating Li Yuran was not surprising to them. Rival, you have given birth to a remarkable son. Li Qingmiao gazed at the figure on the arena, lost in thought. Chu Yin now stood beside Li Yuran, a finger of concentrated spiritual energy hovering dangerously close to her throat, poised to extinguish her life. Speak. Why do you wish to harm me? Chu Yan's voice remained calm. He had already investigated and discovered that one of the instigators who had incited Lin Feng and Shan Cheng to cause trouble at Flying Dragon Peak was Li Yuran. He had often wondered why she harbored such animosity towards him, having no enmity between them. Who could have imagined that the lecherous youth would reject me back then? What? Chu Yin stood there, momentarily stunned, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. The atmosphere grew tense. What? Li Yuran just claimed that Chu Yin rejected her. The crowd was in disbelief. The esteemed senior sister of Misty Rain Peak, the goddess in the hearts of countless male disciples of Yuhua sect, had been spurned by Chu Yin. Whispers of a divorce from the enchanting Hua Mengqi circulated, and it was said that the stunning beauty Ruo Shuang had wept as she departed from Flying Dragon Peak. With a mere gesture, Chu Yin had toyed with one of the three most beautiful women of Yuhua sect. His prowess was extraordinary, and his skills in romance were unprecedented. What a divine being! Gasps of admiration rose from the audience, as countless male disciples looked upon Chu Yin with reverence, though envy and jealousy simmered beneath the surface. Chu Yin had undoubtedly gained many adversaries today. Why does she speak so recklessly? Li Qingmiao's cheeks flushed crimson at Li Yuran's words, her heart in turmoil. I rejected you? Really? This is our first conversation. We have barely met before now. What kind of game is this? The previous incident with Ruo Shuang was still unresolved. And now this unexpected turn of events left Chu Yin feeling utterly bewildered, overwhelmed with frustration. Miss Li, one must not speak without consideration. This is evidently our first dialogue. We have hardly crossed paths before, so how could you claim I rejected you? Chu Yin struggled to maintain his composure, speaking with care. You heartless cad. Do you not recall March 18th, 12 years ago? Li Yuran's face flushed, but her eyes widened in fury. What? 12 years ago? What are you talking about? Chu Yin felt as if his world had collapsed. The memory of 12 years ago was suffocating. He had been a mere 5-year-old child then. You were just a girl of 10. How could you bring this up now? Upon reflection, Chu Yin realized he might have indeed uttered such words in his youthful ignorance, being too young to comprehend the implications of his actions. Miss, I was foolish and perhaps offended you back then, but surely that does not warrant such vindictiveness against me. Chu Yin reluctantly conceded, recalling how impulsive he had been in his youth. Not only that, but a whisper echoed in Chu Yan's ear, indicating that she had secrets to share that she did not wish the others to hear. 12 years ago, when Chu Yin was but 5 years old, he had been oblivious to the pursuit of Hua Mengqi. Did they not understand the concept of a goddess? The male disciples in the audience were aflame with excitement. Chu Yan's strength was remarkable, but from this day forth, his reputation as a master of romance would surely spread throughout Yuhua sect. Ruoxuang casually defeated her opponent and found herself at Chu Yan's competition stage. However, upon arrival, she overheard some scandalous tales about Chu Yin, igniting a furious rage within her. How could he, having just taken in a new companion, already be pursuing other women? Moments later, Chu Yin stood in stunned silence as he listened to Li Ruren's transmission. I cannot defeat you. I concede. But Chu Yin, just you wait for me. Lost in his thoughts, Chu Yin watched as Li Ruren tossed her head and descended from the stage. Father, you have truly brought suffering upon your son. Chu Yin couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at Li Ruren's retreating figure. Under the worshipful gazes of the onlookers, Chu Yin descended from the stage, realizing that Li Ruren's animosity stemmed primarily from his father. Father, it seems you were quite the charming rogue in your youth. Chu Yin mused, reflecting on Li Ruren's words, which revealed that her master, Li Qingmiao, had loved Chu Yin's father, Chu Changtian, for over a century. Unfortunately, Chu Changtian was devoted solely to Chu Yin's mother, Wang Qingru, leaving Li Qingmiao a solitary figure even now. As Chu Yin stepped off the platform, he was suddenly struck by a strong scent of blood and made his way toward the source. At arena number 7, a young man screamed, I will kill you. His arm hung limply, drenched in blood, with countless wounds marring his body. In his fury, he hurled a silver hook towards his opponent, who was entirely cloaked in a black robe and wore a silver demonic mask, none other than the ghost leader. Hiss, your life is mine to take. The ghost leader sneered, exuding a chilling aura. A blood-red long knife suddenly shot from the ghost leader's storage pouch. In the spectator area, Yin Tianlong and Qi Tianlai observed the match intently. A blood-forged weapon, Yin Tianlong exclaimed upon seeing the crimson blade. Blood-forged weapons are cultivated solely with essence blood, requiring minimal spiritual power to activate, but demanding vast quantities of essence blood for maintenance. The power of a blood-forged weapon surpasses that of top-tier artifacts. Yet its sole drawback lies in the intimate connection it shares with its wielder. Any damage inflicted upon the weapon will inflict severe harm on its owner as well. Well spotted, senior brother. Qi Tianlai replied with a faint smile, secretly reveling in the situation, confident that the ghost leader would easily defeat his opponent. Junior brother Qi, your disciple is rather ruthless, ISN and AMP. Oppose. Tihi? Yin Tianlong quipped, recalling the day he had mercilessly struck Qi Tianlai 100 times with his enforcers. Qi Tianlai, still nursing a grudge, felt his teeth clench at the memory, yet he found satisfaction in witnessing Yin Tianlong's disciple falter against his own. The blood-red knife gleamed ominously, cleaving through the silver hook with ease, continuing its trajectory toward the head of the Pantianging disciple. With a sickening thud, the disciple's prized artifact was destroyed, leaving him severely shaken and spitting blood, robbed of the will to continue fighting. Yet, the blood-red knife was now a mere half-meter from his skull. I concede. He began, but it was too late. A chilling voice whispered in his ear, too late. The knife pierced through his skull, silencing him before he could finish his sentence. The lifeless body collapsed, and the ghost leader's expression remained inscrutable behind his mask. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Although life-and-death battles were permitted in competitions, no one wished to take a life without deep-seated enmity, even in a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. The ghost leader's actions seemed excessive. You've trained a fine disciple. Yin Tianlong scoffed, his anger boiling as he stormed away. Qi Tianlai, however, wore a smug grin, relishing the moment. Such lethal tactics were familiar to him. Chuyin observed the ghost leader, murmuring to himself, as the latter seemed to sense Chuyin's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. The mask concealed any emotion, but Chuyin felt a palpable intent to kill emanating from beneath it. The third round of the elimination draw began. A contest for the top 10. The victorious 10 would advance to the Grand Sect competition, reaping substantial rewards and the opportunity to participate in subsequent ranking battles. Among the 20 who had emerged victorious from the prior rounds, 16 were seed disciples. Only Chuyin and 2 disciples from Pantianging, as well as 1 from Zhuanfeng, had advanced as non-seed disciples. Fortune often dances with irony, as exemplified by Chuyin's draw. Arena number 10, Chuyin from Filong Peak versus the ghost leader from Filong Peak. The referee's voice rang out, marking the commencement of the third round. The ghost leader observed Chuyin from a distance. Chuyin smirked slightly. Do you wish to kill me? Then come. On the stage, Chuyin and the ghost leader locked eyes. Even before their clash, a palpable aura of bloodshed enveloped the arena. This was no ordinary contest, but a battle for survival. The spectators murmured among themselves, noting the unfortunate fate of Filong Peak's promising disciples clashing against one another. What a strange atmosphere. Could there be a deep-seated grudge? Who do you think will win? One asked. The ghost leader seems formidable, at the peak of the 11th layer of Qi cultivation, and that blood-red knife surpasses even top-tier artifacts. But remember, Chuyin previously dispatched Li Ruren, who was also at the 11th layer. Another countered. The audience buzzed with speculation, drawn to Chuyin's stunning performances in earlier matches. While many believed in Chuyin's potential for victory, others were wary of the ghost leader's ruthlessness. Chuyin's gaze was fixed on the ghost leader. From their first encounter, he had sensed an eerily familiar aura emanating from him. It was clear that the ghost leader harbored an unrelenting vendetta. Who could he be? Chuyin, I have awaited this day for far too long. After a brief silence, the ghost leader's voice echoed, raspy and foreboding. Hiding behind a mask, yet you dare not reveal your true self. I am curious about your identity, Chuyin replied, his eyes piercing as if attempting to unveil the man behind the mask, his demeanor playful. Hiss, I am the one who will kill you, the ghost leader retorted, his laughter sending chills down the spine. If you possess the ability, Chuyin replied coolly, exuding formidable confidence. Hiss, today you shall undoubtedly perish. I will peel your flesh layer by layer. Attack, the ghost leader boasted, his bravado masking a cautious heart. With a flash, a blood-red long knife emerged from his pouch. The weapon known as blood drink knife. The scent of blood filled the air. Chu Yan smiled faintly, and in an instant, he propelled himself forward, rapidly changing positions while simultaneously pointing his finger at the ghost leader with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of azure energy fingers surged forth, merging in pairs mid-flight, transforming into over a dozen shimmering azure fingers that struck directly at the ghost head. The low-tier 7-pattern spell, Xiangang Water Force, had reached a terrifying level of instantaneous casting and spell fusion for Chu Yan. He could now unleash spells below 10 patterns in a blink. Is this your technique? Pathetically feeble. The ghost head scoffed coldly, disdain evident in his eyes beneath the mask. The blood-drink blade whirled rapidly in the air, conjuring streaks of crimson light, and the seemingly formidable azure fingers shattered in an instant, dispersing into a mist of water. Yet, as the mist cleared, where was Chu Yan? You seem quite confident, but do you truly have the means? Chu Yan's mocking voice echoed in the ghost head's ears. Alarmed, the ghost head quickly summoned a crimson barrier to shield himself. At that moment, a golden bell appeared beside him, its brilliance erupting, sending forth a tangible wave of sound. The ghost head, encased in the crimson shield, felt his head resonate violently, a piercing pain radiating through his mind. Reacting swiftly, he blocked his ears with his spiritual energy. In the next moment, he was enveloped by a dense vapor of water. Before his eyes appeared a chicken's head, a swallow's beak, a serpent's neck, a turtle's back, and a fish's tail, all in a riot of colors and towering 6 feet high. The low-tier 13-pattern spell, Water Phoenix breaking the sky. Countless streams surged forth, and the ghost head beheld a colossal water phoenix rushing towards him. Yet, beneath the mask, he wore no semblance of panic. Only a mocking tone. Is it this move again? With a flash, the blood-drink blade radiated a fierce light, slashing towards the neck of the water phoenix with a blade of crimson light measuring nearly a meter long. Chu Yan's eyelids twitched. The opponent had swiftly identified the water phoenix's weakness and reacted with astonishing speed. Did he think this move was so simple? It is not as you imagine. Chu Yan scoffed. A sense of foreboding struck the ghost head, but with the blade already in motion, he could not retract it. Dissolve, Chu Yan uttered calmly. And to the astonishment of the onlookers, the massive body of the water phoenix disintegrated into a cloud of mist, which in the next instant transformed into 8 three-legged water crows. The low-tier 8-pattern spell, Three-Legged Water Crow Technique. The blood-drink blade, despite its imposing presence, struck nothing but air, while the 8 three-legged water crows surged towards the ghost head with blinding speed. Caught off guard, the ghost head had not anticipated this assault and had neglected to reinforce his protective barrier, believing he could easily counter Chu Yan and Appo's strike. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoed as the 8 three-legged water crows detonated against the ghost head, the sharp, cutting waves of water ravaging his form. Who said spells could only fuse? If they could merge, they could just as easily disintegrate. The rapid transformation between high-tier and low-tier spells showcased Chu Yan's mastery of magic at its zenith. In the stands, the audience was momentarily stunned. The next moment, a tumult of discussion erupted. What is that? Disassembling after spell fusion? Chu Yan's control over magic has reached an extraordinary level. The ghost head was utterly suppressed. A freak. An absolute freak. Chi Tianlai had come to personally witness this match, his face initially adorned with a confident smile, believing he could finally eliminate the nuisance that was Chu Yan. Yet, within mere moments of their confrontation, he was met with this outcome. Now, Chi Tianlai and Appo's expression darkened, filled with rage. On the stage, as the mist dissipated, the ghost head's disheveled figure became visible. His clothes were tattered, dozens of small wounds still oozing blood, and he gasped for air beneath the mask, clearly suffering from the damage inflicted by the 8 low-tier 8-pattern spells, even if they were not as potent as the 13-pattern spells. Now, are you still so confident? Chu Yan remarked coolly, his expression unyielding. Chu Yan, I underestimated you. The ghost head felt immense frustration. He had believed that with his superior cultivation, blood-refined artifact, and familiarity with Chu Yan's techniques, victory would be effortless. Yet the reality had proven him wrong once more. With a cold laugh, the ghost head continued, "But today, you will still be beneath my foot." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, countless blood vessels in the ghost head's upper body erupted, scattering blood into a mist that enveloped him entirely. His blood-soaked garments were torn to shreds, revealing a bare torso adorned with wounds and 2 chains that crisscrossed over his pectoral bones, tightly wound around him. A pungent, iron-like scent of blood filled the arena. Oh, Chu Yin raised an eyebrow, observing the ghost head's bizarre transformation. Consolidate, the ghost head roared. As the blood mist coalesced around him, causing his muscles to swell slightly, streaks of blood coursing through them. His once black hair was now dyed crimson, and the mask of the demon seemed to take on an even more menacing aspect. Come, relish the slaughter. The ghost had bellowed, his aura skyrocketing, breaking through the constraints of the 11th layer of chi refinement, reaching the 12th. The blood-red long knife enveloped in a shroud of blood mist slashed towards Chu Yin with blinding speed, while the iron chains that bound him fell, extending to over 10 meters long, whipping towards Chu Yin with ferocity. 2 blood-colored chains and 1 blood-red long knife sealed off the space before Chu Yin, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In the stands, Yin Tianlong had appeared beside Qi Tianlai without anyone noticing. Using one's body to nurture a weapon, junior brother Qi. Is your disciple employing demonic techniques? Is he a spy sent by the demonic cultivators? Yin Tianlong's voice dripped with disdain, causing Qi Tianlai to tremble. The term using one's body to nurture a weapon refers to refining artifacts with one's body, merging parts of the artifact with the physical form. A method often employed by demonic cultivators due to its extreme nature. I find your words surprising. Before joining the Feathered Ascension sect, I was merely a rogue cultivator. And this method is well known. I acquired it from a demonic cultivator I defeated in my youth. Qi Tianlai replied coolly, his words devoid of any flaw. Humph. I hope you are right, junior brother Qi. Should I discover anything amiss, you will not escape punishment. Yin Tianlong replied with a chilling smile. Qi Tianlia's expression darkened, recalling the last time he faced 100 strikes, his teeth grinding in irritation. Fire Lin blade, golden seal sword. Facing the overwhelming blood-red long knife and chains. Chu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly spoke. From his waist pouch, the fire Lin blade and golden seal sword emerged, disregarding the blood-red long knife and targeting the 2 blood-colored chains directly. The golden seal sword was one of the 4 swords he had seized from the slain golden-robed elder. As the blood-red long knife continued its assault, Chu Yan remained unfazed. Chu Yan, you seek your own demise. I shall take your life. Kill. Seeing Chu Yan make no attempt to evade, the ghost head felt a surge of confidence, his internal energy depleting rapidly as the blood-red long knife blazed with light, descending upon Chu Yan. What is Chu Yan doing? Is he trying to take his own life? Why isn't he defending himself? Even if he doesn't dodge, he should at least raise a protective barrier. It is estimated that Chu Yan is aware of his inability to continue the struggle and is prepared to end it all. The spectators in the stands expressed their astonishment at Chu Yan's actions. In the next moment, their expressions of awe were magnified and frozen in place. As the blood-red long knife was merely half a meter away from Chu Yan, he gently raised his right hand. A crisp sound echoed as the blood-red long knife struck his palm, a powerful blow that seemed destined to kill. Effortlessly caught by Chu Yan's fleshly hand under the gazes of the onlookers, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost. The violently shaking blood-red knife could not budge even slightly in Chu Yan's grasp. The heart of the ghost leader instantly sank. A faint voice echoed in his ears. The game is about to end. Chu Yan stood about 10 meters away from the ghost leader. Suddenly, his figure flickered and vanished in an instant. A shadow remained in the air, and in a heartbeat, Chu Yan reappeared in front of the ghost leader. You have been defeated, he stated calmly, tightening his grip on the trembling blood-red knife, which sought to break free. With a swift motion, he thrust the tip of the blade directly into the ghost leader and Apos' chest. Blood gushed forth as the ghost leader lowered his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the blood-drinking knife penetrate his heart. To catch a blood-refined artifact with bare hands and to appear before him in the blink of an eye, delivering a heavy blow, such prowess indicated that Chu Yan's cultivation level far exceeded the 8th layer of chi refinement. Although the blood-red long knife pierced the heart of the ghost leader, a formidable cultivator like him would not perish instantly. However, such severe injury rendered him incapable of contending with Chu Yan any longer. The ghost leader and Apos' gaze grew vacant, enveloped in utter silence, as despair consumed him. He knew he had lost. With a single hand, Chu Yan lifted the ghost leader high, and under the influence of a secret technique, the ghost leader's body appeared nearly twice the size of Chu Yan's, creating a visual disparity that stunned the crowd. To catch a blood-refined artifact barehanded? How could that man's hand be so resilient? Even if he possessed a mystical golden hand, he could not have intercepted that knife without sufficient strength. Just how powerful is this individual? The final strike. How did Chu Yin achieve it? All that remained in view was a fleeting shadow. At that moment, everyone found themselves at a loss, completely taken aback by Chu Yin and Appo's extraordinary capabilities. How could this be? Qi Tianlai let out a furious roar, his expression dark as he realized his meticulously crafted plans had led to this unexpected outcome, and this was not the first time. Your life is destined to be beneath my feet. Last time, this time, and it shall be so in the future. Chu Yin sneered at the ghost leader, forcefully slamming him to the ground, then stomping his foot upon the ghost leader's face. A crack echoed as the bones of his face shattered. Yet the ghost leader felt no pain, his heart filled with humiliation and despair. ISN and Appo's, that right? My senior brother. Chu Yin scoffed coldly, simultaneously sending a violent water sphere hurtling towards the ghost leader's face. With a thunderous explosion, the mysterious evil ghost mask shattered, revealing a horrific visage before the eyes of the crowd. Haha, so you knew everything all along. The ghost leader thought, feeling like a mere pawn in a grand game. ISNT that Qi Jiaomo. How could this happen? Wasn't he already dead? The crowd gasped in unison. The news of Chu Yin having slain Qi Jiaomu had spread throughout the feather transformation sect, and now, Qi Jiaomu reappeared, robust and full of vigor, only to be defeated by Chu Yin once more, stunning everyone. Haha. Chu Yin, today you may triumph, but I curse the heavens for their injustice. Kill me. Grant me a swift end. Qi Jiaomu, in utter despair, felt that existing for even a second longer was an unbearable shame, his face twisted in rage. Qi Jiaomu, if I do not slay you today, I will let you live in fear beneath me, like an ant. Chu Yin replied, his tone dripping with disdain. With a swift motion, he withdrew the blood-red long knife. Turning to leave, Qi Jiaomu posed no threat to him now, and killing him would only soil his own hands. Suddenly, Qi Jiaomu erupted in a sinister laugh. Chu Yin raised an eyebrow. Chu Yin, it seems in the end you cannot take my life. My life can only be claimed by myself. If there is a next life, I, Qi Jiaomu, will ensure you are left with nothing but bones. With a deafening roar, Qi Jiaomu slammed his palm against his forehead. At the same moment, a voice echoed in Chu Yan's ear. Blood splattered as Qi Jiaomu's 7 orifices bled, and he fell lifelessly onto the arena. Flying Dragon Peak, Chu Yin wins. The judge's triumphant declaration ignited the atmosphere. An uproar of cheers erupted instantaneously. Yet, Chu Yan's face bore no trace of joy as he descended the stage, his brow furrowed. Still pondering Qi Jiaomu's final words, Qi Tianlai intends to target Huamanqi. What did Qi Jiaomu's words truly signify? As the saying goes, a dying man speaks good words. Qi Jiaomu would not play tricks at the last moment. If he were to deceive Chu Yin, it would not be with such reasoning. Why would Qi Tianlai target Huamanqi? In truth, apart from abandoning Chu Yin in the past, Huamanqi had not wronged him or the remnants of the Chu family. Reflecting on the past, Chu Yin realized that from a certain perspective, her actions were justifiable. This woman could only be described as treacherous and greedy for wealth. However, it would be unjust to label her as ruthless or inhumane. Many times thereafter, it was Huamanqi who defended herself. Although Chu Yin felt they could no longer be friends, he believed they should not become enemies. Despite the severance of ties, the thought of her being in danger still stirred discomfort within him. Showcase your cultivation. Do not conceal your strength. The head elder's proclamation interrupted Chu Yan's thoughts. The top 10 disciples of the sect had been determined, and the next phase would involve ranking battles to identify the top 5. To ensure that capable disciples advanced further, the elders would first assess the cultivation levels of these 10 individuals, then rank them accordingly for the ensuing matches. The first ranked against the 10th, the second against the 9th, and so forth. It should be noted that Chu Yin was not the only one possessing treasures that suppressed his cultivation aura. As the 10 stood upon the arena, the elder began the evaluations. You are first. All right, Li Tianzhao responded, unleashing his full aura. Mid-stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The elder remarked blandly. Moving to the next individual. The following 2 were not originally among the top 10 gifted disciples, yet, through luck and skill, they advanced, one from Pantheon Peak at the early 10th layer, and another from Jiuzhuang Peak, similarly at the early 10th layer. Next was Lin Feng at mid-stage of the 10th layer, followed by Dan Xingming at the late stage of the 10th layer. Tai Gang took a deep breath, his aura surging dramatically. Peak of the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Tai Gang had reached the pinnacle of the 11th layer, just one step away from the 12th layer. Ru Shiweng's expression turned icy as he suddenly condensed his aura. 12th layer of Qi refinement. Good. The elder spoke with a hint of admiration. Shiweng truly possesses extraordinary talent. Her cultivation has remarkably reached such a level. Xiang Feng's face bore a hint of flattery. Indeed, if Shiweng merely uttered a single word, her expression remained icy. Her gaze unwavering, never casting a glance at Xiang Feng. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had long held admiration for her, yet she remained an unyielding ice mountain, impervious to his fervent attempts to thaw her heart. Xiang Feng, it's your turn. Yes, elder. Xiang Feng quickly summoned his aura. 12th level of Qi refinement. While Shiweng's prowess was at the initial stage of the 12th level of Qi refinement, Xiang Feng had already ascended to the pinnacle of the 12th level, on the verge of breaking through to the 13th level of great perfection. The 12th level of Qi refinement. Chu Yin and Apos. Gaze met Xiang Feng and Apos, contemptuous look with an icy demeanor. So what? A smirk played at the corners of Chu Yin and Apos' mouth. For he had long sworn that he would marry no one but Shiweng. How could he allow another to encroach upon what was rightfully his? Wu Lai, clad in a fiery robe, declared loudly, "Allow me to go first." A tremendous aura erupted from him, causing several disciples below the 11th level to struggle for breath. 13th level of Qi refinement. The judge's voice was tinged with excitement. Wu Lai's strength had reached the 13th level, nearing the foundational stage, making him undoubtedly the focus of attention among disciples with such talent. Chu Yan, it's your turn. The elder judge spoke flatly. Yet many spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Do you really think Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the 8th level of Qi refinement? Are you foolish? Could an 8th level cultivator possibly defeat an 11th level, like Li Ruren? Or take down that ghostly figure at the 12th level post-transformation? Many speculated that he must possess some treasure suppressing his true cultivation, estimating his real strength to be at least the 11th level, perhaps even the 12th. Chu Yan had become a quintessential example of a wolf in sheep's clothing in everyone's minds. All right. Chu Yan spoke with a calm demeanor, releasing his aura. 9th level of Qi refinement. The elder and Apos' expression turned peculiar, disbelief etched on his face as he grasped Chu Yan and Apos' arm, probing for any anomalies, yet found none after an extensive examination. Indeed, Chu Yan's cultivation was genuinely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The mysterious little ding was beyond the elder's capacity to detect. Could he truly only be at the 9th level? How is that possible? A 9th level defeating a 12th level? Terrifying. Eyes widened in astonishment. Among 10 individuals, Li Tianzhao had the lowest cultivation, followed closely by Chu Yan, while Xiang Feng ranked second, directly opposing Chu Yan. The 5 matches were held simultaneously across 5 platforms. Brother, good luck. Li Tianzhao scampered over to Chu Yan, grinning. You too, Li Xiaodao. Chu Yan affectionately ruffled Li Xiaodao's hair, speaking in a brotherly tone. On the second platform, Chu Yan from Filong Peak faces Xiang Feng from Jiuzhuan Peak. Chu Yan bid farewell to Li Xiaodao as he approached the platform, while Shiweng made her way to the adjacent third platform. As they brushed past each other, Shiweng's voice echoed in Chu Yan's ear. You are not permitted to lose before encountering me. Chu Yan stared in astonishment at Shiweng's retreating figure, utterly bewildered by her thoughts. On the platform, the two faced each other. Hee, Chu Yan, your name precedes you. Xiang Feng smiled faintly, a smile that repulsed Chu Yan. Speak plainly. Chu Yan replied coolly. He had no time for this hypocritical charade. I am deeply enamored with Shiweng and believe I possess some merit deserving of her. Might I implore you to cease pursuing her? I am willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones. Xiang Feng stated with apparent goodwill. Have you finished? Chu Yan replied indifferently, having ceased listening after Xiang Feng's initial words. Chu Yan's smile was icy. What do you think, Chu brother? If you agree, I can pay you the 1,000 spirit stones right now. Xiang Feng chuckled, harboring a hint of disdain. He believed that such a sum would be irresistible to Chu Yan. The terms sound appealing. Chu Yan replied with a playful smile. Their exchange resonated throughout the arena, captivating the audience. How could Xiang Feng stoop to such a level? What despicable behavior! What wrong has Xiang Feng done? He is the second most talented disciple of Yuhua's sect. Does he not deserve to pursue Shiweng? Indeed, only the strong are worthy of such a beauty. They observed, Chu Yan wavering. They had not anticipated him to be of this nature. Spectators buzzed with discussion, the majority feeling that Xiang Feng's actions were justifiable. Qi Tianlai and Xiang Yunkong sat together. Who would have thought that your son is such a sentimental person? Qi Tianlai laughed at Xiang Yunkong. Well, your disciple seems to lack a bit of backbone. Xiang Yunkong retorted with disdain. That is the offspring of Chu Changtian, not one I have trained. Qi Tianlai scoffed. Relishing the prospect of Chu Yan's humiliation, he had no intention of defending him. Shi Weng's icy visage was marred by fury. She had not anticipated Xiang Feng to utter such words, and she harbored concern that Chu Yan might actually accept the spirit stones. Chu brother, you truly are perceptive. I will not strike too hard in our upcoming matches. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, Xiang Feng's demeanor shifted to one of triumph. For he believed that Chu Yan was no match for him. Ha! Chu Yan suddenly erupted into laughter, his gaze toward Xiang Feng filled with mischief. What are you laughing at? Xiang Feng, irritated, demanded. Are you an imbecile? What did you say? Should I repeat it? You fool. Chu Yan's voice turned cold, his eyes blazing as he glared at Xiang Feng. You, little brat, dare to insult me. Chu Yan merely chuckled at Xiang Feng's fury and retorted. Is there truly someone so egotistical in this world, so high and mighty? Ha ha. Chu Yan, you are overstepping your bounds. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Since you refuse my kindness, then I shall show you the consequences. Xiang Feng bellowed, his storage pouch shimmering with light as a silver spear-like artifact shot forth, gleaming with golden radiance, thrusting toward Chu Yan with ferocity. Such an aura could only be emitted by a top-tier artifact. Qing Mang's sword, emerge, Chu Yan declared. Summoning a verdant flying sword from his storage pouch, the prized Qing Mang's sword he had seized from Lin Feng. The sword now shimmered with a faint blue light, exuding an overwhelming presence as it charged towards Xiang Feng. There have been many self-proclaimed elites like you. Do you wish to know their fate? Chu Yan's voice was devoid of warmth as he suddenly appeared 10 meters away, closing the distance to less than 2 meters from Xiang Feng. Nothing more than this. Xiang Feng had merely intended to mock Chu Yan in front of the crowd, having already deduced that Chu Yan possessed a peculiar technique for movement, thus maintaining a safe distance of 10 meters, while preparing a high-level spell in secret. Chu Yan, you have lost. With a cold chuckle, Xiang Feng formed a golden fist infused with spiritual energy and struck towards the close proximity of Chu Yan, leaving him with no means of escape. A low-level 9-pattern spell, Golden Radiance Fist. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Yan's figure seemed to dissipate like smoke. It was merely an illusion. Danger surged within Xiang Feng's heart as an icy voice echoed in his ears. Their fate would be to be ruthlessly trampled beneath my feet. Sensing an immense threat, Xiang Feng hastily conjured a protective barrier. Break from me, Chu Yan roared, appearing at Xiang Feng's left side, his hands gripping a pitch-black iron rod nearly 2 meters long. With his body bent like a drawn bow, he swung his arms down with formidable force. The ends of the iron rod flared with golden patterns, and 2 ancient characters, Slay Immortals, adorned its surface, exuding a terrifying aura. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Bang! The mighty blow collided with Xiang Feng's protective barrier, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, leaving Xiang Feng dazed. The barrier shattered like fragile glass, transforming into a cascade of golden light. In a moment of dire urgency, Xiang Feng swiftly shifted his body. Bang! The Slay Immortal's rod struck heavily upon Xiang Feng's shoulder, the sound of shattering bones echoing in the ears of the onlookers. With a cough, Xiang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Bang! In an instant, before Xiang Feng could react, a searing pain tore through his waist. Chu Yan swung the rod once more, sending Xiang Feng flying. The nameless iron rod was a weapon of immense destructive power, and after being forged by the heavenly fire Taoist, its might was magnified. The golden patterns on either side suppressed the opponent's spiritual energy, and with Chu Yan's formidable physique propelling it, its power reached its zenith. Such ancient artifacts were not merely for show. Bang! Xiang Feng crashed heavily to the ground. Thankfully, the arena was 100 meters long, preventing him from being knocked off the platform. Chu Yan, clad in flowing white garments that danced in the wind, exuded an air of refined elegance. Yet the imposing iron rod he bore shattered that image. From his elevated position, Chu Yan's expression was icy, his aura sweeping across the entire arena as he declared with thunderous authority, Those who touch my woman shall perish. In that instant, the audience fell into a chilling silence, all eyes fixated on the scene before them, witnessing this utterly domineering man and seemingly re-evaluating Chu Yin entirely. With Chu Yan's words, Xiang Feng, already enraged, spat out another mouthful of blood. What do you mean by those who touch my woman? Did I even touch her? If I had, then perhaps suffering this blow would have been worth it. Damn it, I haven't even laid a finger on her, nor have I exchanged more than a few words. At this moment, Xiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Heavens, what is happening? Xiang Feng was a practitioner at the 12th level of qi refinement, far beyond the likes of those who advanced through secret techniques. Did he truly lose to a single strike? What kind of artifact was that? Even a top-tier artifact could not possess such power, could it? Chu Yin treated that weapon as if it were an ordinary item, truly a human beast. Did he just claim that Roxawins is his woman? A man like that would make any woman feel utterly fortunate. This is too domineering, too ferocious. The audience erupted into fervent discussions, a tumultuous wave of voices rising. What? How could he say that? Does he mean? On the adjacent third arena, Roxawins trembled. Momentarily stunned, her heart in chaos, her face flushing crimson in the next instant. Alas, Hua Mengqi watched the scene with a heart heavy with sorrow, her face pale as she realized that this man would forever be unattainable, a consequence of her own actions. Fate had truly played a cruel trick on her. Heh, Chu Changtian truly raised a remarkable son, Xiang Yunkong remarked with a cold smile. Xiang, there is no need for such dismay. This child possesses the 5-element root, destined never to reach the foundation establishment stage, while your son is a true prodigy. Qi Tianlai added with a chuckle. Though he had not wished for Chu Yin to steal the limelight, now that only Chu Yin had entered the top 10, the future resources of Filong Peak would depend on him. Observing Xiang Yunkong's discomfiture brought him immense satisfaction, creating a conflict of emotions within him. Xiang Feng rose from the ground. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he was not yet entirely devoid of combat capability. As he gazed at the mix of humiliation and rage in Xiang Feng's eyes, Chu Yin seemed to answer his unspoken questions with a calm remark. Do not be surprised. Since you did not act, I chose not to kill you. What kind of reasoning is that? This understated statement was 100 times more arrogant than the declaration of those who touch my woman shall perish. Chu Yin, I will make you pay for this. Xiang Yunkong erupted in rage, a furious shout escaping his lips as 3 silver flying swords burst forth from his storage pouch with a flash. 1 top-tier artifact, 2 superior artifacts, 3 flying swords flew towards Chu Yin in a formation. A practitioner at the Qi refinement stage can typically control only 2 artifacts simultaneously, while those with particularly strong spiritual consciousness might manage 3. With his 12th level proficiency, Xiang Feng could wield 3 artifacts at once, showcasing his exceptional talent. It was safe to say that unless he encountered a perverse practitioner at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, Xiang Feng could dominate any opponent. But unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Chu Yin, controlling 3 flying swords. Quite impressive, Chu Yin remarked indifferently. Xiang Feng, hearing this, felt a swell of pride. If you concede now and call me young master. But then, in the next moment, Xiang Feng's words were abruptly cut off as he witnessed something astonishing. However, in my eyes, you are still a waste. 5 swords, 1 green and 4 gold, suddenly soared into the air, swirling menacingly above Chu Yan's head. At that moment, Chu Yin resembled a deity, simultaneously controlling 5 flying swords. How could Chu Yin's spiritual consciousness be so formidable? Such an extraordinary level of consciousness rivaled that of early-stage foundation establishment practitioners. The audience was left in awe. Junior brother Qi, could it be that before his demise, Chu Changtian left behind a secret technique for cultivating spiritual consciousness for this child? Xiang Yunkong's fury was replaced by disbelief, his face bearing a look of astonishment. It is quite possible. You know, Xiang, that Chu Changtian had many peculiar methods. Qi Tianlai replied casually, yet his heart brimmed with greed. Since ancient times, techniques for cultivating spiritual consciousness have been extremely scarce. Who would ever complain about having too strong a consciousness? His murderous intent towards Chu Yin grew even more intense. After recultivating, Chu Yin's spiritual consciousness already equaled that of some extraordinarily gifted practitioners at the peak of Qi refinement. Coupled with the supreme secret art, Thousand Thoughts origin technique, his consciousness now stood ready to challenge mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners. On the arena, Xiang Feng appeared somewhat dazed. How? How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the 5 flying swords whirling above Chu Yan's head. In that moment, Xiang Feng finally understood what it meant to show off in front of an expert. Chu Yan truly had the audacity to be arrogant. Humph. But how could your spiritual energy compare to mine? I'll exhaust you before you can exhaust me. Xiang Feng pondered for a moment before unleashing a thunderous roar, igniting the spiritual energy within him to its utmost limit, propelling 3 silver flying swords to their pinnacle of power. Is that so? Chu Yan replied with a faint smile. The azure sword leading the charge, while the remaining 4 golden swords fanned out behind it, forming a conical shape as they surged towards the trio of silver swords. The 8 flying swords collided with a resounding crash, releasing a dazzling display of spiritual light. With a 5-3 advantage, Chu Yan naturally held the upper hand. However, the 3 silver swords, like frenzied beasts under the influence of potent drugs, relentlessly pressed their attack. Although Chu Yan and Apos' 5 swords held the advantage, they were momentarily unable to shatter the 3 silver blades. Chu Yan remained focused, guiding his 5 swords without altering his tactics, seemingly prepared to engage in a fierce contest with Xiang Feng. Indeed, Xiang Feng was astute. He aimed to overpower Chu Yan through sheer spiritual force, a clever strategy. Yet, how foolish was Chu Yan to engage in a battle of spiritual strength. Xiang Feng, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, possessed a depth of spiritual energy that was simply beyond the reach of Chu Yan, a mere novice at the 9th level. Observers in the stands began to discern Xiang Feng's intentions, concluding that Chu Yan was somewhat naive, with such formidable abilities at his disposal. Why would he foolishly compete in a contest of spiritual power? However, after a quarter of an hour, the expressions of the onlookers shifted. Chu Yan, still jovial and seemingly untouched by fatigue, deftly maneuvered his 5 swords against Xiang Feng's relentless assault. In contrast, Xiang Feng's face was now slick with sweat, his demeanor weary. Exhausting his spiritual energy at such a frantic pace, he could not sustain it for long. He could feel that 6 out of 12 strands of his spiritual energy had already been depleted. This guy is definitely holding on by a thread. In less than a quarter of an hour, his energy will surely run out. Xiang Feng's gaze was fixed on Chu Yan, his mind racing. As half an hour passed, everyone in attendance widened their eyes in disbelief. Chu Yan showed no signs of fatigue, his 5 flying swords growing increasingly agile. Meanwhile, Xiang Feng appeared utterly drained, his complexion pale and drenched in sweat, rendered speechless by shock. At this juncture, only 1 strand of spiritual energy remained in Xiang Feng's dantian, and it too had been significantly depleted. With his spiritual energy nearly exhausted, defeat loomed imminent. Xiang Feng realized, with a pang of despair, how mistaken he had been. Without such abundant spiritual energy, how could Chu Yan possibly engage him in a contest of strength? Chu Yan foolish? It was a ludicrous notion. He possessed the means. Is this a jest? Am I dreaming? How could it be that Chu Yan, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, could possibly rival Xiang Feng's spiritual depth? Xiang Feng had never encountered such anomalies before. In the stands, the spectators had become somewhat numb to Chu Yan and Apos' extraordinary feats. Is this truly the manner in which you wish to be defeated? Chu Yan remarked coolly, his presence suddenly radiating power. The 5 flying swords above flared with brilliance, forcing the 3 silver swords to retreat step by step. He still possesses so much spiritual energy. Suddenly, the 3 silver swords plummeted to the ground, their brilliance extinguished. With a resounding crash, the last strand of spiritual energy in Xiang Feng's dantian dissipated. In that moment, despair enveloped him. Why was Chu Yan and Apos' remaining energy so abundant? Previously, by wielding 5 swords, Chu Yan had only expended half the energy compared to Xiang Feng to maintain parity in their clash. Moreover, Chu Yan's true spiritual strength was comparable to that of a fully realized practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. I will not be defeated. Xiang Feng and Apos' features contorted into a mask of rage as he let out a feral scream, brandishing a blood-red pill that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. The sight of the pill ignited a frenzied glint in Xiang Feng's crimson eyes. Win, no? Xiang Yunkong suddenly leaped from the stands, shouting in alarm. Father, I will not be defeated. Ignoring his father's pleas, Xiang Feng swallowed the blood-red pill in a single gulp. At that moment, Chu Yan had unknowingly closed the distance to within 10 meters of Xiang Feng. Suddenly, Chu Yan's figure flickered. It would be better to refrain from such reckless measures. They are detrimental to your health. Chu Yan's calm words rang in Xiang Feng's ears. Boom. The sound of flesh colliding with flesh echoed as Chu Yan's fist struck Xiang Feng's abdomen, sending a searing pain coursing through him, bending his body into a bow. Under such a devastating blow, the blood-red pill was violently expelled from his mouth. Chu Yan deftly caught the pill, examining it with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. With a sigh of relief, Xiang Yunkong felt a surge of gratitude toward Chu Yan. Why? Because consuming pills during a competition was strictly forbidden. Had Xiang Feng fully ingested the blood-red pill, he would have been disqualified, leading to a significant loss of prestige for the Nine Turns Peak and relegating him to the lowest tier of spiritual veins. Moreover, the pill, known as the blood-burning pill, would ignite one's blood, transforming it into formidable fighting prowess, but at the cost of substantial life force. Without 2 or 3 years of diligent recuperation, full recovery would be impossible, and in those 2 to 3 years, Xiang Feng would be left far behind his peers. Chu Yan, however, was not preoccupied with such concerns. He recognized the blood-burning pill. If Xiang Feng consumed it, his power would surge instantly to the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. While Chu Yan was not intimidated, it would inevitably require more effort on his part and expose several of his hidden cards. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chu Yan acted decisively. At that moment, with Xiang Feng's spiritual energy depleted and his body reeling from the blow, he finally collapsed to the ground. In that instant, he comprehended the immense chasm between himself and Chu Yan. The reason for Xiang Feng's devastating defeat lay in his complete underestimation of Chu Yan's capabilities. He had only gleaned a fraction of Chu Yan's prowess from his earlier matches, but the depth of Chu Yan's abilities extended far beyond that. On the day Lin Feng and Shan Qingming stirred up trouble at the Flying Dragon Peak, Chu Yan's strength had not yet reached such an extraordinary level. Yet he had decisively vanquished his foes using some hidden tactics. Under Chu Yan's overwhelming presence, Lin Feng and Shan Qingming had not dared to disclose the events. The disciples of the Flying Dragon Peak had kept the matter under wraps, leaving others unaware of Chu Yan and Appo's true strength. Boom. Chu Yan showed no mercy, delivering a crushing kick to Xiang Feng's chest. I have said before, their fate is to be trampled beneath my feet. And you, what more do you possess? This was a complete display of dominance, leaving Xiang Feng in utter defeat. The stands fell into a profound silence. Spectators who thought they had grasped Chu Yan's strength were continually pushed to their limits by each unfolding outcome. Chu Yan was not motivated by a sadistic desire to torment others, nor did he relish the act of trampling the weak. Rather, Xiang Feng had crossed a line. If Ruo Xuan had not abandoned herself during her lowest moments, if she had offered timely assistance, Chu Yan would have long recognized her as his lifelong partner. She represented his most vulnerable point. Now, with Xiang Feng daring to covet Ruo Xuan, how could Chu Yan hold back? As he had declared, "Those who touch my woman must die. Kill me." Xiang Feng howled, filled with despair and humiliation. A profound sense of disgrace enveloping him as he finally understood the sensation that had gripped the Ghost King when he was trampled underfoot by Chu Yan. "As you wish," Chu Yan replied coolly, raising his weapon, the Luhua staff, to strike down upon Xiang Feng. "No." A voice of urgent alarm resonated in Chu Yan's ears. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Chu Yan appeared as though he had anticipated the situation, halting the Lixian stick mere inches from Xiang Feng's cheek. Xiang Yunkong arrived, stepping onto the silver bagua to soar through the air. "Elder, please allow me to speak with Chu Yan for a moment," Xiang Yunkong urged anxiously. The referee, merely a foundation establishment practitioner, nodded under the overwhelming pressure of Xiang Yunkong's formidable aura and deactivated the arena's protective barrier. Xiang Yunkong, possessing the strength of a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, was already at the later stages of golden core cultivation, his prowess second only to Yan Tianlong, the master of Pantheon Peak, and Shui Tianyu, the sect leader. In this sect's arena, it was impossible to disrupt the rules forcibly. For the sake of his only son, Xiang Yunkong had to swallow his pride and engage with Chu Yan. "Father, I." Upon seeing Xiang Yunkong, Xiang Feng felt as though he had found an outlet for his pent-up emotions and cried out in distress. A resounding slap echoed through the arena. "Shut your mouth. You wretched spawn. Did I raise you just for you to seek your own demise? I have lived a life of heroism. Yet how did I end up with such a useless son? You dare to cry? Get back in line." Xiang Yunkong was genuinely furious. fully aware that he had indulged his son far too much, to the point of spoiling his temperament. Xiang Feng, expected to be the future master of Zhejuan Peak, now appeared devoid of any qualities befitting a leader in Xiang Yunkong's eyes. "Father, you hit me." Xiang Feng looked at his father in disbelief, for his mother had passed away long ago, and Xiang Yunkong had always showered him with indulgence out of guilt, never laying a hand on him. But to seek death after a single defeat? How could a proud son of the Xiang family be so cowardly? Xiang Yunkong's voice was sharp and commanding. Xiang Feng was left speechless, guilt written across his face. Xiang Yunkong continued, "Do you understand why you fell to Chu Yan? Child, I lack the skill." "Nonsense." Xiang Yunkong scoffed. "Let me tell you, it is because you lack the heart of a true warrior. After Chu Yan's spiritual roots were destroyed, how did he endure these past 3 years to attain his current strength? And you? You treat spirit pills like candy, arrogantly dismissing others because of your meager talent? Do you truly see yourself as a descendant of the immortals?" Xiang Yunkong's words struck Xiang Feng harder than any physical blow could. "How could a wretch like you ever be worthy of Xuan? She is merely 21, yet her strength is already on par with yours. You've squandered 26 years of your life. You dare to compare yourself to Chu Yan? At 17, he can already trample you underfoot. Why don't you go eat dirt instead? You worthless fool. You infuriate me." Xiang Yunkong unleashed a barrage of scathing insults, punctuated by slaps and kicks directed at Xiang Feng. Though any discerning observer could see, he held back his strength. Chu Yan, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, grasped Xiang Yunkong's sleeve. "Master Xiang, this has gone far enough. If you continue, you might just beat him to death, and that one and oppose. T concern me. Leave me be, young man. I must teach this ignorant child a lesson today." Xiang Yunkong shook off Chu Yan and Appo's hand. "Master, there and Appo's. No need for theatrics. We are all intelligent individuals here. Let us speak plainly." Chu Yan remarked coolly, as Xiang Yunkong activated a soundproof barrier. "Indeed, you are the son of Chu Changtian. Your cunning is no less than your father's." Xiang Yunkong's thoughts echoed in Chu Yan's mind. "What counsel do you have, Master Xiang? Might you spare my son, who is still young and inexperienced?" This was Xiang Yunkong and Appo's true intention. If he did not intervene today, with Xiang Feng and Appo's stubborn pride, there was no doubt that Chu Yan would kill him, and since this was in the sect's arena, Chu Yan would not be violating any rules, leaving Xiang Yunkong with no recourse for retribution. Thus, he staged this act of self-sacrifice, genuinely wishing to reprimand Xiang Feng while also appealing for some leniency from Chu Yan. Having chastised his son in such a manner, it was unlikely that Chu Yan would be willing to strike the fatal blow. A cunning old fox. Xiang Yunkong had lived for hundreds of years. This way, Xiang Feng could still have a chance for redemption and rise anew, preserving his reputation. However, Chu Yan was not so easily deceived. "Master Xiang, do not underestimate my youth. If you desire me to spare your son, I expect a show of sincerity." Chu Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. "Underestimate your youth? You are nothing but a clever little fox." Xiang Yunkong thought bitterly. "The artifacts your son possesses were all personally arranged by me, and you cannot take them. 500 spirit stones. Shall we end this here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yan chuckled coldly. "Master Xiang, do not jest. Even that exceptional flying sword alone is valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. How about this? I will give you face and collect all of your son's belongings, and we shall consider this matter settled. Young man, do not push your luck. Do not think that because the sect leader protects you, I will not dare to act." Xiang Yunkong was seething with indignation, wondering when he, a late-stage golden core cultivator, had been cornered to such a degree. "Master Xiang, my life is of little value. I have nothing to lose, yet I must accumulate some capital for my future. Today, I am prepared for a fight to the bitter end. But your son's life seems rather precious, doesn't it?" Chu Yan's tone was firm, laced with a threatening undertone. Knowing that acquiring more enemies would only add to his troubles, especially since he already had a formidable foe like Qi Tianlai at his heels. However, without Shui Tianyu's backing, Chu Yan would not dare to act so brazenly. Xiang Yunkong felt the weight of the situation. "What do you truly want?" 3,000 spirit stones. Miss even a fraction, and I shall play with Xiang Feng for a while longer. Pantheon Palace. Before Shui Tianyu, a shimmering image depicted the scene on the arena where Chu Yan stood. This lad certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. With Shui Tianyu's profound golden core mastery, the soundproof formation was utterly ineffective against him. The conversation between Xiang Yunkong and Chu Yin reached his ears without fail, and a smile graced Shui Tianyu's handsome visage. Meanwhile, the spectators were left bewildered. How had the confrontation suddenly fallen silent? Abruptly, the soundproof barrier dissipated, and they heard Chu Yin exclaim, after hearing Master Xiang's words, "I feel as though I have surpassed 10 years of painstaking cultivation. Truly, Master Xiang is a remarkable figure. I am deeply impressed." With a respectful bow and clasped hands, Chu Yin adopted a demeanor of reverence befitting a junior admiring a senior. Well said. Young Chu truly represents the pinnacle of our generation. Your future path to immortality is boundless. Xiang Yukong and Appo's eyes twitched upon hearing this. Was it merely a matter of words? 3,000 spirit stones, the sum was staggering. Yet, to maintain the image of a venerable elder, he too echoed, "Indeed, young Chu is a paragon among the youth." Chu Yin referred to Xiang Yunkong as master based on their cultivation rank, while Xiang Yunkong called Chu Yin young master due to his connection to Chu Changtian. However, no one was concerned with these formalities. They were more interested in understanding what had transpired. How had Chu Yin, who previously seemed bent on annihilating Xiang Feng, suddenly reconciled with Xiang Yunkong? Had Chu Yin been intimidated by his prowess? It must be so, for otherwise, how could Chu Yin, with his domineering temperament, adopt such a humble posture? As the crowd observed the two exchanging pleasantries and flattering remarks, they couldn't help but speculate, though none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, Xiang Yunkong was a powerful late-stage golden core cultivator. Who would dare to gossip about him? It would be tantamount to courting death. The saying like father, like son rang true. No wonder Xiang Feng was so extraordinary. Seeing his master was enlightening. Chu Xian's nephew has mistakenly praised him. How could my son possibly compare to such a noble scion? Xiang Yunkong reiterated, though anxiety gnawed at him as he transmitted a message. Young man, enough of the pleasantries. Wind is still gravely injured. In today's battle, the young man had fortuitously triumphed over brother Xiang Feng by a narrow margin, yet he held immense admiration for Xiang Feng's skills. As the adage goes, one cannot know a person without having fought them. From henceforth, they would be friends. Chu Yin approached Xiang Feng, hoisting him from the ground, and with genuine sincerity said, "This." Xiang Feng, caught off guard by Chu Yan's cunning, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Xiang, I regret my impulsive actions today and hope you can forgive me. It is simply that I am sincerely in love with Shi-Wan, and I implore you to grant us your blessing. Here is a bottle of bone condensation pills and another of qi-gathering pills, a small token of my apology." Chu Yan, with a face full of sincerity, performed a deep bow, unceremoniously pressing the 2 vials of elixirs into Xiang Feng's hands. How brazen can this scoundrel be? If Shi-Wan had already dealt with her opponent, she had arrived at the stands, keenly observing Chu Yan's match. Upon hearing Chu Yan's declaration of true love, her cheeks flushed crimson. The surrounding male spectators were astounded. The Ice Queen had turned red, a spectacle to behold. On the arena, Brother Chu. What is the meaning of this? I must confess, I am utterly perplexed by today's events. My apologies, my apologies. You call me brother, which speaks to your regard for me. From this day forth, we are brothers. He gestured for Chu Yan to take the healing elixirs back, adding, "You mustn't burden yourself. I am not affluent." In truth, Xiang Feng, despite his pride, harbored no ill will, and under Chu Yan's earnest apology, he felt entirely responsible for the conflict. Had someone attempted to seize his beloved, he would undoubtedly fight for her as well. What kind of man would he be otherwise? Seeing the 2 exquisite vials of elixirs, Xiang Feng's anger dissipated entirely, replaced by deep remorse. "Brother Xiang, you truly possess great wisdom. I am in awe." "Oh no, it is you, Brother Chu who." They exchanged pleasantries, and ultimately, Chu Yin insisted on giving the elixirs to Xiang Feng, prompting the latter to express his heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, Chu Yin is a man of true character. How magnanimous he is to set aside past grievances. He is truly a gentleman. Xiang Feng, too, was commendable, as he bore his defeat at Chu Yan's hands without complaint. In the stands, discussions swirled, primarily praising Chu Yan's loyalty, yet Xiang Feng's reputation remained intact. Qi Tianlai's face was ashen. He could not fathom how this outcome had come to pass. Xiang Yunkong wore a smile, yet his heart bled. 2 vials of elixirs had garnered such gratitude from his foolish son, while he had spent 3,000 spirit stones to appease that little vixen. Comparing Chu Yin to his son, Xiang Yunkong could not help but lament that his offspring seemed rather inexperienced. Filong Peak, Chu Yan wins. The judge's announcement resonated throughout the stands, eliciting a thunderous applause. Amidst the cheers, Chu Yan aided the injured Xiang Feng in descending from the stage, a smile gracing his face. Chu Yan was genuinely elated. This was no facade. He had unwittingly acquired 3,000 spirit stones, garnered a commendable reputation, and secured a foolish young man as a brother. This was indeed a lucrative transaction. The first round of the top 10 ranking battles concluded, with Wu Lai, Chu Yan, Ruo Shi won, Dan Chengming, and Tai Gang emerging victorious to continue to the next round. The remaining 5 would compete for the ranks of 6 to 10 in due course. On the arena, Wu Lai and the other 4 positioned themselves in a row. Due to Wu Lai's superior strength, he would sit out this round to ensure fairness. The remaining 4 would draw lots to determine their opponents. The judge stated this monotonously, and Wu Lai exited the arena for a respite, while the remaining 4 felt no discontent. This arrangement was indeed equitable. Who would have thought you also advanced? It seems we are truly fated, Chu Yan remarked casually to Dan Chengming. Today, Dan Chengming was brimming with excitement, given his strength. He had never anticipated reaching the top 5. Yet today, fortune had favored him remarkably, especially since the competitor who had ranked above him, Li Ran, had been swiftly defeated by Chu Yan in earlier rounds. Thus, Dan Chengming had miraculously found himself among the top 5. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, his expression shifted abruptly, and he awkwardly replied, "If not for Brother Chu's extraordinary prowess, I would have no chance at the top 5. Initially, Dan Chengming had harbored a desire to defeat Chu Yan, believing that after 2 months of diligent training, he could surely overcome him. However, after witnessing Chu Yan's matches, particularly the one where he had bested Xiang Feng, Dan Chengming's confidence had waned. Xiang Feng was the second-ranked disciple of Yuhua sect, and if someone of such caliber could be defeated by Chu Yan, what chance did he stand? He fervently hoped not to face Chu Yan in this round, recalling his recently healed leg bone, causing his heart to tremble with apprehension. Haha. Chu Yan offered a subtle smile, choosing not to elaborate further, when suddenly, Ruo Shiwen's icy voice pierced through. "Lecture, today is your day of reckoning." Although her demeanor was frigid, Chu Yan sensed an underlying concern in her tone. The 4 contenders each drew their lots, and the matchups were announced. Chu Yan of Filong Peak would face Tai Gang of Liyan Peak, while Ruo Shiwen of Kumu Peak would battle Dan Chengming of Fuhu Peak. The judge's indifferent announcement confirmed the pairings. The 2 matches would be held concurrently, with Chu Yan on the first arena and Ruo Shiwen on the second. "Spare my life," Ruo Shiwen coldly uttered as she passed by Chu Yan, yet he perceived an odd warmth within her chilling words. Delighted at avoiding a confrontation with Chu Yan, Dan Chengming felt elated. Chu Yan regarded Tai Gang with a slight smirk, feeling it was time to settle a score. On the first arena, Chu Yan faced Tai Gang, who bore an expression of dismay, fully aware that victory was beyond his reach. He pondered how Chu Yan would approach this match. Would he speak now, or wait until he had him beneath his foot? Chu Yan's calm words carried an irresistible weight. Chu Yan had already learned that Dan Chengming and Lin Feng's ruckus at Filong Peak had been instigated by Li Ran and Tai Gang. While he understood the reason behind Li Ran's involvement, he could not comprehend why Tai Gang would target him. Chu Yan had never provoked others without cause, yet he would not tolerate any slight against him. "Tai Gang, I acknowledge your strength. However, for the sake of Miss Meng Qi, I shall fight you with all my might today," Tai Gang bellowed, as a colossal hammer-shaped artifact soared from his storage bag, radiating a fiery glow, which turned the arena into a sweltering inferno. "An exquisite artifact, the flame hammer?" Chu Yan exclaimed in astonishment. The reason for Tai Gang and Appo's hostility was rooted in his feelings for Hua Meng Qi. It seemed the saying that beauty brings disaster held true. Who would have thought that Tai Gang harbored feelings for her as well? First it was Ruo Shiwen, and now Hua Meng Qi. It seemed Chu Yan's flirtations had rebounded upon him. The whispers of the crowd reached Chu Yan's ears, causing his face to redden. What did they mean by flirtatious? This was utterly unjust. On the stands, Hua Meng Qi and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that the turmoil had stemmed from her. "Senior Brother Lai, I cannot believe you would give this young man your treasured artifact." Chi Tian Lai smiled faintly, addressing the man in the crimson robe beside him. "My son is simple-minded. Even with the flame hammer, he cannot hope to compare to your esteemed disciple." Lai Tianxiang remarked with a hint of disdain. The sarcasm in the term esteemed disciple was unmistakable. Brother Lai, you are too humble. Chi Tian Lai retorted with a cold smirk. On the arena, Chu Yin regarded the supreme artifact, the flame hammer, with indifference, as if it posed no threat whatsoever. In the next moment, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. The first flash of true spirit S9 flashes. An afterimage lingered in the air as Tai Gang hurriedly swung the flame hammer towards Chu Yin's true form. Chu Yin's silhouette flickered again as he executed 2 consecutive flashes of true spirit S9 flashes. Suddenly, he appeared before Tai Gang, 5 soaring swords of light circling above his head. In an instant, the 5 swords were mere inches from Tai Gang's body. Tai Gang closed his eyes, knowing he had been defeated. Impossible. Lai Tianxiang let out a furious roar, finally comprehending the sentiment that Xiang Yun had felt earlier. Now, with a mere flicker of thought from Chu Yin, the 5 swords would descend, and Tai Gang would be reduced to a lifeless corpse. Lai Tianxiang, having no sons of his own, cherished his disciple Tai Gang immensely. For your sincere feelings towards Sister Hua, I shall spare your life. Chu Yin's calm voice resonated in Tai Gang's ears. Lai Tianxiang let out a sigh of relief. Tai Gang had been unexpectedly defeated by Chu Yin in an instant. Chu Yin did not strike to kill or inflict serious injuries. He merely knocked Tai Gang off the stage. Chu Yin had no penchant for cruelty. Since there was no deep-seated enmity between them, winning was sufficient. Ruoxuang's beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow. In contrast, Xiang Feng had once claimed to have feelings for Ruoxuang, only to provoke Chu Yin's wrath and nearly face annihilation. Yet Tai Gang's sincere intentions towards him prompted Chu Yin to hold back at the critical moment. The difference in weight between these sentiments was immediately evident. Ruoxuang had easily defeated Dan Xingming in just a few moves. Now, only Chu Yin, Ruoxuang, and Wu Lai remained to contend for the title of champion. One individual would be given a bye in this round, who would then face the victor between the remaining 2 for the championship. Let the drawing commence, the elder referee stated blandly, presenting a box before the 3. Fight. The paper slip drawn by Chu Yin bore a single word. It appeared that Lady Luck had not favored him. He must participate in this battle. Fight. Ruoxuang cast a cold smile towards Chu Yin upon seeing the word on her own slip. With both having drawn the word fight, the outcome was clear. Ruoxuang and Chu Yin would face off in this round, while Wu Lai would once again receive a bye. I hope you do not disappoint me. Wu Lai gazed at Chu Yin with fiery eyes, a battle fanatic who had encountered no worthy opponent thus far. He had thought he would only unleash his full power against the man he had long admired, but upon seeing Chu Yin, he recognized him as a formidable adversary. As you wish, Chu Yin replied nonchalantly, clad in white, stepping lightly onto the arena. Ruoxuang, adorned in a pale blue ancient dress, walked alongside Chu Yin, exuding an aura of icy elegance that discouraged any thoughts of disrespect. As they both landed on the platform, Chu Yin's fervent gaze unabashedly fixed upon Ruoxuang, his admiration evident even to the dim-witted. Initially, Ruoxuang's expression was as cold as frost, but under Chu Yin's ardent stare, it became increasingly difficult to maintain, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, she retorted, "What are you staring at, you lecher?" Chu Yin smiled lightly, his words as refreshing as a spring breeze. "I cannot help but wonder which noble family this enchanting maiden belongs to. If I, Chu Yin, do not gaze upon you, would I not be doing a disservice to those with ulterior motives?" Upon hearing Chu Yin's teasing remark, Ruoxuang's face flushed once more. Yet a peculiar sensation stirred within her, prompting her to reply in a mix of indignation and shyness, "I think you are the one with ulterior motives." At this moment, Chu Yin felt an immense joy, believing the misunderstandings between him and Ruoxuang would finally be resolved. "You are truly perceptive. My disguise has been insufficient to fool you. Indeed, I have admired you since our first encounter at the age of 8, a memory I cannot forget, filled with sleepless nights of yearning." "You, cease this at once," Ruoxuang exclaimed, her voice a melodic chide. Upon hearing Chu Yin mention their first meeting, her face turned crimson to the roots of her neck. That encounter had indeed occurred 8 years ago. She could not help but recall the image of a small child, blushing and drooling, staring at her with wide eyes. "Even your angry demeanor is captivating," Chu Yin remarked with a gentle smile directed at Ruoxuang. Heavens, this Chu Yin is audaciously teasing the ice-cold beauty, Ruoxuang. In public. This is outrageous. Ruoxawing is blushing. She is actually capable of expressing other emotions? The audience erupted with excitement. The sect competition had reached this stage, with sect master Shui Tianyu and all 9 peak masters present to witness this duel. Shui Tianyu laughed heartily. It seems your daughter Ruoxawing may be swept away. Humph. Any man wishing to pursue my Ruoxawing must first get past me. While Taoist Xianxing spoke with bravado, the smile playing at the corners of his mouth could not be concealed from the eyes of the elder onlookers. They thought to themselves, keep pretending. You are just enjoying the benefits while acting coy. Chu Yan's performance throughout the sect competition had moved all 9 peak masters, who pondered the same question. Could such an extraordinary individual truly break the supreme iron law? Hearing the murmurs from the stands, Ruoxawing's beautiful face became flushed with embarrassment, and she shouted, Chu Yan, prepare to face my wrath. With a swift motion, a blue wooden flying sword shot from her storage pouch, hurtling towards Chu Yan at breakneck speed. Chu Yan merely smiled, remaining stationary, showing no intention to summon his artifact. The distance between the sword and Chu Yan continued to diminish. He still stood firm, neither dodging nor defending. Just as the sword was a mere half-inch from his forehead, it suddenly halted, the fierce sword light grazing his brow, a trickle of blood trailing down his cheek. Why did you not evade? My heart has long been yours. If you desire my life, take it. His words were soft yet profoundly moving. Yu Ruoxawing's body trembled, her mind going blank. She could not fail to discern the sincerity in Chu Yan's words, and at that moment, her heart was utterly captivated. The spectators were left in a stupor. Countless individuals were touched by Chu Yan's heartfelt declaration, while many male spectators sighed in admiration. Chu Yan is truly a man of profound affection. His feelings for Ruoxawing are incredibly touching. This fellow is too fierce. He would risk his life for love. No wonder he is surrounded by celestial maidens. They felt a sense of inferiority, initially flustered by Chu Yan's words. Ruoxawing was now overwhelmed with shyness due to the surrounding discussions. Her icy demeanor had vanished, and she forced herself to maintain a furious facade, exclaiming, What do you want from me? Upon witnessing Ruoxawing's demeanor, Chu Yan felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Zaiwans, my sincerity towards you is as vast as the heavens and earth. What transpired that day was merely a misunderstanding. I hope you can grant me the opportunity to explain. Seeing Chu Yan in such a state, Ruoxawing's heart was eventually swayed. However, forgiving him so easily was out of the question. Very well, if you can defeat me today, I shall grant you that chance. Prepare yourself. What woman does not desire her man to be a peerless warrior? Naturally, Ruoxawing harbored such sentiments. With a delicate cry, the greenwood flying sword, radiating a soft azure glow, shot towards Chu Yan at breakneck speed. If I cannot even defeat my own woman, what face do I have to seek forgiveness? Chu Yan remarked coolly, releasing a green sword along with 4 golden swords, showcasing his formidable mental prowess once more. Attack! Ruoxawing cried out again, and to everyone's astonishment, a hole suddenly appeared at the tip of the greenwood sword, from which 4 emerald beams surged forth. Upon closer inspection, these beams were 4 diminutive swords, no larger than a palm. The 4 mini-swords began to swirl around the greenwood sword, forming a unique formation as they launched towards Chu Yan. In the stands, someone exclaimed, The mother and child green Xian sword. I didn't expect you to pass such a treasure to this young lady. Shui Tianyu said, slightly taken aback. The mother and child green Xian sword was the renowned artifact of the Xianxing Taoist. Although it ultimately failed to advance to a spiritual artifact, it was nonetheless a pinnacle among top-grade artifacts. The mother and child green Xian sword consists of a main sword and 4 subsidiary swords. Due to their small size, the mental energy required to wield them is not substantial, yet their power remains unaffected. Each subsidiary sword possesses the might of a top-grade artifact, while the main sword is an exquisite flying sword. Ruoxawing is destined to inherit my legacy. The Xianxing Taoist laughed heartily. In truth, had it not been for the supreme rule prohibiting those with 5 spiritual roots from forming a foundation, he would have wholeheartedly supported the union of these 2 youngsters. On the stage, clashing sounds echoed as the 5 flying swords collided with one another. The fierce impact rendered it difficult for either party to gain the upper hand. Chu Yan was surprised by Ruoxawing's formidable techniques. With her innate strength combined with the extraordinary flying sword, defeating Xiang Feng was not out of reach for her. Yet, possessing only this degree of prowess would not suffice against Chu Yan. with one hand executing sword techniques to control the flying swords, and the other gathering spiritual energy. Chu Yin swiftly conjured 5 palm-sized circular water rings that floated before him. Low-tier 6-pattern spell, heavy water ring. Go. The 5 water rings sped towards Ruoxuans. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. While simultaneously wielding 5 flying swords, Chu Yin still had the capacity to cast spells. Just how powerful was his mental prowess? The 5 light blue water rings collided mid-air, merging into a basin-sized ring with even more concentrated spiritual energy. Low-tier 10-pattern spell, binding water ring. At that moment, Ruoxuans was fully engaged in controlling the mother and child green Xian sword, leaving her no room to divide her focus. She could only step aside to evade the attack. However, such evasion proved futile. The massive water ring suddenly struck Ruoxuans, not sending her flying as imagined, but instead encircling her arms and slender waist. In the next instant, Chu Yin swiftly appeared at Ruoxuans' side. Ruoxuans felt a powerful arm wrap around her, and the next moment, she was enveloped in a solid chest. The masculine scent overwhelming her senses. As she lifted her gaze, she met the determined face that often graced her dreams, and at that moment, he smiled at her. That smile conveyed concern, affection, and a profound tenderness. In that instant, her beautiful eyes became misty. "You lecher, release me." Ruoxuans and Appo's face flushed crimson as she struggled free from Chu Yin and Appo's embrace, and he did not impede her. The spectators were left in a state of shock. Was this the legendary strong embrace? What you did just now was a sneak attack. It doesn't count. Come again. Ruoxuans failed to notice that she now appeared like a flustered young girl. Very well, Chu Yin replied with a gentle smile. For today, he sought to have Ruoxuans fully accept him. Return. Ruoxuans uttered softly, and the mother and child green Xian sword flew to her side. With a leap, she mounted the flying sword and soared into the sky. It seemed a battle in the air was imminent. Chu Yin summoned back the green light sword and lightly stepped upon it, rising into the air as well. Speaking of the sect competition, Chu Yin had not yet engaged in aerial combat. His previous opponents had all been decisively defeated, and with the unparalleled movement technique, true Spirit 9 flickers, he had no need for aerial swordplay. As Chu Yin ascended, he spotted the 4 delicate azure mini-swords hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, he summoned the 4 golden swords to defend. Clang, clang. The 8 flying swords clashed continuously in the air, with their ranks being relatively equal, making it challenging to determine a victor. Chu Yin calmly maneuvered the flying swords, showing no intention of casting spells to attack Ruoxuans. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Yin remained composed as he controlled the 4 flying swords. While Ruoxuans was sweating profusely, her spiritual energy was not as robust as his. During this time, Chu Yin had countless opportunities to swiftly eliminate Ruoxuans, yet he refrained. He desired to defeat her using sheer strength without overthinking tactics. That was the outcome he sought. Ruoxuans. It seems I am about to win, Chu Yin remarked lightly, as Ruoxuans was nearly at the brink of exhaustion. It was time to strike. With that declaration, Chu Yin's right hand was suddenly enveloped in azure spiritual energy. Bang, bang. He unleashed 8 palm strikes, and 8 light blue energy palms shot forth. Low-tier 8-pattern spell, water pattern palm. Return. Ruoxuans, witnessing the imposing 8 energy palms, immediately called back her 4 mini-flying swords to counter the 4 energy palms. Chu Yin, observing the situation, smiled lightly and withdrew the 4 golden swords. He then rapidly formed hand seals before suddenly bringing his hands together. To everyone's astonishment, the 8 light blue energy palms began to rotate in a peculiar manner, converging towards one another. A massive water blue energy palm, 3 meters in height, materialized in the air, dividing into 8 smaller palms. Countless streams of water surged and danced upon them. The 8 palms rotated, subtly forming a yin-yang taiji formation. Low-tier 13-pattern spell, water sky bagua palm. In an instant, a powerful oppressive force emanated from the enormous water blue palm, with a vortex appearing at its center, possessing a twisting, alluring force. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What spell is that? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. Such a potent water attribute spell surely exceeded the 13 patterns. Shui Tianyu's eyes glimmered with astonishment as he exclaimed, Water sky bagua palm. I can't believe this young man comprehended this low-tier water attribute ultimate spell at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This implied that his understanding of water attribute spells was on par with that of the sect leader's senior brother back in the day. Xiang Yunkong gasped in awe, increasingly convinced that his son's defeat at the hands of this prodigy was no cause for grievance. Shui Tianyu, possessing the rarest water attribute spiritual root akin to that of Chu Yin, was endowed with an extraordinary talent that had not been seen in 100,000 individuals. In his youth, his comprehension of water-based spells was unparalleled by ordinary practitioners. During that time, Shui Tianyu shattered the misconception that water attribute spiritual power was the weakest. Wielding the formidable water phoenix breaking the sky technique and the water heaven 8 trigrams palm, two exceptionally powerful low-tier 13 pattern spells, leading to triumphant victories in battle. This prowess significantly contributed to earning the trust of the old sect master, ultimately securing his inheritance. It was only at the age of 19, upon reaching the 12th level of the Qi refining stage, that I grasped the execution method of the water heaven 8 trigrams palm. This individual surpasses me in strength. Shui Tianyu spoke softly, noting that although both belonged to the 13 patterns, the Shui Tian Bagua palm surpassed the Shui Huang Pa Song technique in terms of power. The Master of Nine Peaks was greatly astonished upon hearing this. Could it be that Chu Yan's talent was even greater than that of his senior brother, the sect leader? At this moment, Qi Tianlia's expression darkened to the utmost, increasingly convinced that this individual must not be allowed to remain. In the arena, the sky above was charged with tension. Out, confronted by the formidable onslaught of the water and sky 8 trigrams palm, Ruo Shiwen gently bit her delicate lip and whispered softly. In an instant, an ancient, exquisite fan soared forth from the pouch at her waist. It was a magnificent artifact, the Xuanmu fan. As the small fan unfurled, it instantly expanded, creating a towering azure barrier that rose to a height of 2 meters before it. Break! With a calm utterance, Chu Yin summoned a colossal aquamarine hand that descended with great force. 4 exquisite mini swords, crafted from superior-grade materials, were instantly sent flying. The watery palm collided with an azure barrier. Ruoxuang channeled the last remnants of her spiritual energy into an ancient fan, causing the blue barrier to radiate brilliantly. However, a sudden vortex at the center of the aquamarine hand unleashed a powerful suction, swiftly draining a significant portion of the spiritual energy from the azure barrier, causing its brilliance to fade in an instant. Bang! The azure light curtain shattered with a resounding crash. On Ruoxuan's pallid visage, a faint smile emerged. She understood her defeat, yet it brought her joy, for she had succumbed to Chu Yin. With her spiritual energy entirely depleted, Ruoxuan found herself bereft of strength. A playful figure descended gracefully from the heavens, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Shattered. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Yin felt a surge of urgency within him. With a low roar, the water and sky 8 trigrams palms suddenly shattered, transforming into a cascade of azure light raining down from the heavens. Oh, Shiwan! With a low shout, Chu Yin swiftly executed the true spirit 9 flashes, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Ruo Shiwan. Ruo's delicate form fell into Chu Yan's embrace. This time, Ruoshi did not break free, nor did she possess the strength to do so. She lay in Chu Yan's embrace, gazing at the gentleman she had long held dear in her heart, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before. You wicked rogue! Woo! Ruoxuan's face was suffused with shyness as she playfully scolded. Yet in the next moment, her cherry-red lips were filled by a pair of broad, warm lips. After a brief struggle, Ruoxuan's heart succumbed to this sensation that seemed to have been long awaited. Beneath the cascading blue light rain, a resolute young man passionately kissed an unparalleled beauty, their garments fluttering gracefully as they descended gently from the sky. A profound love enveloped the hearts of all present. Time appeared to be suspended in that very instant. 3,000 strands of hair weave countless dreams, intoxicated by the kiss of love in this mortal realm. The kiss from Chu Yin enchanted everyone. 2 figures floated gracefully down amidst the gentle blue light rain, and the kiss continued. As Ruoxuan had long since closed her beautiful eyes. Ahem. At Phylong Peak, Chu Yin emerges victorious. The referee could no longer bear to watch. Must they continue to embrace in such a manner? With a mere, indifferent utterance from the presiding judge, the entire square was instantaneously ignited. How overwhelmingly domineering. Moments ago, there was a forceful embrace, and now a forceful kiss? I cannot fathom what mischief Chu Yin, this rascal, will conjure up next. Oh, the fairy residing in my heart. How could it be so? If my dual cultivation partner were to be Chu Yan, it would be worth it for a lifetime. So poignant, alas. Shui Tianyu smiled faintly, and at this moment, the long quiet heart of youth seemed to stir once more. With a gentle remark, he said, "This young man. One need not worry about his future partner. Humph, should this scoundrel dare to bully my beloved Zaiwen, I shall surely flay his hide." The Taoist Xianqing let out a cold snort, yet the joy beneath it was unmistakable to all. Hua Mengqi was filled with sorrow, her heart a tumult of envy, jealousy, and regret. Regardless of the emotions swirling within her, she understood that this man, who should have been her partner, would never belong to her. In a corner at the edge of the viewing platform, a woman clad in flowing white trembled, her unparalleled beauty now rendered ghostly pale. Perhaps this was ultimately but a fleeting dream. Chu Yan, farewell. Beneath the gentle words of the fair maiden, two streams of warm tears cascaded from her sorrowful yet beautiful eyes. With a delicate flutter of her long sleeves, she turned and departed silently. These Chu Yan, of course, remain oblivious, utterly enraptured by that pair of softness, exhibiting not the slightest intention to relent. Alas, originally enraptured, Ruoxuan was abruptly awakened by the referee's soft cough, and an unexpected surge of strength compelled her to push Chu Yan away forcefully. "You lecher!" After uttering a soft reprimand, Ruoxuan, with her cheeks flushed crimson, could no longer maintain her composure under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. She leapt off the platform and vanished into the throng, as if fleeing. "Ha ha!" Chu Yan laughed heartily, grasping a delicate silk handkerchief in his hand, while the lingering sound of Ruoxi and Apos' voice echoed in his ears as she departed. "Wipe the wound on your forehead. Who told you, foolish one, not to evade?" The sect competition has reached its final juncture. Chu Yan and Wu Lai are poised to contend for the coveted title of champion. The victor shall earn the right to challenge Shui Tianyu's personal disciple, Hua Tengming, who is also recognized as the most gifted disciple of the Yuhua sect. Should the winner prevail, they will ascend to the esteemed position of the sect's new senior brother, commanding the younger generation. Furthermore, the sect will devote all its resources to nurture this individual, for the title of senior brother is synonymous with the future leader of the sect. To engage in combat with Hua Tengming, one must first qualify. Thus, this contest for supremacy in the sect competition holds immense significance for both Chu Yan and Wu Lai. With measured steps, Chu Yan approaches the arena. The onlookers gaze upon this youth, who has already wrought innumerable miracles throughout the sect competition. Their hearts devoid of any trace of disdain, filled instead with admiration. "Brother Chu, keep it up," Li Tianzhao shouted from the side. "Senior brother, victory is ours." The disciples on the side of Filong Peak erupted with exuberant cries, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. In this moment, they found themselves in a situation they had never envisioned. Among the contenders for the coveted title was none other than their esteemed senior brother. Upon the arena, Chu Yan and Wu Lai stood as representatives of their respective factions, their names resounding. "Chu Yan, Chu Yan." Countless young disciples on the stands shouted the name of Chu Yan, believing him truly deserving of such honor. "Hee, it seems you are quite popular, aren't you? Chu Yan, my anticipation for you grows ever stronger." Wu Lai chuckled softly, his words imbued with an immense sense of authority. "I feel the same." Chu Yan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his presence was no less formidable than that of Wu Ye, who had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. The contest commenced between Chu Yan of Filong Peak and Wu Ye of Pantheon Peak. This battle has captured the attention of all. A great conflict is on the verge of eruption. With a low shout from Chu Yan, for golden and one green flying swords are unleashed in an instant. Wu Ye's cultivation has reached a level comparable to that of Chu Yan. Thus in this battle, Chu Yan will hold nothing back. Having long heard of Brother Chu's formidable spiritual prowess, it is indeed as remarkable as rumored. Upon witnessing the simultaneous emergence of the 5 swords of Chu Yan, Wu Lai could not help but express a sense of admiration. At that moment, a low shout resonated, and 9 silver blades, each the length of a palm, whistled forth with great intensity. "Oh!" As Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, he recognized that while the mental energy required to wield a single silver blade was minimal, the ability to simultaneously control 9 blades indicated that Wu Lai's mental prowess was formidable. Each of the 9 silver blades possessed the might of a high-grade magical artifact. Though diminutive in size, their power was not to be underestimated. With such numerical superiority, Wu Lai momentarily gained the upper hand. Chu Yan, unleash your abilities. You've already ignited the fervor within my veins. Wu Lai laughed heartily, deftly manipulating his spells as the 9 silver blades radiated brilliance, and with their combined assault, they forced Chu Yan's 5 flying swords into retreat. Very well. Chu Yan responded coolly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Is he employing that move again? Wu Lai mused with a faint smile, quickly erecting a protective barrier around himself. He believed that Chu Yan's success with this technique had always stemmed from his opponent's overconfidence, and he would not fall prey to such a basic error. Wu Lai promptly recalled 3 silver blades, engaging the remaining 6 against Chu Yan's flying swords. Though it was somewhat taxing, he was not in immediate danger of defeat. The 3 silver blades circled around the protective barrier he had conjured, while he gathered his spiritual energy in one hand, ready to unleash a carefully prepared spell. Confident in his strategy, Wu Lai doubted that Chu Yan could conjure any further tricks. Suddenly, Chu Yan's figure reappeared directly before Wu Lai, brandishing an ancient, swirling shield. Bang! Bang! The 3 silver blades collided with the shield, yet it remained unscathed. A top-tier magical artifact. This marks the 6th artifact he possesses. Just how formidable is his mental energy? Wu Lai thought, alarmed. At that moment, he unleashed the spell he had been accumulating. A golden beam shot forth, transforming into a radiant golden circular wheel. Low-tier 10-pattern spell, golden wheel. Boom. Wu Lai's spell struck the edge of the dragon turtle shield with precision, causing it to shake violently. Is that all you can muster? A voice, calm and composed, resonated in Wu Lai's ear. Emerging from behind the shield, Chu Yan wielded a massive iron staff and brought it crashing down. Bang! The Xianyuan staff descended upon Wu Lai's protective barrier with the force of a mountain. Consolidate. Wu Lai, having reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, swiftly concentrated his entire spiritual energy into the barrier. The protective shield flared with golden light, successfully blocking Chu Yan's blow, momentarily withstanding the assault of the Xianyuan staff. Interesting. But have you forgotten something? What? Wu Lai's expression shifted as he sensed impending danger upon hearing Chu Yan's nonchalant words. Suddenly, a tangible sound wave emanated outward, and a golden copper bell appeared beside Wu Lai. Buzz! Wu Lai felt a sudden explosion in his mind, causing his concentration to waver. Break for me! Chu Yan shouted, striking down with the Xianyuan staff once more. The golden barrier shattered under the force of his blow. Protect! In a moment of crisis, Wu Lai summoned the 3 silver blades to shield him, but the Xianyuan staff soon followed with another strike, sending the blades flying. In the next instant, the staff collided with Wu Lai's chest. Uffed! Wu Lai spat blood, propelled backward. At that moment, silence enveloped the audience. What does it matter if one has attained the pinnacle of the qi refining stage? Chu Yan's reality demonstrated that no one is invincible. This was absolute suppression. With the addition of the golden copper bell, Chu Yan commanded 7 magical artifacts simultaneously. Just how vast was his mental energy? Such formidable prowess had clearly surpassed the limits of an ordinary qi refining practitioner. The crowd was left in stunned amazement. What would be the outcome of this clash? Return! Wu Lai called out as he soared through the air, on the verge of plummeting off the arena. The 5 silver blades still entangled with Chu Yan and Appo's flying swords quickly returned to him, lifting him back up. Chu Yan, I never expected you to conceal such strength. Wu Lai's complexion pale, his chest a mess of blood and flesh. He alone understood the terrifying power of Chu Yan's previous strike. Reveal your remaining techniques. Chu Yan spoke calmly, implying that if Wu Lai did not, he might not have another chance. Originally intended for that prodigy, Wu Lai felt cornered. 9 Luo Golden Gang Seal, arise. As he uttered these words, a radiant glow emanated from the storage pouch at his waist, and a gold seal, the size of a grinding disc, erupted forth with immense momentum, its surface adorned with numerous crimson bloodlines. Chu Yan, receive my seal. Wu Lai bellowed with thunderous authority. The massive golden seal shimmered brilliantly, the bloodlines appearing to flow at that moment. Blood-refined magical artifact. Chu Yan was taken aback to discover that Wu Lai possessed another blood-refined artifact. The power of such an artifact, driven by Wu Lai's complete mastery of the qi refining stage, would far surpass that of any previous weapon. Yet, so what? Chu Yan smiled faintly, remaining motionless. Simply gesturing toward Wu Lai, the Xianyuan staff soared into the air, its sides glowing with a resplendent golden pattern, the 2 sturdy, ancient characters Xianyuan inscribed upon it. captivating the soul. At that moment, the crowd was utterly astonished. Previously, Chu Yin had wielded the Xianyuan staff as a mere weapon, akin to a common tool, leading them to underestimate its true nature as a magical artifact. After all, such a heavy artifact would require immense mental energy to control. However, considering Chu Yan's extraordinary mental prowess, they began to understand. Only someone with such formidable mental energy could possibly wield such an artifact. Buzz. The Xianyuan staff trembled violently, radiating a soft blue light as it charged fiercely toward the colossal golden seal. Boom. Staff met seal in a momentous clash. Even if it's a high-tier magical artifact, it cannot rival my blood-refined artifact. Wu Lai held great confidence in the 9 Luo Golden Gang seal, which he had painstakingly nurtured over the years. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his eyes widened in disbelief. Boom. After a brief collision, the Xianyuan staff spun gracefully in the air before delivering a devastating blow, sending the 9 Luo Golden Gang seal flying away. Uffed. Wu Lai coughed up a plume of blood, nearly toppling from his artifact. In the audience, a voice exclaimed, "Oh, a primordial artifact. I recall that back in the day, senior brother Chang Tian had none. Where did Chu Yin acquire such a treasure?" Shui Tianyu pondered, struck by the realization of the primordial artifact's immense value. This young man harbors too many secrets. He must have encountered great fortune. Yin Tianlong lamented. On the arena, Wu Lai's pale face reflected disbelief. How could his artifact be defeated? A high-tier blood-refined artifact should not falter against a mere magical artifact. Could it be? Wu Lai felt an ominous premonition, desperately hoping his fears were unfounded. Artifact, you cannot surpass me. Chu Yin stood with hands clasped behind his back, uttering his words with a serene demeanor. What does it matter if it is a blood-refined artifact? In the face of my primordial artifact, it can only grovel in submission. Chu Yin, you indeed have not disappointed me. However, your qi refining stage cultivation at the 9th level, coupled with your profound spiritual energy and the abundance of treasures at your disposal, far exceeds my capabilities. Well said. Our contest can almost come to an end today. Chu Yin remarked casually. All right, Chu Yin, you have always excelled in spells. I still have one final spell to unleash. If you can withstand it, I, Wu Lai, will concede defeat wholeheartedly today. Wu Lai declared, his face pale. At this moment, he had realized that he was at a disadvantage in every aspect before Chu Yin, and he had no choice but to make this last desperate attempt. Proceed. Chu Yin replied indifferently, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Very well, Chu Yin. I hope you won't regret this. The outcome hinges on this one move. Wu Lai growled, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into his hands. Instantly, 2 golden orbs of spiritual energy coalesced in his palms. He then forcefully combined the 2 golden orbs. Bang! A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the impact, generating an overwhelming aura. The 2 golden orbs fused together, trembling intensely, their surfaces shifting rapidly. Wu Lai exhaled sharply, feeling the intense energy friction against his palms. Blood trickling down. Roar. A colossal roar emanated from the golden orb. In the stands, Shui Tianyu watched Wu Lai's performance with astonishment. Junior brother Yin, your disciple has actually grasped the technique for casting such an extraordinary spell. Brother, what do you think the outcome of this match will be? Shui Tianyu inquired, frowning slightly. This, he pondered, noting that Wu Lai's spell was also a low-tier golden attribute spell, comparable in level to the water sky 8 trigrams palm that Chu Yin had previously executed, though this golden spell boasted greater offensive power. Chu Yin will triumph. Shui Tianyu suddenly smiled as he observed Chu Yin standing still, exuding an air of calmness. On the arena, Wu Lai stood before the now massive golden orb, which had transformed into a gigantic golden light sphere, reverberating with roars. Moments later, a 3-meter-tall, 8-meter-long golden giant tiger emerged from the golden sphere. Its coppery eyes glimmered, and its sharp teeth protruded menacingly, adorned with a prominent king character on its forehead, exuding an imposing presence. Roar. The golden giant tiger let out a thunderous roar, its golden fur shining brilliantly, dominating the scene. Low-tier 13 pattern spell, Golden Tiger Roar. What spell is that? Its aura is truly staggering. This low-tier 13 pattern spell seems to surpass the water sky 8 trigrams palm in potency. What is wrong with Chu Yin? Why is he not making a move? Could he be so intimidated? The spectators murmured among themselves. Yet Chu Yin remained unfazed, standing there with an expression of serene indifference. Chu Yan, I fear I may emerge victorious in this battle. Go. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Wu Lai's pale face as he executed the Golden Tiger Roar. He found this spell particularly strenuous, usually succeeding only 3 or 4 times out of 10 attempts. Yet today, it had come together remarkably well, filling him with confidence that victory was in his grasp. Roar. The golden giant tiger lunged ferociously toward Chu Yan. However, a calm voice resonated, one that was even more formidable than the tiger's roar. Indeed, this is quite interesting. It was worth my wait for you. Chu Yan smiled faintly. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What did Chu Yan mean by that? Was he intentionally holding back? Did he possess some strategy to counteract this situation? But if he had no means of overcoming it, why had he waited so long for Wu Lai to unleash this decisive move? Arrogance. As the onlookers speculated, they were suddenly captivated by the scene unfolding on the arena. In an instant, Chu Yan's fingers danced before him, leaving shadows in the air with their speed. 16 pale blue orbs of spiritual energy surged forth. Suddenly, the air was filled with mist. The 16 pale blue orbs transformed into 16 three-legged water crows, dividing into 2 groups of 8. Low-tier 8-pattern spell, three-legged water crow technique. The 8 water crows on each side began to spin rapidly, then simultaneously charged toward the center. As the 2 sides collided, the mist dissipated, revealing 2 massive figures, a rooster's head, a swallow's beak, a serpent's neck, a turtle's shell, and a fish's tail, all adorned in vibrant colors, towering over 6 feet. One to the left, one to the right, 2 colossal beings materialized, embodying both the phoenix and the dragon. Water phoenix breaking technique. Phoenix breaking the sky technique. Go. With a powerful shout, Chu Yan directed the 2 magnificent entities toward the golden giant tiger, which was now merely a few meters away. Countless streams of water cascaded from the water phoenix and water dragon, accompanied by a phoenix's cry and a dragon's roar, as they surged forward with immense momentum. In an instant, a vast wave of water surged forth. What spell was that? What an astonishing force! This power must surely transcend the low-tier 13 patterns. How could this be? Chu Yan was merely a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed 16 three-legged water crow techniques, and then executed such a formidable spell. No wonder he had remained patient. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, shouting excitedly. Master, what is happening? Xianqing Daoist watched in astonishment, unable to identify the spell despite his centuries of experience. This young man. I never imagined he could comprehend spells to such a terrifying degree. I believe this is the legendary low-tier 14-pattern spell. Shui Tianyu was utterly astounded. Being able to instantaneously cast 16 8-pattern spells and then fuse them into 2 low-tier 13-pattern spells was already extraordinary. Yet, this young man had managed to perform a second fusion, culminating in the manifestation of the legendary low-tier 14-pattern spell. Even in his prime, Shui Tianyu doubted he could have achieved such a feat. As the spectators gazed in disbelief, the blue waves of the phoenix collided with the golden giant tiger. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted. As the energy dissipated, the massive water phoenix had lost a significant portion of its form, while the golden giant tiger had already disintegrated, vanishing from sight. Boom! The water phoenix surged forward, crashing into Wu Lai. Uft! Wu Lai spat out a mouthful of blood. Soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, flying dragon peak, Chu Yan wins. At that moment, the elder referee's voice was laced with excitement. Chu Yan! Chu Yan! The deafening cheers echoed throughout the square. Since the beginning of the sect competition, he had overwhelmed Zhou Hongwan, swiftly defeated Li Ruren, trampled Qi Jiaomu, bested Xiang Feng with 5 swords, and today, with an unfathomable spell, vanquished Wu Lai. Dressed in white like snow, he stood there with an air of tranquility, having conquered all. He is Chu Yan. In this moment, he was unparalleled. As night deepened and the moonlight shone brightly, on Pantheon Peak, in a secluded courtyard, a young man sat alone on a stone chair, resting his arm on a large wine jar, pouring the contents into his mouth intermittently. A palpable joy mingled with a tinge of bitterness illuminated the young man's chiseled features. This young man was none other than Chu Yan. After bidding farewell to countless visitors who had come to congratulate him, he had lost track of how much wine he had consumed. Today, Chu Yan felt an unprecedented sense of elation. The burdens that had long weighed on his heart poured out in this moment. Father, mother, can you see this? Chuyan's eyes glistened with a tinge of red. Yet not a single tear cascaded down his cheeks. Throughout the span of 3 years, how much suffering had he endured? Perhaps even he had lost count. But it was precisely these tribulations that had transformed a once naive youth into a man of unyielding resolve. A fleeting dream. Chuyan couldn't help but reflect on his journey from a mere wastrel to a prodigy. Everything seemed so astonishing, yet simultaneously so natural. While this transformation was undeniably linked to Chuyan's relentless dedication, it was the mysterious little that had descended from the heavens that truly set him on the path of strength. Thank you, Chuyan mused, fondling the azure little in his hands, his gratitude sincere and heartfelt. He felt an inexplicable connection to the, as if it could comprehend his intentions. And this expression of thanks was well-deserved. As if in response, the vibrated gently, enveloped in a soft azure glow. Chuyan had grown accustomed to such phenomena. They occasionally exhibited peculiar movements, though he could not quite articulate the reasons behind them. What did these patterns signify? Could they be some form of array? As they trembled, a small sword, a leaf, a flame, and a stone briefly emerged as faint outlines. Chuyan, taken aback, exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, the ceased its quivering, returning to stillness. A pang of regret washed over Chuyan. After the grand sect competition, he must delve into the mysteries of the patterns etched upon it. Tomorrow marked the final match of the sect competition, the most highly anticipated duel. Chuyan would challenge the master brother of the Yuhua sect, the foremost figure of the younger generation, Hua Tingming. The name Hua Tingming was akin to a legend. At the tender age of 3, he had discovered his affinity for energy and entered the Qi refinement stage. By 6, he had ascended to the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage, marking his entry into the mid-Qi refinement phase. By 10, he had reached the 9th layer, entering the late stage of Qi refinement, and by 18, he had achieved complete mastery. Now, at the age of 28, Hua Tingming had retreated into seclusion after claiming the title of Master Brother at 18, only re-emerging 5 years later when challengers sought him out. With a single strike, he had effortlessly defeated the so-called champion of that time. For 5 consecutive years, he had maintained his position as Master Brother, and tomorrow, he would once again face a challenger, the newly appointed champion, Chuyan. Even in the presence of such a legendary figure, Chuyan felt no fear. However, he acknowledged that his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. A decade prior, Hua Tingming had already attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, a level comparable to Chuyan and Appo's own. Now, 10 years later, the extent of Hua Tingming and Appo's strength remained a mystery. Moreover, his greatest asset was not merely his cultivation but the celestial spiritual objects he possessed, which he had refined for over a decade, wielding them with ease. These celestial spiritual objects were formidable entities born of nature, each imbued with immense power. Only those exceptionally fortunate cultivators might manage to subdue these entities for their own use, rendering every owner of such objects a symbol of strength. The world had ranked these extraordinary spiritual objects based on their potency, forming the celestial spiritual object rankings. Hua Tingming possessed the Qi Yun Fire, ranked 35th on this list, which was the origin of his moniker, the Fiery Cloud Body. Yet, what did that matter? Only through battle could the truth be revealed. Chuyan took a hearty swig of wine. For him, the untried paths held unknown outcomes. Suddenly, 2 ebony wings embraced a large wine jar, revealing the inebriated figure of the great black chicken, now sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Chuyan noticed a faint white mist emanating from the chicken, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. "Hey, wake up, Blackie," Chuyan urged, but upon touching the chicken, an icy chill penetrated his being, prompting him to retreat his hand and swiftly channel his energy to dissipate the cold. This creature, with a lingering scent of alcohol, Chuyan chose to disregard it. No matter what bizarre phenomena occurred with the great black chicken, he had long since ceased to be surprised. As willow catkins danced in the night breeze, silvery moonlight cascaded down. This scene evoked the image of a resplendent figure clad in white. "Chuyan, be cautious in the upcoming match." "I will, Miss Liu. Keep an eye on us." What did this mean? At this moment, a complex expression flickered in his profound gaze. Was the final challenge upon him? Suddenly, his focus sharpened, and Chuyan murmured to himself. This night was destined to be sleepless. As dawn broke, the sky was clear and bright. Atop the summit of Pantheon Peak, a bustling square of vast expanse echoed with the voices of the multitude. A grand arena, towering over 10 meters and covering 500 square meters, stood at the center, poised to witness this historic moment. The final battle of the sect competition. The determination of the master brother and Apos' position would unfold today. On the viewing platform, the peak masters and hundreds of sect elders had gathered. Shui Tianyu occupied the central seat, a gentle smile gracing his face. Come, everyone, what do you predict for today's match? Shui Tianyu chuckled heartily. Li Qingmiao, radiant and charming, replied with a playful laugh. It seems Brother Master holds Chuyan in high regard. Indeed, Chuyan is a delightful surprise in this sect competition, Shui Tianyu remarked, his joy evident. At merely 17, Chuyan had claimed the title of champion, all while still in the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Such an achievement was unparalleled in the sect's centuries-long history. Only Hua Tingming had once claimed the champion title at 18, ultimately achieving the position of Master Brother. But could Chuyan replicate that feat? Shui Tianyu shook his head. Had it not been for the prodigious Hua Tingming, Chuyan might have had a fighting chance. However, two talents of similar caliber clashed, one having cultivated for over a decade longer than the other, rendering the outcome all too predictable. Our Yuhua sect is truly blessed with remarkable talents. Li Fiki, the peak master of Jiuzhuan Peak, laughed heartily. Only the ghost tomb trials will reveal the truth, Shui Tianyu replied, a sigh escaping his lips. The younger generation of Yuhua sect appeared illustrious, yet it was primarily due to Hua Tingming's support, and with Hua Tingming nearing the end of his youth, who would uphold the banner of the sect. In the past 2 decades, the 8 sects of Yizhou had birthed numerous talents, with several youths surpassing even Hua Tingming in potential, some still under 20 years of age. Apart from Hua Tingming, who possessed a fire attribute spiritual root, the sect had only Ruoxuan with a wood attribute spiritual root, who had yet to mature. While figures like Wu Lai seemed promising, they paled in comparison to the prodigies from other sections. Chuyan's emergence brought joy to Shui Tianyu. Yet for thousands of years, no cultivator with 5 spiritual roots had successfully established a foundation. Could Chuyan be the exception? The crowd's expressions shifted upon hearing Shui Tianyu's words. Indeed, prior to the ghost tomb trials, any speculation was premature. Does Master Brother believe Chuyan will emerge victorious? Xianxin Daoist inquired, filled with curiosity, as he secretly hoped for Chuyan's triumph, given that Chuyan and Ruoxuan had become akin to family. Chuyan may not be victorious, yet Tengming's task of defeating him is not as effortless as one might presume. The memory of Chuyan's calm demeanor brings a subtle smile to Shui Tianyu's lips. To the east of Pantheon Peak lies the 9 Heavens Cliff, a steep precipice adorned with numerous caves, each a sanctuary for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Most of these practitioners are relatively young, the bedrock of their sect's future, dedicating themselves solely to profound meditation without engaging in other affairs. Suddenly, a young man arrives, soaring on a flying sword, halting before an unremarkable section of the cliff. Master Brother, the time has come, he respectfully declares, clasping his fists towards the wall. With a resounding boom, countless fiery patterns flicker to life upon the cliff's surface, warping the very fabric of space. A shimmering light emerges from the now indistinct wall, parting to reveal a pitch-black portal. Understood. A tranquil voice resonates from within, yet at that moment, the boy feels an unprecedented pressure. A figure slowly steps out, clad in tattered garments, with weathered, yellowed hair obscuring his face. Raising his head reveals a youthful visage marked by the weight of experience, who impatiently remarks, "I hope my opponent does not disappoint me this time." No sooner had he spoken than a crimson flash erupts from his waist, propelling him skyward. At Pantheon Peak, within a courtyard, a young man sits cross-legged atop a massive iron rod, which hovers a meter above the ground, radiating a spectrum of colors. Suddenly, a large black chicken flies beside him, letting out an abrupt crow. Is it about to begin? The young man abruptly opens his eyes, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. In the square at Pantheon Peak, tension fills the air. Why are these two still not here? One person exclaims. Indeed, it's nearly noon. Surely Chuyan must be afraid. But what of Hua Tingming? Look, a shout from the stands draws everyone's attention to the south, where a red light races toward them, and another, a blue light hurtles from the north. The protagonists of the day have finally arrived. Hua Tingming, now clad in a fiery robe rather than his previous rags, descends swiftly on a crimson flying sword. Chuyan, in a sky-blue tunic and wielding the Luxian staff, gracefully floats down from the air. The two land on opposite sides of the arena. Chuyan? Hua Tingming drawls lazily. Exactly. Chuyan replies, his demeanor unruffled. The newly appointed sect leader Chuyin challenges the sect's elder brother Hua Tingming. The match commences. The elder judge's declaration marks the beginning of this ultimate confrontation. Unleash your full power. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity. Hua Tingming's words sharpen the atmosphere, erasing any trace of his prior nonchalance. This is Hua Tingming's true prowess. Once he engages, he spares no effort, never underestimating any opponent. To hope for an advantage through his negligence is sheer folly. All right, Chuyin responds coolly, his aura erupting with unrestrained intensity. He understands that even at his peak, defeating the opponent before him is uncertain. Thus, he holds nothing back. Go, he commands, unleashing 4 golden flying swords that swiftly soar toward Hua Tingming in a formation resembling the character for King. Futile, Hua Tingming retorts dismissively, summoning a fiery red sword from his waist pouch. It expands rapidly, transforming from a mere 3-foot blade into a colossal sword measuring 0.5 meter in width and 7 meters in length, its surface adorned with fiery patterns, accompanied by a howling wind. This is a top-tier spiritual weapon, the Burning Heaven Sword, which far surpasses ordinary artifacts in both size and might. Whispers circulate in the stands. Many recount how Hua Tingming entered the Foundation establishment realm 3 years prior, an impressive feat for one so young. Chuyin is destined to fail. Master, I fear Chuyin will soon be overwhelmed. The power of the Burning Heaven Sword is beyond his capacity to withstand, remarks Yintian Long, who speaks with authority on the matter. The contest has yet to conclude. Shui Tianyu interjects, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Within the arena, a thunderous clash reverberates as the 7-meter-long Burning Heaven Sword obliterates the 5 flying swords with ease. Chuyin coughs up blood, having anticipated Hua Tingming's strength. Yet the disparity between Foundation establishment and Qi refinement is far greater than he expected. Return. The 5 swords wobble back, 4 of them irreparably damaged, while the Qingmong sword, though a superior artifact, bears its own wounds. This stark contrast between artifacts and spiritual weapons is undeniable. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Your mental strength is commendable, almost rivaling my own. However, your chances remain non-existent, Hua Tingming observes, refraining from pressing his advantage, instead watching Chuyin with keen interest. Perhaps you speak too soon, Chuyin replies, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in an instant, vanishes from his position. Oh, Hua Tingming raises an eyebrow, intrigued by Chuyin's peculiar movement technique. The next moment, before Chuyin arrives, a golden bell materializes beside Hua Tingming. Shatter. A resonant sound reverberates as the golden bell emits a palpable sound wave. Childish trick. Hua Tingming remains unaffected. Enveloping his palm in fiery spiritual energy, he strikes towards the golden bell with force. With a resounding crash, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the bell's surface, sent flying by Hua Tingming's strike. As a Foundation establishment practitioner, his formidable willpower renders him impervious to such feeble attacks. When spiritual energy reaches the Foundation establishment stage, it transforms from gaseous to liquid, exponentially increasing its power, an immense difference from the gaseous energy of the Qi refinement stage. In the next moment, Chuyin's figure reappears right before Hua Tingming, arms raised high, wielding a pitch-black iron staff adorned with glowing patterns. Hua Tingming smiles faintly, conjuring a fiery red protective barrier. Break for me. Chuyin commands, channeling his spiritual energy into the Luxian staff. His eyes blaze with determination, and with a fierce shout, he brings the staff crashing down. With a momentum like a comet, the staff collides with Hua Tingming's translucent red barrier. However, Hua Tingming's expression remains mocking as he observes Chuyin's futile effort. The staff cannot breach the barrier in the slightest. It is time to conclude. Hua Tingming calmly states, extending a hand enveloped in fiery energy through the protective shield, aiming a powerful strike at Chuyin's chest. Dragon Turtle Shield. Chuyin bellows in a moment of desperation. A time-worn shield suddenly appeared before Chuyin, colliding thunderously with a fiery red palm. The Dragon Turtle Shield was sent flying, and Chuyin, positioned behind it, was jolted back, spitting a mist of blood. The Lucian Staff. Chuyin was propelled over 200 meters before he managed to summon the staff beneath his feet, coming to a halt. Standing atop the Lucian Staff, his garments were soaked in crimson, yet he displayed neither fury nor despair. At that moment, he embodied an unprecedented calm. Indeed, this adversary was formidable, wiping the blood from his lips. Chu Yin couldn't help but exclaim inwardly about the sheer oppression he felt. This was the first time since the sect competition that he had been so thoroughly dominated. Had he not summoned the dragon turtle shield at the crucial moment, that palm would have surely defeated him. Interesting, you actually managed to endure another of my strikes. Impressive. Hua Tengming regarded Chu Yin with a calm demeanor, his words sincere. 5 years ago, before he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could eliminate challengers at the peak of qi refinement with a single blow. Now, having attained the first layer of foundation establishment, he was astonished that Chu Yin, merely a 9th layer qi refinement practitioner, could withstand him for so long without succumbing. Senior brother Hua, your celestial techniques are indeed unmatched. I admire your prowess. Shall I summon your crimson cloud fire to broaden my horizons? Chu Yin replied with a humble smile. Humph. You are not yet worthy of compelling me to use the crimson cloud fire. Hua Tengming retorted with a hint of arrogance. Yet he had the audacity to back it up. Senior brother Hua, would you dare to wager with me? Since you have called me senior brother Hua, I grant you this opportunity. I hope you do not disappoint me. Hua Tengming spoke with a boldness, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between them. In the face of absolute power, all tricks were futile. Very well. If I force you to use the crimson cloud fire, you shall take my blow unarmed. Do you accept? As you wish, make your move. Let us see what means you possess to compel me to unleash the crimson cloud fire. Hua Tengming declared loudly. Though he remained vigilant, for even a slight setback against Chu Yin would be a profound humiliation. Today, he aimed to crush his opponent both physically and mentally. In the stands, spectators were baffled. What was Chu Yin thinking? Could he truly compel the senior brother to use the crimson cloud fire? This was absurd. Did he truly overestimate his capabilities? At that moment, no one believed in Chu Yin and Apos as potential, dismissing his earlier bravado as mere theatrics. Did this youth possess any hidden cards? Shui Tianyu squinted, pondering deeply. On the arena, after their exchange, Chu Yan's right hand was suddenly enveloped in a pale blue spiritual energy. Bang bang. He unleashed 8 palms in quick succession, sending forth 8 pale blue light palms. Then, with hands clasped before him, he rapidly formed seals, abruptly bringing them together. In the sky, the 8 pale blue light palms began to spin in a strange manner, converging rapidly. A colossal water blue light palm, 3 meters high, materialized in the air, splitting into 8 light palms, each surging with countless streams of water, creating an arrangement reminiscent of the yin-yang taiji. In an instant, a powerful oppressive force emanated from the colossal water blue palm. At its center, a swirling vortex of water formed, exuding a twisting, attractive force. As Chu Yin cast the water heaven 8 trigrams palm, he swiftly directed 8 strands of spiritual energy. These transformed into 8 three-legged water crows, which then charged towards the center. As they collided, a mist of water enveloped the arena, and when it cleared, a gigantic figure emerged, a creature with a rooster's head, a swallow's beak, a serpent's neck, a turtle's back, and a fish's tail, resplendent in colors and towering 6 feet tall. Go! Chu Yin bellowed. As the enormous blue light palm and the water phoenix surged toward Hua Tengming. Yet this alone was insufficient. Hua Tengming gazed at the rush of blue light and water phoenix approaching him and calmly summoned a liquid-like fiery red spiritual energy that danced in his palm. Suddenly, the fiery energy coalesced in front of his chest, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, with countless tiny fire serpents writhing within, bursting forth in dazzling sparks. The fireball soared into the sky, hovering above Hua Tengming like the sun on the horizon, while he appeared as if a fire deity had descended from the heavens, surveying all beneath him. Instantly, the temperature in the arena soared. Go! Hua Tengming pointed. The scorching fireball hurtled forth, scorching the air in its wake. At this moment, the spectators collectively thought of the same phrase, mid-tier spells. Only those at the foundation establishment stage could cast such spells. Boom. The immense fireball obliterated the blue light palm and water phoenix, instantly converting them into a cloud of steam. Although it was merely a first-tier mid-tier spell, its power far exceeded that of low-tier spells. The fireball, having shattered 2 formidable techniques, continued its relentless advance toward Chu Yin. Chu Yan's expression remained composed, a smirk gracing his lips, as his figure suddenly became illusory. What was this? As the fireball rushed forth, Chu Yan's form seemed to dissipate into thin air. A phantom? How could this be? Hua Tengming's eyes widened in shock. Before him were 5 flying swords, a long knife, a golden copper bell, and an ancient shield, all orbiting around Chu Yan, with the Lucian staff floating above his head. For the first time, Chu Yan unreservedly showcased the might of his spiritual consciousness. To command 9 magical artifacts simultaneously? Not only Hua Tengming, but all present were astounded. Am I hallucinating? Chu Yan is truly controlling 9 magical artifacts at once. He had concealed his strength all along. How could his spiritual consciousness be so formidable? It was terrifying. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Master, how can this youth? He must have practiced some secret technique for cultivating spiritual consciousness. Shui Tianyu was equally astounded. Recognizing that such a powerful spiritual consciousness rivaled that of a mid-level foundation establishment practitioner. How could a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner achieve this? It's my turn. Chu Yan's complexion slightly pale, he uttered softly, sending the 4 golden locking swords, the azure sword, the golden copper bell, and the fire hurtling toward Hua Tengming. Simultaneously, the Lucian staff above his head and the dragon turtle shield in front of him sped towards Hua Tengming. Burning heaven, go! Hua Tengming stood on the arena and calmly commanded, as a 7-meter-long fiery red giant sword surged toward the airborne Chu Yan. Dodge, attack! Chu Yan cried out fiercely. As the 4 golden locking swords, the azure sword, the golden copper bell, and the fire swiftly scattered, evading the fiery red giant sword while charging toward Hua Tengming. Facing the fiery red giant sword, Chu Yan showed no fear, wielding the Lucian staff and charging directly at it. Is he throwing his life away? Hua Tengming remarked nonchalantly, ignoring the 7 magical artifacts as he pointed, the fiery red sword radiating with brilliance and hurtling towards Chu Yan. At the same time, Hua Tengming erected a translucent fiery red defensive barrier, believing that Chu Yan's meager artifacts could not possibly breach his defenses. The fiery red giant sword descended with unmatched might. Boom! The fiery red giant sword collided with the dragon turtle shield, releasing a tremendous shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. The azure glow radiated from the dragon turtle shield, while the fiery giant sword shimmered with blazing flames. Crack! At the moment of contact, a shattering sound resonated from the dragon turtle shield, followed by web-like cracks spreading from the tip of the fiery giant sword. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the exquisite dragon turtle shield was suddenly shattered. Spurt! Chu Yan, his mind shaken, coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the sacrifice of the exquisite magical artifact was not in vain, as the momentum of the fiery giant sword was reduced by half. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Yan executed an astonishing act. Return! Chu Yan uttered calmly, and the immortal Slayer's staff vanished from his sight. He then boldly placed his right palm before him to confront the oncoming fiery giant sword. Was he not insane, attempting to withstand a magical artifact with his bare hand? Why not use that staff? Although an exquisite magical artifact could not compare to a spiritual weapon, it would certainly suffice for a moment of defense. It was certain defeat. The spectators on the platform buzzed with speculation. Yet, in the next instant, their eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! The fiery giant sword crashed violently against Chu Yan's right palm. Contrary to expectations, no bones shattered. Chu Yan truly absorbed the impact, his right hand now enveloped in a thick layer of white bones. What were these white bones? A wave of shock coursed through the minds of the onlookers. This was not the technique of a cultivator. What on earth were these white bones? Even with hundreds of years of experience, Shui Tianyu could not fathom the nature of Chu Yan and Apos' technique. Could it be? Suddenly, Shui Tianyu and Apos' expression changed, and a storm of thoughts surged within him. On the arena, spurt! The power of the magical artifact was extraordinary. Chu Yan spewed a mist of blood from the tremendous force of the impact, yet simultaneously, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. How? Hua Tengming felt a sudden sense of foreboding. In the next moment, 5 flying swords, a golden copper bell, and a fire lin blade surged towards Hua Tengming from all directions. But what could that accomplish? Hua Tengming's protective barrier shimmered with brilliance. He had absolute confidence. Boom! A smile crept onto Chu Yan's pale face as he spoke softly. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the 7 magical artifacts were about to collide with Hua Tengming's protective barrier, they suddenly erupted in a dazzling explosion, astonishing the onlookers. Madman! As Hua Tengming cursed, he was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of explosive force mixed with fragments of the magical artifacts. A terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept across the entire arena. In the stands, everyone, even the Season 9 Peaks leaders, looked momentarily dazed. What had just transpired? 7 magical artifacts. Those were 7 magical artifacts. How could he possibly set off an explosion of all 7 at once? Surely, Chu Yan's spirit must have been severely damaged. This was akin to inflicting 1,000 points of harm upon the enemy, while suffering 800 in return. A madman, utterly insane. The platform erupted with a cacophony of discussion. The so-called spirit refers to the control of one's consciousness, and this consciousness can be understood as a cultivator's mental power. To refine a magical artifact requires the cultivator's blood as a catalyst, with the spirit driving a strand of consciousness to attach to the artifact. When the consciousness and blood merge, the artifact can resonate with the cultivator's soul, marking successful refinement. It is well known that once the magical artifact refined by a cultivator is damaged, the cultivator's spirit will also suffer due to this connection. The explosion of a magical artifact directly destroys the strand of consciousness attached to it, resulting in a devastating blow to the artifact's owner. The spirit controls the consciousness, which drives the magical artifact. If the spirit is too severely harmed, the cultivator may find it impossible to wield the artifact with ease in the perilous realm of cultivation. Chu Yan had simultaneously detonated 7 magical artifacts. To the crowd, this was tantamount to severing his own retreat, a reckless act. Master, how could this boy do such a thing? Is he seeking his own demise? Huanshan Daoist expressed his anxiety. He did not wish for his disciple to be left widowed. Fear not. This child is usually prudent in his actions. He must possess some secret technique for cultivating his consciousness that emboldens him to act thus. Shui Tianyu furrowed his brow. Though concern for Chu Yan lingered in his heart, Qi Tianlai wore a sinister smile, while Hua Mengqi and Ruo Shuang displayed pale faces, full of worry. A full 10 breaths passed before the smoke on the arena finally cleared. Witnessing the scene on the platform, everyone could only stare wide-eyed. Disbelief etched on their faces. The ground, now a shattered mess strewn with rubble and fragments of magical artifacts, revealed 2 figures. Chu Yan's feet were embedded 2 inches deep into the earth, leaving a trench stretching several dozen meters behind him. His right hand, marred with scattered remnants of broken white bones and drenched in blood, gripped the 7-meter-long fiery giant sword's blade, which now flickered dimly and was on the verge of collapse. On Chu Yan's pale visage, numerous small wounds had dried, yet curiously, he wore a smile, a hint of pride dancing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the crowd shared a singular thought. This man was ruthless. Opposite Chu Yan stood a figure entirely enveloped in a swirling mass of flames, the one and only Huateng Ming. Boom! The cloud-like flames surrounding Huateng Ming abruptly dissipated. At that moment, he was disheveled, ash-covered, with singed hair and tattered garments, appearing as if a gust of wind could tear him apart. His face, marked with over 10 small wounds, bore an expression of extreme complexity, shock, admiration, and an unprecedented battle spirit. He never imagined that Chu Yan would undertake such a reckless act. The power of the magical artifact may have been modest, but the explosive force of a high-grade magical artifact, cherished by a Qi refinement cultivator, was undeniably terrifying. The simultaneous explosion of 6 high-grade artifacts and 1 exquisite artifact could only be described as extraordinarily fearsome. Had Huateng Ming not summoned the Scarlet Cloudfire, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries due to his foundation establishment strength. Some might wonder, if Qi refinement cultivators could simply carry multiple artifacts and self-detonate upon encountering foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't they be invincible? Yet, the reality is far more complex. Setting aside the significance of high-grade and exquisite artifacts for Qi refinement cultivators, even ordinary individuals require immense mental power to self-detonate a magical artifact. To self-detonate an artifact, one must infuse their consciousness into it, causing the artifact to succumb to the overwhelming force and explode. Thus, the demands on one's consciousness are immense. Furthermore, self-detonating an artifact comes with severe repercussions for the spirit. Recovering from such damage is notoriously difficult. Typically, such acts are reserved for foundation establishment cultivators in times of crisis. When did Qi refinement cultivators start engaging in self-detonation? The stands were silent for several breaths, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Suddenly, a cacophony of discussion erupted. He truly blocked a spiritual weapon with his bare hands. That was a high-grade spiritual weapon. How ruthless, This man is utterly ruthless. Brother Huateng has been forced to resort to the scarlet cloud fire. Brother Huateng has truly lost the gamble. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. In truth, there were 3 reasons Chu Yin could withstand the burning sky sword. First, the dragon turtle shield had absorbed half of the force. Second, Chu Yan's tiger demon bone hand had reached a minor completion, and his physical strength was formidable. Third, at the critical moment, Chu Yan had self-detonated a magical artifact, causing Huateng Ming to focus more on defense, thus diminishing his control over the burning sky sword. The astonished murmurs lingered for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. On the arena, the 2 combatants remained silent, exchanging glances. Chu Yin lightly shook his neck, producing a few crisp sounds, and then smiled faintly. Senior Brother Hua, it seems you have lost this bet. As per our agreement, I shall receive your next move unarmed. Hua Tengming's expression darkened despite his broad-mindedness. It was an immense humiliation for a Foundation establishment practitioner to be pressed into such a corner by a mere Qi refinement 9th layer novice. Return. With that command, the burning heaven sword soared back, diminishing in size until it disappeared into Hua Tengming's storage pouch. To engage unarmed meant to forego any magical artifacts or defensive barriers, relying solely on one's spiritual energy and physical prowess. Hua Tengming believed that with Chu Yan's 7 magical artifacts already destroyed and his mental state severely compromised, he had likely exhausted a significant portion of his spiritual energy. In this weakened state, the only formidable weapon left for Chu Yan was that black iron rod. And Hua Tengming was absolutely confident in his ability to withstand Chu Yan's attack with his bare hands. This shall be my full strength, Chu Yan stated calmly, his aura suddenly condensing. What? What did he say? Could it be that Chu Yin had not yet exerted his full power? How was that possible? Was he jesting? Not only the spectators, but even Hua Tengming found it hard to believe. A Qi refinement 9th layer practitioner matching him to such an extent was already extraordinary. But to claim he had not shown his full strength, Hua Tengming found that utterly implausible. In the next moment, both Hua Tengming and the assembled crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Water, Chu Yin uttered softly. A wisp of light blue spiritual energy emerged from his palm and floated before him. Wood, he spoke again, and a wisp of light green spiritual energy followed suit. Within mere moments, light golden, light green, light blue, and light red spiritual energies had coalesced in front of Chu Yin. Earth, with a smile playing on his lips. Chu Yin spoke once more, and a wisp of light yellow spiritual energy appeared amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, joining the 4 other elemental energies. The 5-colored spiritual energy radiated a dazzling brilliance that blinded everyone present, leaving them in a state of stunned silence, their hearts churning with tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, the entire plaza erupted into chaos. Good heavens! What am I witnessing? 5 elemental energies. Chu Yin has actually cultivated all 5 elements simultaneously. Is he a monster? How can this be possible? I have never heard of anyone mastering all 5 elemental energies at once. No wonder he possessed such profound spiritual energy despite only being at the Qi refinement 9th layer. Although the crowd had encountered numerous shocks since Chu Yin entered the sect competition, this time they were utterly astounded. Haha, splendid. Absolutely splendid. Shui Tianyu laughed heartily, never expecting Chu Yin to reach such heights, who said that possessing 5 elemental roots was a mark of inferior talent. In that moment, even those with heavenly roots could only look up to Chu Yin. Qi Tianlia's expression darkened to an extreme. He had personally assessed Chu Yan's 5 elemental roots as inferior, which was why he had not deemed it necessary to eliminate Chu Yin back then. Yet now, he regretted that decision deeply. On the arena, Hua Tengming's face was etched with unprecedented seriousness. Chu Yin had become the object of envy for countless onlookers. Each additional elemental energy cultivated by a practitioner at the same level significantly enhanced their overall strength. Of course, only those with multiple elemental roots could cultivate various spiritual energies, a feat unattainable by those with heavenly roots. However, cultivating multiple energies simultaneously slowed one's progress considerably, which was why it was exceedingly rare. Yet, a prodigy like Chu Yin, who could master all 5 elemental energies, was unheard of. You have yet to see what lies ahead. Earth, Chu Yin spoke softly, as the light yellow earth element began to coalesce, forming a base-like structure that floated before him. Magic. Could this boy also be mastering 5 elemental spells simultaneously? Hua Tengming was genuinely taken aback. Cultivating 5 elemental energies was already a monumental challenge. To simultaneously master 5 elemental spells was an impossibility. Yet here was the undeniable evidence before him, leaving Hua Tengming utterly speechless. Fire! Chu Yan called out again, as the fire elemental energy coalesced into a pentagonal fire disk about half an inch thick. Combine. Chu Yan's voice resonated like thunder as the pentagonal fire disk met the yellow earth disk, their surfaces merging in a blaze of yellow and red light. In that moment, the entire plaza fell eerily silent. A singular phrase echoed in their minds, seemingly lost to time. Spell. Combination. The comprehension of spell combination requires mastery over instant spell casting and spell fusion. Spell fusion entails merging spells of the same type to amplify their potency. Conversely, spell combination involves merging spells of different attributes, resulting in an even more formidable spell. The ability to grasp spell combinations was rarer than that of heavenly root practitioners. Could it be that Chu Yan was such a transcendent genius? The plaza remained deathly quiet, all eyes fixated on the arena, eager to see what spell combination Chu Yan would unleash. Water. Wood. Chu Yan uttered 2 more phrases, and a light blue pentagonal water disk and a slightly smaller light green wood disk materialized. Combine. The brilliance intensified as the water and fire disks fused with the earth disk, revealing a semblance of a tower yet to be completed. Metal. Chu Yan called out, and the final wisp of golden energy coalesced into a golden tower top. Combine. The golden pinnacles settled atop the incomplete tower, their connection erupting in a radiant display of light as they fused together. Boom! A violent torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, sharp as blades, shredding Chu Yan's already tattered garments into fragments. Bang! As the tower top secured its place, the entire structure trembled violently, unleashing a 5-colored brilliance that dazzled all, emanating a terrifying aura that surpassed even Hua Tengming's previously unleashed fireball technique. What was that? 5 spells combined simultaneously? Could this be the legendary 5-element spell combination technique? It was utterly terrifying. Its power rivaled that of a mid-tier 3-pattern spell. The entire plaza surged with fervor, driven by Chu Yan's display. Indeed, it was the 5-element spell fusion technique. If this young man could establish his foundation, his future was boundless. Shui Tianyu gazed at Chu Yan, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This, Hua Tengming's expression was heavier than ever. He had always approached matters with caution, yet this time he had fallen into Chu Yan's trap. No wonder the lad had dared to make such a bet. He possessed a monstrous trump card. Hua Tengming mused that if he summoned the burning heaven sword, he could counter it. Even without using a magical artifact, he could erect a protective barrier and unleash a powerful spell to withstand it. However, the issue was that he had lost the bet and now had to receive this terrifying blow unarmed. The radiant tower, shimmering with 5 colors, was held aloft by Chu Yan upon his right hand, now covered once more in white skulls. Perhaps only the tiger demon bone hand could harness such a ferocious amalgamation of elemental magic. A faint smile graced Chu Yan's somewhat pale visage. Brother Hua, be cautious. With a low-tier 5-element spell combination, the 5 elements glazed tower. Go. The tiger demon bone hand transformed its palm into a fist and struck down violently upon the colorful tower, which surged toward Hua Tengming at an alarming speed. Due to the overwhelming energy of the 5 elements glazed tower, it required substantial mental focus to operate. However, after detonating 7 magical artifacts, Chu Yan found his mind compromised and his spiritual energy at a nadir. He was utterly incapable of wielding such a violent spell. Thus, he devised the method of using the tiger demon bone hand to strike and accelerate. One must admit, Chu Yan was indeed an extraordinary talent. The Xianxing Taoist couldn't help but curse, finding Chu Yan increasingly likable. Hua Tianlia's complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, almost black. At that moment, all eyes were on them. Hua Tengming, now acutely aware of the stakes, placed his left palm defensively in front of him, gripping his left wrist with his right hand, channeling every last drop of spiritual power from his dantian into his left palm. In the next instant, his left hand was entirely enveloped in blazing red spiritual energy. To intercept with bare hands was a bold declaration. As the esteemed senior brother of the Feathered Ascension sect, he could not afford to lose face. Boom! The 5-colored tower collided with Hua Tengming and Appo's left palm, enveloped in fiery energy, unleashing an explosion of brilliant colors. The point of impact radiated with blinding light. as a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the collision. A fierce spiritual storm swept through, sending gusts of chilling wind in all directions. Bang! Hua Tungming's feet sank into the ground. His body propelled backward with tremendous force, leaving a trail of shattered stones and 2 elongated trenches in his wake. Crack! Boom! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and in the next moment, the 5-colored tower erupted violently. The arena was engulfed in smoke. After a brief interval, the haze dispersed. Hua Tungming's disheveled figure emerged, his upper garments tattered by the fierce winds, his left arm drenched in blood. Hanging limply at his side, with mangled flesh barely concealing the stark white of his bones. Hua Tungming could no longer feel his left arm. Aside from the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder joint, he realized that his left arm was irreparably damaged. Silence, a profound silence. Every spectator stared wide-eyed, questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. At this moment, the leaders of the 9 peaks were equally shocked, finally grasping the meaning behind sect master Shui Tianyu's statement. Chu Yin would not emerge victorious, yet defeating him would not be as simple as anticipated. It truly was not as easy as imagined. A foundational realm cultivator, thoroughly overpowered in every aspect, was left in such a pitiful state, losing an arm in the process. In the arena, Hua Tungming's expression twisted in fury, teetering on the brink of explosion. He reflected that since embarking on the path of cultivation, he had never suffered such a significant setback, today falling prey to a mere boy whose strength paled in comparison to his own. From this moment onward, he would unleash his full might, obliterate Chu Yan, and exact his vengeance by severing the boy's arm. At this juncture, Chu Yan's complexion was ashen. His mental state was damaged, his spiritual energy depleted, and his artifacts obliterated. Even his once reliable physical form had suffered grave injuries. In that instant, Chu Yan was devoid of any fighting spirit. Yet, there was no trace of despair on his face, nor a hint of fear. Instead, he expressed a tinge of regret. Alas, after exerting such effort, I did not expect you to sustain only this minor injury. Chu Yan, you seek death, today. I shall grant you that. Though Hua Tungming had cultivated for many years and possessed a stable temperament, he was still a young man in his 20s. His deep-seated frustration, coupled with unbridled rage, was ignited by Chu Yan's flippant remark. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cloud-like flame enveloped Hua Tungming's body, completely shrouding him. It was the celestial fire of the earth, the scarlet cloud fire. The burning heaven sword shimmered with light, swelling in size, transforming into a massive crimson sword hovering above Hua Tungming's head. At this moment, Hua Tungming's aura surged forth unabashedly, the overwhelming pressure of a foundational realm cultivator permeating the entire arena. Hua Tungming was truly enraged. Chu Yan had cunningly crippled his arm, and yet he still dared to provoke him. What did it mean to exploit an opportunity? You should also detonate 6 or 7 artifacts and show me your own spell combination. However, it seemed Chu Yan's fate was sealed. He clearly possessed no combat capabilities left. The spectators buzzed with speculation. The outcome of the battle was evident. Although Chu Yan had rendered Hua Tungming one-armed, his defeat was now a foregone conclusion. Master, you must keep a close watch. Such a promising talent as Chu Yan must not be allowed to fall victim to your prized disciple's wrath. The Xianqing Taoist anxiously implored Shui Tianyu, simultaneously cursing Chu Yan for his folly in taking advantage only to provoke further. Rest assured, I have my arrangements. Shui Tianyu held a favorable view of Chu Yan. Although Hua Tungming was his disciple, he would intervene at a critical moment to prevent Chu Yan from falling. Just as Shui Tianyu contemplated this, he heard the Xianqing Taoist casually remark, "Is it just an arm? Even if it is truly lost, it would not hinder much. We cultivators are masters of artifacts, and losing an arm is of little consequence." Upon hearing this, Shui Tianyu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Such a flippant remark about an arm. This was not merely a finger. It seemed that the Xianqing Taoist was willing to disregard the gravity of the situation for the sake of his beloved disciple and Appo's future. In the arena, Chu Yan merely smiled faintly, opting for silence. This battle had been immensely satisfying. After detonating several artifacts and sustaining some injuries, he had managed to incapacitate a foundational cultivator's arm, and Chu Yan felt he had come out ahead. He dared to speak at this moment because he knew Shui Tianyu would not allow him to come to harm. Even in defeat, he must not lose his momentum. Chu Yan, prepare to meet your end. Hua Tungming bellowed, as the burning heaven sword glimmered and prepared to strike at Chu Yan. Just then, caw-caw. A high-pitched cry emanated from the spirit beast pouch at Chu Yan's waist, and simultaneously, a plump black rooster soared forth. Utilizing the power of a magical beast, Chu Yan was playing unfairly. How could he resort to such tactics? In the next moment, to the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the black rooster was enveloped in a white mist, and with a flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the southwestern direction of Pantheon Peak. All of this transpired in an instant, and the rooster's bizarre actions left Chu Yan feeling extremely uneasy. Out! Chu Yan commanded sharply, and a golden flying vessel, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, materialized before him. He leaped into the vessel, casually inserting a mid-grade spirit stone into the groove at the front, causing the craft to radiate brilliant light. Brother Hua, I sincerely apologize. I have urgent matters to attend to. Your skills are truly admirable, and I concede this match. With that, the golden flying vessel's rear emitted 2 streams of golden energy, instantly propelling it forward as it vanished from the spectator's view. Amidst the vast square, tens of thousands stood entranced by the antics of a single individual and a rooster. Hua Tengming, humiliated by Chu Yan, had initially prepared for a fierce battle to reclaim his dignity, only to be taken aback by Chu Yan's unexpected maneuver. What does it mean to concede? He had no chance of victory to begin with. This sensation was akin to delivering a ferocious blow to a pile of cotton, soft and utterly dissatisfying. Such a hollow triumph brought no joy, but rather an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chu Yan, with a furious roar, Hua Tengming expelled a mouthful of repressed blood in his anger. Meanwhile, Chu Yan, aboard the golden flying vessel, felt an unprecedented sense of urgency and unease, a crisis like none he had experienced before. He gulped down several mouthfuls of spirit liquid, the third-grade elixir working wonders as he swiftly channeled his energy, gradually restoring his spiritual power. The golden vessel, previously seized from an elderly man in golden robes, had been reforged by the Tianhua Taoist. It now could be powered by spirit stones without consuming spiritual energy, significantly enhancing its performance. Truly a life-saving tool for Chu Yan. Black chick, he cried out, and with the vessel fueled by spirit stones, it finally matched the pace of the great black rooster. Yet, the rooster did not look back. Suddenly, Chu Yan and Appo's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the scene ahead. At that moment, the announcement reverberated across the square. Chu Yan has lost the challenge at Phylong Peak. Hua Tengming is victorious and continues as the sect's eldest disciple. The elder referee's words echoed throughout the plaza, concluding the sect competition. Hua Tengming stood bare-chested on the arena, dazed and smeared with blood, his disheveled appearance a stark contrast to the shattered remnants of his left arm, a cruel irony. Perhaps Hua Tengming was the most unfortunate victor in history. Chu Yan had fled the battlefield. What a coward. This was a matter of strategy. Did he not understand that it was foolish to stubbornly persist when he knew he was outmatched? The spectators resumed their gossip, some expressing disdain for Chu Yan, while others offered their support. Master, it seems that Chu Yan's earlier demeanor suggests something is amiss. Send a few disciples to follow him. Shui Tianyu said, his expression grave, sensing an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a deafening rumble erupted from the southwestern side of Pantheon Peak. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, and their faces paled in unison. The sky in the southwest darkened, swirling with ominous clouds and crackling with lightning. In the next moment, a crimson mist poured down from the heavens, staining the sky a deep red. The ominous blood mist continued to descend, threatening to envelop the entire southwestern peaks within moments. The blood mist descends. Shui Tianyu gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. All peak masters, heed my command. Follow the directives of the sect leader. The peak master of the 9 peaks, aware of the severity of the situation, spoke solemnly. Yin Tianlong, Xiang Yunkong. You two must activate the protective formation of the sect immediately. We cannot allow this incident to spread. No outsider must set foot within Yuhua sect. Those who intrude will be killed without mercy. Understood, master. Yin Tianlong and Xiang Yunkong responded in unison before vanishing like shooting stars. Remaining peak masters, follow my lead to the site of the blood mist. Understood, master. The elders of Yuhua sect replied, their hearts heavy with the gravity of the situation. Hua Tengming, take the disciples at the 7th layer of qi refinement and above. Follow me. Understood, master. Hua Tengming's blood surged with excitement. All disciples below the 7th layer of qi refinement must return to their quarters immediately. During this time, no disciple of Yuhua sect is permitted to step outside the sect. Otherwise, they will face execution. Shui Tianyu's voice was cold and commanding, instantly suppressing the crowd's unrest. Move, he ordered, and simultaneously, the 7 peak masters took to the skies, guiding the Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners towards the site of the blood mist. An extraordinary omen had emerged, heralding both fortune and calamity, as demons roamed freely and celestial treasures descended. This ancient saying, passed down through the cultivation world for millennia, was about to be tested at Yuhua sect. Meanwhile, in the southwestern skies above Pantheon Peak, the clouds rumbled with lightning, continuously raining down crimson mist. The blood mist formed a massive sphere, covering an expanse of forest, and a pungent odor of blood wafted through the air, expanding its reach. Black chick, no? Chu Yin cried out in alarm. At that moment, the great black rooster, its eyes shimmering with a strange crimson light, ignored Chu Yin and plunged into the blood mist. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Chu Yin gritted his teeth, downing more spirit liquid, and the vessel surged forth into the crimson haze. Before him lay a thick fog of blood, visibility limited to a mere 5 meters. The nauseating stench overwhelming his senses. Fortunately, Chu Yin shared a unique bond with the great black rooster, guiding his vessel cautiously through the mist. The forest was unremarkable, inhabited mainly by ordinary beasts, with a few low-tier demon beasts, none exceeding the 3rd rank. Then, Chu Yin and Apos' eyes widened in shock. Before him stood an exceedingly mundane 1st-tier digging mouse that, after inhaling several strands of blood mist, suddenly stood upright on its hind legs, its eyes glowing red. Hissing. The digging mouse went into a frenzy, its forepaws scratching wildly at its body, and with several loud pops, its form began to swell. In the blink of an eye, the mouse, which had previously been no larger than a palm, transformed into a creature nearly 1 meter long. Now, its fur was blood red, with 2 3-inch-long fangs protruding from its mouth, and its aura surged to that of a 2nd-tier beginner demon beast. The mutated digging mouse stood before Chu Yin, blocking his path, its face brimming with a bloodthirsty intent. What the? This rat has taken drugs, Chu Yin exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Without hesitation, he inserted a low-grade spirit stone into a slot on the front left of the vessel, channeling his spiritual energy into the formation cannon. The vessel, modified by the Tianhua Daoist, was equipped with 3 formation cannons at the front. The 2 smaller side cannons required only a low-grade spirit stone to activate, each capable of unleashing power comparable to a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner's full strike. The central cannon required a mid-grade spirit stone, its power rivaling that of a 12th-layer Qi refinement practitioner's full strike. Suddenly, the formation cannon blazed with light, condensing spiritual energy, and in an instant, a golden beam shot forth. Boom. The creature, merely equivalent to a 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, stood no chance against the cannon's might, exploding into a shower of flesh and blood. What is happening? As Chu Yin was about to depart, he noticed something gleaming amidst the scattered flesh on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a round, blood-red orb, intricately engraved with 2 distinct patterns. Instead of the nauseating stench of blood, he was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from the orb. It was evident that this sanguine bead was a remarkable treasure. Chu Yin promptly stowed it away in his satchel, intent on leaving. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. To his left, beside a massive boulder, an ordinary little frog with crimson eyes began to swell dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into a terrifying monstrous frog, measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, adorned with razor-sharp teeth. On the right, a small snake, barely half a meter long, also turned its eyes scarlet and rapidly expanded, instantly morphing into a fearsome serpent, as thick as an adult's thigh and over 10 meters long. Damn it, they must be on drugs. This place is no longer safe. Chu Yin cursed, and the golden flying vessel surged forward, radiating brilliance. Suddenly, 2 towering trees on either side lunged towards him, their blood-streaked branches reaching out to ensnare the golden vessel. Even the willows have turned into monsters. What kind of world is this? Chu Yin felt immense frustration, his worry for the large black chicken intensifying. He pushed the speed of the flying vessel to its limits, swiftly darting deeper into the dense forest. Outside the blood-red veil, the leaders of the 7 peaks descended from the sky, wielding their respective magical artifacts. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Shui Tianyu furrowed his brow and commanded, "Teng Ming, take these qi cultivation disciples into the blood mist. There should be a blood demon comparable to a perfected qi cultivation level within. It must be slain. Afterward, seek the extraordinary treasure that has emerged." "Yes, master." Teng Ming's heart surged with battle intent. If he could secure the treasure, he would undoubtedly receive immense rewards, leading to significant advancements in his cultivation. Each beast infected by the blood mist would yield a blood bead, which was also a remarkable item, so gather as many as you can. Here is a vial of blood avoidance pills. Each of you should consume one to negate the blood mist and Apos' influence. Remember, swift action is essential. Once the blood demon is slain, the mist will dissipate. "Yes, master." Teng Ming accepted the pills from Shui Tianyu and distributed them among the disciples. "Let us move." After consuming the pills, the 80 or so talented disciples of the qi cultivation phase charged into the blood mist under Teng Ming's leadership. Outside the blood mist, Shui Tianyu addressed his fellow disciples. "Let us together activate the eightfold spirit binding formation." "Understood." The 7 leaders, along with Shui Tianyu, soared over 10,000 meters into the air, swiftly positioning themselves around the enormous blood mist sphere. "Now," Shui Tianyu shouted, and 8 flags of various colors flew from his sleeves. The flags billowed in the wind, rapidly expanding to a height of 10 meters, adorned with intricate patterns. They shot out in 8 directions as the leaders grasped a flag each, releasing the formidable aura characteristic of golden core cultivators. The 8 individuals then infused their spiritual energy into the flags. The flags glowed fiercely in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and black, swelling further until each reached a height of 100 meters, the flagpoles extending dramatically. Boom, boom. The towering flagpoles plunged into the ground, sending debris flying. Low-grade artifact, 8-fold Great Wilderness Flag. "Now," Shui Tianyu commanded again, and a silver chain burst forth from his sleeve. The chain gleamed brilliantly, extending infinitely, its thickness akin to that of a large water jug, weaving through the 8-fold Great Wilderness Flags, binding them together. The colossal blood mist sphere was now completely ensnared by the silver chain. Mid-grade artifact, Boundless Heavenly Lock. "Now," Shui Tianyu called once more, producing a circular array disc engraved with 2 swimming fish patterns. He tossed it into the air, and it rapidly swelled to the size of a small mountain, settling atop the blood mist sphere. The disc radiated dazzling light, spinning rapidly, while 8 streams of water cascaded from its sides. The blue water enveloped the blood mist sphere, effectively isolating the nauseating stench of blood. Mid-grade artifact, Double Fish Profound Water Disc. "Now," Shui Tianyu shouted again, as 4 jade vials flew from his sleeve, each expanding into the size of a house, releasing a plume of icy white mist. The frigid mist swiftly encased the blood mist sphere, merging with the flowing water to form a thick layer of ice. All of this transpired within mere moments, and the blood mist sphere was entirely frozen. The 8-fold spirit binding formation is complete. With the formation in place, Shui Tianyu's expression softened slightly. The emergence of the blood mist would inevitably give rise to a blood demon, the heart of the mist. The energy absorbed by the expanding mist would primarily benefit the blood demon, allowing its cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate. 1 day of qi cultivation, 3 days of foundation establishment, 7 days to golden core, and a month to nascent soul. Should the blood demon within the mist reach the nascent soul stage, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the Feathered Ascension sect. Moreover, the blood mist had a significant limitation. Any cultivator over the age of 30 entering it, regardless of their power, would perish instantly. The reasons for this phenomenon remained unknown. Even the origins of the blood mist were shrouded in mystery. Currently, as the blood mist manifested, it had only just begun to appear, and the blood demon's power would not exceed the perfected qi level. With Teng Ming, a young cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, present, dispatching the blood demon should pose no issue, especially with the assistance of the 8-fold spirit binding formation, which would significantly slow the mist's expansion. Suddenly, Shui Tianyu's expression shifted. The direction in which Chu Yin and his large black chicken had departed was precisely where the blood mist had emerged. Chu Yin lacked the blood avoidance pills. Inhaling too much blood mist could very well transform him into a blood demon. This thought filled Shui Tianyu with unease. Within the blood mist, as Teng Ming and the 80 disciples entered, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming scent of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Under Teng Ming's guidance, the group was divided into 4 smaller teams, each led by a strong disciple on the outermost perimeter, effectively minimizing casualties. The swift and astute distribution demonstrated Teng Ming's exceptional leadership. Hua Mingqi appeared pale, knowing that Chu Yin had likely entered the blood mist alone, which filled her with concern. Ruoxuang felt similarly. Having just grown closer to Chu Yin, any harm that befell him would be a devastating blow. "Be cautious," Teng Ming suddenly shouted. His formidable consciousness, characteristic of a Foundation establishment expert, alerted him to impending danger. Sure enough, the air was punctuated by the sound of numerous rustling movements. A pack of over 100 wolf-like beasts with sandy-colored fur emerged from the surroundings, swiftly surrounding the group. "What a scare. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just a pack of top-tier first-order beasts, the Xian-Tu wolves," exclaimed one disciple, exhaling in relief. The others shared in the collective sigh of relief, as the Xian-Tu wolves were no more than equivalent to 4th-level Qi cultivators, posing little threat. However, just then, the wolves and Appo's eyes flashed crimson, their bodies rapidly expanding until they transformed into massive blood-red wolves, standing 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, with menacing fangs. The aura they exuded was comparable to that of 7th-level Qi cultivators. The sight of over 100 blood-red wolves, their eyes glowing fiercely and drooling hungrily, sent a chill down the spines of the disciples. Boom! The formation cannon erupted with a resounding boom, releasing a golden beam of light that obliterated a blood-colored leopard with 2 heads, reducing it to a mere heap of flesh. A medium-grade spirit stone was instantly pulverized. Chu Yin felt a pang of regret. Since entering this blood mist, he had already slain dozens of demonic beasts. Due to previous battles, his strength was not yet fully restored, relying heavily on the power of the formation cannon, resulting in a rapid depletion of spirit stones. A typical Qi refining practitioner would likely be a 2nd-generation immortal to squander spirit stones in such a manner. Chu Yin was no 2nd-generation immortal, but after defeating Elder Zhao, the golden-robed elder, and plundering the storage bags of Shan Chengming and others, he had amassed over 30 medium-grade spirit stones and over 1,000 low-grade ones, which allowed him to sustain this expenditure for the time being. He casually collected a blood-colored pearl from the ground and once again sensed a peculiar stirring within the small cauldron in his dantian. Since entering this blood mist, Chu Yin had observed a strange phenomenon. While the demonic beasts and plants transformed upon inhaling the blood mist, he seemed unaffected. Upon discovering the transformations, he quickly erected a defensive barrier, yet the blood mist effortlessly penetrated through it and entered his body, leaving him unharmed. When he later inspected his dantian, he was astonished to see dozens of strands of blood mist swirling within the green cauldron, continuously being absorbed. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, Chu Yin could not discern, and he had no time to ponder it now. He sensed that the aura of the black chicken was becoming increasingly peculiar, as if it might burst at any moment. "Black girl, please don't come to harm." Chu Yin inserted a medium-grade spirit stone into the launch slot of his flying vessel, which then radiated brilliance and shot away like a streak of light. Elsewhere within the blood mist, hundreds of blood-colored giant wolves, comparable in strength to the 7th level of Qi refining, engaged in a fierce battle with Hua Tengming and his cadre of young cultivators. The Yuhua sect had 89 members, all at the 7th level or above, thus holding the advantage against these blood wolves. However, the ferocity of the blood wolves, which attacked recklessly, posed a significant challenge. Although Hua Tengming was powerful, it was impossible for him to confront hundreds of wolves alone. Fortunately, he was an exceptional leader, for teams were formed, with the outermost layer comprising over 10 practitioners simultaneously wielding magical artifacts to unleash relentless attacks without regard for spirit power consumption. As the spirit power of the outer layer practitioners began to wane, they would retreat to allow the inner layer to take their place, launching all-out assaults in turn until exhaustion required another rotation. The blood-colored wolves, lacking such high intelligence, suffered greatly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the majority had been slain or gravely injured. With a series of explosive sounds, the remaining 6 or 7 blood wolves let out mournful howls before being dispatched on the spot. "All right, everyone, gather the blood pearls and let us proceed. We cannot afford to linger." Hua Tengming spoke calmly. According to his master, Shui Tianyu, the blood demons advanced at an alarming rate. Thus, any delay would complicate matters further. Hua Tengming held an absolute position of authority in the hearts of his companions, who, upon hearing his command, hurriedly collected the blood pearls without question. At that moment, Hua Tengming sensed a wave of dangerous energy and suddenly shouted at a disciple, "Get down." The disciple, startled by Hua Tengming's voice, instinctively dodged. Swiftly, a flash of bloodlight shot forth. Thud! Ah! Blood splattered as a large chunk of flesh was torn from the disciple's right arm, eliciting a cry of agony. Had Hua Tengming not warned him, he would likely have been a lifeless corpse by now. A blood wolf, standing at merely 1 meter tall, clutched a large piece of flesh in its jaws, its crimson eyes fixated on Hua Tengming. "Beast, meet your end." Hua Tengming, enraged by the wolf and Appo's audacious attack, roared fiercely. His right fist ignited in flames as he darted towards the blood wolf. Boom! Before the wolf could react, Hua Tengming's punch pierced through its skull, leaving behind a charred cavity. The Wolf King, comparable to a 12th level Qi refining practitioner, was instantly vanquished by Hua Tengming's formidable might. The disciple, grievously wounded by the blood wolf, lay on the ground. "Hey, are you all right?" Hua Tengming assisted the disciple to his feet, only to be met with a pair of scarlet eyes. "Ark!" The disciple emitted a beastly roar, his body swelling grotesquely, transforming into a bloodthirsty creature. Bang! In the astonished gaze of his companions, Hua Tengming swiftly obliterated the disciple's head with a single punch. He has transformed into a demon. He must not be spared. Within the blood mist, a golden flying vessel deftly navigated through the forest. At this moment, Chu Yen appeared quite disheveled, his face and body smeared with blood, and the vessel was also stained, having slaughtered its way through, nearly exhausting all spirit stones. Roar! 3 blood-colored birds with razor-sharp teeth and mangled flesh descended from the sky. "Damn, 3 at once." Chu Yen cursed as he inserted 2 low-grade spirit stones into the formation cannons on either side. Simultaneously, he concentrated a pale blue spirit power in his hands. 2 golden beams of light, along with a blue streak of energy, were unleashed simultaneously. The sound of explosions echoed, boom, boom, boom. The 3 blood-colored birds were suddenly shattered, flesh and blood scattering. The vessel glimmered and ascended rapidly. Closer, ever closer. Chu Yan's face was etched with urgency, sensing that his distance from the black chicken was diminishing. That was, suddenly, a white light appeared amidst the vast blood mist. Chu Yan steered the vessel towards it, and the light expanded into a space formed of white mist. "Black girl." Chu Yan vaguely glimpsed the silhouette of the black chicken within, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the vessel into the mist. Outside the blood mist, Shui Tianyu and the 7 Peaks leaders wore solemn expressions, as 8 individuals continuously channeled their spirit power into the grand flag before them. Crack! Suddenly, the ice layer atop the massive blood sphere shattered, sending shards flying. An overwhelmingly pungent stench of blood wafted from the blood sphere. The sphere swelled ominously, the silver chains creaking under immense pressure. The entire blood sphere expanded under the constraining force of the 8 directions spirit binding formation. Not good. Shui Tianyu's expression tightened. The blood mist was undergoing a transformation. He realized that the blood demon had advanced to the peak of Qi refining. Out! Shui Tianyu roared, directing strands of spirit power into the dual fish Xian Shui plate atop the blood sphere. The plate erupted with brilliant light, unleashing 8 torrents of water. "Congeal!" Shui Tianyu shouted again, as 4 jade bottles, each the size of a house, expelled white mist at high speed. The blood sphere was once again encased in ice. Boom! The blood sphere trembled violently. All the Foundation establishment elders funneled their spirit power into it. Yes, hundreds of Foundation establishment elders simultaneously directed their spirit power towards the blood sphere, flooding it with a kaleidoscope of energies. The ice layer glimmered intensely, becoming even more solidified, and the violently quaking blood sphere abruptly stilled. Inside the blood mist, upon entering the white mist space, Chu Yin immediately felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his very being. A veil of white mist enveloped the surroundings, and the sanguine fog beyond could not breach the threshold. "Blackie, where are you?" Chu Yin leaped from the flying vessel. Sensing the presence of his companion nearby, he trudged through the bone-chilling white mist, calling, "Blackie, if you hear me, give a call." Suddenly, a resounding crow echoed through the air. Chu Yan's expression brightened, and he made his way toward the source of the sound, soon spotting the rotund figure of the big black chicken. Before the chicken, a spring the size of a bowl flowed forth with silvery liquid, gradually forming a small pond. The pond exuded an intensely terrifying coldness, and as the chilling air met the atmosphere, it transformed into a white mist. Realizing how this white mist had come to be, Chu Yan approached the big black chicken, his lips turning a shade of purple from the cold, his body trembling slightly. The ground around the pond was coated with frost, causing him to slip slightly as he walked. The big black chicken raised its head from the pond, turning to face him, its previously crimson eyes now devoid of color. Displaying a distinctly human-like joy, it flapped a wing, gesturing toward the small pond. "Blackie, are you suggesting I drink this?" Chu Yan inferred. Noticing the silvery liquid clinging to the chicken's beak, the big black chicken nodded in affirmation. Tentatively, Chu Yan dipped a finger into the pond filled with the silvery liquid. The moment he did, an intense cold surged through him, causing his blood to freeze. He swiftly withdrew his finger, now encased in ice, devoid of sensation. Can this really be consumed? Chu Yan pondered, feeling a wave of frustration. The big black chicken licked the silvery liquid from its beak, nodding with satisfaction. Chu Yan quickly channeled a flicker of fire attribute spiritual energy to his frozen finger, regaining the flow of blood moments later. He recognized that the silver liquid before him was undoubtedly precious, but could it truly be ingested? The audacity of the big black chicken left him speechless. Shall I gather some? Given that he could not drink it now, it would be prudent to collect some for future contemplation. Resolute, he retrieved a jade vial from his pocket. In the next moment, his right hand was entirely shrouded in white bones, the skeletal palm gently immersing the jade vial into the silvery pond. The big black chicken shot him a glance before diving headfirst into the liquid, drinking eagerly. Indeed effective. This time, he felt no chill, as the bone hand's ability to insulate against temperature proved invaluable. Retrieving his hand from the pond, the vial was now filled with the silvery liquid. A smile crept onto Chu Yan's face when, suddenly, a violent tremor surged through the spring. What is happening? He wondered. But the tremors intensified. With a loud crash, countless streams of silvery liquid erupted from the spring, instantly encasing the area in a layer of frost. In mere moments, the opening of the spring expanded to the size of a barrel. The chilling air permeated the entire space. "Blackie, we must flee." Chu Yan sensed that the situation was dire and hastily grabbed the large black chicken to flee. Suddenly, two streams of chilling silver liquid splashed onto his legs, instantly encasing them in a layer of frost, rendering him immobile. "This is bad," Chu Yan exclaimed in alarm, urgently channeling his fire attribute spiritual energy to his legs. However, his flames were still feeble, and thawing the ice was not something he could achieve in an instant. The large black chicken squawked anxiously at Chu Yan's predicament, but was unable to assist. Touching his legs could result in severe injury. Just then, a silver shadow shot out rapidly from the enormous spring. The black chicken swiftly positioned itself in front of Chu Yan, a look of alertness adorning its face. Before Chu Yan's astonished gaze, a small, snow-white creature resembling a frog emerged, radiating an intense cold. The mysterious white frog looked at Chu Yan with a glimmer of desire in its eyes. "Does this little creature see me as food?" Chu Yan mused wryly. But his smile froze in place the next moment. With a loud croak, the mysterious white frog suddenly expanded, its body swelling dramatically until it towered 3 meters high before him, layers of ice forming around it like armor. The black chicken, not to be outdone, inhaled deeply, its body inflating before it unleashed a blast of cold air towards the mysterious frog. The frog's eyelids twitched in a provocative manner, and 3 ice spikes shot forth from its mouth. Meanwhile, at another location within the blood mist, Hua Tungming and his team pressed onward, having slaughtered countless blood-turned beasts along the way. Casualties had become a common sight, and each member was ready for battle, their minds focused on their artifacts. Through the trials of bloodshed, they had made significant progress, which was one of Shui Tianyu's objectives for this mission. "It appears we are nearing our destination," Hua Tungming pondered. They had encountered numerous third-tier low-grade and mid-grade beasts, indicating their approach to the core of the blood mist, where the blood demon lay in wait. Their primary goal today was to slay it. Suddenly, 5 grotesque beasts with horse bodies and snake heads appeared before them, their forms smeared with blood and flesh. The aura emanating from these creatures caused everyone to gasp in shock. These were third-tier pinnacle beasts, equivalent to practitioners at the 13th level of Qi refining. They say the strongest blood demon was only at the perfected stage of chi refining? What is happening here? Alarmed, they realized the gravity of their situation. Many were already injured, and most had depleted their spiritual energy and stamina. Faced with these three frenzied snake-headed blood horses, apprehension filled their hearts. Each squad will take on a snake-headed blood horse. I will handle the last one. We must end this swiftly. If you don't want to die, kill, Hua Tengming declared emphatically, wielding the fiery sky sword as he charged at one of the beasts. Victory in this battle was imperative. As dusk fell outside the blood mist, the enormous blood mist sphere trembled violently. The force of the tremor was immense, shaking the earth and causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the ground. This is not good. Everyone, channel your spiritual energy to the fullest, Shui Tianyu shouted. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the blood mist sphere. The icy layer outside shattered, releasing a nauseating stench of blood that quickly permeated the air. This time, the blood mist did not resist the silver chains. Instead, blood spheres began to swell at the gaps in the chains, elongating and morphing into grotesque, bloodied creatures in an instant. These blood-colored beings sported sharp claws, gaping mouths filled with fangs, and a single horn protruding from their foreheads, exuding a terrifying aura. In a blink, over 100 of these creatures leapt down from the blood mist sphere, each radiating power no less than that of an 8th-level chi refining practitioner. While these creatures are not particularly strong, we must eliminate them all without exception, Shui Tianyu commanded. The weakest among those outside the blood mist sphere was at the foundation establishment stage, making it easy to deal with such foes. Yet, the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The blood demon at the core of the mist had undoubtedly reached foundation establishment. But how could this be possible in less than a day? Shui Tianyu felt a surge of anxiety. The confidence he had derived from Hua Tengming dissipated instantly. Find the blood demon and slay it. It has already established a foundation. Shui Tianyu's voice rang in Hua Tengming's ears, his expression shifting dramatically. Kill! With a fierce shout, the fiery sky sword was directed at the snake-headed blood horse. With a piercing cry, the snake-headed blood horse opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a torrent of corrosive green liquid. The flames erupted from the fiery sky sword, evaporating the toxic liquid instantly. After a fierce exchange of blows, the sword pierced through the horse and Apos' skull. Without pause, Hua Tengming directed the sword towards the other 3 snake-headed blood horses. In mere moments, with 3 agonized cries, the remaining beasts fell to the ground, slain. However, more than 80 members of the party bore injuries, with even the least among them sustaining some wounds. What is that smell? One disciple remarked, as they all detected the foul odor wafting through the air. Follow me quickly. The blood demon is ahead. We must not let it escape, Hua Tengming urged, having also identified the source of the stench, certain it was the result of the blood demon's recent breakthrough. He swiftly mounted his flying sword and sped ahead. The others, recognizing the urgency, activated their artifacts to their fullest and followed closely behind him. As they approached, Hua Tengming and Apos' face broke into a smile upon witnessing the scene before him. A massive blood cocoon, 5 meters in diameter, stood in the clearing, emanating the foul odor. It was clear the blood demon was within. Without hesitation, Hua Tengming summoned the fiery flames on his sword and struck down upon the blood cocoon. With a resounding thud, the sword left only a shallow mark on the cocoon, and it was forcefully repelled. A grave expression settled on Hua Tengming and Apos' face, unprecedented in its seriousness. Meanwhile, within the blood mist, the large black chicken flapped its wings vigorously, swatting away 3 ice spikes that had been hurled at it. Though it bore numerous wounds, they were less visible beneath its dark feathers. This marked the first occasion since following Chu Yin that the black chicken faced an opponent of comparable strength. The ice covering the mysterious frog had shattered, revealing vivid red wounds against its snowy skin. It had never anticipated that even after transforming, it would still be unable to swiftly defeat this hefty crow. Chu Yin observed the fierce battle between the 2 beasts without intervening, for he was entirely focused on controlling his fire attribute's spiritual energy to thaw his frozen legs. If his legs remained encased in ice, defeating the mysterious toad would prove to be a formidable challenge should the black rooster falter. Suddenly, the icy layer encasing the enigmatic toad surged forth, unleashing dozens of shards of ice that hurtled towards the black rooster. Undeterred, the black rooster valiantly shielded itself with its wings, generating waves of frigid air with each powerful flap. Be careful, Hanyo. With a resounding roar, Chu Yin conjured a pale blue beam of light, directing it towards the enigmatic toad. As the black hen sent shards of ice flying, it suddenly detected a silvery liquid hurtling towards itself with astonishing speed. There was no time to react. The frigid essence of the silver liquid struck the black hen directly, and in the blink of an eye, it was transformed into an ice block. Splash! As the enigmatic toad exerted itself to expel a chilling silver liquid, it could scarcely attend to anything else. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yan's pale blue beam of light pierced through its abdomen, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed profusely. Quack, quack. The mysterious toad cried out in fury, and in the next instant, its form swiftly diminished to the size of a hand, transforming into a streak of white light that lunged directly at Chu Yan. The speed was astonishing, leaving no room for evasion, especially since Chu Yan's legs remained frozen in place. Chu Yan felt an excruciating pain in his fingers, and the next moment, an unprecedented chill engulfed his body, plunging him into unconsciousness. Amidst the crimson haze, at the heart of it all, more than 80 individuals gradually arrived at this place. Elder brother, what is this blood cocoon? Is this the blood demon? We must vanquish it swiftly. Amidst the clamorous voices of the crowd, a palpable sense of panic arose as the formidable beasts emerged with increasing ferocity. In this moment of unprecedented opportunity, who would not yearn to vanquish the blood demon, shatter the crimson veil, and escape this accursed place? Despite my most fervent efforts, I found myself unable to breach this sanguine cocoon. Individual strength proved futile. We must unleash our most potent assaults collectively to deplete its defenses. Hua Tsingming's piercing gaze was fixed intently upon the blood cocoon as he spoke in a commanding tone. The crowd, upon hearing his words, immediately summoned their respective magical artifacts, channeling their dwindling spiritual energy into a fervent blaze. One after another, they unleashed their most formidable attacks upon the blood cocoon. The air was filled with thunderous echoes as dozens of artifacts unleashed their fury upon it. However, despite the impressive display, the damage inflicted by each artifact was lamentably minimal. Yet, as the adage goes, many drops make a river. Gradually, fine cracks began to manifest upon the surface of the blood cocoon. Let us hasten forth to engage in battle. Hua Tengming swallowed a returning yuan pill, his aura coalescing as he fixed his gaze intently upon the blood cocoon, his very blood surging with fervor. Amidst the crimson veil, beside the silvery pool, the formidable black chicken found itself ensnared within an icy prison. Its eyes locked onto the enigmatic frog, yet it was unable to extricate itself in that moment. The palm-sized mysterious frog clamped down on one of Chu Yan's fingers, greedily siphoning his blood, a faint flush appearing upon his alabaster skin. At this juncture, Chu Yan's entire body was enveloped in a layer of frost beneath that icy veneer. His face had turned as pale as death due to excessive blood loss and the frigid chill. In this perilous moment, Chu Yan stood on the brink of doom. The mysterious toad felt an overwhelming sense of delight. The drink it savored was the most invigorating it had experienced since awakening from a slumber of millennia. However, a voice, ancient yet remarkably powerful, suddenly resonated in its ears. How delightful it is it not? I am curious to see whether you possess the ability to absorb, or if I shall prevail. You speak the ancient tongue of beasts. How is it that you are capable of such? Who are you? The mysterious toad bellowed with formidable mental power. Humph! How dare a mere 1,000-year-old toad presume to know my esteemed name? Rest assured, I shall inform you before I completely drain you. The ice essence toad, a remarkable tonic indeed, ha. The ancient voice erupted in a maniacal laugh. How dare they refer to me, the illustrious ice spirit Shin frog of the sacred clan, as merely a little toad? Such insolence infuriates me. The mysterious toad, filled with both caution and fury, suddenly heard a resounding roar emanating from Chu Yan's dantian. Within the dantian, the enigmatic small cauldron began to tremble violently, as intricate golden patterns, never seen before, emerged upon its surface. These patterns intertwined, forming a magnificent golden array that floated above the small cauldron. At this moment, the small cauldron began to spin with remarkable speed. From within its rapid rotation, a slender beam of silvery light, akin to the thickness of a finger, shot forth, penetrating into the golden array. The golden array trembled violently, and a swirling vortex of energy erupted from it. Instantly, the mysterious toad felt the blood it had absorbed flowing back within its body at an accelerated pace. while a tremendous force of attraction drew the blood coursing through its veins towards the center. An ancient formation, the celestial vortex of soul devouring. Who exactly are you? The ice soul mystic frog was taken aback, unable to detach its mouth from Chu Yan's fingertip. It bellowed with mental force. Little frog, I must commend your insight. Humph. Were it not for my current state of recovery, would I ever rely on such a feeble array to deal with a novice like you? I am absorbed. The aged voice erupted with triumphant shouts. The large black chicken stood by, utterly bewildered. How could the toad, previously reveling in its lewd expression, suddenly undergo such a drastic change in demeanor? Could it be that one is choking? The ice soul mysterious frog realized that it had encountered a formidable opponent. The ancient beast language was the tongue of a prestigious lineage, and this creature also possessed knowledge of the formations utilized by ancient human cultivators, which only amplified its formidable background. It had previously struggled against a mysterious, corpulent crow of indeterminate species, and now it could scarcely believe that it would confront such an ancient monstrosity in the lower realms. Regret gnawed at its insides. Had it not been for its greed for the blood of that young one, it would never have provoked this ancient fiend and found itself in such dire straits. If only it had sought out that blood demon and devoured it instead, for in comparison to this unfamiliar ancient entity, the blood demon appeared merely as an adorable little lamb. Within the blood curtain, the game of absorption and counter-absorption continued unabated. Brother, it lamented, it was my folly not to recognize your greatness. The meager essence I managed to draw has all been reclaimed by you. Might you consider releasing me as if I were but a trifling nuisance? Feeling the rapid depletion of its lifeblood, the ice soul mysterious frog shed its pride and pleaded in a lowly tone. Curse it all, I am old enough to be your ancestor, and you dare to address me as brother? To punish you, I inhale. Oh, ancestor, indeed, you are the venerable ancestor. I humbly beseech you to spare your junior a reprieve. Upon hearing that aged voice, the ice soul mystic frog once again spoke in a subdued tone. You wretched old fool, I am no ugly toad. Who do you think my ancestors are? To chastise you, I shall consume. The aged voice resonated once more. Senior, am I truly that old? Uncle, I have repeatedly asserted that I am not a toad. My friend, who in their right mind would choose to befriend a toad? Are they blind? Feeling as though nearly a third of his blood had been drained, the ice soul Xian frog, consumed by extreme rage, could no longer contain himself. He roared, You old fossil, let me tell you, I hold you in high regard, addressing you as senior. But if you push me to my limits, I shall resort to self-destruction, and we will both be reduced to ashes. Yet, an aged voice mockingly remarked, Oh dear, the little toad certainly has quite the temper, engaging in self-destruction. Are we? I must admit, I take great pleasure in witnessing the disintegration of toads. The visceral spectacle of flesh and blood is utterly exhilarating. It seems today shall be a feast for the eyes. Go on, do hurry and explode. I await the show with eager anticipation. At this moment, the ice soul mysterious frog was so enraged that it was on the verge of spewing blood, contemplating self-destruction. That was merely talk. The ice soul Xian frog had only lived for over 1,000 years, equivalent to a youthful human in their 20s. It was far too premature for it to meet its demise. However, the current situation had grown perilously dire. What course of action should it take? Just as the ice soul Xian frog was engulfed in turmoil, a sudden crash resounded as the ice shattered violently, sending shards flying in all directions. With a triumphant crow, the great black rooster emerged from its icy prison. Upon spotting the ice soul Xian frog, it lunged forward. No, fat crow, do not snatch my food. In the midst of the ice soul Xian frogs and the mysterious old demon's frantic cries, the sharp beak of the great black rooster pierced into the body of the ice soul Xian frog, causing blood to spray forth. At the core of the blood curtain, the blood cocoon was on the verge of breaking. Everyone mustered their utmost strength. Heeding Hua Tengming's command, the already drenched in sweat crowd unleashed their most powerful strikes. Over 80 magical artifacts hurled towards the massive blood cocoon. Boom. The moment the artifacts collided with the blood cocoon, a multitude of lights erupted, and the entire cocoon burst apart. The sheer force of the explosion sent the 80 artifacts flying. Huffed. With their minds shaken, the crowd collectively spat out mouthfuls of blood. Has it finally emerged? Hua Tengming's fighting spirit surged as his gaze fixated on the thick cloud of blood that had replaced the cocoon. As the blood mist dissipated, a grotesque humanoid creature, standing 2 meters tall and draped in blood and flesh, materialized. It bore 3 long horns atop its head, a gaping maw filled with fangs, and sharp 3-inch claws on its hands and feet. Most strikingly, a hexagonal orifice adorned its chest. Hiss, so much fresh blood and flesh, along with a prime specimen of foundational blood flesh. What a delightful feast. The creature spoke with human-like words, its crimson eyes gleaming with avarice, drool trickling from the corners of its mouth. I thought you would hide away like a turtle forever, Hua Tengming sneered, though a sense of vigilance filled his gaze, for he sensed that the blood demon's aura was not inferior to his own. Hiss, why the rush? Are you tired of living? Let me see which one I shall devour first. The blood demon's hideous face twisted into a sinister grin, regarding Hua Tengming as if he were merely air, its gaze sweeping over the crowd in search of sustenance. Humph, do you think being frightful makes you formidable? You wretched creature. A young disciple at the forefront scoffed dismissively. Hiss, you shall do. The blood demon's eyes abruptly fixed upon that disciple, its voice dripping with malice. Be careful, Hua Tengming shouted urgently. However, in an instant, a blood red beam the thickness of a finger erupted from the demon's mouth. Boom. Blood splattered everywhere as that disciple's head was pierced instantaneously. And before his cold body could hit the ground, an overwhelming force yanked it towards the demon. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Hua Tengming unable to intervene in time. Squeak. The disciple's corpse was consumed by the blood demon, which crunched a few times before swallowing it whole. The flavor leaves much to be desired. The blood demon chuckled ominously, remnants of flesh still clinging to its teeth. Beyond the blood curtain, the elders from various sects were already engaged in battle with the blood demons. The strongest among the blood demons was merely at the 12th level of chi refinement, making them no match for the foundational experts. Yet, as long as the blood curtain remained, the blood demons would be endless, continuously emerging from the massive blood sphere. Boom. Flesh exploded as 4 blood demons suddenly detonated beside a foundational elder, severely wounding him. In the next moment, that elder's body swelled, his eyes turning a deep crimson, nails elongating to 2 inches, and fangs protruding from his mouth. He had evidently transformed into a blood demon. Activate the defensive barrier. Engage in ranged attacks. Do not allow those demons to close in. Shui Tianyu continued to support the 8 phases prisoning spirit formation. If the formation were to shatter, the blood curtain would explode, resulting in unimaginable consequences. It was likely that Chu Yin was already in dire straits. Tengming, it all hinges on you. A flicker of regret crossed Shui Tianyu and Appo's face, quickly replaced by unprecedented gravity. In the core of the blood curtain, the instantaneous slaying of a disciple by the blood demon intensified the terror among the crowd. However, under Hua Tengming's command, no one fled, for they understood that if the blood demon was not vanquished today, they would surely perish. Over 80 disciples fervently commanded their magical artifacts to strike at the blood demon, yet it countered effortlessly, its blood claws invulnerable. Many artifacts were cleaved in two. Burning heaven, Hua Tengming roared, sending a massive fiery sword crashing down upon the blood demon. Boom. The blood demon reacted swiftly, raising a blood claw to intercept the attack, colliding with the burning heaven sword. However, the might of a high-grade spiritual artifact was beyond that of ordinary magical implements. The demon, only at the 3rd level of foundational cultivation, suffered a deep wound upon impact. Taken by surprise, another 10 artifacts struck its body. Uffed. The blood demon, severely wounded, spat out a jet of blue blood, its already hideous visage contorting further into a grotesque mask of rage. Huh, not bad. A group of you taking on me alone. Truly worthy of being from a prestigious sect. Then let you all perish. The blood demon sneered coldly, and in the next moment, the hexagonal orifice on its chest erupted with a blinding crimson light. The hexagon began to rotate mysteriously, the glow revealing shimmering runes, and in an instant, a dark cloud of blood mist surged forth, enveloping the demon entirely. Bang! A magical artifact hurtled toward the blood demon, but the moment it touched the dark mist, it instantly lost its brilliance and fell to the ground. The dark mist taints the magical artifacts. Everyone, unleash your spells. Hua Tengming bellowed. What had once been an advantageous position now appeared precarious, for none had anticipated this blood demon's hidden trump card. Hearing this, the crowd refrained from using their artifacts and collectively focused their spells. Whoosh! The blood demon vanished from view. Its speed so swift that the crowd could not react in time. 3 disciples were suddenly enveloped by the dark mist, and in the next moment, their bodies swelled. their eyes turning crimson, claws elongating. They had transformed into blood demons. "Fall back," Hua Tengming shouted, stepping forward to confront the three newly transformed disciples. With a single stroke, he severed their heads. "You must retreat 100 meters. I will handle this demon alone. If I fall, you must self-destruct to ensure this demon is vanquished." A resolute glint shone in Hua Tengming's eyes. The disciples, faces etched with sorrow, recognized the grim reality. The blood demon's strength surpassed Hua Tengming's. And given his relentless battles against demons, he was not in peak condition, physically or spiritually. "Little ghost, it seems you have great confidence in yourself?" the blood demon mocked. "Advancing with dark mist. To slay you is sufficient, crimson cloud fire." Hua Tengming roared, enveloping himself in a swirling inferno. The dark mist was instantly incinerated upon contact with the crimson cloud fire. Interesting. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the blood demon's eyes. Within the blood curtain, in the realm of white mist, a young man floated in a pond filled with silvery liquid, which continuously penetrated into his body. The spring had vanished, and the pond was nearly drained. Beside the pond stood a colossal white cocoon, harboring a terrifying power within. An ancient voice murmured to itself, "Damn it. The prey I hunted has been snatched by you, you gluttonous crow. And you, old man, you were supposed to eat that toad later. Now that creature is gone. So the spring of cold liquid has vanished too, wasting countless icy essence. If it weren't for your connection to this lad's familiar, I would have drained you dry. Yet, you are fortunate, for that rotund crow has also gained significant benefits." How tiresome. The voice faded away. Moments later, the silvery liquid in the pond was entirely absorbed by the young man, who lay sprawled on the ground, his finger twitching slightly. Chu Yin entered a long dream, enduring endless torment, as if thousands of icy blades were stabbing at his insides. The pain that penetrated his soul was vividly clear, accompanied by a chilling cold that froze him to the core. Ultimately, he was awakened by pain, by frost. "Where am I?" Chu Yin opened his stiff eyelids and surveyed his surroundings, trying to recall what had transpired. "Black girl, where are you?" Suddenly, he shouted, remembering that Black girl had been frozen by a silvery liquid blown out by that mysterious toad, which had then lunged at him and bitten down. After that, his memory faded. As he pondered, he realized Black girl remained frozen there. Heaven knows whether that mysterious toad relished chicken. Where has the silvery pond gone? Chu Yin was startled to discover that the enigmatic silvery pond had vanished, revealing a massive white cocoon nearby. Could it be that Black girl was trapped inside? It must be so. Having previously witnessed the toad's ability to freeze Black girl in an instant, it was highly likely that this was yet another of its powers. "Black girl, don't worry, I will rescue you." Chu Yin instinctively called upon his spiritual energy, but upon sensing an unusual movement within his dantian and peering inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the small cauldron in his dantian floated 10 strands of pale white energy, exuding a dense chill, surrounded by energies of gold, wood, fire, and earth. Where has my water attribute energy gone? What is this pale white, extreme cold energy? Could it be? Chu Yin suddenly formed a bold hypothesis that even he found hard to believe, envisioning directing this pale white cold energy toward a nearby ancient tree. Boom. The ancient tree was instantly covered in a layer of ice, and with a gentle tap from Chu Yin, the frozen tree shattered into pieces. This is real. Chu Yin laughed exuberantly, for he understood that his assumption was correct. This pale white energy was indeed ice energy, one of the two attributes renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities, alongside lightning energy. Spiritual root mutation. This term flashed through Chu Yan's mind. His water spiritual root had transformed into an ice spiritual root, completely converting his water attribute energy to ice attribute energy. And his cultivation had directly surged to the peak of the Qi refinement stage. This unexpected windfall left Chu Yin in a daze. But why did his spiritual root mutate? Could it be a consequence of being bitten by that mysterious toad? Absolutely not. That toad wanted to drain him. How could it have aided him in such a way? But what was the reason? And where did that mysterious toad go? Why hadn't it drained him? Who saved him? Questions swirled in Chu Yan's mind. Almost forgotten. Chu Yin suddenly recalled that the big black chicken might still be trapped within the white cocoon. He summoned the fire attribute energy within him and hurled it toward the massive white cocoon. Boom. As soon as he made contact, an immense force pushed him back 3 steps. Bang, bang. The white cocoon trembled violently, and the next moment, it shattered into fragments. A dazzling light enveloped the area, blindingly bright. As the brilliance faded, a creature about 1 meter long and 3 meters high appeared before him. Its body was pure white, with a bare, featherless, crimson head. Black feathers adorned its forehead and around its eyes, while the feathers at the back of its head were white. The cheeks, throat, and neck were black, and its beak extended 3 inches, a pale greenish-gray. It was unmistakably a celestial crane. With a rustle, the crane's 2-meter-long wings flared wide, enveloping it in a delicate white mist, creating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Chu Yin gazed at the celestial crane, envious of its majestic presence. This was a prime mount, the dream of countless cultivators, soaring through the heavens while seated atop it. A truly magnificent sight, exuding the aura of a master. In contrast, he envisioned his big black chicken. Picturing a massive, overgrown black chicken soaring through the skies like a dark cloud, with a young man wearing a forlorn expression atop it. Undoubtedly, that unfortunate youth was Chu Yin himself. Both birds, yet how vast the disparity. If only Black Girl could transform into something like this. Observing the regal crane, Chu Yin could not help but lament. The crane, with an almost human-like expression of curiosity, regarded Chu Yin, and then a glimmer of mischief appeared on its face. Did this exceptional mount recognize him? In the next moment, a familiar sound reached Chu Yan's ears, causing him to freeze in place as if he had seen a ghost. It was the same old gesture. The crane lifted its proud head in triumph. You are Black Girl," Chu Yin exclaimed, astonished as he looked at the magnificent crane. The crane nodded, resuming its characteristic call, raising its head proudly once more. This haughty demeanor was reminiscent of Big Black Chicken. No other beast could pull off such a pretentious act like this. "Black Girl, it's really you. You're alive. How wonderful." Chu Yin, now at the height of Black Girl's neck, excitedly embraced her. Black Girl, taken aback by this sudden affection, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Then, Chu Yin inquired about what had transpired during his unconsciousness. Black Girl flapped her 2 white wings, gesturing animatedly while emitting a series of chirps. With their long-standing bond, Chu Yin deduced that the events unfolded as follows. After he was bitten into unconsciousness by the mysterious toad, for reasons unknown, the toad that intended to drain his blood was instead absorbed by him. At that moment, Black Girl had fortuitously escaped, seizing the opportunity to tear the toad apart and consume it. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the spring vanished, and he collapsed into the silvery pond. Black Girl, having devoured the mysterious toad, underwent a transformation, encasing herself in a thick white cocoon. This was followed by her magnificent metamorphosis from a chicken to a crane. Due to absorbing the toad's blood and all the icy essence from the silvery pond, a serendipitous occurrence led to the mutation of his spiritual root. It could be said that both Chu Yin and Black Girl had gained immense benefits from this encounter. But why was he able to absorb the mysterious toad's blood? As he pondered, Chu Yin instinctively thought of the mysterious Xiao Ding. He felt that the enigma surrounding Xiao Ding extended beyond the transformation of spiritual liquid, yet the specifics eluded him. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the blood veil in the sky, as wisps of blood mist invaded the white fog space. "This is not good. We must leave quickly." Chu Yin sensed the impending danger and knew they had to depart swiftly. With a nod from the black figure, Chu Yin understood and leaped onto her back. She flapped her wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the blood mist. Outside the blood veil, torrents of blood cascaded down from the massive blood sphere, quickly engulfing the silver chains. The diameter of the blood sphere expanded by nearly a meter, and numerous blood-colored creatures emerged from the seams, leaping forth. "This is bad. The blood demons are about to grow stronger." Shui Tianyu's expression darkened as he realized the dire state of affairs. If this continued, the Feathered Ascension sect could face utter annihilation. "The formation is compromised. All disciples, unleash your full power," Shui Tianyu commanded sternly. He had initially intended to rely on himself and the 8 Golden Core stage experts from the 7 Peaks to contain the Blood Veil's expansion, but it was a celestial phenomenon beyond their control. Now, their only recourse was to slay every blood-colored creature that escaped the veil. They could not allow even one to infiltrate their sect. Otherwise, if a low-ranking disciple turned into a demon, the consequences would be catastrophic. Upon hearing this, the 7 Peaks leaders ceased their attempts to control the formation and unleashed their powers against the blood-colored creatures. The might of the Golden Core experts was immediately apparent, as dozens of blood demons were obliterated with a single wave of spiritual energy. In the heart of the blood veil, A thunderous clash erupted as the burning heaven sword collided with a massive blood-red trident. Hua Ming, clad in fiery armor, bore a pale complexion, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After several exchanges of magical artifacts, he realized that his strength was clearly inferior, and he had to conserve his chi to fend off the encroaching dark mist, rendering him unable to unleash his full potential. Boom! The blood veil resonated with thunderous sounds as dozens of blood-red pillars, as thick as a human wrist, descended from the veil, all pouring into the bodies of the blood demons. Haha, the heavens favor me. That foolish ice spirit frog has been taken down by someone. Now I have no rival within this blood veil. Come, little one, prepare to meet your demise. The blood demon cackled with madness, and in an instant, it erupted, enveloped in a layer of blood-red light. As the light dissipated, its aura surged, reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage, poised to advance into the mid-foundation stage at any moment. This aura, the celestial would profound body? The blood demon's power increased, and its perception sharpened, suddenly detecting an enticing presence. Among the crowd, Ruo Zaiwen felt a chilling and terrifying aura locking onto her. In a flash, the blood demon appeared before her, claw raised to strike. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, unable to react to the proximity of a foundation establishment expert. Despair filled Ruo Zaiwen's eyes as a familiar figure flashed before her mind. Chu Yan, if there is a next life, I wish to be your wife. In her heart, she silently prayed, closing her beautiful eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Just then, a commanding voice thundered in the blood demon's ear, "Touch my woman, and you shall die." Everyone froze, instinctively turning to the source of the voice. The blood demon hesitated, believing there could be no opponent within the blood veil. It wanted to see who dared challenge its authority. When the crowd beheld the scene before them, they collectively stood rooted in disbelief. With a flurry of wings, a snow-white crane soared into the sky, its wings spanning 2 meters. Upon the crane stood a resolute young man clad in a light blue robe, emanating an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial master. At that moment, his face bore a profound, killing intent. Chu Yan, it's Chu Yan. He is also within the blood veil. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was that crane his steed? The sudden emergence of Chu Yan left everyone in utter shock. Oh, you little brat, trying to act tough? Today, I shall make my move, and what can you do about it? The blood demon snarled, grinning wickedly as it lunged toward Ruo Zaiwen. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed in the blood demon and Oppos. Isir, then you may meet your end. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure atop the crane became indistinct. At the same moment, he appeared before Ruo Zaiwen, radiating an overwhelming presence. With both hands gripping a hefty iron rod, he struck with lightning speed. Bang! The speed was so astonishing that the blood demon was taken by surprise. A deafening crash resounded as the demon spewed forth a torrent of blood, its towering form sent flying. It collided violently with a tree before crashing down heavily. At that moment, the figure atop the crane slowly began to fade. An afterimage. Infuriated, the blood demon felt the sting of humiliation, realizing it had suffered a substantial loss due to its carelessness. Rising from the ground, it acknowledged that while the blow had been powerful, it had not caused any significant damage. Are you injured? Chu Yan turned to Ruo Zaiwen, concern etched across his face. His gentle demeanor a stark contrast to the previous aura of menace. I'm fine. Even the coldest of hearts would melt at his warmth. Ruo Zaiwen, unable to meet his caring gaze, felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she nodded. I will handle everything. Indeed, Chu Yan replied calmly, and Ruo Zaiwen understood. Warmth blossoming in her heart. Hua Mengqi, hidden among the crowd, watched the unfolding scene with a pale face. Her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow, a wound that was difficult to heal. This is too domineering. That blood demon is a foundation establishment expert. What level of power has Chu Yan attained? Could it be he has established his foundation? What does a 17-year-old foundation establishment expert signify? In the crowd, thoughts raced. I should have befriended this fellow sooner. Otherwise, entangling with such a calamity would make life unbearable. Li Ruren gazed at him with admiration, understanding why her master favored his father. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. At that moment, she comprehended deeply. Xiang Feng could only think, this guy is a monster. I lost without shame. In Wu Lai's eyes, disbelief reigned as he felt himself left far behind. In that instant, everyone present stood frozen. This boy, how is this possible? Hua Ming stared at Chu Yan in disbelief, recognizing that the injuries he had suffered earlier had healed completely. His current strength evidently exceeded the great perfection of qi refinement. Yet his aura did not resemble that of a foundation establishment expert. What was happening? After being purified by the ice spirit cold liquid, Chu Yin and Apos' injuries had healed, and with his breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refinement, he now possessed 4 additional attributes of spiritual energy. Within his dantian, he had accumulated 14 strands of spiritual energy, surpassing the 13 strands typical of the Great Perfection stage. Haha, little brat, not bad. You actually managed to injure me. Today, I shall feast on your flesh piece by piece. The blood demon was enveloped in a dark mist of blood, its grotesque visage contorted in the utmost ferocity. Brother Hua. Hua Tengming glanced at Chu Yin with a hint of surprise. The younger brother demonstrated remarkable self-awareness. This fiend could only be vanquished through their combined efforts. Chu Yin solemnly declared to Hua Tengming. Very well. Hua Tengming, not one to harbor a narrow mind, readily acquiesced to Chu Yan's forthrightness. Although the demon had rendered him one-armed, he had recovered under their master's elixirs, and with the greater good in mind, his resentment had largely dissipated. Now, both Chu Yin and Hua Tengming shouted in unison, their spirits soaring as the Xinyuan staff and the blazing sky soared forth, one to the left and the other to the right, aiming to strike the blood demon. Defeat me? You two should return to your mother's womb for further training. The blood demon scoffed, its gaping maw opening wide, and in the next moment, it unleashed 2 blood-red steel forks that swelled in the wind, transforming into colossal 5-meter-long implements. With a resounding clang, the 2 blood forks collided with the Xinyuan staff and the blazing sky sword, producing a thunderous noise. As the staff and sword were sent hurtling away. What is this? A magic artifact? Chu Yin felt a jolt of surprise. The superiority of a magic artifact over a spiritual tool lies in its ability to be absorbed into the practitioner's body, where it continually cultivates within the dantian, thus amplifying its power. Yet, how could this blood demon, evidently at the foundation stage, possess an artifact unique to golden elixir practitioners? Lost in thought, Chu Yin once again summoned the Xinyuan staff to strike down upon the demon. Simultaneously, Hua Tengming, though astonished, showed no hesitation. Unleashing flames from the blazing sky, soared toward the blood demon. In that moment, Chu Yin roared, Brother Hua, let us unleash our killing move together. Agreed. Hua Tengming responded, realizing that relying solely on their artifacts would not suffice to overcome their adversary. As they spoke, Chu Yan's fingers danced in the air, leaving behind shimmering afterimages in their wake. 16 streams of pale blue spiritual energy erupted forth. Instantly, a mist of water enveloped the surroundings. The 16 streams transformed into 16 three-legged water crows, dividing into 2 groups of 8, which began to whirl at incredible speeds before crashing into the center. As the 8 water crows collided, the mist dissipated to reveal 2 colossal figures, a rooster's head, a swallow's beak, a serpent's neck, a turtle's shell, and a fish's tail, resplendent in a multitude of colors, standing nearly 6 feet tall. One on the left, one on the right, 2 magnificent beings materialized, one embodying sun and the other shadow, one phoenix and the other female phoenix. Phoenix Ascension Technique. Go, Chu Yin bellowed, pointing fiercely at the blood demon. The water phoenix and water female phoenix erupted with countless streams of water, their cries resonating in harmony as they surged forward with unparalleled might. Instantly, a boundless wave of water surged forth. In Hua Tengming's hands, flames roared, as a liquid crimson spiritual energy danced within, rapidly coalescing into a gigantic fireball with a diameter of 5 meters, adorned with numerous flickering fire serpents, each spark dazzling and brilliant. Hua Tengming continued to form seals with his hands, causing the fireball to twist and shift in shape.